Chen Ping is the devoted admirer of the campus belle Lin Yanran, and in the end, during the apocalypse, he finds himself not only devoid of everything, but also betrayed and ultimately killed by her and her blonde boyfriend. Upon being reborn, Chen Ping realizes who he ought to protect, the woman who has saved his life several times during the apocalypse. Thus, in his new life, he ceases to be the admirer of the campus beauty. Chapter 1. Change your name. Hey, are you the admirer from Pinduoduo? At the price of 1 yuan, do you still need to group buy? I'll buy it outright. You look quite young, so I can make it an annual deal. Haha. Admirer? Annual deal? What's going on? After drowsily answering the call, Chen Ping was taken aback, suddenly sitting up in bed, gazing in astonishment at everything familiar around him. I have been reborn. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I'm not the admirer. You are the admirer. Your whole family are admirers. Haha. I have been reborn. A friendly reminder. The apocalypse is fast approaching. You'd best prepare yourself mentally and stock up on supplies and procure some weapons. Chen Ping laughed heartily, consumed by madness. Are you insane? I see you are not an admirer, but a lunatic. No wonder it's so cheap to be an admirer for just 1 yuan a day. Upon hearing this, the other party began to curse. You pathetic admirer, why don't you kneel and flatter me? As long as you make me happy, I could give you not just 1 yuan, but 1,000,000. How about that? 1,000,000? You dare to ask for that? Fool. Chen Ping dismissed the other and hung up the phone. He looked around the room he knew so well, his excitement palpable. Glancing at the time, his eyes brimmed with tears. Ha. The heavens are watching. I have been reborn 2 months before the apocalypse descends. In his previous life, he was indeed an admirer, devoted to Lin Yanran for 3 years, responding to her every whim, believing that sincere affection would move her heart. To outsiders, she seemed so gentle, so generous, and so understanding. Little did he know, all her lavish spending was at Chen Ping's expense. He was merely her cash machine. Chen Ping was so devoted to her not only because of her beauty, but also because once, when he was nearly struck by an electric bicycle, it was Lin Yanran who rushed over to push him out of harm's way. Thus, he was touched, believing her to be tender-hearted and kind, becoming her ultimate admirer. Even after the apocalypse began, he disregarded his family's opposition and continued to support Lin Yanran. It was only after this wretched woman's reckless actions led to the demise of his family, and her betrayal alongside her so-called male best friend, who stabbed him in the back, leaving him lying on the ground to buy them time to escape, that he finally saw her true colors. It was only moments before his demise that he understood how foolish he had been. Lin Yanran, Chen Ping, was truly blind. It was only before my death that I realized you orchestrated the incident with the electric bicycle, all to get close to me, to make me love you, and to siphon money from me, wasn't it? Every time you claimed to go on trips with your girlfriends, or to sing with them, it was your blonde boyfriend, right? Haha. I once caught you shopping with him, and when you said he was your male best friend, I naively believed you. Haha. Heaven has granted me, Chen Ping, another chance. Lin Yanran, very well. I shall ensure that you and Chen Hao pay a painful price. Chen Ping clenched his fists, his eyes glistening with red. At that moment, another call came in. Chen Ping answered the phone. Are you the sycophant from Pinduoduo? 1 yuan for a day, right? Come over and serve me for a year. On the other end of the line was the voice of an elderly woman. Chen Ping gritted his teeth in anger. I'll lick your sister. After hanging up, Chen Ping pondered for a moment before directly calling Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran, are you out of your mind? Quickly take down that link from Pinduoduo. Lin Yanran on the other end paused for a moment, then sweetly replied. Oh, Chen Ping, why take it down? You are my sycophant after all. At 1 in the morning, when I said I wanted pig's trotter's rice, you immediately went to buy it for me. When I said I was on my period in the middle of the night, you also went to buy sanitary pads for me. Even when my necklace fell into the fish pond, you had someone drain the entire pond just to retrieve it. Are you not still my sycophant? Didn't you say that you would be my sycophant for life, and that being my sycophant would make you the happiest one? Lin Yanran's tone was so self-evident. She believed that Chen Ping's anger was merely fleeting. A little kindness from her, like gifting him a silk scarf for 9 yuan, would make him treasure it and be elated for days. She could completely manipulate such a sycophant. Perhaps Lin Yanran had put the call on speakerphone, as a few girls nearby couldn't help but laugh, which Chen Ping overheard. All right, don't be angry. I was just joking. I'll take down the link shortly. Is that all right? Lin Yanran crossed her legs and said, Today is a wonderful day. I won't tell you yet. I'll send you my location, and you can come find me. Then I'll tell you what day it is. Chen Ping replied indifferently and hung up the phone. Posting his photo online and leaving a phone number, claiming to rent out a sycophant for 1 yuan a day? Was this a joke? Chen Ping clenched his fists, recalling everything the other party had done in their previous life. He wished he could eliminate them immediately. However, the apocalypse had not yet arrived. When it did, he would have plenty of ways to deal with them. Moreover, he now had a woman he must pursue, for she had helped him several times during the apocalypse. She was truly kind-hearted. Unfortunately, she had no idea how wicked Lin Yanran and Chen Hao truly were, which ultimately led to her demise at their hands. That individual was none other than Lin Yanran's mother, Gu Shue. Gu Shue, you only realized how evil your daughter was before your death, and how beastly her boyfriend is, right? Gu Shue, this time, I, Chen Ping, will protect you and ensure you see their true colors. Chen Ping dressed himself and tidied up his appearance. The Chen family is the wealthiest in Jiangqing, and he is the son of the affluent Chen Tianhao. Chen Ping has 3 older sisters, each one a paragon of beauty in her own right. However, none met a favorable fate in the apocalypse. This time, he shall not allow the past to repeat itself. After the arrival of the apocalyptic continent, some humans gradually awakened extraordinary abilities, enabling them to summon beasts from the apocalyptic realm as their pets, known as summoners. Those who gain such powers have diverged in their paths. Some exploit their abilities for nefarious purposes, while others, driven by a sense of justice, unite to preserve peace in Huaxia and safeguard the last remnants of land. The entire world is engulfed in utter chaos, where the weak may lose their lives at any moment. In such times, the law becomes meaningless. Gu Shue possesses a unique constitution, and that scoundrel Chen Hao took advantage of Lin Yanran's absence to forcefully tarnish Gu Shue, thus awakening 2 extraordinary abilities and becoming a powerhouse in the apocalypse. After contemplating, Chen Ping could not help but smile faintly. Right now, Chen Hao is surely unaware of this situation. All I need to do is pursue Gu Shue, make her my woman, and I shall gain an additional summoner ability. With Gu Shue's fearsome summoned beasts, together we can surely safeguard a realm of tranquility and protect my parents and sisters. With this thought, Chen Ping resolutely steeled his heart. Gu Shue is deserving of his love. During their time together in the apocalypse, they had cared for one another, and he sensed that she harbored some affection for him. Unfortunately, he had been blind, his heart only fixated on that damned Lin Yanran. Just then, a phone call interrupted Chen Ping's musings once more. Who are you? I am not some simpering fool. Get lost. I have plenty of money. Chen Ping answered the phone, barking angrily. Master, the bouquet you asked me to prepare is ready. When shall I deliver it? Where are you? The bodyguard on the other end spoke timidly. Chen Ping paused, suddenly recalling that, according to the previous narrative, today marks Lin Yanran's 20th birthday. After they had sufficiently celebrated, he would be summoned to settle the bill. For the past 3 years, he had instructed his bodyguard to order a bouquet daily, personally delivering it to her without fail, rain, or shine. Wait, change the name on the card to Gu Shue. Chen Ping smirked. It seemed that the situation had taken an intriguing turn. Chapter 2. Without waiting for my command, Gu Shue? The bodyguard appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Understood, young master. I shall have them issue a new card and change the name right away. Chen Ping smiled and said, I'm at home. Once it's ready, please deliver it directly to me. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ping stepped outside. Dad, Mom, it is truly wonderful to see you. Upon seeing his father, Chen Tianhao, and his mother, Bai Rulin, seated in the living room enjoying tea, Chen Ping was reminded of their urging him to run away before their demise, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Chen Ping, what has gotten into you today? You can see us every day, can't you? Bai Rulin remarked. Her figure still remarkable at nearly 42, appearing as youthful as a woman in her 30s due to her diligent self-care. Bai Rulin had stood by Chen Tianhao during his struggles in poverty, embodying the essence of a strong woman. Steadying his emotions, Chen Ping smiled and replied, It's nothing. I'm just very happy to see you both. You haven't exhausted the 2 million I gave you previously, have you? To speak such sentimental words for money. Chen Tianhao teased, pulling out his phone to transfer 2 million to Chen Ping. He felt a mix of helplessness regarding his son, who excelled academically, yet had become infatuated with a girl from an ordinary family named Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran had always treated his son with indifference, while Chen Ping persistently pursued her, which frustrated him greatly. Their social standings were vastly mismatched. Chen Ping was destined to inherit the family business and should seek a well-matched heiress to forge a strong alliance. Unfortunately, Chen Ping disregarded their advice, and after they cut off his funds, he resorted to starvation as a means of protest, leaving both Chen Tianhao and Bai Rulin exasperated and powerless. Chen Ping glanced at his phone. The 2 million had been credited. His eyes reddened further, realizing his parents' unwavering love for him. He stepped forward and said to Chen Tianhao, and by Rulin, Dad, Mom, rest assured, in this life, I will acquire formidable summoning abilities and become a powerful summoner to protect you. At this, Chen Ping embraced Chen Tianhao warmly, expressing gratitude. Thank you both for your kindness. I promise I will strive to succeed. Though Chen Tianhao struggled to comprehend his son's words, he felt a wave of warmth. Today, his son was unusually sentimental, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Summoning abilities? Summoner? Son, have you become obsessed with gaming? By Rulin inquired, bewildered. Mom and Dad, I know what I'm about to say may come as a shock, but I must inform you that the apocalypse is approaching. Many animals will mutate, and terrifying entities will descend upon that unknown land. In the early stages, humanity will find it difficult to resist, resulting in numerous casualties. Eventually, some will awaken summoning abilities, allowing for some measure of resistance. You should prepare some cold weapons, such as bows and axes, and perhaps silenced handguns or sniper rifles. Chen Ping spoke earnestly, leaving his parents utterly stunned. Honey, didn't Chen Ping recover from his fever a few days ago? Could it be that his mind has been affected? Bai Rulin murmured, gazing at Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao, equally astonished, asked, Chen Ping, are you all right? Should we take you for a checkup? Chen Ping, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought, of course. Who would believe such claims? Mom and Dad, I assure you, everything I say is true. He insisted, but the looks on their faces revealed their disbelief, akin to that of someone looking at a fool. Young master, this is the bouquet you instructed me to order. At that moment, a bodyguard entered, holding a large bouquet of red roses. Upon seeing that Chen Ping had ordered flowers again, the couple exchanged bemused glances. Bai Rulin promptly addressed Chen Ping. Chen Ping, how many times must I say it? Lin Yanran is truly unsuitable for you. She is clearly after your money, often seen in bars. What kind of woman could she possibly be? Although she knew her words would likely fall on deaf ears, she felt compelled to speak, even if she knew Chen Ping would not heed her counsel. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping smiled slightly and replied, Rest assured, Mom, that woman truly does not deserve me. I have found someone I admire far more, someone worthy of my affection. After saying this, Chen Ping turned to the bodyguard and commanded, Li Hu, come along with Wang Meng to accompany me in delivering these flowers. Understood, young master. Li Hu, momentarily taken aback, followed Chen Ping outside and called Wang Meng, who was waiting outside. What did Chen Ping just say? Did I hear that correctly? After the trio had left for some time, Bai Rulin regained her composure and incredulously asked Chen Tianhao, did he just refer to that woman as a slut? Our son, though a wealthy heir, has never spoken such words. Chen Tianhao paused before continuing. Could it be that our son has genuinely lost his mind? He speaks of apocalyptic lands and urges us to prepare cold weapons or silenced firearms. Then he suddenly declares that Lin Yanran is a slut? Perhaps we should take him to see a neurologist tomorrow? After contemplating, Bai Rulin suggested, let us wait until Li Hu and Wang Meng return. We can discreetly inquire about where he has gone. Meanwhile, an Audi A8 had already departed, bearing the license plate Jiang B88888, swiftly arriving outside an upscale bar. Just as in his previous life, as soon as Chen Ping stepped out of the car, Lin Yanran's call came through. Upon answering, his tone softened. Yanran, is there something you need? Oh, Chen Ping, have you arrived yet? Didn't I send you the location? Why are you still not here? It's my birthday today, and I've invited several friends for drinks. Hurry over, we need to celebrate together. Lin Yanran's voice was now sweetened with warmth. The earlier incident was merely a joke. You're not upset, are you? Come quickly, I'm waiting for you. Before Chen Ping could respond, she hung up. A cold smile crept across his face. According to his past memories, after he delivered the flowers, he would not even have a drink before they would claim they had had enough fun and send him off to settle the bill. In essence, he had merely been summoned to be the unwitting scapegoat for the evening. Reflecting on his previous self, he realized how blind he had been to revel in the prospect of attending her birthday gathering. Li Hu and Wang Meng exchanged glances. With Li Hu unable to suppress a sigh, it's over. Lin Yanran was just sweet-talking him on the phone. Our young master is about to fall into the same trap again. You too, come with me inside. Chen Ping declared with a cold smile directed at Li Hu and Wang Meng. Young master, didn't you previously express a dislike for us following you? Li Hu asked, bewildered. Today feels remarkably different. Who dares to provoke me? You need not wait for my command. Just step forward and deliver a resounding slap. Swiftly and with style. Chen Ping smiled, then proceeded forward. Chapter 3. I will not forgive you. Chen Ping walked step by step deeper into the establishment, following the corridor towards the VIP room number 8. The opposing party had reserved a supreme level suite, and if his memory served him correctly, They had spent over 600,000, indulging in the finest wines available. Gu Shui worked here as a cleaning lady and had caught a glimpse of the scene as she passed by the entrance. At that time, Chen Ping was unaware that Gu Shui was employed here. He discovered this fact later on. At 39, Gu Shui possessed an enviable figure and an elegance that belied her age, appearing more like a youthful woman in her mid-20s. Time had left little trace upon her, and her demeanor was gentle and kind. Unfortunately, her daughter, Lin Yanran, was a wretched ingrate. Ultimately, this ungrateful child not only rebelled, but was also responsible for Gu Shui's demise. As for the identity of Lin Yanran's father and his whereabouts, Gu Shui had never mentioned them. During the apocalypse, Gu Shui had sustained injuries twice for Chen Ping's sake. Once, when Chen Ping was hurt, Lin Yanran and her companions dismissed him as a burden, wanting to abandon him, yet Gu Shui insisted on bringing him along. Reflecting on these memories, Chen Ping felt a swell of emotion. In this lifetime, the people he vowed to protect extended beyond his parents and 3 sisters to include this woman, the one truly worthy of his love. He understood that through their shared experiences, especially after several perilous encounters, Gu Shui must have developed feelings for him as well. However, due to their age difference and Chen Ping's affection for Lin Yanran, Gu Shui had buried those emotions deep within her heart. At last, Chen Ping arrived at the door of room number 8, composed himself, and handed the bouquet of flowers to his companion, Li Hu. Before pushing open the grand door and stepping inside, Chen Ping, you finally made it. Lin Yanran and her companions had indulged in their meal and awaited Chen Ping to settle the bill. Upon his arrival, Lin Yanran feigned enthusiasm, deliberately linking arms with him to coax him into paying. As Chen Ping approached, Qin Hao offered him a glass, flashing a smile as he said, "Young Master Chen, arriving so late warrants a self-punishment of 3 drinks. Here, I've poured them for you. I'll pour you 2 more shortly." "Indeed, young Master Chen, your tardiness calls for self-penalty of 3 drinks," chimed in a few other young women, adding to the raucous atmosphere. Chen Ping's expression remained placid as he accepted the glass from Qin Hao. Gazing into the cup, he smirked inwardly. In the past, he would have consumed the beer without hesitation. Upon drinking, he realized something was amiss. It quickly dawned on him that the drink had been tampered with. Yet lacking evidence, and with Lin Yanran observing, he refrained from causing a scene, attributing the odd taste to perhaps a spoiled brew. Qin Hao poured him 2 more glasses, and the peculiar flavor persisted. In hindsight, it was evident that the bottle had been tainted. At this moment, Chen Ping was certain that this nefarious act was orchestrated by Qin Hao. Others simply lacked the audacity to pull such a stunt. "Qin Hao, you wretched cur. While I was absent, you must have been groping and hugging, and now that I'm here, not only must I settle the bill, but I must also drink your tainted concoction. How unfortunate for you. Qin Hao, you could never foresee that the one you sought to ruin has returned reborn. Very well. Today I shall entertain you thoroughly." Chen Ping chuckled internally, contemplating the unfolding events. "Chen Ping, everyone is watching. Why aren't you drinking?" Lin Yanran shot him a glance, feigning a sultry demeanor. "Don't you like me? These are all my good friends, and since Qin Hao poured the drinks for you, refusing would be quite disrespectful." Chen Ping smiled lightly and nodded. "Indeed, I should self-penalize with 3 drinks." The crowd erupted in delight, particularly Qin Hao, who wore a mischievous grin. Witnessing a wealthy heir drink his own concoction would certainly provide him with ample bragging rights. "Wait, let me record this. It's my first time seeing young Master Chen self-punish." Qin Hao quickly fished out his phone, eager to document the moment. Chen Ping responded with a calm smile. Looking at him, "Are you ready? Let us begin." Qin Hao was ecstatic, and the surrounding young women erupted in laughter. "All right, let us start." Chen Ping smiled subtly and suddenly splashed the contents of his glass forcefully onto Qin Hao's face. "Smile?" As Qin Hao opened his mouth to speak, Chen Ping doused him again, causing a significant amount to splatter into his mouth. Ugh! Qin Hao was momentarily stunned, hastily spitting the liquid out and wiping his face. The women behind him wore expressions of disbelief, with a couple unable to suppress their laughter at the absurdity of Qin Hao being splattered with his own concoction. "Are you insane?" Qin Hao seethed, his teeth clenched, bewildered by Chen Ping's audacity. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Ming stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across Qin Hao's face. "Who dares insult our young master?" Wang Ming's fierce demeanor startled several women standing behind Qin Hao, causing them to instinctively retreat. Chen Ping felt a surge of satisfaction. He had previously instructed that anyone who dared to insult him should be immediately dealt with, and Wang Ming certainly lived up to expectations, delivering a strike before Qin Hao could utter another word. "Ah!" Lin Yanran gasped, witnessing Wang Ming splash Chen Ping's drink on Qin Hao, immediately rushing over with tissues. concerned for Chen Hao. Chen Hao, are you alright? I'm fine. Chen Hao's heart brimmed with hatred. He wished nothing more than to strangle Chen Ping. Yet, seeing Chen Ping accompanied by two imposing bodyguards, he couldn't muster the courage to retaliate. Lin Yanran turned, glaring at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, what is wrong with you today? Are you out of your mind? Is this how you treat your friends on my birthday? Is it permissible to strike? Wang Ming looked at Chen Ping, raising his hand hesitantly, aware that both he and Li Hu understood Chen Ping was Lin Yanran's ultimate sycophant. They might confront others, but if they angered Lin Yanran, Chen Ping might become displeased, leading to their dismissal. Chen Ping, what do you mean by this? Today is my birthday, and you cannot let your bodyguard strike my friend. You're making me angry. Lin Yanran huffed, pouting and placing her hands on her hips, stamping her foot. You must kneel and apologize to Chen Hao immediately, otherwise, I shall never forgive you. Seeing her behave this way, Chen Ping couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. In the past, he might have found her antics endearing, even in anger. Now, however, he felt nothing but disgust. Chen Ping, in light of today being Yanran's 20th birthday, I wish not to embarrass you. How about this? Drink the remainder of that beer, and I will overlook this incident. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Hao added, by the way, make sure to settle the bill later. Chen Ping pointed at Lin Yanran and addressed Wang Ming. Did you not hear how this woman just insulted me, calling me insane? Wang Ming appeared utterly bewildered, unable to fathom if Lin Yanran was truly going to be struck. Chen Ping, are you out of your mind? What has gotten into you today? Lin Yanran, furious, stepped forward to glare at Chen Ping. In a decisive motion, Wang Ming, steeling himself, struck Lin Yanran across the face. Whether you get expelled or not can wait. I've long wanted to hit this Lin Yanran. Chapter 4. I refuse to pay the bill. You dare let him hit me? Lin Yanran was momentarily stunned, staring incredulously at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, you are merely my lapdog. I am the school belle, with countless men wishing to be in your position. I would hardly deign to have you serve me. And yet you take this opportunity for granted and allow your bodyguard to strike me? Fuming, Lin Yanran stamped her foot and declared, if you continue like this, I will truly be angry. Chen Ping smiled slightly and replied, Lin Yanran, I apologize, but I no longer wish to be your lapdog. I was blind before. But let us sever ties from here on. Lin Yanran's face turned pale with anger. They had spent a considerable sum here, ordering several bottles of the finest red wine. If this cash cow truly severed ties with her, who would settle the bill? Behind her, a friend named Tan Xiao crossed her arms and warned, Chen Ping, think carefully. Our Yanran is not just a pretty face. Her family is quite wealthy. Although they cannot compare to yours, they can easily spend hundreds of thousands. She invited you to her birthday party, and instead of gratitude, you dare treat her this way? Are you certain you want to regret this? Chen Ping could only chuckle inwardly. Although he was a rich second generation, his monthly expenses were minimal. Much of the money he received from his father had been spent on Lin Yanran. She had been using his funds while publicly claiming her family owned a company, presenting herself as a wealthy heiress. Many were still oblivious to the truth. Initially, Lin Yanran felt a twinge of fear at the thought of Chen Ping walking away. She had spent nearly all the money he had given her on luxury handbags and clothing, leaving her without means to cover the bill. However, when she noticed Li Hu behind Chen Ping holding a bouquet of roses, her heart lifted. She believed Chen Ping was merely upset due to a previous incident involving his photo and contact details being posted online, which fueled his anger. With a smile, she said, Chen Ping, stop joking. I was only playing with you. Is it necessary to be this upset? She then leaned back on the sofa, crossing her legs and adopting an air of superiority. Chen Hao is my friend. I was genuinely upset by how you treated him. If you give me the flowers you prepared and pay the bill, I can forgive you. Chen Ping, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk. Lin Yanran, you are quite confident. I'm sorry, but these flowers were not intended for you. They are for another beauty. Chen Hao burst into laughter, saying, Kid, what are you pretending for? Everyone knows you bring flowers to Yanran every day, rain or shine. Now you claim they're not for her. Who would believe that? Lin Yanran chimed in. Chen Ping, why are you being so stubborn today? Aside from me, you barely know any of the others here. And I am the school belle. If the flowers are not for me, are they for them? Chen Ping chuckled, glancing back to see Gu Shui had arrived. Gu Shui had merely glanced inside when she saw the door open before leaving. Chen Ping had thought she was a rather attractive cleaning lady, but had no idea she was Lin Yanran's mother. It was rather ironic that Lin Yanran pretended to be a rich second generation while her mother worked as a cleaner. In front of her friends, Lin Yanran would never admit that this woman was her mother, had it not been for the arrival of the apocalypse. Forcing Lin Yanran to seek refuge with Gu Shui and Chen Hao, Chen Ping would never have known the truth. As he gazed at the familiar face, Chen Ping felt his eyes welling up. Gu Shui, I love you. At that moment, he wished to confess his feelings immediately. Gu Shui frowned upon noticing Chen Ping's gaze, seemingly embarrassed by her work attire, and turned to leave. She did not want to embarrass her daughter. This devoted mother, who had always thought of her daughter, could never have imagined that she would be taken advantage of by her daughter's boyfriend and ultimately meet her demise because of them. Chen Ping quickly approached Gu Shui, pulling her into view amidst her astonishment. He addressed Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran, the flowers I prepared were meant for this lady, not you, so spare your vanity. Young sir, are you mistaken? I am merely the cleaning lady here. Gu Shui was bewildered. She saw Chen Ping was dressed like a wealthy young man. But how could this youthful and handsome lad possibly be giving her flowers? Lin Yanran was left speechless. What was happening? Why was her mother, at work, peering in? Now, thanks to Chen Ping pulling her in, what if her friends discovered that this woman was Lin Yanran's mother? The embarrassment would be unbearable. Fearing the revelation, Lin Yanran snapped at Gu Shui. What are you doing here, Auntie? We did not invite you in. Please leave. Qin Hao, oblivious to Gu Shui's true identity, mocked. Chen Ping, you are hilarious. To capture Yanran's attention, you even pretend these flowers are for this cleaning lady? How amusing. This woman could practically be your mother. Don't you feel embarrassed? Exactly, Chen Ping. Just pay the bill, give me the flowers, and apologize to Qin Hao. Then I will forgive you. Stop these childish tricks. All right, Lin Yanran sneered. Gu Shui's expression darkened, feeling a chill. Nevertheless, she offered a gentle smile, apologizing. I'm sorry to interrupt. I will take my leave now. Turning to exit, she felt it was best to avoid any potential embarrassment for her daughter. This mother, who had dedicated her life to her child, could only choose to walk away, even if Lin Yanran's actions left her feeling cold. Indeed, Chen Ping, the bill here is only a few $100,000 for you. That is a trivial matter. Just settle it. Tan Xiao added coldly. Chen Ping dismissed her words, addressing Gu Shui's retreating form. Annie, are you certain you want to leave? If you leave, I will not cover the bill. Did you hear that? 5 or 600,000. If I refuse to pay, it seems that Lin Yanran will not be able to leave here easily today. At this point, Chen Ping paused, a cold smile gracing his lips as he threatened. The owner of this bar is the underground Emperor Zhao Sanhu. Anyone who dares to dine and dash here may well leave missing a limb. Indeed, a mere phrase caused Aunt Shui, who was about to exit, to halt in her tracks. Chapter 5. Please be my girlfriend, Zhao Sanhu. Qin Hao was taken aback, startled. As a small-time thug, he had naturally heard of this notorious figure. He immediately turned to Lin Yanran and said, Yanran, this Zhao Sanhu is no ordinary man. You should urge Chen Ping to settle the bill quickly. Lin Yanran's expression darkened. What had gotten into Chen Ping today? Wasn't he always compliant with her requests? Was it really due to her prank today? Was it necessary to react this way? Gu Shui also turned around, walking over to inspect the few expensive bottles of red wine, and exclaimed, Yanran, how could you order such expensive wine? Do you know how much my monthly salary is? This is too excessive. Qin Hao was perplexed and asked, Yanran, do you know this cleaning lady? Impossible. How could our Yanran possibly be acquainted with someone of such lowly status? Tan Xiao chuckled coldly, yet looked at Lin Yanran with curiosity. Wait a moment, Yanran. She seems to know you. Lin Yanran's heart sank. If her friends discovered this woman was her mother, wouldn't she be thoroughly humiliated? Lin Yanran quickly forced a smile and explained, she is a relative of mine. At this point, she glanced at Gu Shui and said, Auntie, why does it concern you how expensive the wine I ordered is? Please mind your own business. Yanran, how could you say that? Gu Shui felt a pang of heartbreak. How could the daughter she raised with such care exhibit this kind of attitude? Chen Ping, witnessing this scene, felt an unexpected thrill. He realized that due to the trials of the apocalypse, he had fallen for this woman, not merely for her kindness and gentleness, but for all the moments they had shared together. Yet, Gu Shui had only this one daughter, and her excessive indulgence of Lin Yanran had led to this outcome. If Chen Ping sought revenge on Lin Yanran and Qin Hao, Gu Shui would undoubtedly despise him and could never forgive him. However, if he gradually revealed to Gu Shui the true nature of Lin Yanran and Qin Hao, causing her to lose all hope in Lin Yanran, then when the apocalypse arrived, he might find an opportunity to eliminate them without her reproach. Of course, even as he aimed to strengthen himself to protect his family during the impending apocalypse, he had to strive within these 2 months, before the disaster struck, to win her heart and possess her completely. Lin Yanran gazed at Chen Ping and said, Chen Ping, enough. If you have the ability, show me those flowers. I do not believe the card does not bear my name. Tan Xiao added, exactly. Chen Ping, just enough already. Today is Yanran's birthday, don't spoil the mood, alright? Otherwise, Yanran might never speak to you again. Chen Ping directly took the bouquet of roses from Li Hu's hands and presented it to Gu Shui. his expression serious as he said, Gu Shui, you are the goddess of my heart. I like you. Please be my girlfriend. Upon finishing, Chen Ping knelt on one knee, striking a pose akin to a marriage proposal. Gu Shui was taken aback. The sincerity in the young man's eyes was so genuine that she felt he was not jesting. Young man, I cannot accept these flowers. This is our first meeting. Gu Shui was momentarily stunned, feeling her heart race inexplicably. Such feelings had not surfaced since her husband's passing. Damn, I could practically be his mother. Why am I feeling this flutter? Could it be due to his exceptionally sincere gaze? Gu Shui's heart raced, and she couldn't help but think, damn it, what is going on with Chen Ping? How could he confess to my mother? At this moment, Lin Yanran felt her head buzzing, thinking to herself, Chen Ping must be doing this to deliberately provoke me. He surely does not know that this cleaning lady is my mother. How clever of you, Chen Ping, to attract my attention with such tactics. Humph, do you think I would feel jealous? I, Lin Yanran, and the campus belle. Many pursue me, and the only man I fancy is Qin Hao. Chen Ping, I will not be jealous of you. Lin Yanran clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, glaring fiercely at the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Qin Hao chuckled, haha, Chen Ping, you are quite amusing. You are the heir of the wealthiest family in Jiangcheng, yet you fancy a cleaning lady. Who would believe that? Another girl couldn't help but laugh. Chen Ping, if you want to provoke our Yanran, you need not choose just any woman. If you had confessed to me, perhaps Yanran might still believe it. But this Auntie could be your mother. Tan Xiao stepped forward, taking the card from the bouquet and chuckling. She just said it's our first meeting. And you claim these flowers are for her. Who are you trying to fool? These must be for our Yanran. After glancing at the words on the card, Tan Xiao was instantly dumbfounded, her expression one of disbelief. To my dear Gu Shui, wishing you beauty and youth forever? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Yanran was momentarily stunned, feeling as though something precious had been snatched away from her. Even if her devoted admirer were to fawn over someone else, they could only fawn over her. Furious, she stormed over, snatching the card filled with blessings, and upon close inspection, she found the name truly belonged to Gu Shui. How could this be? Was it truly meant for my mother? Gu Shui was equally astonished, inadvertently letting slip, your mother? Tan Xiao was taken aback. Was it really prepared for my mother's distant relative? Lin Yanran hurriedly covered up her embarrassment, saying, young man, you should get up. You are a wealthy heir, young and handsome, while I am much older. We are not suited for each other. Despite her earlier racing heart, Gu Shui rushed to assist Chen Ping. Previously, Lin Yanran had complained to her about a wealthy second generation who persistently pursued her, insisting on spending money, and was impossible to shake off. At the time, Gu Shui had advised Lin Yanran not to agree, given the vast disparity in their family's wealth. Such rich heirs were likely only looking for a fleeting affair. They were probably after her body and would abandon Lin Yanran once they had their fill. Lin Yanran had also mentioned that he was not her type. It appeared that this was the very wealthy heir Lin Yanran had previously spoken of. Chen Ping stood up and addressed Gu Shui, saying, Gu Shui, I truly like you. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love and have been unable to extricate myself. Please, accept me. I am sincere. In my heart. You are the most beautiful, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than Lin Yanran. Chapter 6. My drinking capacity is quite impressive. Gu Shui is truly beautiful. The lighting in the private room is somewhat dim, yet Chen Ping finds himself captivated by her appearance. She does not appear to be aging at all. Her slightly plump face and curvaceous figure, particularly her ample bosom, represent the epitome of a charmingly plump woman. Furthermore, her face carries an air of affluence, exuding a unique grace. You must be having some quarrels with your partner, right? Young master, there's no need to toy with me. I am merely an ordinary woman from the lowest strata. Despite Chen Ping's sincere demeanor stirring something within Gu Shui, she ultimately offers a bitter smile. Unable to believe that such a young and handsome wealthy heir could possibly be interested in her. Gu Shui, I understand this may come as a surprise to you. But I will not give up. Chen Ping smiled, forcefully presenting her with a bouquet before turning to leave. I'll take my leave for now and return another day. Wait. Lin Yanran, noticing Chen Ping's intention to depart, hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. Chen Ping, you haven't settled the bill yet. You cannot leave without paying. Lin Yanran was genuinely flustered. The bill was likely around 500 to 600,000. She simply did not possess that kind of money. Previously, she had spent Chen Ping's money lavishly and even given a substantial amount to Qin Hao for gambling. How could she afford to pay the bill? What would they do if Chen Ping left? Gu Shui was also taken aback. If Chen Ping did not settle the bill, what would happen to her daughter today? Would they truly face retribution from the bar's underworld owner, Zhao Sanhu? Yet, she opened her mouth, unsure of how to express her thoughts. Should she allow the young man to pay simply because he had presented her with flowers to provoke her daughter? This was no trivial amount. Gu Shui tightened her grip on the bouquet unconsciously. Lin Yanran, you are truly foolish. Chen Ping sighed with a hint of sarcasm. Did you think of me when you were celebrating with your expensive drinks? Now that you've had your fun, you expect me to come in, drink a couple of beers, and pick up the tab? Do you think our family's money comes from the wind? I was just thinking. Since you're not very familiar with them, I was concerned it might be awkward for you. I was actually considering your feelings. Lin Yanran stepped closer, tugging at Chen Ping's sleeve, and began to feign innocence. In the past, Chen Ping might have succumbed to her cute antics and rushed to pay the bill. However, this time he coldly retorted, you expect me to pay? That is impossible. Just wait for Zhao Sanhu to break your legs. By the way, you're quite attractive. Aren't you the school beauty? It seems Zhao Sanhu has a thing for that type. After saying this, Chen Ping pretended to leave, fully convinced that Gu Shui would be unable to resist the provocation. After all, with the memories of his past life, he understood this woman all too well. As anticipated, Gu Shui was startled, tossing the flowers aside and rushing over to block Chen Ping's path with her arms outstretched. Her eyes were filled with urgency. Young master, please, help us by settling the bill. I implore you. If you help her with the bill, I will do anything you ask. Please. Chen Ping felt a surge of joy. This was the reaction he desired. Chen Ping, today was my fault. I should have invited you over sooner. Perhaps I did not consider things thoroughly. Please settle the bill for now. Lin Yanran conceded for the first time, softening her tone. Chen Ping smiled slightly and replied, paying the bill isn't out of the question, but first, you must agree to be my girlfriend, always available whenever I call. You must do whatever I ask. How does that sound? This bill is likely at least 600,000. I only need you to agree for 2 months, which is essentially equivalent to a monthly salary of around 30,000. Quite a generous offer, wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, Chen Ping fixed his gaze on Gu Shui, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he assessed her figure. Gu Shui frowned. Would she truly have to comply with whatever he demanded? Would he expect her to spend the night with him? However, to prevent her daughter from facing harm, and considering it was merely for 2 months, Gu Shui gritted her teeth and nodded. I can agree to your terms. My goodness, 30,000 a month. I would be willing to be this girlfriend. Tan Xiao murmured. Although Gu Shui appeared to have a wonderful figure, she was of a considerable age. Who wouldn't he want such a salary? At this point, Chen Ping paused and pointed at the bottle of beer on the table. Secondly, Lin Yanran, isn't your friend Qin how fond of drinking? Have him finish the remaining beer in that bottle. If he doesn't, I will not settle the bill. Chen Ping, do not take this too far. Lin Yanran gritted her teeth in anger, as they all knew that the beer contained Qin Hao's urine. After Chen Ping had splashed the earlier drink on Qin Hao's face, now he was expected to drink from the bottle. Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Qin Hao stood there, fists clenched, his expression dark. It seems there's nothing more to discuss, so I shall take my leave. Chen Ping laughed heartily, preparing to exit. Yanran, it's just half a bottle of beer. Why not let your friend drink it? Where will you find over 600,000? Gu Shui, unaware of the contents of the bottle, urged Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran glanced at Qin Hao and ultimately said, Qin Hao, why not just drink it? Qin Hao, furious, retorted, Yanran, aren't you wealthy? Why don't you pay the bill yourself? Indeed, Yanran, just pay for it yourself. Isn't your family running a company? Surely you can manage this amount? A girl chimed in. The clothes you wear, aren't they worth over 20,000 each? This sum is trivial for you. Little did they know that all the designer clothes and bags adorning Lin Yanran were gifts from Chen Ping. Lin Yanran gritted her teeth, stepping beside Qin Hao and whispering in his ear, I only have a few thousand left. Who told you to gamble away the money I gave you? Qin Hao, if you don't drink, we won't be able to leave here. Seething with anger, Qin Hao wished to exact revenge on Chen Ping. Nevertheless, he suppressed his fury, approached the bottle, and with a cold smile said, Kid, you said it's just half a bottle of beer. I can handle it. I have a strong drinking capacity. With that, Qin Hao suppressed his disgust and began to gulp down the beer. Tan Xiao and the others were left dumbfounded. Wasn't that his own urine? Qin Hao was being forced to drink his own urine. Upon finishing, Qin Hao smashed the beer bottle to the ground and turned to Chen Ping, young Master Chen. I drank it all. Now, please settle the bill. Impressive drinking capacity indeed. I admire you. Chen Ping gave him a thumbs up and called to the waiter outside. Waiter. The bill, please. Chapter 7. Looking good doesn't mean it's expensive. Seeing the defeated expressions on Qin Hao and Lin Yanran's faces, Chen Ping felt a sense of satisfaction like never before. For him, 600,000 was merely a trifling sum. To secure the presence of the beautiful Gu Shui by his side for 2 months was more than enough. In the span of these 2 months, he must transform Gu Shui into his woman, compelling her to fall in love with him. After swiping his card, Chen Ping turned and grasped one of Gu Shue's hands, saying, "Beautiful lady, we agreed just now that for the next 2 months, you must heed my every word. Come along." Gu Shue furrowed her brow, glancing back at Lin Yanran, but was pulled away by Chen Ping from the private room. Once they had departed, Lin Yanran erupted in indignation, shouting, "Ah?" She then plopped down onto the sofa, her demeanor resembling that of a madwoman as she exclaimed, "That scoundrel Chen Ping, what on earth is he thinking? How dare he treat me this way?" Qin Hao added, "That bastard. If given the chance, I will surely make him pay." After saying this, Qin Hao hurriedly poured himself a glass of water and rinsed his mouth. It was the first time he had endured such humiliation. At this moment, Chen Ping led Gu Shue outside. "Miss, what is it that you require of me?" Gu Shue felt a hint of anxiety as they stepped outside. Here was a wealthy second-generation heir, casually wielding over 600,000. And she was uncertain if he genuinely had feelings for her, or if he was merely using her to provoke Lin Yanran. From her perspective, it was likely the latter. After all, this was her first encounter with this young man, and how could he possibly harbor any affection for her? The notion of love at first sight seemed absurd to her at her age. Chen Ping glanced at Li Hu and Wang Ming, then stated, "You two may return home for now." "Understood, young master." Although they too were bewildered by Chen Ping's antics that day, they exchanged glances and promptly hailed a taxi to leave. Once they were gone, Chen Ping turned to Gu Shue and said, "Gu Shue, remember this, from now on. For the next 2 months, you will be my girlfriend. You will do as I say, understood?" Gu Shue immediately responded, "But we really aren't suited for each other. I could be your mother, and my education is lacking." She hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Young master, I know you must like Yanran. Since she doesn't reciprocate your feelings, you are purposely using me to provoke her, correct?" Before Chen Ping could reply, Gu Shue bit her lip and said, "How about this? Consider that 600,000 as a debt I owe you. In truth, I am Yanran's mother. She is quite concerned with appearances, which is why she claimed I was merely a relative earlier. Thank you for helping me out today. Rest assured, I will repay you in the future." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Gu Shue's waist and grinning mischievously as he said, "Ah, it's too late to back out now. I'm afraid I have indeed fallen for you at first sight. You already agreed, and I have settled the payment. That totals to 31,000 a month. For the next 2 months, you shall simply be my girlfriend, treating it as working off your debt." He paused momentarily before adding, "Otherwise, how long do you think it would take for you to repay that sum with your meager salary? I lack the patience for that." Gu Shue was taken aback. Ever since Lin Yanran's father had passed away in a car accident, she had not grown close to any man. Now, with Chen Ping holding her waist, she felt a surge of resistance and struggled slightly, her face turning crimson. However, Chen Ping held her firmly, making it impossible for her to escape, which caused her heart to race. "Let us go, get in the car." Chen Ping chuckled, instructing her to sit in the passenger seat. Gu Shue felt cornered. Chen Ping was right. Her monthly salary was only a few thousand, and she had to support Lin Yanran's education. The prospect of repaying 600,000 seemed daunting and distant. Though she was uncertain of Chen Ping's intentions, she felt compelled to follow him. It was merely 2 months, she could endure it. For a wealthy second-generation heir, 2 months was trivial. Perhaps in a day or two, he would grow tired of her, and then he would surely demand repayment. Once inside the car, Gu Shue remained visibly tense, glancing at Chen Ping, perplexed by the motives of this young, attractive man. Could it be that he truly had feelings for an older woman like her? Before long, Chen Ping brought Gu Shue to the entrance of a grand shopping mall, and they both exited the vehicle. "Auntie, let me take you shopping for a few nice outfits." Chen Ping smiled, reflecting on the woman who had risked herself for him multiple times in the past. Just before his demise, he had vowed that if given a second chance, he would cherish this woman. He had been blind to pursue the unworthy Lin Yanran. If not for the fact that Lin Yanran was Gu Shue's daughter, he would have long since dealt with her and Qin Hao. However, he was no longer in a hurry. He intended to toy with Lin Yanran and Qin Hao, ensuring they understood despair, and when the time came, he would reveal their true natures to Gu Shue. "Young master, that is unnecessary. I owe you so much money already. How could I allow you to buy me clothes?" Gu Shue felt both flattered and awkward, unable to comprehend the intentions of this wealthy heir. Chen Ping stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her waist again, stating, "Even if it's just for 2 months, you will be my girlfriend, and I, Chen Ping, cannot allow you to dress poorly." After a brief pause, he continued, "Rest assured, the Chen family may lack in many areas, but we are abundant in wealth. I take pleasure in spending on my woman. Oh, and from now on, just call me Chen Ping. It feels more familiar that way." Gu Shue's heart raced with apprehension, yet she found herself unable to resist and followed Chen Ping inside. Soon, Chen Ping led her to a boutique, selecting several suitable outfits. Gu Shui, who already appeared youthful and possessed an admirable figure, looked even more alluring in the clothes that accentuated her curves. While Lin Yanran was beautiful, she paled in comparison to the mature allure of Gu Shui. Chen Ping instructed that Gu Shui could keep on the qipao she was wearing. The high slit revealed her long, enticing legs, stirring a sense of desire within him. Sir, the total comes to 187,060. The sales attendant approached with a smile. So expensive? Chen Ping, this is too much. I can't accept it. Gu Shui felt overwhelmed. After years of raising Lin Yanran alone, it was the first time a man had treated her so well. Chen Ping merely smiled and replied, "What is expensive? If you look good in it, then it's worth every penny. Use my card." He casually handed over his bank card, exuding an air of nonchalance. Watching his effortless gesture, Gu Shui's gaze became somewhat dazed. Could it be that this young man was genuinely not merely seeking to provoke her daughter? Chapter 8. The happiness of being valued very well. Sir, here is your bank card. Wishing you a pleasant shopping experience. The saleswoman, encountering such a distinguished customer for the first time, returned the card with a sweet smile. With great respect, they escorted the two individuals to the entrance. Chen Ping, these garments are truly extravagant. Why have you purchased so many? Gu Shui furrowed her brow, feeling a flush of embarrassment as Chen Ping wrapped his arm around her waist in the presence of so many onlookers. Despite her beauty and youthful appearance, Gu Shui harbored a sense of inferiority due to her limited education. Chen Ping, sensing her delicate figure, smiled gently and playfully patted her backside, saying, "What are you talking about? If you accompany me well tonight, you will have no reason to feel undeserving." Gu Shui was taken aback, not expecting Chen Ping to not only embrace her waist, but also to pat her, prompting an involuntary gasp. She quickly glanced around and said, "Chen Ping, this is not suitable. You are so young, still a university student with excellent grades, and your family is wealthy. You cannot act like this, do you understand?" Chen Ping, however, halted his steps, taking Gu Shui's hand in his. "Gu Shui, I understand that it may be difficult for you to accept this affection at first, but it is of no consequence. I believe that love can be cultivated gradually." He paused momentarily before continuing with a smile. "From now on, do not mention your age in my presence. With your complexion and appearance, one could easily mistake you for Lin Yanran's elder sister, don't you think? I am quite fond of your type." Gu Shui frowned, recalling instances when she and Lin Yanran were out shopping and passers-by mistook them for sisters. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that Chen Ping's actions were not born from genuine affection. After all, a young man who was both wealthy and handsome could hardly be interested in someone like her, an older woman. "Let us go inside and buy some shoes. Afterwards, I will help you style your hair. There are cosmetics to purchase as well," Chen Ping urged, leading Gu Shui into an upscale women's shoe store. Gu Shui was left utterly astonished as Chen Ping spent tens of thousands on her. Once they exited the mall, Chen Ping scrutinized Gu Shui and, with a satisfied smile, declared, "You look splendid, truly splendid. Gu Shui, I have come to realize that you are the most beautiful, far surpassing your daughter." Gu Shui felt an unexpected warmth spread through her at the compliment from this charming young man. It was the first time in many years that a man had shown her such care, and the lavish gifts he offered raised the question of whether he genuinely liked her. In that moment, everything felt surreal, akin to a dream. "Let us place these items in the car's trunk, and then we shall dine at that restaurant over there, which has a lovely ambience and exquisite decor," Chen Ping suggested with a smile as he carried their belongings toward the vehicle. However, after securing the items, Gu Shui voiced her unease. "Chen Ping, is it possible that you are pursuing Lin Yanran, and since she does not reciprocate your feelings, you wish to provoke her?" With a sigh, she continued, "I have heard Gu Shui mention you, stating that you have bought her many things. I know you are a good person, kind to her, but she does not favor you. Her heart belongs to that rogue. No matter how I advise her, she refuses to listen." Filled with helplessness, Gu Shui looked at Chen Ping and said, "Our family circumstances are not favorable, and Yanran, coming from a single-parent household, is indeed unworthy of you. Since she does not like you, perhaps you should come to terms with it, understand?" She firmly believed her assumptions were correct. Chen Ping must be intentionally trying to irritate Lin Yanran. However, she reasoned that he could not possibly seek her as a romantic partner, given her status as Lin Yanran's mother and the age disparity. To her surprise, Chen Ping grinned widely and replied, "You are absolutely right. She is indeed unworthy of me, which is why I care not at all. Do you comprehend?" After a brief pause, he added, "In this world, there is only one woman deserving of me, and that is you. Gu Shui, do you understand?" But Gu Shui was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. How could this boy not grasp the improbability of his words? Chen Ping chuckled softly. Gu Shui, I am drawn to women like you. Mature, understanding, and intellectually refined. With an alluring figure. Truth be told, I have observed you in secret for some time. You simply did not realize it. My feelings for you are genuine. Not merely to provoke your daughter. I hope you can believe me. But am I truly that appealing? Gu Shui bit her alluring red lip, looking down. Clearly lacking in self-confidence. Chen Ping took her outside the mall and pointed to their reflection in a nearby glass. Look at yourself. Your figure is stunning. Your legs long and shapely, and your beauty is beyond reproach. Do have a bit more confidence. I genuinely care for you. Gu Shui examined the reflection more closely for the first time, recognizing that the woman in the glass was indeed quite beautiful. She realized she had encountered a man who truly appreciated her, albeit he may still be a boy. Nevertheless, the feeling of being admired filled her heart with joy. For so many years, she had been preoccupied with earning a living and caring for Lin Yanran, striving to provide her daughter with a better life. In doing so, she had neglected to care for herself, rarely taking the time to appreciate her own worth. It dawned on her that, after dressing up, she too could be a resplendent rose. Chen Ping, thank you. Regardless of your intentions, I will likely never forget what you have done for me today. You have made me feel cherished and valued. Gu Shui expressed her gratitude, gazing at Chen Ping with sincere appreciation. Come now, dear, let us dine together. I will treat you to something delicious, Chen Ping said with a smile, taking Gu Shui's hand as they entered an elegantly decorated restaurant. Oh my, is that you? Young Master Chen? The restaurant owner, a middle-aged beauty, approached them with a warm smile upon seeing Chen Ping. Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. Please find us a nice table. By the way, this is my girlfriend, Gu Shui. Ah, young Master Chen has found a girlfriend. Your girlfriend possesses a remarkable figure. She appears both graceful and gentle, beautiful and generous, simply exquisite. The owner exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before showering Gu Shui with compliments. Gu Shui's cheeks flushed crimson as her heart began to waver. Could it be that Chen Ping truly liked her? If his intentions were merely to provoke Lin Yanran, he would not introduce her in such a manner. After all, he was the sole heir of Jiangcheng's wealth. Wouldn't he fear the implications of such news spreading? Right this way, please. We have a lovely private room that overlooks the scenery. You truly are a perfect match, the owner said, leading them to a secluded room. Gu Shui, who looked much younger than her years, appeared to be only a few years older than Chen Ping. So the owner naturally assumed he had chosen an elegant older woman, unaware of the significant age difference between them. In the private room, Gu Shui felt a wave of shyness wash over her as she and Chen Ping settled in and ordered an array of dishes. It was her first experience dining in such a fine establishment, and the atmosphere made her feel a bit anxious. Meanwhile, Chen Ping sat beside her, serving her dishes while admiring her beauty. The woman appears to be increasingly beautiful. Chen Xiao, you should eat your vegetables and not keep staring at me. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Gu Shui immediately served Chen Ping a bit of food and gently reminded him. It was then that Chen Ping realized he had been lost in thought. Coming back to his senses, he smiled slightly and said, "There's no helping it. My girlfriend is simply too beautiful. I forgot to eat. By the way, call me Chen Ping, not Chen Xiao. Otherwise, I might get upset." Gu Shui responded, feeling delighted inside, and couldn't help but ask, "Am I really that beautiful?" "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder," Chen Ping replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Shui felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Meanwhile, in a cafe, Qin Hao and Lin Yanran sat with displeased expressions. Qin Hao had changed into a new outfit, still seething with anger over the earlier incident. "That scoundrel Chen Ping made me drink urine. I've never been so humiliated. If it weren't for his 2 bodyguards, I would have wanted to kill him." Lin Yanran sighed and remarked, "What was Chen Ping thinking today? How could he disrespect me like that? Humph. Next time he won't be spared from begging for my forgiveness. I will not forgive him." She then looked at Qin Hao with concern. "Qin Hao, I'm sorry. He must have been jealous seeing me with you. Don't worry, tomorrow when he cools down, he will definitely come to ask for my forgiveness." After some thought, Qin Hao's tone softened considerably as he comforted Lin Yanran. "Yanran, I don't mind my embarrassment too much. What matters is that it's your birthday. Chen Ping embarrassed you as well. If he doesn't give you $1 million as an apology gift next time, don't forgive him, all right?" Lin Yanran nodded and smiled. "Okay, I will listen to you." Then, she seemed to recall something and said, "Wait a minute. How did he know her name is Gu Shui?" Qin Hao was momentarily stunned and casually replied, "Oh, you mean that cleaning lady? It's simple. Her name is written on her badge." Lin Yanran responded, "But that bouquet was pre-ordered, and it did indeed have Gu Shui's name on it. He has never seen her before. Why is that?" Soon, Lin Yanran's heart filled with a terrifying thought. and she stood up in fear. Qin Hao, that bastard Chen Ping must have secretly sent someone to follow and investigate me. He must be planning revenge. He wouldn't do anything to Gu Shui, would he? He took her away and said he wants her to be his girlfriend for 2 months. What should we do? Qin Hao chuckled. Come on, she's just a distant relative of yours, right? Let him take her, even if he brings her to a hotel tonight. It's none of your business. That guy has quite a peculiar taste for older women. Lin Yanran bit her lip, frowning anxiously. Qin Hao, others don't know that my family is actually poor, but you do. I come from a single-parent family, and Gu Shui isn't a distant relative. She is my mother. At this, she paused before continuing. If Chen Ping investigated beforehand and knows she is my mother, what if he takes her to a hotel? What? That cleaning lady is your mother? Qin Hao was instantly dumbfounded and slapped his thigh. What the hell? Why didn't you say so earlier? That bastard must have seen us being close and got jealous, wanting to take revenge on us. If he actually sleeps with your mother, then I'll have to call him dad in the future. That scoundrel, I never expected him to be so malicious. How could I say it? Tan Xiao and the others were right there. How could I let them know my mother works as a cleaner? That is so humiliating. Lin Yanran panicked. Oh my goodness. Qin Hao, what should we do? I don't want to call him dad. If that happens, I'll be utterly ashamed. I might as well die. Of course. I don't want that either. Qin Hao clenched his fists, his face darkening, although the lighting was dim. I thought that lady had a nice figure and didn't he look old? I didn't take a closer look, but I never expected she would be your mother. After a moment, he added, you're right. The bouquet was pre-ordered. If Chen Ping hadn't seen your mother before, he must have sent someone to investigate your family. It's too coincidental otherwise. Lin Yanran's eyes filled with malice. Well, Chen Ping, you seem so innocent, being called by me like a servant. I never expected you to be so cunning, planning to use my mother for revenge. It's truly despicable. Perhaps it was because Chen Ping had previously treated her too well. The thought of him being with another woman made her feel quite displeased. Chen Ping could only be her Lin Yanran's loyal admirer. How could he like someone else? As night fell, Chen Ping had Gu Shui drink quite a bit. With the alcohol warming her cheeks, her fair complexion appeared even more alluring, exuding an undeniable femininity. It was evident that Gu Shui was feeling a little tipsy. Although not entirely drunk, she was certainly a bit dazed. Beautiful lady, let us go. It's time for us to head to the hotel. Chen Ping supported Gu Shui and wrapped his arm around her as they made their way outside. After settling the bill, Chen Ping glanced at the nearby hotel with a slight smile and proceeded to walk toward it with Gu Shui. Gu Shui rubbed her temples, her heart racing. Chen Ping, what are you doing? I can't go to the hotel with you. Oh, we're adults now. You should understand. I spent so much money on you today. Don't you want to give me something in return? Chen Ping smiled slightly, his gaze lingering on her décolletage, unable to suppress a gulp. The femininity Gu Shui exuded was something Lin Yanran could never match. Gu Shui was already beautiful, and after his careful grooming, she was simply a stunning enchantress. Tonight, he was determined to win over this exquisite woman. After securing her affection, her heart would gradually lean towards him, and he would become a dual summoner in the apocalypse. An extraordinary entity in a world of chaos. Only then could he protect Gu Shui, his parents, and his sister. Chen Ping, you can't do this. Don't you like Yanran? This isn't right between us. Gu Shui pleaded, her eyes slightly hazy. Chen Ping, holding her waist, continued toward the hotel entrance. Don't worry, Gu Shui, I'm a novice at this too. You won't suffer any loss. I genuinely love you, and I will cherish you tonight. After all these years without a man's touch, don't you have any thoughts on this? Chapter 10, A Ridiculous Dilemma. Chen Ping, you can't do this. Isn't Yanran the one you like? We can't be like this. Although Gu Shui felt a bit dizzy, she was very clear in her heart. This was the first time she met Chen Ping. She didn't really believe in love at first sight. She believed in the gradual development of feelings. If feelings don't develop over time, it simply means there hasn't been enough time. As Chen Ping assisted Gu Shui, he walked toward the hotel entrance. Gu Shui, in my heart, Yanran is a demon, and you are an angel. I prefer you, this angel. As for Yanran, I currently have no feelings for her at all. Rest assured, I will treat you well. Chen Ping's sweet words stirred a ripple of emotions within Gu Shui's heart. Over the years, although several men had attempted to make advances towards her, she had swiftly sent them packing, for they merely coveted her physical beauty. Strangely enough, Chen Ping evoked a sense of sincerity in her. When he gazed at her, his eyes held a depth of affection and purity, reminiscent of longtime lovers. His gentle voice brought a sweetness to her heart, rendering her less averse to him. Soon, Chen Ping wrapped his arms around Gu Shui and approached the front desk. Please book a room for us. The bigger the bed, the better, he said, presenting his bank card with a slight smile. Certainly, the front desk attendant. Upon glancing at Chen Ping, was taken aback. Goodness, isn't that Chen Xiao? This hotel belongs to his family. Why is he bringing a woman to book a room? Chen Xiao was supposed to be in his 3rd year of university. Although it was summer vacation, he still had a year left until graduation. That, however, was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that Chen Xiao was rumored to be pursuing their school's belle, known as the ultimate admirer. Yet, the woman before him appeared tipsy, with an alluring figure and an impressive bosom, exuding maturity and femininity, her hair styled in glamorous waves, leaving a stunning impression. This woman was clearly not a typical schoolgirl. The front desk attendant quickly prepared the room for Chen Ping and respectfully handed him the room key. After Chen Ping left with Aunt Shui, she couldn't help but murmur, "My goodness, this is quite a revelation. This wealthy heir certainly indulges in extravagance. On the surface, he's a studious good boy, a devoted admirer of the school belle, and is rumored to be single. Yet, behind the scenes, he is bringing a charming older woman to book a room. If the school belle knew about this, I wonder what her expression would be. This woman has managed to catch Chen Xiao's attention. She must have struck gold in life. Even if Chen Xiao is merely toying with her, she stands to gain immensely." The attendant, as she spoke, felt a tinge of envy, for the attire of the woman earlier was evidently expensive. Chen Ping, embracing Gu Shui, soon entered the room. After closing the door, he gazed at Gu Shui's figure and swallowed hard once more. Gu Shui was adorned in a high-slit qipao, her enticing long legs incredibly seductive. This stirred a flame within Chen Ping, who had never been with a woman in either of his lives. "Shui, you are truly beautiful," he exclaimed, his breath becoming slightly hurried. 2 hours prior, at the Chun residence, Chun Tianhao and Bai Ruolin summoned Wang Meng before them. "Wang Meng, what did the 4th young master do today? Was that flower really intended for Lin Yanran?" Chun Tianhao inquired, his head throbbing at the thought of Chen Ping. They had investigated Lin Yanran and deemed her untrustworthy. Her family background was poor, and she seemed to view her daughter as an easy target, purely aiming for Chen Ping's wealth. Unfortunately, Chen Ping appeared infatuated with this woman, leaving them at a loss. Earlier that day, Chen Ping had referred to Lin Yanran as a shameless person, claiming he had someone he liked. Whether that was true remained uncertain. If only their son had awakened to a noble young lady instead, that would have been preferable. After all, it was better than a woman like Lin Yanran, who was known to frequent nightclubs with her friends. Wang Meng frowned slightly before responding with a peculiar expression, "Head of the family. The young master has indeed been acting unusually today. The flowers were not sent to Lin Yanran, but to another woman, named Gu Shui." "Gu Shui?" Chun Tianhao and Bai Ruolin exchanged glances, relieved that it wasn't for Lin Yanran. Bai Ruolin pondered for a moment before asking, "Tianhao, which family does this Gu Shui belong to? Do you know?" Chun Tianhao shook his head. "Among the noble ladies I know, none are named Gu Shui." After a moment's thought, he turned to Wang Meng and inquired, "Who is this Gu Shui? What does she do? You must know something, having accompanied the young master." Wang Meng could only respond, "Gu Shui works as a cleaning lady at Tianlong Bar. She is a distant relative of Lin Yanran's mother, head of the family. The situation is such that we followed the young master to the bar, as it was Lin Yanran's 20th birthday." Once Wang Meng recounted the details, both Chun Tianhao and Bai Ruolin were left dumbfounded, doubting whether they had misheard. Although they felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Chen Ping stand up to Lin Yanran, the notion that he left with a cleaning lady and intended for her to be his girlfriend for at least 2 months seemed absurd. Chun Tianhao's lips twitched in irritation as he addressed Wang Meng. "Wang Meng, are you certain of your words? If you are deceiving me, you know the consequences." Wang Meng raised his hand in a gesture of sincerity. "Head of the family, I assure you, it is the truth. If you do not believe me, you can summon Li Hu and ask him. He was present as well. This prodigal son is truly trying to drive me to madness." Chun Tianhao seethed, clenching his fist and collapsing onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Is he seeking to disgrace the Chen family? First, he pines after a superficial girl, and now he pursues a cleaning lady. What is he thinking?" Bai Ruolin, equally exasperated, had never felt this angry before. "It is indeed infuriating. How can he be interested in such a cleaning lady? This is simply illogical. If he does not like Lin Yanran, he could find any young woman on the street. What is he doing?" Wang Meng contemplated for a moment before addressing Chun Tianhao, head of the family. "Actually, this Gu Shui does not appear old. Her figure is commendable, and her skin is fair. She seems mature, but does not look significantly older." Chun Tianhao, at a loss for words, retorted, "What use is appearance? She may be many years his senior and still a cleaning lady at a bar. If this gets out, we will be the laughingstock." Clenching his fist, he angrily declared, "This prodigal son, I introduced him to the Xie family's young lady, whom he disregarded despite their childhood bond. Xie Xiaowai is also quite lovely and accomplished in multiple arts. Yet, he overlooks her only to pursue Lin Yanran, and now he is after a cleaning lady. This is enough to drive me insane. Chapter 11. It should not be Chen Ping by Rulin. Equally speechless, reflected for a moment before addressing Chen Tianhao. Wait, Tianhao? Our Chen Ping was so infatuated with Lin Yanran before. We disapproved of his feelings, and he even threatened to go to great lengths for her. How could he suddenly lose interest in her, and instead be drawn to a cleaning lady named Gu Shui? Chen Tianhao was taken aback, realizing, indeed, this is the first time he has met this woman. It is unlikely that he would suddenly develop feelings for her. After all, in their minds. Even if Chen Ping ended up with Lin Yanran, who was materialistic, it was of little consequence given their family's wealth. However, if Chen Ping were to be with an older woman, it would bring great shame to their family. If this news were to spread, people might think that their son is unable to find a suitable partner. Thus, Chen Tianhao and Bai Rulin would prefer that Chen Ping's affections were directed towards Lin Yanran than towards any housekeeper. Bai Rulin clapped her hands in realization, exclaiming, I understand now. Chen Ping must have had an awakening. Awakening? What do you mean? Chen Tianhao asked, bewildered. Bai Rulin continued. Lin Yanran is clearly just using our son to foot the bill. Now that the gathering is nearly over, she only allows Chen Ping to approach her, which must have infuriated him. This is merely a form of protest to irritate Lin Yanran. Otherwise, would he truly be interested in a woman he has just met? Chen Tianhao nodded in agreement. That seems reasonable. Unexpectedly, Wang Ming interjected, Master, but I observed that the young master seemed genuinely fond of Gu Shui. It didn't appear to be an act nor a means of provoking anyone. Wang Ming paused for a moment before adding, I suspect this isn't the first time he has encountered her. After all, the card accompanying the gift was addressed to Gu Shui. It's plausible that he has long harbored feelings for her. Moreover, when he left, he had his arm around her waist. Suddenly, Wang Ming recalled something, exclaiming, By the way, the young master mentioned that over the past 2 months, not only did he want her to be his girlfriend, but he also insisted that she must comply with his wishes. Do you think he might have actually taken her to a hotel? The couple, who had initially breathed a sigh of relief, were nearly driven to apoplexy by Wang Ming's words. Bai Rulin, feeling embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. Wang Ming, you are being overly dramatic. Even if Chen Ping truly likes her, surely he wouldn't be so hasty. Wang Ming, glancing sideways, murmured, that may not be the case. I noticed the young master staring at her chest and her posterior. He likely has intentions. Furthermore, at 21 years of age, having never been with a woman, he is at the peak of youthful desire, and he might not be able to contain himself. Chen Tianhao shot Wang Ming a disapproving glare. Get out. My son would not do such a thing. Although Chen Ping may be somewhat blind to certain things, he is academically outstanding. Even if he were to pursue a woman, he would not rush to a hotel on the first day. He is not the kind of person to act so recklessly. He would want to develop a relationship first. Bai Rulin shared the sentiment, believing Wang Ming's assertions to be exaggerated. She addressed him, Wang Ming, stop speculating. I know my own son well. If he has given her 2 months, it is surely to slowly cultivate feelings and pursue her. Yes, perhaps I was overthinking it. I will take my leave, Wang Ming said, startled, and quickly exited. Once Wang Ming had left, Chen Tianhao turned to Bai Rulin. Dear, when Chen Ping returns, we must educate him properly. He absolutely cannot be with Gu Shui. The age difference is simply unacceptable. Bai Rulin agreed. Indeed, at that age, she must surely be married. How could he? After a while, a stylishly dressed young woman entered. It was Chen Ping's second sister, Chen Sisi, a moderately famous actress. After sitting down and pouring herself a cup of tea, she noticed the worried expressions on Chen Tianhao and Bai Rulin's faces, frowning. Mom and Dad? Why do you both look so glum? Before they could respond, Chen Sisi smiled. Could it be that our fourth brother, Chen Ping, has once again vexed you? Bai Rulin rolled her eyes. Who else could it be? If only he were as easygoing as you three, it would be wonderful. Sigh, he is truly infuriating. By the way, where is he? Has he gone off to seek Lin Yanran again? Chen Sisi chuckled. While I was on the road earlier, I saw a figure resembling Chen Ping, supporting a woman with tousled hair into a hotel. She seemed a bit intoxicated. As she spoke, Chen Sisi paused before continuing. To be honest, when I first saw that figure, I genuinely thought it was Chen Ping, but the woman next to him was noticeably taller than Lin Yanran, with an excellent figure, wearing a high-slit cheongsam. She was quite the sight, but she could not possibly be Lin Yanran, so the man must not be Chen Ping. Bai Rulin and Chen Tianhao exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Sisi, that man is indeed Chen Ping. Bai Rulin clenched her fist, feeling utterly speechless. Chen Sisi's expression was one of disbelief as she stood up, her eyes widening. Mom, that can't be true. Chen Ping said he wouldn't marry anyone other than Lin Yanran. How could this be? He is so fond of Lin Yanran. How could he possibly be with another woman? Chen Tianhao's face darkened. That boy today seems to have lost his mind. He called Lin Yanran a shameless woman and spoke about some impending apocalypse, urging us to prepare cold weapons and silenced sniper rifles. This afternoon, he went after a woman named Gu Shui, a mere bar cleaner. Chen Sisi was perplexed, questioning her brother's choices. Has he really abandoned his feelings for Lin Yanran? And is he pursuing a housekeeper? Is this real? What was all that talk about an impending apocalypse? After contemplating for a moment, Chen Sisi speculated, Dad, do you think Chen Ping has developed some sort of mental issue after his prolonged pursuit of Lin Yanran without receiving a positive response? Also, could you clarify what happened previously? Chen Tianhao then recounted everything he knew to Chen Sisi. After hearing this, Chen Sisi was astonished. Could it be that Chen Ping actually spent over 60,000 to have that woman pretend to be his girlfriend for 2 months? Is he attempting to provoke Lin Yanran by pursuing her distant relative? Bai Ruolin anxiously interjected, but even if he is trying to provoke her, he doesn't need to go to a hotel. If this gets out, where will our Chen family save face? Chapter 12. You should save it for someone else. Chen Tianhao paced back and forth, his face filled with rage. This unfilial son is truly determined to disgrace the Chen family. If this leaks, we will become the laughingstock of all the prominent families. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Chen Sisi. Sisi, when exactly did you see them heading to the hotel? How long ago was it? Chen Sisi replied, It was probably just about 10 minutes ago, at Tianyu Hotel. 10 minutes? It might still be possible to intervene. Chen Tianhao's eyes lit up as he quickly took out his phone, calling Chen Ping while muttering, if they haven't gotten to the main event yet, if I call now, I can get him to come out. However, after a few rings, the call was abruptly ended by Chen Ping. Oh no, this brat dares to hang up on my call. Chen Tianhao was so furious he nearly threw his phone. Dear, the Tianyu Hotel isn't too far from here. If we drive over now, we might still make it in time. Since he isn't answering your call, it seems he truly intends to go through with it. Bai Ruolin suggested after a moment's thought. I'm heading over now. That little rascal is really infuriating me. Chen Tianhao exclaimed in a rush. Dad, let's all wear masks. Chen Sisi suggested as she trailed behind the couple. It feels like we're sneaking around. If someone recognizes us or takes a picture, it would be embarrassing. At that moment, Chen Ping, holding Gu Shui, felt his breathing quicken. Chen Ping, what are you trying to do? No. Gu Shui, cornered by Chen Ping, was slightly tipsy and her thoughts were in disarray. Yet, she was acutely aware that this young man was likely seeking revenge against her daughter, Lin Yanran. Otherwise, how could such a wealthy young heir possibly be interested in a woman like her? Gu Shui found it hard to believe that Chen Ping could have feelings for her. Despite feeling that his gaze was sincere and appreciating his kindness and showering her with gifts, her rational mind warned her that he was probably just playing with her emotions. And it would be normal for him to turn cold the next day, even if she didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. She did not want to become a pawn in his vendetta against Lin Yanran. Moreover, what if Chen Ping regretted his feelings and returned to pursue Lin Yanran? How would she face that? With these thoughts, Gu Shui felt her alcohol-induced haze lift considerably and forcefully pushed Chen Ping away. No, you mustn't act recklessly. Chen Ping, after being pushed back, smiled faintly and stepped forward again, embracing Gu Shui. My dear, I truly like you. Let me take care of you from now on. Please believe me, my feelings are genuine. I will treat you well. No, Chen Ping, our status differences are too great. I am merely an uneducated cleaning lady. And you are the son of Jiangqing's wealthiest family. You cannot fall for someone like me. I know, you are just trying to make Lin Yanran jealous, right? Don't be angry. I will speak to Yanran when I return and persuade her to be with you, okay? As Gu Shui was held by Chen Ping, her heart raced. Her eyes filled with panic as she pleaded with him. However, Chen Ping's expression darkened. I hope you won't mention Lin Yanran in front of me again. I don't like her. I like you. Yet, Gu Shui wanted to say more. But, in the next moment, Chen Ping leaned in and kissed her on the lips. Gu Shui was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, feeling her mind go blank. Since becoming a widow, she had raised Lin Yanran alone and, having maintained her virtue, had not been touched by another man. Now, she was being kissed forcefully by a younger man. This was also Chen Ping's first kiss with a woman, and he felt a rush of intoxication. Gu Shui tilted her head back, wanting to break free. But she was cornered against the wall with no escape. Moreover, Chen Ping's arms around her neck provided no opportunity for her to get away. With a frown, Gu Shui could only make sounds of resistance. Unbeknownst to her, such sounds only intensified Chen Ping's urgency. Unable to restrain himself, after a moment of kissing, he moved his hand towards Gu Shui's thigh. Master Chen, this really cannot go on. Gu Shue's heart raced. After being kissed for a while, she felt her body weaken, as if she had no strength left. Furthermore, the masculine scent emanating from Chen Ping stirred a flicker of desire within her, as if she was anticipating something. Deep within her, however, a voice persistently warned her that this was unacceptable. If you don't know which way to go tomorrow, why not stay by my side and be my wife? Just then, Chen Ping's phone rang, interrupting the moment. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he stopped his actions, took a couple of steps back, and checked his phone. It was a call from his father, Chen Tianhao. He hesitated for a moment before hanging up, tossing the phone casually onto the nearby bed. He then turned to the frightened Gu Shue and smiled. Beautiful lady, I've given you my first kiss. You've struck gold. You must take responsibility for me from now on, all right? As he spoke, Chen Ping's gaze wandered to her chest, and he smirked mischievously. Gu Shue, you shall forever be Chen Ping's woman. Let me protect you, and no one will dare bully you. I may have given you my first kiss, but that is not enough. I still wish to offer you my most precious possession. Gu Shue was at a loss for words, her face a picture of grievance as she looked at Chen Ping. Young Master Chen, you clearly forced that kiss on me. I didn't want your first kiss. How can you do this to me? After a pause, she added, and as for that most precious possession of yours, I don't want it. Please keep it for someone else. I beg you, let me go. Chapter 13. Do not fall for his tricks, no. You wish. Chen Ping replied with a playful smile. Women often say they don't want something, but deep down, they do. Stop pretending otherwise. He paused, then deliberately threatened Gu Shue. Besides, remember in the bar, you agreed to be my girlfriend for these 2 months. You must do as I say, isn't that right? Gu Shue furrowed her brow, looking quite embarrassed. Chen Ping understood that what she truly cared about was her ungrateful daughter, Lin Yanran. Unfortunately, it was only at the end that she realized Lin Yanran's and Chen Hao's true natures and how wicked they were. If Lin Yanran weren't Gu Shue's daughter, Chen Ping would have already sought an opportunity to dispose of her. However, he knew that it was not yet time. First, this was still a lawful society. Only after the apocalypse would everything begin to change. Second, if he were to kill Lin Yanran and Gu Shue found out, she would surely never forgive him. Therefore, he had to wait until the apocalypse arrived, allowing Gu Shue to see Lin Yanran and Chen Hao's true colors before finding an opportunity to eliminate her. That way, Gu Shue would not blame him. Moreover, with the time remaining until the apocalypse, Chen Ping had to seize the moment to win Gu Shue over. Ah, beautiful lady. I know Lin Yanran is your daughter. Chen Ping feigned a sigh. I did like her in the past and pursued her, but unfortunately, she never gave me a chance. It was only later that I began to notice you and realized you are far better than her. I no longer like Lin Yanran. I like you. He paused once more and added, I don't care whether you believe me or not. My feelings for you are genuine. If you do not fulfill my wishes today, that is not impossible. However, considering the money I have spent on your daughter over the years, it must add up to several million. I haven't calculated precisely, but it should be around 20 million. If you act as my girlfriend for these 2 months, I will write off that debt. As Chen Ping paused momentarily, he continued, otherwise, I will cease my pursuit of your daughter. However, the 20 million must be returned to me. You are aware that I am the son of the wealthiest man in Jiangqing. If your daughter refuses to repay, I have my ways. Although Chen Ping felt somewhat shameless for using such tactics to intimidate the other party, the memories of his past life, coupled with his experiences in a post-apocalyptic world, rendered him somewhat desensitized. In that grim reality, individuals resorted to selling their bodies for mere survival, and some altruistic souls, overwhelmed by compassion, led many to tragic ends. Thus, Chen Ping understood that without a ruthless disposition, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Presently, he needed to secure Gu Shue first, as this would grant him the means to endure in 2 months' time. Indeed, Lin Yanran was Gu Shue's Achilles heel. After hesitating and biting her red lips, she gradually approached Chen Ping. Standing before him, she stated, Mr. Chen, I can agree to your terms, but I hope you won't harm my daughter. Is that acceptable? A surge of joy surged within Chen Ping. Grasping Gu Shue's hand, he gazed at her with newfound tenderness. Rest assured, I genuinely love you. If that is the case, how could I possibly harm your daughter? Gu Shue nodded, seemingly resolute, and said to Chen Ping, I will be your girlfriend for 2 months. During this period, I will comply with your wishes, even if you desire my body. At this juncture, Gu Shue hesitated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and added, however, I have 2 requests. First, do not harm my daughter. Second, you must keep our prior encounter a secret. Can you promise me that? Chen Ping pulled Gu Shue closer, guiding her onto the bed, and playfully replied, Fear not, I will honor your requests. With that, he leaned in to kiss her. Gu Shue felt an inexplicable sensation as Chen Ping's lips touched her neck. Could it be that she was truly about to succumb to this young man? Chen Ping reveled in her intoxicating fragrance, his heart ablaze with desire. Just then, Gu Shue's phone rang, startling her. "I have a call," she exclaimed, hastily pushing Chen Ping away, her breath quickening. Chen Ping felt a twinge of disappointment, but paused his advances. Gu Shue rummaged through her bag and retrieved her phone. Discovering it was Lin Yanran calling, she glanced at Chen Ping, her brow furrowed. "It's Yanran. Should I step outside to answer?" Chen Ping smiled calmly. "It's fine to answer right here. Just tell her we are at a hotel, but do not disclose which one, understood?" "How can that be acceptable?" "Mr. Chen, we agreed that I would be your woman, and you cannot let anyone else know." Gu Shue looked at Chen Ping, her expression pleading. He chuckled. "As long as you don't admit it, you can claim we each have our own room at the hotel. How simple is that? Why are you being so naive?" Chen Ping laughed as he spoke to her. Gu Shue, at a loss for words, pondered for a moment before answering the call. Meanwhile, Chen Ping stepped forward and pressed the speakerphone button. Gu Shue turned crimson, casting an exasperated glare at him. "Mom, where are you? Are you okay? Where did that scoundrel take you?" Lin Yanran's angry voice came through the phone. "Indeed, Auntie, Chen Ping is not a good person. He is surely after you. You must find a way to return swiftly and not fall for his tricks," came Chen Hao's anxious voice in the background. "I'm fine. We just had a bit to drink. Don't worry, I'm just out shopping." Gu Shue glanced at Chen Ping before stammering into the phone. Clearly, she was not adept at lying, her words faltering. "Shopping? Is that truly the case? It sounds rather quiet on your end." Lin Yanran furrowed her brow, suspicion evident. Just then, Gu Shue could not suppress a gasp. Chen Ping, from behind her, playfully smacked her backside, and the sensation was undeniably delightful. Lin Yanran yelped in shock, her face turning crimson. It was evident that the conversation would lead to misunderstandings. "Mom, what are you doing? I heard everything. You're lying to me." Lin Yanran exclaimed in outrage. "How could you do this? You know Chen Ping is pursuing me. He is the son of Jiangqing's wealthiest family. He cannot possibly be interested in you. He must be seeking revenge to provoke me. You cannot be so foolish." Gu Shue felt utterly speechless, realizing she had been misunderstood. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Yanran, what are you thinking? There's nothing going on. What did you hear? You uttered some strange sounds earlier and claimed there's nothing happening?" "I heard you," Lin Yanran retorted, her fists clenched. Chen Ping, indeed, had been excessively bold in taking advantage of her mother. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yanran's phone was also on speaker, and the unexpected sound had stirred Chen Hao's imagination. "Oh dear, this is a misunderstanding, Yanran. How could I possibly have an affair with Mr. Chen? He is enamored with you, having spent so much on flowers and gifts. He could never be interested in an older woman like me." Gu Shue quickly fabricated a story. "I stumbled while walking and was distracted chatting with you. I tripped in my high heels." Chen Ping was taken aback, impressed by Gu Shue's quick wit in crafting a plausible excuse. Recognizing that she would not dare make any further sounds while on the call, Chen Ping felt a rush of triumph. He moved in closer, wrapping his arms around Gu Shue's waist, reveling in the moment. "Mom, what is happening over there?" Lin Yanran sensed something was amiss. "Nothing. Just a slight pain in my foot," Gu Shue hastily explained. Seizing the moment, Chen Ping became increasingly audacious, attempting to slip his hand beneath the slit of Gu Shue's Chong Sam. However, she caught his hand. Unfortunately for her, Chen Ping's strength far surpassed hers. "Mom, are you all right? Does your foot hurt?" Lin Yanran asked with concern. "Yes, it does hurt a bit. I'll visit a nearby clinic shortly. I must hang up now." Gu Shue fabricated an excuse and quickly ended the call. After Lin Yanran hung up the phone, she turned to Chen Hao beside her and said, "Chen Hao, perhaps we are overthinking this. My mother said that Chen Ping only took her shopping and treated her to a meal, and he didn't do anything inappropriate. She just sprained her ankle." Chen Hao looked at Lin Yanran with disbelief and replied, "Yanran, I believe your mother is deceiving you. Just now, that scoundrel Chen Ping might have been bullying your mother, and she probably doesn't want you to worry, which is why she lied to you." After saying this, Chen Hao clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. "That bastard, if I get the chance, I will make sure he pays for this." Lin Yanran quickly interjected. "Chen Hao, don't act recklessly. The Chen family is powerful. If you were to harm Chen Ping and his father found out, even 10 of your lives wouldn't be enough to atone for it." Chen Hao felt a bit speechless. It was rare for him to feel so powerless. Nonetheless, he remained convinced that Chen Ping had indeed bullied her mother. The sound was clearly suspicious. He was resolute in his belief, having seen many videos and knowing several teachers who had similar stories. The thought of this made him quite displeased. Chen Ping was merely a sycophant around Lin Yanran, seeking to exploit her for financial gain. He did not wish for such a worthless individual to have authority over him. If he were to marry Lin Yanran, and Chen Ping ended up with Gu Shui, would he then have to call Chen Ping dad? That seemed impossible. His mother had always treated him best, so she wouldn't deceive him. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yanran chose to trust Gu Shui. Impossible? It must be true, otherwise he wouldn't have been so eager to hang up on you. Qin Hao was very certain. After some thought, he suggested to Lin Yanran, if you don't believe me, why not give her a video call and see if she dares to show her face? Lin Yanran resolutely replied, I'll call her. Soon, she initiated a video call to Gu Shui. Chen Ping, how could you act like that just now? What if Yanran misunderstood? Gu Shui complained to Chen Ping after hanging up the call. Hey, beautiful, I just thought it was amusing. Who told you to make a sound? If you hadn't made a sound, it wouldn't have been an issue. Chen Ping chuckled, leaving Gu Shui momentarily speechless. Well, now that we are undisturbed, shouldn't we attend to more serious matters? Chen Ping smiled again, drawing Gu Shui closer, and remarked, Beautiful, your figure is incredible. It is simply exquisite. Everything is perfectly proportioned. Indeed, Gu Shui had never put much effort into her appearance before. In his past life, Chen Ping had always found her quite alluring. Today, after dressing her up, her figure and looks were truly stunning, exuding a mature femininity that no young girl like Lin Yanran could possess. Furthermore, Gu Shui's physique belied the fact that she had given birth. Wait, I think I should take a shower first. Gu Shui's heart raced as she was embraced by Chen Ping. This exhilarating sensation was something she had not felt in many years. She understood that escaping from this evening was likely impossible. Chen Ping's kindness and the money he had spent on her touched her heart, as it had been a long time since a man had cared for her so deeply. As long as Chen Ping kept the events of the night confidential, she could simply accompany him for 2 months. Previously, Lin Yanran had spent a considerable sum on Chen Ping, though Gu Shui was unaware of the exact amount. Hearing Chen Ping's earlier comment shocked her. She hadn't realized he had invested so much in Lin Yanran, who did not reciprocate his feelings. This made Gu Shui feel that her daughter owed Chen Ping a significant debt. For the next 2 months, she would consider it a means of repaying her daughter's obligation. How about we shower together? It's rather dull to wash alone. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes lit up, and he refused to let go of the voluptuous Gu Shui. Chapter 15, You go shower first. No, that is not appropriate. Gu Shui's face flushed red, her heart racing even faster. Although she had decided to surrender herself to Chen Ping that night, the idea of showering together still made her feel bashful. Moreover, being held by Chen Ping made her exceedingly nervous. The rapid heartbeat was something she had long forgotten. I'll wash first, and you can go afterward. We have plenty of time. Do you really think I would run away? Gu Shui turned to Chen Ping, her tone laced with a hint of pleading and playfulness. However, Chen Ping, still holding on to Gu Shui, had no intention of letting go. Reflecting on past experiences, he could not resist kissing Gu Shui once more. Gu Shui was taken aback by Chen Ping's sudden kiss. The unexpected assault left her flustered. This young man had a knack for startling her. Just then, Gu Shui's phone, left on the bed, rang again. Chen Ping released Gu Shui and glanced at the phone. Gu Shui's face turned pale as she exclaimed, What should we do? It's Yanran calling via WeChat video. What if she doesn't believe me, and that's why she is calling? Seeing Gu Shui's anxious expression, Chen Ping smirked and said, That is simple. First, you answer the video call and let her see us being intimate. Then tell her you found a new father for her. After a pause, he added, Secondly, just turn off the phone, so she won't keep bothering you. We can enjoy our time together, and tomorrow when you return, just tell her your phone was dead last night. As expected, Gu Shui did not choose the first option. After a brief hesitation, she promptly turned off her phone. Excellent, my dear. It seems you are ready for our night together. Chen Ping remarked with a mischievous smile upon seeing Gu Shui hang up. Chen Xiao, please don't tell Yanran about our relationship. I know I am not worthy of you, and you would never marry a woman like me. However, if you only desire me for your own pleasure, I am willing to be your mistress for these 2 months. I hope you will spare Yanran and refrain from seeking revenge or harming her, all right? Gu Shui looked at Chen Ping earnestly. Hearing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of self-mockery in his smile. Beautiful. Do you think I merely want to toy with you to provoke your daughter? What do you take me for? Your daughter and that Chen Hao are indeed bothersome. But my feelings for you are sincere. I wish to take responsibility for you, not just play around. Do you understand? Gu Shui bit her red lip and couldn't help but say, But I am older than you, and I have given birth. You are so young, so handsome, and so wealthy. We are from 2 different worlds. I truly do not understand what you like about me. Chen Ping stepped forward and firmly wrapped his arms around Gu Shui's waist. I admire your gentleness and kindness, and I appreciate the care you show me. When everyone else abandoned me and left me to die, you selflessly saved me and took care of me. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Gu Shui furrowed her brows slightly. Chen Xiao, I find it hard to comprehend what you are saying. I do not understand your meaning. Chen Ping gazed at Gu Shui with utmost seriousness. Gu Shui, in less than 2 months, the apocalypse will descend upon the continent, and monstrous beasts will invade, bringing about humanity's doom. Everyone will be fighting for survival. In my previous life, you treated me with such kindness, enduring injuries for my sake. I believe you developed feelings for me too, but we ultimately could not be together. Now that I have been reborn, I hope you can trust me. I truly love you, and this time, I will protect you and my family. At this point, Chen Ping paused before continuing. What I am saying may sound absurd to you now, but it is the truth. The mention of the apocalypse and the invasion of monstrous beasts left Gu Shui's expression utterly captivating, her mind buzzing with disbelief. Can you believe me? Chen Ping looked at Gu Shui, his eyes filled with anticipation. After all, only if Gu Shui gradually believed him would she come to understand the nature of her daughter and Qin Hao, realizing they were indeed beasts. After a moment of silence, Gu Shui finally replied, although I occasionally read novels, I still find it hard to believe what you are saying. It feels too outrageous. Chen Ping sighed, walked to the edge of the bed, sat down, and bitterly smiled. Indeed, I know it is difficult for you to believe at first, but I will slowly prove it to you. Chen Ping then looked at Gu Shui and said, you should go take a shower. I will wait for you. Since you do not wish to bathe with me, I will not force you. Seeing that Chen Ping did not pressure her to shower together, Gu Shui felt a sense of relief. Regardless of whether Chen Ping's words were true, she could sense that this man might genuinely have feelings for her. And he even claimed he would protect her. Chen Ping's previous words warmed her heart. All right, then wait for me. Gu Shui smiled and took a towel to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Through the glass, Chen Ping could vaguely see Gu Shui's silhouette, once she had removed her clothing. Although the view was somewhat obscured, Chen Ping couldn't help but swallow hard, imagining her enchanting figure, his heart ablaze with desire. The thought that this exquisite woman would soon become his filled Chen Ping with excitement. However, he also felt a tinge of nervousness, as this was his first time and he lacked experience, fearing he might embarrass himself. As Gu Shui bathed, she too was filled with anxiety, never having thought that after so many years, she would find herself in such a situation with a younger man. What if this is an instance of an old cow eating young grass? But if I don't comply, it seems I won't be believed. How did I get entangled with such a young man? Yet, refusing him isn't an option either. He has spent so much money. Even young girls are willing to throw themselves at him. Gu Shui, what are you afraid of? Just close your eyes. It will be over quickly. It is only 2 months. Bear with it. Gu Shui continuously reassured herself. After a while, she wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out in her slippers. Chen Ping, it's your turn. She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Chapter 16. I intend to take responsibility for her. Wow, you look absolutely stunning. Chen Ping approached, gazing at Gu Shui's alluring form, swallowing hard once more. Having just dried her hair, Gu Shui's dark locks appeared slightly disheveled. Despite being wrapped in a towel, the ample cleavage was evident, and her snow-white thighs peeked from beneath, making Chen Ping yearn to push her down immediately. Chen Xiao, as a wealthy heir, what kind of woman haven't you seen? Please, do not mock me. Gu Shui, still feeling somewhat insecure, averted her gaze, too timid to look at Chen Ping. Chen Ping stepped closer, encircling her waist, squeezing her bottom gently, and kissed her red lips. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. This is my first time. You must teach me well, as I have little experience. With a mischievous smile, Chen Ping added, beautiful sister, please do not call me Chen Xiao. Just call me Chen Ping. Now, go wait for me on the bed. I will be there shortly. As Chen Ping reached the bathroom door, a few knocks echoed from outside. What is happening? Chen Ping frowned, feeling irritated at his unfortunate luck being interrupted yet again. Chen Ping, open the door. A loud voice startled Chen Ping, causing him to take a sharp breath. What should I do? Who is it? Gu Shui, equally frightened, hurriedly hid under the covers. In the next moment, the door swung open as someone used a room card to unlock it. Chen Tianhao, Bai Rulin, and Chen Cece barged in, accompanied by the hotel manager. However, to avoid being recognized, they all wore masks. Once the hotel manager opened the door, she quickly stepped aside. Chen Tianhao glanced at her and said, you may leave now. Today's events must not be leaked. Otherwise, 100,000 yuan will be deposited into your account as a hush fee. The manager nodded, assuring him, rest assured, Chairman, I will keep my mouth shut. She exited and closed the door behind her. You, who are you? How dare you barge into our room? Gu Shui, terrified, clutched her blanket tightly, feeling extremely anxious. These individuals possessed immense audacity, daring to intrude upon Chen Xiao's room. However, that woman had referred to the man as chairman. Was he the hotel owner? Even the owner shouldn't act so recklessly, right? Dad, Mom, second sister, what are you doing here? Chen Ping awkwardly smiled at the three family members standing before him. Feeling utterly speechless, it seemed that his first time might not happen today after all. The trio then removed their masks. Chen Sisi looked at the woman on the bed and turned to Bai Ruolin, saying, Mom, are you sure this woman is much older than Chen Ping? Is she Lin Yanran's mother? She looks to be only around 25 or 26. Gu Shui, trembling with fear, kept her head down, unsure of how to react. The three individuals before her were none other than Chen Ping's family. At that moment, she wished she could find a hole to hide in, feeling as if she had been caught in an act of infidelity. It is indeed absurd to consider that, at over 30 years of age, one could be caught in a hotel room with a young lad, the son of the wealthiest man in Jiangxing, no less. The very individuals apprehending them were the magnate himself, his wife, and their daughter. Observing the daughter, one could not help but notice her striking beauty, which belied her age. Bai Ruolin had also glimpsed Gu Shui's appearance earlier. Despite the dim lighting, the first sight of Gu Shui had left her utterly astonished. Upon hearing this appraisal, Chen Ping chuckled and remarked, Second sister, mother, do you also find her beautiful? It appears you have come to see my future daughter-in-law. Rest assured, in my heart, she is the most exquisite. This is sheer nonsense. Chen Tianhao exclaimed, his foot stamping emphatically. Is the focus on whether she is attractive? The crux of the matter is that they are simply incompatible. One is a cleaning lady, and the other is the son of Jiangxing's wealthiest man, my son. How could they possibly be together? Moreover, she is old enough to be Chen Ping's mother. Father, mother, I am not being foolish. I am serious. I intend to be with Gu Shui. I hope for your support. Chen Ping declared earnestly. In his past life, he had been blind to the truth. But in this life, he must be with Gu Shui, not merely to rectify past regrets, but to acquire greater strength to protect his family in the future. Regardless of the situation, he must unite with Gu Shui before the impending apocalypse. Chen Sisi, with a peculiar expression, queried, Fourth brother, what is this all about? Did you not previously claim that Lin Yanran was the most beautiful in your eyes, swearing you would marry no one else? How is it that you now declare your intent to marry this woman instead? Bai Ruolin interjected, You scoundrel. I know Lin Yanran must have toyed with you, making you foot the bill after dining with friends, and now you wish to retaliate. Am I correct? At this juncture, Bai Ruolin paused before continuing. We had someone investigate earlier. Gu Shui is Lin Yanran's mother, her biological mother. You cannot seek revenge on her simply because you could not have Lin Yanran. Chen Tianhao glared at Chen Ping with fury. Chen Ping, you are my son. How could you engage in such disgraceful conduct? I, Chen Tianhao, have always acted with integrity. How could you stoop to such shamelessness? Chen Ping felt overwhelmed, realizing he had indeed acted impulsively today, leading others to believe he had only just met Gu Shui. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Father, mother, I implore you to trust me. I was blind in the past, enamored with Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran did not love me. She loved that scoundrel, Qin Hao. He paused once more before adding, Rest assured, I have completely abandoned thoughts of Lin Yanran. Did you not also despise her? She merely viewed me as her ATM, and thus I have let her go. After stating this, Chen Ping approached Gu Shui, sitting beside her on the bed, and took her hand. I acknowledge that bringing Gu Shui to the hotel tonight was inconsiderate and hasty, but please believe me, I genuinely love her. This is not an act of vengeance against Lin Yanran. I intend to take responsibility for her. Gu Shui looked up at Chen Ping, her mind in turmoil. Was he truly serious? After all, he was speaking such words in front of his parents. Could it be that he was not merely playing with her emotions? Chapter 17. You have gone too far. This is absurd. You are being utterly ridiculous. Chen Tianhao's fists clenched tightly as he glared at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, you are my son. If this matter were to leak, where would my dignity lie? What face would I have left? Chen Tianhao paused for a moment before continuing. We have investigated. This woman lacks education. Lin Yanran was barely 1 year old when her husband perished in a car accident. Just as Chen Tianhao prepared to elaborate further, Chen Ping interjected firmly. Father, that is enough. Do not continue. None of this is significant. What matters is that I love her, and I wish to be with her. In time, you will come to see her virtues. Chen Ping, are you truly foolish? The daughters of the families I have introduced you to, are they not all worthy? They are young and can assist you. Chen Tianhao could not fathom why his son would be drawn to a middle-aged woman who had already borne a child. I apologize. Master Chen, it is my fault for coming to the hotel with your son. Gu Shui felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, her eyes reddening. Indeed, she had felt a flicker of attraction earlier in the bathroom, contemplating surrendering herself to Chen Xiao. Now, reflecting on it, she realized how naive she had been. They hailed from entirely different worlds, and any intersection was implausible. Chen Tianhao sneered coldly, his gaze laced with disdain. Ah, so you finally choose to speak. I was beginning to think you were mute. Have you considered your age? Do you truly believe you are worthy of being with my son? I apologize. It was my mistake to come here. Gu Shui felt increasingly aggrieved, tears spilling from her eyes. Bai Ruolin directed her words toward Gu Shui. Gu Shui, did you two engage in anything earlier? Surely you were not planning to secretly date my son, hoping to bear his child and then wield your influence over him? She continued, is it not money that you seek? Just tell me, how much will it take? 5 million. I will give you 5 million if you promise not to pursue my son any further. I do not want your money. Gu Shui finally lifted her head, gazing at Bai Ruolin with reddened eyes. I am not the woman you presume me to be. Though I may be impoverished, I, Gu Shui, possess my dignity. You shall not insult me. After stating this, Gu Shui's eyes flared with indignation. Rest assured, I have not been intimate with Chen Xiao. You need not offer me any hush money. I will not disclose this matter. Chen Tianhao could not help but scoff. Ah, what a clever tactic, retreating to advance. You claim you are not that kind of woman, yet how could you be in bed? Had we not arrived in time? Who knows what might have transpired between you two? Chen Ping had been enduring this entire exchange, as these were indeed his parents, who had genuinely cared for him. In his previous life, when faced with danger, they had strived to protect him, ultimately sacrificing their lives, a pain Chen Ping bore in his heart. However, he could no longer tolerate the disparagement of Gu Shui. Seeing her tears cascade down, Chen Ping clenched his fists and declared, Father, Mother, enough. You must cease this conversation. He paused, then continued, Gu Shui is not the woman you think she is. I forced her to come to the hotel with me. She bears no responsibility for this. Though she is Lin Yanran's mother, she is not Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran is a woman who is dazzled by wealth, but Gu Shui is not. Chen Ping, my dear brother, how can you be so certain she is not? Chen Sisi, unable to hold back any longer, stepped forward anxiously, looking at Chen Ping. It is said that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of a mouse will dig holes. If her daughter is like that, surely she is not far removed from it. I suspect they may be plotting to swindle your money together. Gu Shui was nearly driven to the brink of despair. Such humiliation was unbearable. In truth, she had been coerced by Chen Ping to come here, fearing repercussions for her daughter if she refused. Yet, she could not express this, for she was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their social standings. Even if she were to voice her predicament, the other party would be unlikely to believe her. Indeed, perhaps the prejudices harbored in people's hearts are akin to insurmountable mountains, difficult to alter. To others, she was merely a woman in her 30s, possessing a modicum of beauty, yet the mere act of sharing a hotel room with a wealthy heir could only be perceived as a pursuit of his wealth. The sole solace for Gu Shui was the unwavering support of Chen Ping. Had he not stood by her side, her heart would have been engulfed in despair. Enough of your judgments regarding Gu Shui. You do not know her as I do. Chen Ping gritted his teeth and addressed the group. You will come to understand in time. Perhaps I was too hasty today, leading to your misconceptions. I should have spent more time with her, allowing you to know her better before introducing her as my girlfriend in such a setting. Chen Ping, come with us now and sever all ties with this Gu Shui. We can pretend today as events never occurred. Chen Tianhao, clenching his teeth, urged Chen Ping. Whether it was revenge against Lin Yanran or mere infatuation with her beauty, you must leave this hotel with us. Today can still be salvaged. After all, you haven't yet taken that fateful step. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ping replied, Mom and Dad, I can agree to return with you tonight. He paused, then resolutely added, however, I cannot sever ties with her nor abandon my pursuit of her. How audacious. Chen Ping, you are truly crossing the line. Chen Tianhao's fury boiled over, and he swung a slap at Chen Ping. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping deftly evaded, causing Chen Tianhao to stumble, nearly losing his balance. Such speed. Stunned, Chen Tianhao realized that despite being a businessman and having once served in the military, he had not engaged in physical confrontations for years. Yet, Chen Ping's fluid movements astonished him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, his surprise was fleeting, swiftly overshadowed by rage. Unbeknownst to Chen Tianhao, the experiences Chen Ping had endured in a post-apocalyptic world had honed his reflexes and survival instincts, rendering him no ordinary adversary. Chapter 18. Am I a genius? Very well. Chen Ping, you refuse to cut ties with her? Chen Tianhao seethed, glaring at his son. If you cannot sever this relationship, then we shall cut ties with you. You must choose one. If you insist on being with this woman, then you are no longer my son. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruolin hastily interjected, Tianhao, what nonsense are you spouting? We have only one son. In your anger, you cannot utter such words. She then turned to Chen Ping. Defending him, he is merely confused at the moment. Once he realizes the harsh realities of society and the multitude of unscrupulous women out there, he will surely understand. Bai Ruolin's words somewhat alleviated Chen Tianhao's ire. Nevertheless, as a man of stature, particularly after becoming the wealthiest in Jiangxing, he was accustomed to maintaining his dignity and could not afford to yield easily. Chen Ping, you must make your own decisions. Chen Ping understood that his parents were acting in his best interest. However, he felt compelled to choose Gu Shui, both for his own growth and for their burgeoning relationship. Mom and Dad, you will come to understand, I will not leave her. Gazing at Gu Shui with a faint smile, his eyes radiated determination. Gu Shui was taken aback. Could it be that this young man had truly fallen for her? Yet, they had only met today. Why would he confront his parents so defiantly for her sake? Bai Ruolin, nearly fainting from the tension, gently pinched Chen Ping's arm and whispered, "You rascal, that's enough. I'm providing you an escape. Take it before your father has a stroke." With a sigh, Chen Ping replied, "Dad, I know you and Mom only want what's best for me. But I am also considering your well-being. I am pursuing true love. Love knows no age boundaries, does it not?" Chen Sisi stepped forward, standing by Chen Ping's side. "Brother, love may be ageless, but the disparity here is quite significant. Can't you find a way to lessen that gap?" She gestured playfully, her expression adorably earnest. Chen Tianhao felt a pang of anxiety. As long as they had not crossed that line today, there was still hope. Should they engage intimately? And should Gu Shui become pregnant, the complications would be insurmountable. He would be at a loss if she attempted to use their child as leverage against him. Therefore, despite his anger, he realized that the priority was to ensure Chen Ping returned home. Otherwise, even if he severed ties with his son, should Chen Ping choose to remain for the night, it would spell disaster. With this in mind, Chen Tianhao resolved to relent. "Chen Ping, you must return with us tonight. However, be forewarned. If you persist in pursuing this woman, I will freeze all your bank accounts and deny you any financial support. Do not come begging me later." Chen Tianhao spoke ominously, clearly shifting from the threat of severing their father-son relationship to withholding financial support, a notable concession. Chen Ping looked at Gu Shui and said, "Aunt Shui, I apologize for my rashness earlier. I was too eager and did not consider your feelings, causing you distress tonight. However, I will not give up. I will make you my woman and show you my sincerity. Young master, we truly are not suited for one another." Gu Shui felt deeply touched by his words. Her long-dormant heart stirred once more. Yet, she feared that this may just be a fleeting impulse on his part. In a few days, he might come to his senses and cease his pursuit. "Chen Ping, consider this carefully. I will not only freeze your accounts, but will also expel you from the Chen family. I want to see who will stand by you without wealth." Neither Lin Yanran nor Gu Shui, Chen Tianhao continued to threaten. "Very well, let us see how this unfolds," Chen Ping replied defiantly. Chen Ping smiled faintly, leaving Chen Tianhao momentarily speechless. "You all step out for a moment and grant me 3 minutes to bid farewell to Gu Shui. Surely that is acceptable? I have a few words to share with her." Chen Ping glanced at the 3 individuals before speaking. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao could not help but let out a cold laugh. 3 minutes can accomplish a great deal. I shall grant you at most 2. With that, Chen Tianhao exited the room, accompanied by Bai Ruolin and Chen Sisi. Chen Ping, left alone, closed the door promptly. "Chen Ping, are you truly willing to oppose your parents for my sake? It is not worth it." Gu Shui gazed at him, her eyes brimming with emotion. "If I deem it worthwhile, then it is enough. My time is limited. Please swiftly provide me with your bank account details." Chen Ping replied instantly, then leaned in and kissed her fervently on the lips. "Rest assured, even if they force me out and deny me funds, I shall still be with you. In time, they will accept you." Gu Shui, perplexed by his intentions, nonetheless handed over her bank card from her bag. Chen Ping swiftly transferred the remaining sum of over 800,000 to Gu Shui, then grinned mischievously. "Do not worry, my account is now drained. Hee. By the time my father freezes my card, the money will already be in your account. Am I not a genius?" Huh. Gu Shui was taken aback once more, realizing his cunning nature. "Darling, what a pity. I am unsure how my parents found their way here. Otherwise, we could have spent the night together. Alas, I must take my leave. Goodbye. I shall visit you tomorrow." Chen Ping gazed at Gu Shui's exquisite visage, embracing her once more and kissing her several times before turning to exit. As Gu Shui watched him depart, she felt a mix of emotions. This fellow had negotiated for 2 minutes merely to transfer money into her account. However, for someone accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, she feared that the 800,000 would not last long. With the door now closed, Gu Shui reflected on the earlier scene, and despite her initial feelings of grievance, She found herself smiling unconsciously, a sweet smile gracing her lips, warmth flooding her heart. It seemed that Chen Ping might genuinely care for her. Chapter 19. Reclaiming what belongs to me. Chen Ping, do you truly love me? Or is this merely a means to exact revenge on Yanran? Gu Shui pondered aloud after a moment. The events of the evening had stirred ripples in her heart and bestowed upon her a sense of being cherished. If Chen Ping's actions were solely to retaliate against Lin Yanran, he could have humiliated her or joined her parents in disdain. Yet, he chose to confront his own parents instead, prioritizing her dignity. For many years, Gu Shui had taken care of Lin Yanran, and such a feeling of protection was something she had longed for. Soon, Chen Ping, Chen Shihao, and the others returned to the Chen residence. Eldest sister Chen Shui and third sister Chen Shi were seated in the living room when they noticed the serious expressions on Chen Tianhao and Bai Rulin as they entered. Sensing that the atmosphere was amiss, Chen Shui, a business prodigy with an air of sophistication, stood up and furrowed her brow. Father, mother, what has transpired? Who has upset you? Humph. Chen Tianhao snorted and, upon sitting down, remarked, who else could it be? Of course, it's your irresponsible younger brother. He has driven me to the brink of frustration. Cough. Is this regarding that Lin Yanran again? Chen Shi, sipping her coffee, chuckled slyly and turned to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, it has been said that Lin Yanran is only after your money. Why do you persist in ignoring this? Your grades are commendable. But Lin Yanran is a poor student from a struggling family. You are not suited for one another. Chen Sisi then chimed in, revealing a peculiar smile as she addressed Chen Shi. She, this time it is not Lin Yanran. It is her mother, a woman named Gu Shui, whom my brother affectionately calls dear. Uft. Chen Shi, caught off guard while drinking her coffee, sputtered and then wore a bewildered expression. What is going on? Second sister, please elaborate. Consequently, Chen Sisi recounted the events of the evening's hotel encounter in detail. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's expression turned complex as she addressed Chen Ping. Chen Ping, you have quite the unconventional taste. Have you shifted your affections from young beauties to mature women? Chen Ping, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Gu Shui is unlike any other. I genuinely have feelings for her. Mother, how does Gu Shui appear? Chen Shi inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Bai Rulin candidly stated, from a distance. The lighting was dim, so I did not observe closely, but she seemed fairly attractive, possessing more femininity than Lin Yanran. Realizing her words, Bai Rulin shot an admonishing glance at Chen Shi. You mischievous girl, why are you asking about looks? This is not a matter of aesthetics. Even if she is beautiful, it is irrelevant. She is not a suitable match for our family, and the age gap is too significant. Precisely, if others discover that my son is marrying someone like her, where would my reputation stand? Chen Tianhao's anger had not subsided as he looked at Chen Ping and warned, Chen Ping, think carefully. I will call to freeze your bank account shortly. Do you believe that she will still be interested in you if you are penniless? Before Chen Ping could respond, Chen Sisi interjected, she would, father. I believe that even if Chen Ping is devoid of wealth, she would still remain with him. Chen Tianhao frowned, gazing at Chen Sisi in confusion. Chen Sisi smiled awkwardly and explained, after all, even without money, Chen Ping is young and handsome. A woman would surely not let go of such a charming young man. Chen Shi, overhearing this, could not contain her laughter, turning her head away to hide her amusement for fear of displeasing Chen Tianhao. Overwhelmed, Chen Tianhao clenched his teeth and declared, that cannot last long, without money. One can hardly move an inch, even if that woman is willing to endure hardship. Chen Ping will not sustain the life of a wealthy heir for long and will soon come crying back to me. Hearing this, Chen Ping felt both amused and exasperated. After all, he had endured hardships during the apocalypse. Did they truly believe he would falter so easily? Father, mother, and my three sisters, I understand that you may find it difficult to comprehend my feelings for Gu Shui at this moment. However, I implore you to patiently listen to a story I wish to share. After some contemplation, Chen Ping deemed it necessary to inform them of the impending arrival of the apocalypse, regardless of their belief. All right, speak. We are listening. I am curious to see what sort of tale you have concocted. Bai Rulin settled into her seat, sensing that her son's behavior today was indeed peculiar. Chen Ping surveyed the room before stating, there are still 59 days until the arrival of the apocalypse. Here is the situation. In 59 days, a mysterious red continent will tear open a rift in the sky, and soon. Chen Ping proceeded to explain the circumstances in detail. Initially, both Chen Tianhao and Bai Rulin assumed Chen Ping was fabricating a story. They had little faith in his words. As they listened, an unexpected interest began to bloom among them. After all, Chen Ping's vivid storytelling was quite captivating, almost as if it were real, compelling them to listen attentively. What happened next? especially Chen Sisi and Chen Xiai, who, enthralled by the thrilling plot, could not help but inquire further. No way I died. My demise was so tragic. Upon hearing of her own death, Chen Sisi's face contorted in anguish. Oh my goodness, did I die too? What? I was surrounded and defiled by a group of men. Chen Xiai, incensed by the thought of her own humiliation, clenched her fists tightly. How dare they bully my daughter like this? I will make them pay. Chen Tianhao, filled with rage, gritted his teeth. Chen Ping glanced at Chen Tianhao and remarked, Dad, there's no need to get so worked up by that time. You had already been dead for several days. I will rise from the coffin and take my revenge on them. Scoundrels! Chen Tianhao exclaimed, standing up abruptly, unable to contain his fury at the thought of his beloved daughter in such a plight. Bai Ruolin gently tugged at Chen Tianhao's sleeve, saying, Calm down. Chen Ping hasn't finished yet, just keep listening. This isn't real. We are right here, aren't we? Realizing his overreaction, Chen Tianhao returned to his seat. After Chen Ping concluded his tale, he declared, Thus, I have been reborn. I have returned to reclaim all that is rightfully mine. I will protect you, and I will also safeguard Gu Shui. Fourth brother, I support you. Chen Sisi, having been completely captivated, felt moved by the bond between Chen Ping and Gu Shui, stood up excitedly and declared, Yes, I support you too. It's truly touching. Indeed. Chen Xiai chimed in. Chapter 20. How did I die? What are you two doing? Chen Tianhao shot a glare at the sisters. Though his story is riveting and seems so real, do you honestly believe in such a thing as rebirth? Have you lost your minds? Chen Xiai chuckled awkwardly. It's just that Chen Ping's narrative was so immersive that it felt genuine. Chen Sisi also laughed sheepishly, mainly. I found the love story between him and Gu Shui quite moving. But Gu Shui has suffered greatly, facing danger multiple times for her daughter, only to be taken advantage of by that scoundrel Qin Hao. Those two are truly despicable. As she spoke, Chen Sisi could not help but clench her fists in frustration. If what Chen Ping said was true, it was utterly infuriating. Chen Tianhao glanced at Chen Ping and retorted, I see this as nothing more than a fabrication by Chen Ping to win over Gu Shui. He paused, then glared at Chen Ping, with such imagination. Why not write a novel? You would be far better off pursuing that than chasing after Gu Shui. Chen Ping scoffed. Do you think writing a novel is easy? I've heard many writers are nearly starving, often going without food. Chen Tianhao opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Disregarding Chen Ping, Chen Tianhao made a call to freeze Chen Ping's bank card. Finally, he coldly remarked, Listen here, son, I want to tell you that with money, one can traverse the world, but without it, one cannot move an inch. Pack your things and move out tomorrow, understood? He paused before adding, I want to see if that woman will still be with you when you're broke, so you can witness the fickleness of human affection. Dad, I believe that even without money, I can still win her heart. She will love me. Chen Ping replied with unwavering conviction. After saying this, he ascended the stairs, stating, I'm going to bed now. You all should rest early too. Chen Tianhao's expression darkened, surprised that even this threat could not deter his son. You won't be driving the car either, understand? He shouted after Chen Ping's retreating figure. However, Chen Ping did not look back as he entered his room. Dad, don't be upset. Chen Ping has never faced hardship. Once he encounters failure, he will surely return, Chen Shui said with a smile, raising a finger. I bet he will be back within a month. Chen Sisi also raised a finger, asserting, I wager it will be within a week, at most. Chen Tianhao felt somewhat reassured, but still huffed. Humph, that brat. I will see what he can do without money. The following morning, Chen Ping packed a suitcase. Preparing to leave. Chen Ping, wait. Mom made your favorite lean meat congee. Come eat breakfast before you go, Chen Sisi exclaimed, pulling the suitcase back toward him. All right. Chen Ping felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that both his parents and sister loved him, and thus he chose not to harbor any lingering resentment towards Chen Tianhao. However, pursuing Gu Shui was essential, and he felt he had no choice. He believed that in time, his parents would understand his intentions. As Chen Ping sat down to eat, Bai Ruolin discreetly took the suitcase that Chen Sisi had snatched from Chen Ping and left the room. After entering another room, she soon returned with the suitcase, placing it back in its original spot, while Chen Ping was unaware. Once Chen Ping finished his meal, he stood up and looked at Chen Sisi and Bai Ruolin, saying, Mom, second sister, there are only 58 days left. Please trust what I said yesterday, having been reborn. I will protect you and ensure you do not leave my side. Hearing this, Chen Sisi felt deeply moved. Fourth brother, your words are enough for me. Bai Ruolin added, Chen Ping, I thought about it last night. If what you say is true, go ahead and pursue your path without fear. If it turns out to be false, it won't matter, as I believe that mother and daughter will leave you once you are penniless. She paused before continuing, your father is just a bit prideful. Don't worry, I will talk to him. He will come around in a few days. Chen Ping felt a surge of warmth at her words, his eyes glistening with emotion as he embraced Bai Rulin tightly. As he turned to leave, Bai Rulin called out, Chen Ping, wait. You mentioned I died a tragic death, but didn't elaborate. I want to know how I actually died. Chen Ping paused, his expression slightly strange. He turned back to Bai Rulin and asked, Mom, does this mean you believe what I said last night? Bai Rulin chuckled awkwardly. I don't really believe in reincarnation or such things, but you are my son, and seeing you so earnest makes me want to hear more. Just think of it as a story. Chen Ping felt a wave of emotion as he recalled his mother's death, finally saying, Sigh, Mom. Perhaps it's best not to dwell on it. Since I've been reborn, I will prevent those events from occurring. With this rebirth, I believe I can change your fate. After speaking, Chen Ping grabbed his suitcase and turned to leave without looking back. At that moment, Lin Yanran and Xin Hao were staying at the residence of Gu Shui from the previous night. Early in the morning, Lin Yanran rose, her mind consumed by yesterday's events. Her teeth clenched in anger. She called Gu Shui, only to find her phone still switched off. Frowning, she said, still turned off. Xin Hao, what should we do? That scoundrel Chen Ping took my mother away, and now she's unreachable. You don't think my mother was really with him last night, do you? Xin Hao responded. That bastard might actually do something like that to get back at you. Lin Yanran stomped her foot angrily, declaring, if that scoundrel did anything to my mother, I will never forgive him. After a moment's thought, Xin Hao replied, You're right, Yanran. This infatuated fool is so devoted to you. He likely did it just to provoke you. If he truly did anything to your mother, there's no way you could ever be with him again. However, if he seeks your forgiveness, you should demand 10 million as a condition for pretending to forgive him. Lin Yanran shot Xin Hao a glare. What nonsense are you talking? I could never be with him. The one he truly likes is you. She paused before continuing. If it weren't for his filthy wealth, I wouldn't even bother with him. Chapter 21. A modest sacrifice. What does your mother look like? I didn't get a good look yesterday. The lighting was rather dim. Xin Hao chuckled, recalling that he had noticed her attractive figure, even though she was in work attire. Lin Yanran frowned. Xin Hao, what if Chen Ping really did have relations with my mother last night? What are we going to do? After a moment of contemplation, Xin Hao's eyes lit up. Haha, that would actually be better. Lin Yanran was puzzled. What do you mean? How could that be better? You said if they got together, we would have to call Chen Ping dad. How is that better? I don't want him as my father. Xin Hao immediately replied, You really are naive. Think about it. What kind of person is Chen Ping? He is the son of Jiangxing's wealthiest man. Even if he did something with your mother last night, do you think he would dare to publicize it? That would not only be embarrassing for him, but would also disgrace his family. The son of Jiangxing's richest man being involved with an older woman would be explosive news. Lin Yanran furrowed her brow. What do you mean then? Xin Hao explained. First, if he did anything to your mother, we could have her demand money from him, claiming he assaulted her. Even if that's not the case, we could ask the Chen family for money. If they refuse, we could expose the matter. The Chen family would likely pay us off to maintain their reputation. Upon hearing the prospect of money, Lin Yanran's eyes brightened. Xin Hao, you're brilliant. I think we can first ask Chen Ping for money, then approach the Chen family for more. Wouldn't that allow us to gain even more? Xin Hao's eyes gleamed. Indeed, Yanran, my darling, you've finally come to your senses. Haha, we can really make some money this way. He paused before adding. Besides, even if Chen Ping slept with your mother, he wouldn't dare to marry her or acknowledge it publicly. This way, we wouldn't have to call him dad after all. Lin Yanran, excited, jumped up. Ah, this is fantastic. Not only can we make money, but we also won't have to call him dad. It's a win-win situation. Then, her expression soured slightly. But if my mother really did sleep with Chen Ping, that would be unfortunate for her. She is so beautiful and kind. To me, she is priceless. Xin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Yanran, your mother is nearly 40. How can she still be considered beautiful? However, if she were to be taken by a loser like Chen Ping, it would indeed be unfortunate for her. He paused again before suggesting, but given her age, a slight sacrifice for her daughter and son-in-law as future happiness might be worth it, don't you think? Lin Yanran nodded in agreement, and then asked, So, how much do you think we should extort from Chen Ping and his family? Xin Hao stroked his chin, contemplating before slowly replying. Chen Ping wouldn't dare to disclose anything, so we can't ask for too much. If we demand too much and he goes to his parents for money, it could become problematic. We should ask him for 10 million. As for the Chen family, they have plenty of money. We could ask for 200 to 300 million. They would certainly be willing to pay to protect their family's reputation. How wonderful. With such a sum, we could spend our lives without worry, enjoying life to the fullest. Lin Yanran exclaimed, jumping with excitement. She had never felt this joyful before. Previously, when she managed to extract some money from Chen Ping, It was merely pocket change, and she had to concoct various reasons to ask him, like Valentine's Day, International Women's Day, Children's Day, Qingming Festival, and so forth. This time, it would be a substantial gain. Just moments ago, Lin Yanran was anxious and worried about her mother being taken away by Chen Ping and going missing. Now, she was exhilarated at the prospect of obtaining money. It seemed that Chen Ping taking her mother to a hotel was, in fact, a stroke of good fortune. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a fashionable beauty clad in a stunningly sexy Chong Sam, carrying several shopping bags filled with luxurious clothes and accessories. Qin Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Unable to contain his desire, this woman possessed an extraordinary figure, exuding elegance and grace. Her flawless face appeared utterly perfect, seemingly in her mid-20s, radiating a mature femininity. Her long, snow-white legs further ignited an overwhelming urge within him. "Excuse me, beautiful sister, who are you? Did you perhaps take a wrong turn? My name is Qin Hao." He quickly composed himself, putting on a gentlemanly smile as he approached the woman. "If you stumbled in by mistake, perhaps it's fate. Why not introduce ourselves?" Qin Hao's heart brimmed with longing. Lin Yanran, unable to suppress a laugh, remarked, "Qin Hao, this is my mother. Didn't you say my mother was too old to be attractive?" Lin Yanran then glanced at the items Gu Shui was carrying. "Mom, those clothes and shoes must have cost quite a bit, right? And the cosmetics are all from renowned international brands. That must add up to several $100,000. What? This is your mother? So she's the aunt you mentioned?" Qin Hao was dumbfounded. In the dim light of the bar the night before, he hadn't taken a good look, and since Gu Shui had dressed plainly, he hadn't given her much thought. Unexpectedly, Gu Shui is remarkably beautiful. If Lin Yanran hadn't mentioned it, one might easily assume she is Gu Shui's elder sister without a hint of doubt. However, upon witnessing Gu Shui carrying numerous valuable items, the thought that she was likely wasted by that useless Chen Ping the previous night left Qin Hao feeling quite displeased. How could such a woman be squandered by a sycophant like Chen Ping? It truly is a case of a fine cabbage being ravaged by a pig. Chapter 22, truly showcasing the figure. Gu Shui glanced at the yellow-haired Qin Hao, her mind swirling with complex emotions. In comparison to Chen Ping, Qin Hao fell short by a considerable margin. Chen Ping appeared handsome and was a wealthy second-generation heir, speaking with utmost politeness. It baffled her that her daughter could have such poor judgment in liking someone like him. However, she realized that her advice fell on deaf ears. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Shui inquired, "Did you stay at our house last night?" Lin Yanran immediately interjected, "Mom, that's not it. He just arrived. He was primarily worried about you. I couldn't reach you on the phone last night. So I asked Qin Hao to come over early so we could brainstorm ways to find you." After finishing her explanation, Lin Yanran asked, "Mom, what happened last night? You were unreachable." Gu Shui awkwardly chuckled. "Oh, my phone died last night, and I was charging it." Qin Hao immediately pressed Gu Shui, "Auntie, that doesn't seem right. Even if your phone was dead, you could have found a place to charge it for a bit, and then called us to let us know you were safe, right?" At this point, Qin Hao paused before continuing, "Auntie, do you know? Because we couldn't reach you, Yanran couldn't sleep all night, and she called you many times. But it was all in vain." Lin Yanran added, "Mom, be honest. Did that scoundrel Chen Ping take you to a hotel last night? I can't believe he dared to treat you that way." Gu Shui quickly clarified, "No, he just insisted on buying me clothes and such. I refused, but he insisted on taking me out to dinner. When I was about to leave, I twisted my ankle, and he took me to the hotel to rest. Then he left." After a moment of reflection, Gu Shui continued, "After charging my phone and having quite a bit to drink, I felt a bit dizzy and fell asleep on the bed, forgetting to call you back." "Really, Auntie?" Qin Hao scrutinized Gu Shui's figure, noticing that the more he looked, the more appealing she seemed, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He remarked, "Auntie, although you might be a tad older, your figure and looks are truly remarkable. If you hadn't mentioned it, one might think you were Yanran's sister." At this point, Qin Hao paused before adding, "Given your situation, if you were drunk, would that scoundrel Chen Ping really leave after spending so much money on you? He must have spent over $1 million last night, including the clothes and shoes. If he spent that much, do you think he wouldn't sleep with you? How could we believe that?" Lin Yanran also found Qin Hao's analysis quite reasonable. Furthermore, if Chen Ping didn't sleep with Gu Shui, how could they find an excuse to extort him? Moreover, would Chen Ping spend such a fortune on an older woman if he wasn't interested in her? Gu Shui felt a surge of anger under Qin Hao's gaze and retorted, "Qin Hao, how can you think like that? Chen Ping is a decent person. He truly didn't do anything inappropriate." Qin Hao replied, "Oh really? I see you are glowing today. It would be strange if nothing happened. Perhaps you secretly enjoyed the attention from someone younger and more handsome?" Gu Shui's anger flared, and she set her belongings aside, glaring at Qin Hao. "Qin Hao, What do you take me for? Am I that kind of woman? To her surprise, Chen Hao merely shrugged. Who knows? After all, we have no idea what you two did last night. Your uncle has been gone for many years. Haven't you ever had such thoughts? Chen Hao, get out. How can you speak to me like that? We don't welcome you here. Gu Shui grew increasingly agitated, contemplating what kind of boyfriend her daughter had chosen. She never expected him to think so poorly of her. Although Chen Ping had indeed intended to do something inappropriate last night, Gu Shui had not been willing. It was forced upon her, and she would never have consented otherwise. However, in Chen Hao's eyes, it seemed she had been the one to entice Chen Ping, making her want to strangle him. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Lin Yanran quickly intervened. Chen Hao, enough. My mom is not that kind of woman. If she were, she would have found a new husband long ago. She hasn't. Solely because she's afraid a stepfather would treat me poorly. I know my mom is doing everything for me. Upon hearing this, Gu Shui's anger diminished significantly. She sank onto the nearby sofa, her eyes reddening as she said, "If it weren't for the fact that you spent over 60,000 at that bar last night, and we couldn't afford the bill, I wouldn't have agreed to go with that Chen Xiao. I was only worried you two might be taken away by Zhao Sanhu's people." "Mom, he really didn't touch you?" Lin Yanran, noticing her mother's aggrieved expression, cautiously asked. Gu Shui nodded. "Of course not. He just wanted me to be his girlfriend for 2 months. He probably thought my clothes were too ordinary, which is why he bought me so many outfits." Lin Yanran pondered for a moment before realizing, "I see. Now I understand why he didn't touch you. He just wanted to provoke me. In reality, he still likes me. Only me." Chen Hao also considered this, finding it somewhat plausible. After all, Chen Ping had been pursuing Lin Yanran for so long. It was unlikely he would suddenly fancy another woman. "Chen Hao, what are you staring at?" Lin Yanran noticed Chen Hao gazing at Gu Shui with a hint of desire, and her expression darkened with annoyance. Startled, Chen Hao snapped back to reality and awkwardly smiled, explaining to Lin Yanran, "It's nothing. I just think Annie looks stunning in that cheap Hao. It really accentuates her figure." Chapter 23. Mutual consent. After a moment of reflection, Chen Hao smiled and said, "Auntie, I truly apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. We were just worried about you. It was your first time being gone all night, and with Chen Ping spending so much on you, we thought." Gu Shui interrupted, "I've already said. Chen Ping is a decent person. He likely just wanted to annoy Yanran and asked me to be his girlfriend for a couple of months. I agreed only for your sake." Lin Yanran frowned. "But Mom, that won't do. Chen Ping is despicable, and we must teach him a lesson." Chen Hao immediately chimed in. "Yes, Auntie, Chen Ping has plenty of money. Why not find an opportunity to develop a relationship with him?" Gu Shui was taken aback, looking at the two in confusion. "What do you mean? Weren't you worried about me and concerned that Chen Ping might do something to me? Now you want me to get involved with him?" Chen Hao then grinned. "Well, it doesn't have to be anything serious. Just cozy up to him, or lie on the bed together for some photos. Then we can extort Chen Ping, claiming he forced you." As he spoke, Chen Hao paused for a moment before continuing, with the photograph in hand. "We could extort the Chen family. Chen Tianhao is the wealthiest man in Jiangqing. Persuading him to part with 200 or 300 million should be no challenge. Once that is accomplished, we shall find ourselves in fortune." Lin Yanran immediately wore a smile, exclaiming, "Mother, just think about it. With 200 or 300 million, we could live comfortably for the rest of our lives without lifting a finger. You need not even spend the night with Chen Ping. We can simply set up a honey trap." Gu Shui's face was filled with disbelief, and finally, her expression darkened as she said, "Yanran, Chen Hao, what are you thinking? Extorting others is illegal. Besides, Chen Ping is quite a decent person. Why would I wish to harm him?" "Mother." Lin Yanran stamped her foot anxiously. "How can you be so foolish? Relying on your meager salary, we will forever remain impoverished. Even if it's not for yourself, shouldn't you help us for your daughter's happiness?" Chen Hao quickly added, "Indeed, Auntie, the Chen family possesses immense wealth. They have more than enough to spare. Given our dire circumstances, consider it a Robin Hood endeavor." Lin Yanran nodded in agreement, stating, "Right, the Chen family's assets likely amount to hundreds of billions. What's wrong with them parting with 200 or 300 million for us? They could hardly miss it." Gu Shui was taken aback, realizing that her daughter had developed such a warped worldview after associating with Chen Hao for an extended period. She felt a pang of heartache, questioning when her obedient daughter had transformed into this. Ultimately, Gu Shui looked at Lin Yanran with disappointment in her eyes and said, "Yanran, it is not our money. We cannot take it. I find solace in the earnings I make with my own hands." She paused momentarily before continuing, "Everyone loves money, but we cannot compromise our integrity for it. The wealth of the Chen family is their achievement. They earned it through hard work. Why should it be given to us? Even if they choose to squander it, that is their prerogative. We must not always resort to such dubious means to acquire wealth. Do you understand?" Lin Yanran was momentarily taken aback, her eyes darting as she countered. But, mother, you work so hard for me. I don't want to see you struggle. I hope we can all live well. This is an opportunity. For my sake, can't you pretend to go to a hotel with him? You don't have to let Chen Ping touch you. We can burst in at the right moment. All we need is a photograph or something similar. I, Gu Shui, will never engage in such unscrupulous actions, no matter how poor I am. Gu Shui's face remained cold, her resolve unwavering. Qin Hao clenched his fists in frustration, thinking how foolish she was not to seize such an easy opportunity for wealth. Gu Shui had previously charged her phone and now pretended to retrieve it, turning it on. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Who could it be? Lin Yanran furrowed her brows in confusion as she approached the door. Upon opening it, she was startled to see Chen Ping standing there with a suitcase. Chen Ping, Lin Yanran exclaimed in surprise. Qin Hao immediately stepped forward, pulling Chen Ping into the room while glaring at him. How dare you show your face here? Do you have any idea who you took away last night? He continued angrily. She is not merely a distant relative of Yanran. She is her mother, her biological mother. How dare you take her to a hotel? Lin Yanran quickly grasped the situation and glared at Chen Ping, demanding, Did you bully my mother last night? How dare you take her to a hotel? You owe us at least 20 million as compensation, or we will accuse you of assault. After saying this, Lin Yanran turned to her mother, hoping Gu Shui would not expose their ruse. Qin Hao echoed, Yes, yes. Chen Ping, you better come up with the money fast. If you don't have enough and are too afraid to ask your parents, you can borrow from your wealthy friends. At least 20 million is necessary. If you fall short, prepare for jail time. Chen Ping merely regarded Gu Shui with a calm demeanor. He was not foolish. Observing the apparent collusion between Lin Yanran and Qin Hao, he understood they were trying to trap him and extort money. Having been reborn, he recognized their true natures. Gu Shui frowned slightly and stepped forward, saying, What nonsense are you two spouting? Chen Ping did not do anything to me, nor did he force me. Afterward, she cast a gentle glance at Chen Ping and inquired, Chen Xiao, what brings you here? Chen Ping smiled and replied, You are my girlfriend. I missed you, so I came to see you. Hearing those words, Gu Shui felt a wave of sweetness rush over her. She sensed Chen Ping's sincerity, and his gaze, filled with affection, was entirely different from the way Qin Hao had looked at her earlier. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Gu Shui felt her heart race once more. After finishing, Chen Ping glanced at Qin Hao and Lin Yanran before stating, I knew when I took Gu Shui with me that she was Yanran's mother. I simply like her. She is my girlfriend. Not to mention that nothing occurred between us last night as you claim, even if it had. It would merely be the natural affection between consenting partners, not assault. Chen Ping's words filled Gu Shui with secret delight, prompting a faint smile to grace her lips. Compared to Qin Hao, Chen Ping was in a league of his own. She could not fathom what her daughter saw in Qin Hao. If her daughter could marry Chen Ping, it would be a stroke of fortune for their family. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, Gu Shui could not help but sigh. Mother, how can you not speak the truth? He forced you, and yet you defend him? Lin Yanran found herself speechless, thinking her mother was being foolish, ignoring the opportunity for profit before her. Qin Hao quickly interjected, Chen Ping, Auntie is merely concerned about her reputation. She fears that admitting the truth might harm her honor and subject her to ridicule. That is why she refuses to acknowledge what happened last night. He paused before continuing. I must remind you that Auntie is Yanran's mother, which makes her my mother-in-law. If you do not provide us with the money today, I shall not hesitate to report you. Chen Ping laughed heartily. Qin Hao, do you take me for a fool? Report me? Go ahead and try. Do you truly believe such baseless claims will hold any weight? Gu Shui was at a loss for words, astonished that despite her clarification that Chen Ping had not done anything to her, they still sought to threaten him for money. Her expression darkened as she declared, Yanran, Qin Hao, cease this nonsense. Chen Ping did not do anything to me, and I have already agreed to be his girlfriend for 2 months. Even if he had, you cannot accuse him of coercion. It was evident that Gu Shui stood resolutely by Chen Ping's side. Chen Ping felt a surge of joy in his heart. Having changed his pursuit, the narrative had shifted in unexpected ways. In other words, the former Gu Shui was entirely oblivious to the extent of the depravity exhibited by her daughter and Qin Hao. It was only at the very end, in her dying moments, that regret seeped in, yet by then it was far too late. However, the present scenario is markedly different. At this juncture, Chen Ping has unveiled the unsightly facets of their characters, and when the apocalypse descends, should Gu Shui witness Qin Hao attempting to harm Chen Ping, she might very well align herself with Chen Ping. Thus, before the onset of the apocalypse, Chen Ping must seize the opportunity to cultivate a connection with her while simultaneously sowing discord between mother and daughter. That would be most advantageous. Is this not the most opportune moment? Lin Yanran, exasperated, stamped her foot and exclaimed, Mom, why are you siding with Chen Ping? Am I no longer your daughter? At this point, Lin Yanran's eyes sparkled with realization, and she continued, oh, I understand now. Mom, do not be afraid. It must be Chen Ping who has threatened you. Hasn't he it? Is it because his family is wealthy and influential that he intimidated you into silence? Qin Hao quickly chimed in. Yes, yes. It must be that scoundrel Chen Ping who has threatened Auntie. Auntie, do not fear. We are here for you. As for me, Qin Hao, while I may not boast of much, I do have connections in society. Although the Chen family is affluent and powerful, we live in a society governed by law, and they cannot act with impunity. Yanran, my brothers, and I are your steadfast support. Gu Shui was at a loss as to how to explain that Chen Ping had not bullied her, especially since they were so unwilling to believe her. She took Lin Yanran's hand and said, Yanran, stop making baseless accusations. Chen Ping has not threatened me. Truly, last night. He merely booked a room for me and then left. Mom, I know you are afraid of the Chen family retaliating against us. Do not worry. They dare not act recklessly. Today, if Chen Ping does not offer some form of compensation, we will not let him off the hook. I will seek justice for you. Lin Yanran, however, was resolute. For the sake of money, she was determined to twist the narrative. Chen Ping, uninterested in their bickering, simply stated, Lin Yanran. Everything hinges on evidence. Without it, even if Aunt Shui supports you, it is of no consequence. Do you comprehend? Kid, you bully my future mother-in-law, yet refuse to admit it? You choose to deny it, do you? Today, I will ensure you confess. Qin Hao, fueled by anger from the humiliation of being forced to drink urine by Chen Ping the previous night, was determined to deliver a sound beating. Once Chen Ping was left battered, he would have no choice but to admit his wrongdoing. He planned to have Lin Yanran record a video as evidence, which would secure him a hefty sum from the Chen family in hush money, 200 or 300 million, to be precise. Just the thought of such wealth thrilled him, as it would open doors to women of all kinds. With money in hand, he could easily manipulate not just Lin Yanran, but even Gu Shui, should the opportunity arise. As he envisioned a life of luxury ahead, Qin Hao's excitement surged. He lunged forward, throwing a punch at Chen Ping without any intention of holding back. Qin Hao, stop. What are you doing? Chen Ping has not bullied me. Gu Shui, alarmed at Qin Hao's aggression, rushed forward to intervene. After all, Qin Hao was a delinquent known for his fighting prowess, and despite his less than imposing stature, his combat skills far surpassed those of a pampered rich boy like Chen Ping. She suspected that Lin Yanran and Qin Hao might genuinely be misinterpreting Chen Ping's actions. Otherwise, their reaction seemed excessive. However, Lin Yanran unexpectedly embraced Gu Shui from behind, admonishing her, Mom, do not interfere. Chen Ping is not a good person. Regardless of his motives, he embarrassed both Qin Hao and me yesterday. And it is only right that Qin Hao teaches him a lesson today. Following this, she shamelessly shouted at Chen Ping. If you merely took us to a hotel to provoke me, then you owe us compensation. Otherwise, do not expect my forgiveness in the future. Chen Ping, dismissive of this overly confident woman, merely smirked as he observed Qin Hao's fist barreling toward him. Had it not been for his rebirth, he might have been at a disadvantage against Qin Hao. Nevertheless, having survived the apocalypse and battled ferocious beasts, he had acquired combat skills and experience that were invaluable. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the punch and retaliated with a resounding slap across Qin Hao's face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving Qin Hao momentarily stunned. What just happened? How could this useless Chen Ping move so swiftly? He refused to accept this reality, convinced it was merely a fluke. Turning again, he launched another punch, only for Chen Ping to deftly evade it once more and deliver another stinging slap. Qin Hao grasped his face in agony, glaring at Chen Ping. Why do you keep hitting my left cheek? At that moment, Qin Hao's left cheek bore a prominent handprint, swollen and red. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Chen Ping, amused, replied, It's quite simple, because it was convenient. Qin Hao was rendered speechless, gritting his teeth in disbelief that he was outmatched by a second-generation rich kid who simply coasted through life. Another resounding slap landed on his right cheek. Why did you hit my right cheek this time? He yelped, wincing in pain. Because I switched hands, didn't you notice? Chen Ping grinned, delivering a remark that nearly sent Qin Hao into a fit of rage. Chen Ping, you scoundrel. How dare you strike Qin Hao? You lunatic. The earlier events left Gu Shui and Lin Yanran in shock, but as reality set in, Lin Yanran released Gu Shui and charged at Chen Ping, exclaiming, Chen Ping, Qin Hao is my close friend. How dare you lay a hand on him? To Lin Yanran's surprise, as she lunged at him, Chen Ping effortlessly sidestepped her attack and delivered a slap across her face as well. Lin Yanran stood dumbfounded, questioning her own existence. How could this devoted admirer, who once did anything for her, dare to strike her? Who gave him the audacity? Could it be that Chen Ping's pursuit of her mother was not simply to provoke her? Unthinkable. Was it possible that everything that had transpired before was merely an illusion? Hadn't Chen Hao just claimed she was his girlfriend? Why had it morphed into close friend in her words? Chen Ping, coldly amused, remarked. Have you two not coordinated your stories? Lin Yanran paused, recalling that she had pretended Chen Hao was her close friend to deceive Chen Ping into spending money on her. But now, in a bid to threaten Chen Ping for cash, Chen Hao had transformed him into a boyfriend. Yet, with plans to amass great wealth. There was no need for pretense anymore. After all, if they secured 2 or 3 billion, it would not matter if Chen Ping seized his affections. He rarely had much pocket money and always required excuses to spend on her. She gritted her teeth and declared, "Humph, that's right. I am indeed Chen Hao's girlfriend now. It's quite simple. You threatened me last night, stating you wouldn't cover the bill and even took my mother away. Showing me no respect at all. You made me lose face in front of my friends. I no longer have feelings for you. It's perfectly natural for me to be with Chen Hao now. Yes, we only got together last night. What's wrong with that?" Chen Hao responded with a cold smile. However, although we just became a couple last night, I have long harbored feelings for Yanran. I merely confessed yesterday. This seems entirely reasonable, does it not? Chen Ping chuckled to himself, noting that the reactions of these two were rather swift. Even when confronted directly, they managed to concoct such excuses. Remarkable indeed. Yet, for Chen Ping, whether or not they were together mattered little. If he had known of their relationship before his rebirth, he would have likely trembled in anguish. Surprisingly, he now felt utterly unfazed. This isn't right, Chen Ping thought. You scoundrel. Stop changing the subject. How could you strike a woman? You dare to hit me? I will retaliate. Lin Yanran quickly recalled something and charged at Chen Ping once more, fuming. However, before she could reach him, she saw him raise his hand high. And recalling a past incident, she was so frightened that she covered her face and crouched down, letting out a terrified cry. Young Master Chen, please stop. It's all a misunderstanding. Gu Shui finally reacted, realizing her daughter had also been harmed. She rushed out, arms wide open, blocking Lin Yanran with a motherly instinct akin to that of a hawk protecting her chick. Young Master Chen, it's all a misunderstanding. They thought you forced me last night, which is why they defended me. Please forgive them. Gu Shui pleaded with Chen Ping, secretly cursing her daughter for being so foolish. How could Lin Yanran not cherish someone as good as Chen Ping and even consider attacking him? Even Gu Shui thought that Chen Ping was somewhat undeserving of such treatment. Chen Ping smiled slightly. Gu Shui's reaction was entirely as he had anticipated. Seeing her like this, his gaze softened instantly. He smiled at Gu Shui and said, "All right. Since Auntie is speaking on your behalf, I will let you off this time. I am doing this for Auntie's sake. Lin Yanran. Although I will be together with Auntie in the future, you are like my daughter. However, if you do not behave and act excessively, I, as your father, will still need to educate you." Lin Yanran felt blood rush to her face in anger. Standing up, she glared at Chen Ping and retorted, "Chen Ping, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not your daughter. My father has long passed away. I have no father, never had, and will not have one in the future." After saying that, she grasped Gu Shui's hand, pouting, "Mom, how could you do this? He just hit me, and you are still speaking for him? Are you still my mother?" Gu Shui looked at Lin Yanran and replied, "Yanran, stop being willful. Young Master Chen treats me well, and hasn't he done what you accused him of? When you tried to hit him, he was only compelled to defend himself." Chen Ping chuckled and gave Gu Shui a thumbs up, remarking, "As expected of the woman I admire, your perspective is indeed sound. Auntie, I find myself increasingly fond of you." After saying this, he blew Gu Shui a kiss. Gu Shui shot him a glare, her cheeks slightly flushed. For some reason, his words felt incredibly tender to her heart, causing her to feel butterflies flutter within. Gu Shui thought to herself, how could she act this way? He is young Master Chen, and his parents would never approve of their relationship. She shook her head, reflecting on the vast disparity between their worlds, believing they should not intertwine. Moreover, the words of Chen Tianhao and Bai Rulin from last night made Chen's family's stance clear. They would never allow Chen Ping to marry a woman nearing 40, especially one who had already borne children. Such a union would surely bring disgrace to the Chen family. Lin Yanran glanced at Chen Hao, feeling speechless. She pondered why Chen Ping had become so formidable, with Chen Hao not even being his match. Meanwhile, Chen Hao was deep in thought about how to handle the situation. Soon, he smiled at Lin Yanran and said, "Yanran, it appears we have indeed misunderstood Chen Ping. He is truly a gentleman." At this, Chen Hao stepped forward and apologized to Chen Ping, saying, "Young Master Chen, I sincerely apologize. It was primarily my aunt's beauty that caused us concern when she didn't return home all night. We assumed the worst and thought you might be a lecher." Lin Yanran awkwardly chuckled, even though she did not fully understand why Chen Hao had changed his tone. She chimed in, "Yes, Chen Ping. It was mainly because my mother has never stayed out overnight. I was just worried about her. You wouldn't hold it against us, would you?" Chen Ping recognized their insincerity but maintained a cordial smile, responding, "What you say is true. It was merely a misunderstanding. How could I blame you? You were only looking out for Auntie, right?" Gu Shui believed that Lin Yanran and Chen Hao had truly realized their mistake, feeling relieved as she smiled and said, "Since everything is clear now, let us let this matter rest." Chen Ping smiled at Chen Hao and asked, "Chen Hao, I apologize for my earlier actions. Are you in pain?" Chen Hao's lips twitched slightly, yet he forced a smile. No, I bear no grudge against you." After a pause, Chen Hao added, "Actually, I think you and Annie make quite a lovely couple. I hadn't noticed before, but now I see you two have a certain chemistry." Lin Yanran felt a bit perplexed by Chen Hao's implication. Was he genuinely suggesting that Chen Ping could become her stepfather? She certainly did not wish to call Chen Ping dad. However, given Chen Hao's glance, she had no choice but to keep her mouth shut. Chen Hao continued with a smile. "Well, Chen Ping, since you are now Annie's boyfriend, if you plan to marry her, how much dowry do you intend to provide? It wouldn't do to offer too little, given your status as the heir of the wealthiest family in Jiangqing." Chen Ping was taken aback. This Chen Hao had gone through a convoluted route just to arrive at such a point? Knowing he hadn't taken advantage of Gu Shui and realizing threats were futile without evidence, they now shifted to discussing dowry. Lin Yanran quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, if Chen Ping were to marry Gu Shui, the Chen family should certainly provide a dowry, right? Once the dowry was given, they could always claim a lack of compatibility and part ways, thus sparing her the need to call him dad. She could view the dowry as compensation for her mother's lost youth. With this thought in mind, Lin Yanran felt that this plan could indeed work. Her face instantly brightened with a smile as she addressed Chen Ping. "Chen Ping, I can see that you are quite sincere towards my mother. Considering the considerable sum you spent on me previously and the fact that you didn't take advantage of the situation last night, I reluctantly agree to let you pursue a relationship with her. However, the betrothal gift cannot be less." At this point, Lin Yanran paused before continuing. "Firstly, if the betrothal gift is too meager, it would tarnish the dignity of the Chen family heir. Secondly, I have only one mother. If you do not offer a generous amount, I cannot bear to part with her." Gu Shui immediately interjected, "Yanran, what nonsense are you talking about? How long have I known Chen Ping? Why are we even discussing betrothal gifts? I'm much older than him, and we are simply not suited for one another." Lin Yanran responded promptly, "Mom, what are you saying? Although you are a bit older, you have such a splendid figure and beauty. You do not appear old at all. If Chen Ping were to marry you, it would be a blessing for him." Chen Hao chimed in to facilitate the match. "Indeed. Chen Ping mentioned yesterday that a woman older by 3 years brings wealth. You are 18 years older, which is equivalent to 6 bricks of gold. This is a good thing." Chen Ping stepped forward. "You are both correct. I also believe that my compatibility with Auntie is exceptional." After saying this, he wrapped his arm around Gu Shui's waist and flashed her a gentle smile. "Rest assured, for you, I am willing to provide a substantial betrothal gift." Gu Shui's face flushed with embarrassment as she tried to push Chen Ping's hand away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Chen Ping, we really are not suited for each other. And your parents do not approve of me. They would never consent to our relationship." Chen Ping replied, "I am now an adult. Their opinions are theirs, and mine are mine. They cannot control my decisions. So, how much do you think is appropriate for the betrothal gift?" "I cannot afford an exorbitant amount." Chen Ping chuckled, captivated by Gu Shui's blushing demeanor, which was truly enchanting. "Chen Ping, what are you babbling about? How long have we known each other? You do not truly like me, do you?" Gu Shui's heart raced. Having only known him for 2 days, she wondered what Chen Ping was truly thinking. Wasn't he being overly impulsive? Wouldn't it be wise to cultivate feelings first before discussing betrothal gifts? Moreover, she was not mentally prepared to welcome a man into her life so suddenly. Although she acknowledged that Chen Ping was kind and exceptional, he was significantly younger than her. "No, Chen Ping, this isn't right. Our acquaintance has been far too brief. Let us discuss this after some time. Did you not say you wanted to be my boyfriend for 2 months first? Let me be your girlfriend for 2 months, and we can revisit this matter afterward," Gu Shui awkwardly suggested, intending to buy some time, hoping that perhaps Chen Ping would realize his impulsiveness in a few days and cease his pursuit. "Mom, 2 months is far too long. Besides, while you two can continue your romance, the betrothal gift must be settled beforehand." Lin Yanran did not wish to wait that long, fearing that her mother might be taken advantage of before she and Chen Hao received their share of the money. After all, she would never allow Chen Ping to embrace Gu Shui without the incentive of financial gain. After a moment of reflection, Chen Ping turned to Gu Shui and said, "Annie, I cannot offer much, But how about 188,000? Let's choose a lucky number. It will suffice. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao and Lin Yanran were left utterly dumbfounded. Chen Ping, what are you saying? 188,000. How could you even suggest such a thing? Are you joking with us? Lin Yanran was infuriated and took a couple of steps forward to forcibly pull Chen Ping's hand away. She then glared at him, saying, Chen Ping, if you truly love my mother, how could you propose such a paltry sum? Last night at the bar, you spent over 600,000 without a second thought. And now you dare to say the betrothal gift is 188,000? Qin Hao added, this is outrageous. Chen Ping, you drive an Audi A8. Your family owns several Rolls-Royces, not to mention Ferraris and Porsches. Do you think I am unaware? And now you mention 188,000? I believe 188 billion would be more appropriate. 188,000 is an insult to my aunt. Gu Shui frowned in silence, not angry but perplexed. After all, Chen Ping's family was exceedingly wealthy, and he had spent lavishly on her only the night before. Why now would he claim the betrothal gift to be merely 188,000? Was he truly jesting at her expense? Even if she and Chen Ping were to be together, she would not accept a betrothal gift, believing that genuine love should not be measured in monetary terms. However, for someone as affluent as Chen Ping to propose such a sum seemed decidedly off. With a sigh, Chen Ping addressed Gu Shui. Gu Shui, I genuinely love you. I harbor no intention of insulting you. The truth is, I truly cannot afford much at this moment. Come on, Chen Ping, that is absurd. Your family is incredibly wealthy. How can you claim you can't afford it? Lin Yanran scoffed, clearly doubting his sincerity. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping continued, did you not notice that I arrived here pulling a suitcase? Gu Shui, Lin Yanran. And Qin Hao turned to see the suitcase he had indeed brought along. Chen Ping then declared, Gu Shui, you are priceless to me. Do not mention 188 billion. I would gladly give you all my family's wealth. He paused briefly before continuing. However, my parents do not agree with our relationship, as you are aware. They are vehemently opposed and have even threatened to sever ties with me if I pursue you. I have already been estranged from them, and my bank accounts have been frozen. Is that even possible? Lin Yanran and Qin Hao exchanged bewildered glances, utterly shocked. Gu Shui's heart sank. She recalled how Chen Tianhao had shouted about severing ties and freezing Chen Ping's accounts the previous night. Seeing that Chen Ping had chosen to forsake his affluent background for her sake moved her deeply. Chen Ping, I am so sorry. It's my fault. Gu Shui stepped forward, gazing intently at him. But why would you go to such lengths for me? I am not worth it. Chen Ping stepped closer, taking her hands in his and fervently replied, silly woman, if I deem it worthwhile, then it is worthwhile. For you, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Even if I must beg on the streets, I want to be with you. Hearing these words, Gu Shui felt increasingly touched, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chen Ping, I once doubted if you were merely trying to provoke Yanran by bringing me to the hotel, thinking you sought revenge or wished to humiliate me. But now, I believe in you. As she spoke, Gu Shui paused for a moment before continuing. Because if your sole intention was to humiliate me, then last night when your parents scorned and belittled me, you would not have stood up for me. If your purpose was merely to retaliate against Yanran, you would not have severed ties with your family. At this moment, I genuinely believe you are serious. This exchange left Lin Yanran and Qin Hao momentarily speechless, their minds buzzing with confusion. After a brief interval, Lin Yanran turned to Gu Shui and asked, Mother, what did you just say? Did you meet with the head of the Chen family and his wife yesterday? Did Chen Ping take you to see them? Gu Shui offered a wry smile before explaining. No, Chen Ping took me to a hotel. We hadn't even left when his parents discovered we were at that hotel and came looking for us. She paused before continuing. However, they did not intend to humiliate me. What they said was quite accurate. I am indeed not worthy of Chen Ping. They referred to me as a cleaning lady and mentioned my age, which, in reality, was a truth I could not deny. When Chen Ping defended me, the head of the Chen family declared he would sever ties with him and freeze his bank account. I never anticipated that Chen Ping would actually be cast out. Chen Ping chuckled coldly within, realizing that although Chen Tianhao had expelled him and frozen his bank account, he had not actually cut ties. He expressed this to gauge how Lin Yanran and Qin Hao would react now that he was destitute and had severed ties with his family. After all, these two had previously supported their union, eager for the bride price. Was it possible that it was all genuine? The head of the Chen family was indeed ruthless, even forsaking his own son. Lin Yanran was taken aback. If that were the case, how would they obtain the bride price from Chen Ping without any money? Qin Hao's expression darkened significantly. Ah, the wealthy truly are heartless, aren't they? So devoid of compassion. Chen Ping sighed, then said, Alas, Shui, there is nothing I can do. They believe you are unworthy of me, and in order to be with you, I have truly lost everything. My father is concerned about his reputation, feeling embarrassed to have me marry someone so much older than I. He paused before adding, but rest assured, I will prove myself through my own efforts. I will not allow you to go hungry. I have sacrificed everything for you. Surely you will not abandon me now? Chen Ping's lament sounded pitiful, his eyes reddening with a sense of grievance. Gu Shui's heart was already stirred. Chen Ping had treated her with such kindness, even forsaking his family for their relationship. Not to mention, he had spent so much on her just yesterday. With this realization, despite her concerns about their age difference, she felt she could no longer reject Chen Ping, for doing so would only inflict further pain upon him. Surely, this young man would struggle to cope with such rejection. No, Chen Ping, that will not happen. You have me, Gu Shui asserted. I agreed yesterday to be your girlfriend. Regardless of what the future holds, I am willing to be by your side for these 2 months. Let me be your girlfriend and accompany you. She paused before continuing. True love does not hinge upon superficial matters such as bride prices. You have sacrificed your identity as a wealthy heir for me. What more reason do I have to hesitate? Even without a bride price, I wish to be with you. Gu Shui, you are truly wonderful, Chen Ping exclaimed, throwing himself into her embrace, holding her tightly. Chapter 28. I am serious, mother, no? Absolutely not. How could you agree to be with Chen Ping? Lin Yanran exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. He has been cast out of the Chen family and is utterly worthless, with no money to offer, not even for a bride price. Why would you want to be with him? With that, Lin Yanran attempted to pull Chen Ping away, commanding him, Chen Ping, leave at once. This is not a shelter for the downtrodden. My mother would never associate with a pauper like you. Given that Chen Ping could not provide a bride price and had been expelled, it was clear the Chen family would not offer one either. Did this not shatter her dreams of wealth? What was even more infuriating was that previously she could occasionally extract luxury items from Chen Ping's unwavering devotion and financial support. Now, with his current state, did it not imply she would no longer have access to any funds from him? If that were the case, would not her quality of life decline? How would she continue to flaunt her family's supposed wealth in front of her peers? Would she still be able to treat friends to meals at bars or rely on Chen Ping to cover the bill? The mere thought of this left Lin Yanran feeling deeply distressed. Chen Ping, however, paid no mind to Lin Yanran's outburst, wrapped in Gu Shui's embrace. He felt a sense of bliss. Gu Shui's fragrance was delightful, and her figure was undeniably alluring. As he held her tightly, the sensation was overwhelmingly pleasurable. Gu Shui, caught in the embrace, felt her heart flutter with a mix of emotions. Yet, seeing Chen Ping's sorrowful state, she felt it inappropriate to push him away. With a blush creeping across her cheeks, she called out to Lin Yanran, enough. Chen Ping has sacrificed so much for me. He is heartbroken right now. How can you send him away? Moreover, matters of the heart cannot be measured by material wealth. Even if Chen Ping is presently without funds, should we choose to be together, I would not demand a significant bride price. She paused, then added, you spent so much of Chen Ping's money before, yesterday. I too spent quite a bit. Consider that as my bride price. This is how it shall be. Furthermore, my feelings are not for you to meddle with. This is my own affair, do you understand? This was the first time Gu Shui had ever raised her voice at Lin Yanran, astonished by her daughter's materialistic nature and superficiality. It appeared her previous kindness had spoiled her, raising her to a state of entitlement. Mother, how could you yell at me? You have never been so fierce with me before. Lin Yanran protested, collapsing onto the sofa, feigning tears. She knew that this tactic would elicit sympathy from her mother, as it had worked previously. To her surprise, Gu Shui, still embraced by Chen Ping, frowned but chose to remain silent. Chen Ping, holding Gu Shui, felt a surge of joy, realizing that since he had decided to stop pursuing Lin Yanran and chosen Gu Shui instead, the dynamics had shifted. Gu Shui's heart was gradually aligning with his. Auntie, I stand with you. I believe you are absolutely right. We must not view love through the lens of materialism. Lin Yanran was taken aback by the unexpected voice. It was Qin Hao. She lifted her head, staring at him in disbelief. What was happening? Had they not previously agreed to support their relationship solely for financial gain and extravagant bride prices? At present, opportunities for financial gain seemed to have vanished. Why? At such a time, does Qin Hao still choose to support the two of them? Without a bride price, why has Qin Hao agreed? Qin Hao, feeling somewhat awkward, smiled and said, Auntie, please take a moment to comfort Chen Ping. He has severed ties with his family for your sake, which I truly admire. It's a dire situation indeed. You two should have a good talk. I'll take Yanran and step outside for a bit. We have other matters to attend to. Pulling the bewildered Lin Yanran along, Qin Hao quickly exited the room and closed the door behind them. All right, Chen Ping, How long are you going to hold on? I have agreed to be your girlfriend. Is that not enough? After they left, Gu Shui realized that Chen Ping was still tightly embracing her. Feeling shy, she playfully chided him. Chen Ping did not loosen his grip. Instead, he looked up and said, Shui, since you've agreed, we are now in a romantic relationship, which means we should embrace a little longer. Only when I hold you do I feel such warmth and peace. Not merely peace. For Chen Ping had 2 more words unspoken. That is comfort. Oh, you little rascal, am I really that wonderful? Gu Shui questioned, still lacking confidence. Chen Ping nodded earnestly. Indeed, you are better than anyone else. You are beautiful, understanding, and possess sound values. Even though I can't provide a hefty bride price, you have not abandoned me, which makes you the best in my eyes. Hearing these words from Chen Ping filled Gu Shui with delight. Gazing at his handsome face and recalling the passionate kiss from the previous night, her heart raced, and her thoughts began to wander. She never anticipated that. Having resolved not to seek a man at her age, she would now find her heart racing due to this young man's charm. That's enough. You're holding me too tightly. I feel embarrassed. Gu Shui shyly exclaimed, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Chen Ping, with a mischievous smile, replied, We've already kissed, so what is wrong with a hug? Though I've been cast out of my home, with you agreeing to be my girlfriend, I feel so incredibly happy. I am the happiest man in the world. Gu Shui felt a warm flutter in her heart at Chen Ping's words. But she replied, It's not as wonderful as you say. Perhaps your parents are merely upset at the moment. Chen Ping, if you ever grow tired of me, I won't hold you back. I can be your girlfriend now, but if you no longer like me, we can part ways. Just go back and apologize to your family. They will surely forgive you. At this point, Gu Shui sighed. What parent doesn't love their child? Gu Shui, what are you saying? I will never leave you. I, Chen Ping, have no regrets. I am truly serious. Chen Ping proclaimed resolutely. In a different setting, Lin Yanran had been pulled by Qin Hao to a pavilion downstairs in the community. Her chest heaved with anger as she gritted her teeth. That scoundrel Chen Ping. How dare he embrace my mother? How awful. Am I really going to have to call him dad in the future? Pausing for a moment, Lin Yanran continued. My mother has such a good figure and is so beautiful. How can Chen Ping, who can't even afford a bride price, be worthy of her? She glanced at Qin Hao beside her, seething. Qin Hao, what do you mean by this? That rascal Chen Ping has already been expelled from the Chen family. I doubt he can come up with 180,000. Why are you still supporting him and my mother? Qin Hao responded coolly with a smile. What is the rush? Once your emotions settle, I will share my plans with you. After a couple of minutes, Lin Yanran calmed herself and asked, How? Do you have another way to obtain money? But now that Chen Ping has been expelled and his bank account's frozen, how do we make money? After pondering, she added, they have severed ties, so if you expect to receive 10 or 8 billion in bride price, the Chen family won't give a dime. They are wealthy, but they are not fools. Qin Hao looked at Lin Yanran and said, You realize that obtaining a bride price is impossible, right? Then why do you still want Chen Ping to be with my mother? Lin Yanran furrowed her brow, unsure of Qin Hao's intent. Qin Hao then chuckled coldly. Since getting a bride price from Chen Ping is unfeasible, we can only resort to threatening the Chen family for money. Lin Yanran looked puzzled. How do we threaten them? Qin Hao explained. Consider this. The Chen family is the wealthiest in Jiangqing. Their pride led them to break ties with Chen Ping because they deemed my mother unworthy of him, which indicates they have an extraordinary sense of pride. He paused before continuing. Since they are so concerned with their reputation, let us keep my mother and Chen Ping together. Didn't Chen Ping say we lacked evidence? Once they are together, obtaining evidence will be much simpler. Lin Yanran's eyes lit up. Indeed, since we cannot receive the bride price. Chen Ping was once a young master of the Chen family, the son of Chen Tianhao. If we leverage evidence of their relationship to threaten them, they will surely pay us to avoid embarrassment. Even if they refuse to acknowledge him as their son, they will undoubtedly offer us hush money to keep this under wraps. Is that the idea? Qin Hao nodded. When the time comes, we will use the evidence to threaten the Chen family. Do you think they will provide us with money? That doesn't seem right. That is my mother. If she finds out, she would be furious. Lin Yanran said, looking troubled. My mother is quite stubborn. I fear she would be upset. Qin Hao replied with exasperation. Yanran, you're being foolish. Chen Tianhao has already severed ties with Chen Ping. They will certainly not give us a bride price. This is the only way for us to obtain money. After all, Chen Ping is of their blood. And they wouldn't want to lose face. Lin Yanran nodded. You have a point. Although they have broken ties, Chen Ping is still Chen Tianhao's only son. They might have said those things in anger. After a moment of thought, Lin Yanran frowned and said, regardless, we only need to take a few photos of them embracing or holding hands. It would be even better to capture a kiss. As long as they don't engage in anything more intimate, I can accept that. Chen Hao smiled broadly. That's the spirit. The Chen family, concerned about their reputation, will certainly pay us. Once we have the money, you can buy her expensive clothes and handbags, and she will think you are being filial. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran's eyes filled with determination, and she finally nodded. All right, I will follow your lead. So, when shall we take the photos? Should we just let them embrace while we capture the moment? Chen Hao shook his head and said, this won't do. Let us first facilitate Chen Ping and your mother in establishing a romantic relationship. Once their bond strengthens, they are bound to hold hands or embrace when they go out. At that point, we can discreetly capture some photographs. Otherwise, I fear your mother and Chen Ping may become suspicious of our intentions, which would complicate matters. Lin Yanran nodded in agreement. All right, I shall follow your lead. At that moment, Chen Ping had already released Gu Shui from his embrace. Gu Shui, seated on the sofa, addressed Chen Ping. Chen Ping, before you left yesterday, did you not transfer a substantial sum of money to me? It was several $100,000. We are not short of funds, so let me transfer it back to you. You can save a bit, and it will last quite a while. Chen Ping chuckled. My card has been frozen. How can you transfer it to me? Just keep it. Your hospitality and provisions are sufficient. After a moment, Chen Ping surveyed the surroundings and inquired, by the way, are there any vacant rooms here? Gu Shui smiled awkwardly. Well, actually, there are none. It is just the two of us, and to save money, we rented a 2-bedroom apartment, so there are only 2 rooms. Soon, a thought struck Gu Shui. Oh, it seems our neighbor across the hall is planning to rent out their place. Why not consider renting that? After pondering for a moment, Chen Ping nodded with a smile. Yes, it appears that is the only option now. After all, with just 2 rooms, if anything were to happen between us at night, it wouldn't be good if your daughter overheard. Upon saying this, Chen Ping glanced at Gu Shui's graceful figure and added with a grin. If I were to rent the adjacent apartment, then should you wish to visit me for a bit of intimacy, your daughter would not overhear us, would she? Gu Shui rolled her eyes, exasperated. Chen Ping, although I have agreed to be your girlfriend, I believe we should take our time to understand each other better. You may not truly know me yet. This could just be a moment of impulse. Once you get to know me, you may not find me appealing anymore. Chen Ping responded, all right, I shall heed your advice. I am in no rush. Shall we go and inquire with the neighbors now? Gu Shui smiled. I happen to have their number. They may not be home, but I will call and check. Mrs. Chun from next door soon arrived, opening the door and asking, Gu Shui, is this your relative? Is he here for work? Since we are neighbors, I can offer you a good deal. A month's rent for 2,000. Just transfer 8,000 to me. Before Gu Shui could respond, Chen Ping interjected, the money is not an issue. I will send it right away. However, I must clarify. I am not her relative. I am her man, Chen Ping. Oh man, really? I would not have guessed. Gu Shui, you actually. Mrs. Chen looked at Gu Shui in surprise. But soon, her expression shifted to envy as she admired Gu Shui's figure, remarking that today she looked radiant, embodying beauty with fair skin and long legs. It was no wonder a younger man would be attracted to her. Gu Shui's cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that. Don't listen to him. Chen Ping added, Mrs. Chun, Gu Shui is a bit shy. Please do not take offense. We have only been together for 2 days. She will get used to it. Mrs. Chen laughed. It is evident. Gu Shui's face is all flushed. Haha. Afterward, Mrs. Chen inquired, so, young man, how do you find the renovations? Are the furniture and appliances satisfactory? Gu Shui frowned slightly, as although the decor was decent. It was merely a temporary housing arrangement. Chen Ping, accustomed to living in a large villa, might find it lacking. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping smiled and replied, I am quite satisfied. Having a place to stay is all that matters. Then, he turned to Gu Shui and reminded, time to pay up, beautiful. Realizing that Chen Ping seemed to have no money at the moment, Gu Shui quickly took out her phone to transfer the rent to Mrs. Chun. After receiving the payment, Mrs. Chun smiled knowingly. Gu Shui, you cannot deny it. For someone as frugal as you, to spend on this handsome fellow's rent is quite telling, isn't it? Gu Shui was left speechless. Take care, Mrs. Chun. Chen Ping escorted her to the door, watching her leave. Once she was gone, he remarked, Gu Shui, I wonder what you are thinking. After all these years without a man, you've chosen someone so much younger. Yet, this man seems to rely on you for rent. It appears you are quite taken by him, spending your hard-earned savings on him. After closing the door, Chen Ping turned to Gu Shui, my dear, in the future, you can visit me whenever you have the time. He then stepped closer, embracing her, and said, Shui, shall we share a kiss? Why? Gu Shui was startled, her heart racing. Was this young man attempting something bold in broad daylight after last night's failed attempt? It is to celebrate my new home and our newly formed relationship. Don't you think a kiss is in order? Chen Ping grinned. disregarding her hesitation, and leaned in to kiss Gu Shue's rosy lips. Gu Shue was taken aback by Chen Ping's fervent kiss, which stirred her heart once more. Though she initially wished to push him away, she remembered his sacrifices for her and their agreement to be together for 2 months. Ultimately, she chose to embrace the moment, allowing herself to savor this unfamiliar yet exhilarating kiss. Feeling Gu Shue push him away momentarily before relenting filled Chen Ping with joy, as it signified his growing presence in her heart. Indeed, sincerity and genuine affection could resonate deeply. However, as the kiss lingered, the flames of desire ignited within him, prompting Chen Ping's hands to wander restlessly. Gu Shue's eyes widened in surprise, and she hurriedly pushed Chen Ping away, breathlessly saying, "That's enough. How long do you intend to kiss me, Chen Ping? This is my limit. Please, let's take our time to nurture our feelings." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "What if Qin Hao and Yanran return soon?" Chen Ping licked his lips and mischievously replied, "So, your implication is that as long as they do not return, we can indulge in even bolder actions?" Gu Shue gasped, her eyes darting as she stammered, No, that is not what I meant. Regardless of whether they come back or not, I still cannot give you that." With that, Gu Shue began to carry Chen Ping's suitcase inside. "All right. Will you be staying in this room? It's a bit larger. Let me help you unpack and organize your clothes in the wardrobe." Observing Gu Shue in her elegant qipao, Chen Ping felt a surge of delight. "Gu Shue, you will surely be mine in due time. I am confident you cannot escape." Chen Ping smiled slyly, whispering softly. At that moment, Gu Shue let out a gasp from within the room. Chen Ping was taken aback, startled, and hurriedly rushed inside. "What happened? Are you all right?" he exclaimed, his face etched with concern as he gazed at Gu Shue. Gu Shue pointed towards the open suitcase and said to Chen Ping, "Chen Ping, there is only one outfit in here. The rest is filled with gold jewelry and cash, as well as a few gold bars." Realizing the implication of her words, Gu Shue paused momentarily before continuing, "I understand now. You mentioned earlier that you were out of money because you were afraid Yanran and the others would discover your wealth and ask you for it, right? I never expected you to be so clever. After being thrown out, you secretly took all these valuables with you. All of this combined must be worth quite a fortune." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ping offered a bittersweet smile and replied, "I didn't sneak these out. When I left this morning, my mother and second sister urged me to eat breakfast first. I suspect one of them took the opportunity to put these in my bag." Chen Ping's heart swelled with gratitude. In his previous life, witnessing the deaths of his sisters was a deep source of pain and helplessness. In this life, he was determined to grow stronger and protect them. A crucial part of this strength lay in winning Gu Shue's heart, for she was the key to his empowerment. Gu Shue, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding and remarked, "Indeed, which mother wouldn't cherish her own child, even if your father values his reputation and cast you out? In your mother's heart, you will always be her son." Chen Ping chuckled and said, "Gu Shue, what I told you before is true. The apocalypse is approaching. Thus, we must prepare in advance. I need to sell this jewelry and gold to purchase food and create a safe haven, as well as acquire more weapons. The first 6 months will be the toughest. Once we get through that, things will improve, and humanity will have a better chance to fight back." Chapter 31. "I am here to sell gold." Gu Shue was taken aback, offering a wry smile as she asked Chen Ping, "Are you all right? Is what you say for real?" Observing her disbelief, Chen Ping could only manage a rueful smile and said, "I understand that it's hard for you to believe me at first, but it is indeed true. I have been reborn, and there are only 58 days left until the apocalypse. We must prepare some things in advance." Gu Shue sighed, "But what you're saying seems too far-fetched. If I didn't see you acting relatively normal, I would suspect you were mentally unwell." Chen Ping zipped up the suitcase and responded, "Regardless of whether you believe me or not, this is the truth. By the way, while I cannot recall tomorrow's lottery numbers, I do remember there will be a grand prize of 10 billion. If I manage to predict that correctly, then you should believe me, right?" Gu Shue fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. "If tomorrow's lottery indeed announces a 10 billion prize, then I will believe you." Chen Ping felt a surge of emotion at her words. Whether or not she was deceiving him, her faith brought him comfort. After pondering for a moment, he added, "Please don't mention this to Qin Hao and Yanran. I suspect that, given their personalities, they would not believe it and might think I made up this excuse to avoid paying the betrothal gifts." "You're right. They wouldn't believe it." Gu Shue nodded. Through previous experiences, she felt that Lin Yanran had indeed been negatively influenced by Qin Hao, becoming quite materialistic. Yet, Lin Yanran was infatuated with Qin Hao, ignoring all advice, leaving Gu Shue feeling powerless. At that moment, Gu Shue's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Yanran. She quickly stepped aside and answered. After a brief conversation, Gu Shui hung up and informed Chen Ping. Yanran said she went shopping with Qin Hao and might not return until evening. Chen Ping smiled and remarked, "She also mentioned that I can only hold your hand at most, and that I shouldn't touch you, right?" As he spoke, he moved closer and wrapped his arms around Gu Shui's waist, grinning mischievously. "What a shame they don't know I've already given you my first kiss." Gu Shui felt her cheeks flush at his affectionate gesture and shot him an exasperated glance. "I hadn't even put it on speaker, and you still heard it. Your hearing is incredible. They're not coming back, so just right. I want to kiss you again." Chen Ping chuckled, and in the midst of Gu Shui's startled gaze, he leaned in for another kiss. Gu Shui felt speechless. This guy seemed insatiable. They had just shared a kiss, and he was already eager for more. Each time he left her heart racing. Fortunately, this time, Chen Ping only kissed her for a little while before releasing her. Chen Ping licked his lips and said to Gu Shui, "The money I transferred to you before can be considered as my betrothal gift. You can keep it. Now, I need to exchange the gold jewelry for cash. But your bank card has been frozen, hasn't it? Yanran spent so much of your money. And you also spent quite a bit for me yesterday. Let that be your betrothal gift. You should still use this card. Most of the money in it is what you transferred to me. I don't have much left." Gu Shui handed her bank card to Chen Ping. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping smiled and said, "This card's limit isn't sufficient. I know the bank manager. I will have them issue me a new card, and I will deposit the money into it." He paused and added, "However, this amount may still not suffice." "Not enough? There's over $1 million in cash here, right? Together with the rest, it should amount to 7 or 8 million. Isn't that sufficient for you?" Gu Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Ping chuckled, "Haha, I need to stockpile more supplies. Within the next 2 months, I intend to create a safe haven, which will be crucial at the right moment." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Leave this matter to me. You can rest assured that I will protect you." Although Gu Shui was uncertain about the truth of Chen Ping's claims, she could sense his sincerity. After considering, she replied, "If you need my help with anything, just let me know. I will definitely assist you." To her surprise, Chen Ping's eyes lit up with excitement, and he grasped her hand, saying, "Are you serious? If you want to help me, there is indeed a way, and it can help me grow stronger. In the future, during the apocalypse, I will be able to protect you better." "Is that so? But I don't know anything. How can I assist you?" Gu Shui asked, puzzled. Chen Ping directly stated, "It's simple. You could give yourself to me. Engaging in intimate acts between a man and a woman would be the greatest help you could offer me." Gu Shui nearly fainted, rolling her eyes at Chen Ping. "I can't believe you. You're such a scoundrel. After all this, your only intention is to sleep with me." Chen Ping felt a bit disheartened and replied, "Hey, didn't you say you'd help me? If that's the case, you would indeed be able to help me. Forget it. Let us go. First, we need to get a new card and then exchange the gold jewelry for cash to deposit it." Chen Ping believed that the priority was to convert the contents of the suitcase into money and deposit it into the bank card, as they still had nearly 2 months, which was ample time. As the apocalypse descended, all that was required was to endure until many began to awaken their latent abilities. At that juncture, humanity would possess a modicum of resistance, significantly improving their plight. They would establish their own sanctuaries, no longer feeling as helpless as they had in the initial stages. "Very well, let us depart." Gu Shui smiled and followed Chen Ping as he wheeled his suitcase outside. Chen Ping contemplated the inconvenience of lacking a vehicle and decided to procure a van from a nearby second-hand car market, deeming its capacity far superior to that of a compact car. After successfully acquiring the vehicle, he proceeded to a jewelry store, intending to sell his accessories and gold in exchange for cash. "Ah, is that not young Master Chen? Please come in." The manager of the jewelry store greeted Chen Ping with a broad smile upon his arrival. Upon noticing the strikingly voluptuous beauty accompanying him, a hint of envy flickered across his expression. Such privileged descendants truly have it easy, being able to indulge in the company of such alluring women. Despite the manager's curiosity regarding the suitcase, he assumed that with a beauty in tow, Chen Ping was likely there for shopping, as such women were undoubtedly drawn by the allure of wealth. "I am here to sell gold," Chen Ping replied with a subtle smile, placing the suitcase on the ground and opening it to address the manager. The manager, a portly middle-aged man, felt his smile vanish instantaneously. "What is happening here? While we do buy gold, it is rather unusual for someone of young Master Chen's stature to come to the store not to purchase, but to sell. Could it be that someone like him is in need of money? After all, his father is the wealthiest man in Jiangxing. Are you certain you wish to sell and not buy?" The manager inquired awkwardly, unable to suppress his desire for clarification. Chen Ping chuckled, "Am I not allowed to sell? Is it only permissible for me to buy?" "Chen Ping, what brings you here?" At that moment, a charming little girl clad in a princess dress approached. flanked by several bodyguards. This little girl was none other than Xia Xiao AI, the daughter of the Xia family. Although the Xia family was not a top-tier lineage, they were certainly affluent, being a second-tier family in Jiangxing. Xia Xiao AI and Chen Ping had grown up together, and both the head of the Xia family and Chun Tianhao had intentions of uniting the two. However, Xia Xiao AI was displeased that Chen Ping seemed to disregard her in favor of a gold-digging woman, leaving her quite perplexed. Miss Xia, the manager, upon recognizing her, immediately bowed respectfully. Young Master Chun is here to sell gold and jewelry. Is that so? Xia Xiao AI was taken aback, unsure of the circumstances. She glanced at the woman behind Chen Ping, noting her alluring figure and long legs, which stirred a sense of discontent within her. Who is she? Weren't you supposed to bring Lin Yanran to buy jewelry? Chen Ping chuckled. I simply wish to experience the sensation of selling jewelry. Is that not acceptable? Does your family not purchase items? If not, I can look elsewhere. Fearing that Chen Ping might become upset, Xia Xiao AI immediately smiled and tugged at his sleeve. Of course we do. We definitely do. Afterward, she sweetly added, Chen Ping, if you accompany me for a shopping spree today, I will offer you a premium price for your gold bars and jewelry. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping, who was in dire need of money, inquired, Are you certain? How about you give me 10 million for these cash and gold items? We need not weigh them. Does that sound agreeable? Absolutely. As long as you accompany me shopping, it can be arranged. Xia Xiao AI's eyes sparkled with delight. The former Chen Ping would never have accompanied her on such outings. Today, however, he seemed willing, igniting a glimmer of hope within her that she might replace Lin Yanran in his affections. In Xia Xiao AI's eyes, Chen Ping was akin to a beacon of light. Having excelled academically and possessed talents in piano and basketball, which made her heart yearn to marry him. Miss, the total value of these gold and cash is at most around 8 million, the portly manager interjected. Xia Xiao AI shot him a glare silence. Subsequently, she produced a black card and handed it to Chen Ping. Here, the password is 6 sixes, and there are 20 million inside. I am willing to give you an additional 10 million. My only request is that you occasionally hold my hand while we shop. She lowered her gaze shyly. Her cheeks flushed. She intended to let the woman accompanying Chen Ping understand the strength of her competition, as she was capable of casually offering 2 million. Chen Ping gazed at the adorable girl before him, lost in memories, a twinge of guilt settling in his heart. In a past life, he had been blinded by infatuation and devoted himself to Lin Yanran, neglecting Xia Xiao AI, who had always loved him. Regrettably, Xia Xiao AI had been deceived, believing he had returned, prompting her to open the door, ultimately leading to her demise at the hands of ruthless foes. Chen Ping felt a sense of responsibility for her death. Had she not loved him so deeply, she would not have opened the door. With such thoughts, Chen Ping's gaze softened as he reached out, gently tucking a strand of hair behind Xia Xiao AI's ear. Little girl, are you certain about giving me such a large sum? Of course. Xia Xiao AI never regrets her decisions, she replied with a radiant smile, her heart racing and her cheeks warm with a hint of embarrassment. She was bewildered by Chen Ping's unexpected tenderness and intimate gesture, making her heart flutter. Chen Ping, if there are no other matters at hand, I shall take my leave now. You and this young lady enjoy your shopping. Gu Shui, standing behind them, felt superfluous. Witnessing the natural chemistry between Chen Ping and Xia Xiao AI stirred an unfamiliar sense of jealousy within her. This feeling had been absent for many years. Although she possessed an alluring figure and had received ample attention from suitors, her heart had never been stirred, nor had she ever felt envious. Yet, seeing Chen Ping and Xia Xiao AI's subtly flirtatious interactions stirred a pang of envy within her. Perhaps it was due to her recent commitment to being Chen Ping's girlfriend, or perhaps because he had kissed her more than once. This sense of grievance washed over her. Had he not professed his love for her? Now, he was playfully flirting with this young girl right before her eyes. However, upon reflection, she questioned what she was expecting at her age. This young girl, of a similar age to Chen Ping and clearly a wealthy heiress, seemed like a perfect match for him. What business did she have inserting herself into their dynamic? It seems that Chen Ping's interest in accompanying her is merely a fleeting whim, does it not? Unbeknownst to her, Gu Shui found herself lost in a myriad of thoughts. Chen Ping paused for a moment, then smiled gently as he approached Gu Shui, intertwining his arm with hers. You are my girlfriend. Where do you wish to go? Did we not agree to shop together? At this juncture, Chen Ping turned to Xia Xiao AI with a smile, saying, Xiao AI, allow me to introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Gu Shui. Gu Shui was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurriedly attempted to push Chen Ping's hand away. What nonsense are you spouting? She exclaimed. You and this young lady seem rather well matched. Please refrain from such foolishness. Xia Xiao AI, fuming, stamped her foot and retorted. Chen Ping Gij, this is unacceptable. I have declared myself your girlfriend, and you shall not entertain any affections for other women. With that, she moved closer to Chen Ping, linking her arm with his and declaring, I don't care, you promised to shop with me, and your word is binding. Yet, Chen Ping jovially replied, I too am a man of my word. Besides, if you give me an additional 10 million, I would be more than willing to accompany you shopping. That seems quite a lucrative arrangement. The store manager and several employees could not help but chuckle at Xia Xiao AI's indignant demeanor. She shot them a glare and demanded, What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Shouldn't you attend to your own duties? Feigning shock, Chen Ping exclaimed, Oh, so Xiao AI is this fierce? Xia Xiao AI, in a playful tone, countered, Not at all. I speak quite gently. Chen Ping was taken aback by the absurdity of the situation. You all go ahead. I must take my leave for a moment, as I suddenly remembered I have some matters to attend to. Gu Shui, encountering such a situation for the first time, felt an urge to extricate herself from Chen Ping's grasp. With Chen Ping holding one arm and Xia Xiao AI the other, the trio's arrangement appeared rather comical. What matters could you possibly have? Come on, we agreed to shop together. Free is merrier. Do you not wish for me to earn that 10 million? This is, after all, a considerable sum. Chen Ping expressed, somewhat helplessly, for he was indeed in need of money. With the promise of 20 million, it would be sufficient. Gu Shui managed a reluctant smile, acquiescing to the situation, well aware of Chen Ping's financial predicament. Besides, the prospect of earning 10 million simply by shopping was indeed a stroke of luck. At that moment, Gu Shui became acutely aware of the unimaginable realm of the affluent. She realized that should she toil in a regular job, accumulating such wealth would be an unattainable dream. Xia Xiao AI, with a peculiar expression, queried, Huh? Are we all shopping together? Isn't that rather inappropriate? Chen Ping chuckled. Xiao AI, I merely stated I would shop with you. I never claimed my girlfriend could not join us. There is nothing amiss with that. Xia Xiao AI fell silent, only managing to pout and concede, Fine. I suppose you are clever. I feel as though I've been outmaneuvered. Haha, let us proceed. Chen Ping laughed heartily, stepping out with the two lovely ladies. However, after a few paces, Xia Xiao AI turned back to address the bodyguards trailing behind. You may return. I wish to shop with my Chen Ping Gij. And you need not accompany us. Understood, miss. The bodyguards exchanged glances before deciding to depart. Hey, Chen Ping Gij, shall we go for a coffee? What do you think? Xia Xiao AI continued to cling to Chen Ping's arm, beaming with delight. Yet, upon glancing at Gu Shui beside her, she noted that Gu Shui not only appeared more alluring, but also seemed more mature and physically endowed than herself, igniting a sense of discontent within Xia Xiao AI. Was it not true that Chen Ping had previously favored the likes of Lin Yanran, who possessed a less ample figure? Why had his preferences shifted? Xia Xiao AI had once believed she held the advantage, considering her own assets considerably more generous than Lin Yanran's, coupled with her family's wealth, presenting a perfect match with Chen Ping. Lin Yanran, in contrast, was a lackluster student, a mere green tea, occasionally feigning fragility before Chen Ping to capture his attention. A thought that incensed Xia Xiao AI. Yet now, Chen Ping had seemingly chosen a woman who appeared several years his senior, instilling a sense of urgency in Xia Xiao AI. This woman exhibited poise and sophistication far superior to Lin Yanran and donned expensive attire. Could she possibly be the daughter of a wealthy family? Most crucially, Xia Xiao AI had heard that men typically favored larger attributes, a fact that heightened her concerns. Very well, let us proceed. There is a cafe just ahead, and its decor is quite splendid. Chen Ping commented, glancing ahead. After walking a few more steps, Xia Xiao AI could no longer contain her curiosity. By the way, Chen Ping Gij, did you not have a fondness for Lin Yanran? What prompted this change of heart? I have never heard you mention this sister before. Chen Ping awkwardly chuckled. In the future, please refrain from mentioning Lin Yanran in my presence. I have no interest in her whatsoever. My affections now lie with this beautiful Gu Shui. At this, he couldn't help but glance at Gu Shui. Gu Shui bit her lip, remaining silent, yet feeling a hint of sweetness in her heart. She recognized that Xia Xiao AI shared a close bond with Chen Ping, who evidently held deep feelings for her, as he had introduced her with sincerity, dispelling any notion that he was merely toying with her affections. No, you cannot like her. Even if you do, you must also like me. Xia Xiao AI insisted, tugging at Chen Ping's arm and playfully asserting, Chen Ping Gij, I refuse to accept that you do not like me. Following this, she turned to Gu Shui and inquired, Hey, you are Gu Shui, right? Why have I never heard of you? Is your family of the esteemed Gu lineage? I have no recollection whatsoever. Clearly, in Xia Xiao AI's eyes, if one did not belong to a prestigious family in Jiang City, Then Gu Shui was deemed unworthy of Chen Ping's affections. Gu Shui could only smile awkwardly and respond, "Miss Gu, I am not a wealthy heiress. I am merely an ordinary person, nothing more than a commonplace individual." Pausing, she continued, "I am in my 30s. And I do not understand why Chen Xiao would take an interest in me." 30s? Xia Xiao Ai's eyes widened with disbelief as she scrutinized Gu Shui. "You cannot be serious. You must be deceiving me. You look no more than 23 or 24, perhaps just a few years older than Chen Ping." After a brief moment, Xia Xiao Ai added, "If you truly were in your 30s, how could Chen Ping possibly like you? That would make you an aunt." Hearing this, Gu Shui sighed inwardly, realizing the vast chasm between her and Chen Ping. Perhaps it was merely a momentary impulse on his part, and soon he would grow weary of her. After all, they inhabited entirely different worlds. How could she possibly be with a young man like him? Chen Ping's future was bound to be bright and expansive. As for what Chen Ping said about the impending apocalypse and the mutual affection between him and her, it is likely a fabrication concocted by Chen Ping in his pursuit of her. Although this tale sounds somewhat touching, it remains a mere falsehood. Chen Ping, having noticed the hint of embarrassment and disappointment in Gu Shui's eyes, promptly turned to Xia Xiao Ai and said, "Xiao Ai, I am aware of your feelings for me, and I understand your heart. However, if your affection for me is genuine, you ought not to speak ill of Gu Shui." At this point, Chen Ping paused briefly before continuing, "I do not care whether Gu Shui is an ordinary person. In my heart, she is the most beautiful. Love has the power to transcend societal prejudices, and we should not be concerned about this minor age difference." Meanwhile, on the other side, a pair of young individuals had caught sight of the three. Lin Yanran was taken aback and exclaimed, Qin Hao, look over there. Isn't that my mother?" Chapter 34. Just knew he was bullying the weak. Qin Hao followed Lin Yanran's gaze and was equally astonished. "Goodness, it really is Auntie. But who is that lovely young lady beside Chen Ping? Why are both your mother and that beauty holding onto his arm?" Lin Yanran, filled with rage, gritted her teeth and seethed, "That despicable Chen Ping. How dare he play both sides? If it weren't for the money, if it weren't for the chance to make a big score, would I have agreed to let my mother date him?" After this, Lin Yanran paused and continued, "And look at him, casually shopping with another woman, allowing both of them to cling to him. It infuriates me. I want to confront that woman for daring to vie for my mother's affection. Even if my mother does not end up with Chen Ping, I will not allow that woman to steal a man from her." However, after Lin Yanran finished speaking, she noticed that Qin Hao was not only silent, but had taken out his phone to snap pictures of the scene. Lin Yanran furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you taking pictures? Shouldn't you be helping me confront that woman?" After taking several photos, Qin Hao replied, "Aren't we in need of such pictures? Hee. Later, we can use these images to threaten the Chun family for money." Having said this, Qin Hao put away his phone. Although he did not manage to capture a photo of Chen Ping kissing Gu Shui, he was confident that the Chen family, being a prestigious lineage, would feel humiliated if such photos circulated. Moreover, he had heard that Chen Ping's sister was a famous celebrity, and surely they would fear the exposure of such scandalous affairs. With that thought in mind, Qin Hao felt a sense of delight and planned to first approach Chen Ping's sister for some money, then extort more from Chen Ping's father afterward, thereby obtaining a substantial sum. After tucking away his phone, the two of them made their way toward Chen Ping. "Chen Ping, what are you doing? Who is this woman? Why is she holding your hand?" Lin Yanran stormed forward, her anger palpable as she pointed at Xia Xiao Ai. Her eyes were filled with fury. "You shameless woman. Chen Ping is my mother's boyfriend, and you dare to compete with her?" Xia Xiao Ai, being a lady of high status and having trained in martial arts since childhood, was not one to tolerate such slights, even without her bodyguards. Seeing Lin Yanran accuse her as if she were a mistress, she immediately released Chen Ping's arm and slapped Lin Yanran across the face. "Who do you think you are? How dare you shout at me, the daughter of the Xia family? You dare to hit me?" Lin Yanran covered her face, disbelief etched across her features. She had never been struck like this in her life. "Qin Hao hit her!" Lin Yanran barked, her anger boiling over. "Yanran, wait. This lady is the eldest daughter of the Xia family, a distinguished heiress." Gu Shui exclaimed, startled. How could they afford to offend someone capable of casually offering 20 million to Chen Ping? She hurriedly stepped forward to shield the two from confrontation. "How dare you hit my woman, you living heiress?" As Qin Hao prepared to strike, he was halted by Gu Shui, who, upon learning Xia Xiaoai's background, froze in his tracks. They could not afford to offend a woman from such a prominent family. "Mom, but she hit me." Lin Yanran stomped her foot, but her voice lacked its previous conviction. "Yanran, you are the Lin Yanran?" Upon hearing Gu Shui address Lin Yanran by name, Xia Xiao Ai scrutinized her. "So it is you. I have seen you once before, and you are just as you appear." Xia Xiao AI's expression bore a hint of disdain as she mockingly remarked, I wonder what my brother Chen Ping saw in you to be so fond of you. Yanran, why do you speak so carelessly about Miss Xia? We are merely shopping together, and your previous words were rather unkind, Gu Shui said, though she was sympathetic towards her daughter. She was not foolish enough to defend Lin Yanran against the Xia family. Mom, but you are clearly Chen Ping's girlfriend. Your relationship is established. That woman was holding Chen Ping's hand, and I cannot abide by it. Lin Yanran's heart was filled with frustration. If only she had money and power, she would not be subjected to such humiliation. Truly, wealthy individuals are all the same, bullying the weak. Xia Xiao AI's expression turned peculiar, and she discreetly glanced at Chen Ping. What was going on? Did he not like Lin Yanran, but instead prefer Lin Yanran's mother? This was rather perplexing. However, had it not been for the earlier exchange between the two women, Xia Xiao AI would not have assumed that Gu Shui was Lin Yanran's mother. As Gu Shui's figure was exquisite, her abdomen flat, and she did not appear to have given birth. Most importantly, she did not seem to be of an advanced age. Clearly, this woman took excellent care of herself. But why would Chen Ping be attracted to Gu Shui? As she pondered, Xia Xiao AI's eyes lit up. The young man named Qin Hao had claimed that Lin Yanran was his woman. This implied that Chen Ping must have known Lin Yanran was already involved with someone, which would explain his anger. Now, Chen Ping was no longer pursuing Lin Yanran, but instead was drawn to Gu Shui. Perhaps this was Chen Ping's way of irritating Lin Yanran or seeking revenge against her. With this thought, Xia Xiao AI felt a surge of joy. If Chen Ping did not genuinely care for Gu Shui and had thoroughly severed ties with Lin Yanran, did that not mean she had the greatest opportunity? Xia Xiao AI felt a sense of elation. Indeed, had this been in the past, Chen Ping would have rushed to admonish her for striking Lin Yanran. Yet, he had merely stood by as a bystander, which was not his typical behavior. It seemed Chen Ping had lost hope regarding Lin Yanran. With these reflections, Xia Xiao AI felt a wave of relief and hidden delight. All right, Yanran, stop causing a scene. You should return home for now. I will explain everything to you later. We were merely out shopping. That young lady has feelings for Chen Ping, but he only allowed her to hold his hand out of necessity. Please do not say any more, Gu Shui softly advised Lin Yanran. Fine. I was only worried about you being wronged. Lin Yanran nodded and prepared to leave with Qin Hao. As Qin Hao prepared to leave, he could not resist casting a glance at Xia Xiaoai. He discovered that not only did she possess an enchanting demeanor, but her figure surpassed that of Lin Yanran, igniting an immediate surge of jealousy within him. It was inconceivable that Chen Ping, seemingly an unremarkable fellow, could be pursued by such a stunning beauty. How fortunate it would be if the situation were reversed. What could possibly attract such a woman to someone like Chen Ping? The thought left him seething. Those affluent young ladies seemed to thrive on their privilege. After walking a distance, Lin Yanran glanced back, her annoyance palpable as she muttered under her breath. Chapter 35. Not excluding the possibility, Qin Hao offered an awkward smile and remarked, What can we do? Wealth is on their side, while we find ourselves lacking. Such is the unfairness of the world. Thus, we must strive to amass our own fortune. Lin Yanran quickly furrowed her brow in contemplation and inquired, Qin Hao, what did my mother mean when she said Chen Ping has his reasons? What reasons could he possibly have? He strolls hand in hand with two beautiful women, yet claims to be in distress? I doubt he is anything but pleased. After pondering for a moment, Qin Hao replied, Previously, Chen Ping expressed his affection for your mother, and his expression and gaze did not seem deceitful. He appeared quite earnest. Now he is out with that Miss Xia, yet he speaks of having difficulties. If he truly has reasons, there is only one possibility. What possibility? Lin Yanran asked, her curiosity piqued. Qin Hao smiled slightly, an incisive glint in his eyes as if he had discerned the truth. It is simple. This fellow likely seeks to win over Miss Xia for monetary gain. He paused for effect before continuing. After all, Chen Ping has been expelled from the Chen family. He is accustomed to a life of luxury. Do you think he is not troubled by his current financial woes? With Miss Xia's affection for him, it is undoubtedly for money that he feigns interest in her. Recalling her recent humiliation, Lin Yanran coldly smirked. He better swindle her out of all her money, and then let us benefit from it. How dare she strike me? One day, I shall ensure she pays for her insolence. Come, let us not dwell on them. Opportunities may arise in the future. We must focus on acquiring wealth. With that, Qin Hao took Lin Yanran's hand, guiding her swiftly away. Soon, Qin Hao led Lin Yanran to purchase a pinhole camera. What do you intend to do with that? Lin Yanran asked, her brow furrowed. Qin Hao chuckled softly, handing the device to her. Yanran, you shall conceal this in your mother's room, in a place that is not easily discovered, and see if we can capture any noteworthy moments. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran's expression darkened, and she angrily retorted, Chen Hao, what are you thinking? You want to secretly film my mother? That is outrageous. Chen Hao shot her a perplexed look. What are you imagining? I merely seek to gather evidence. Your mother has already agreed to be Chen Ping's girlfriend. When they find themselves alone, surely there will be kisses or other intimate gestures. If we present such footage to the Chen family, we could demand a considerable sum. He paused, glancing at the photos he had just taken. I fear these images lack the necessary intimacy. I worry the Chen family may not offer us anything substantial. Thus, we must ensure the content is more provocative. That is unacceptable. I do not want my mother to be taken advantage of by Chen Ping, Lin Yanran exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Chen Ping has already been cast out. His family has severed ties with him. Were he still a wealthy heir, perhaps I would consider allowing him to pursue my mother if he offered us a significant bride price. But in his current situation, I refuse to let him near her. Chen Hao quickly interjected, You think I desire this? I have no wish for it. However, we must do this for financial reasons. Our lack of wealth is precisely why Miss Ya felt emboldened to strike us. In essence, the impoverished are often looked down upon. We must devise a way to elevate our financial status. Sensing Lin Yanran's reluctance, Chen Hao gently tugged at her sleeve, persuading her. How about this, Yanran? Speak to your mother and suggest she scrutinize Chen Ping further. Advise her not to fully commit to him. At most, allow him a hug or a kiss to keep him dangling for now. Lin Yanran considered his words, realizing that their earlier misfortunes stemmed from their financial situation. She nodded slowly. Very well. I will mention to my mother that she should limit her interactions with Chen Ping to merely a kiss, ensuring he does not gain full access to her. She tucked the camera away and added, Let us first develop those photos. Perhaps we can leverage them to extort money from the Chen family. If all else fails, we will resort to capturing video of my mother and Chen Ping embracing or kissing, but I still wish to avoid letting him have any intimate contact with her. Seeing Lin Yanran's determination, Chen Hao could only nod in agreement, for he too did not wish for Gu Shui, such a splendid beauty, to be subjected to Chen Ping's advances. They soon proceeded to develop the photos, capturing images of Chen Ping with Gu Shui and Xia Xiaoai. As they walked, they arrived at a luxurious shopping mall's plaza. Lin Yanran sighed. In the past, when we lacked funds, I could still rely on Chen Ping for support. Now, however, we are truly broke, and Chen Ping has suddenly declared he no longer has feelings for me. It is infuriating. Chen Hao scratched his nose, hesitantly saying, Truth be told, your mother is truly beautiful, with an exquisite figure. Chen Ping likely fell for her at first sight without realizing it. He paused, and then continued to complain to Lin Yanran. You also bear some responsibility. Had you offered him a bit more affection earlier, he might still be your devoted admirer. After investing so much time with little reciprocation, he may have lost interest and sought someone else. I suspect his actions might be a ploy to provoke me, attempting to make me jealous and draw me back into his orbit. Lin Yanran pondered his words and replied thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, that possibility cannot be dismissed. His sudden change of heart is quite unusual, given how fond he was of you. Wow, is that not the famous actress Chen Cece over there? Chen Hao exclaimed, turning to see her and another stunning woman emerging from a sports car. Both ladies exhibited remarkable figures and exuded an air of aristocracy that was beyond the reach of women like Lin Yanran. If he could win over such a woman, it would indeed be a lifetime achievement. Chapter 36. Demonstrating his capability, Chen Hao's eyes widened in awe, and he could not help but swallow hard. Chen Cece appeared charming and exuded a princess-like aura, while the woman beside her radiated a cool, sophisticated elegance. Behind them, several bodyguards followed closely. Chen Hao furrowed his brows and thoughtfully stroked his chin, inquiring about the identity of the alluring woman beside the famous star Chen Cece. Lin Yanran glanced over and promptly replied, That is Chen Shui, a woman with a keen business acumen. Many of the Chen family's enterprises are currently managed by her. She paused momentarily before continuing. Chen Shui is the elder sister of Chen Ping, and Chen Cece is his younger sister. I forgot to mention that to you earlier. What? They are Chen Ping's elder and younger sisters? Chen Hao's eyes brightened upon hearing this. He then patted Lin Yanran on the shoulder and exclaimed, Yanran, why didn't you tell me sooner? We could approach them for some hush money for the sake of the Chen family's reputation. Once we secure the funds, we can seize the opportunity to extort Chen Ping's parents before they return home, and we would strike it rich. Lin Yanran's eyes sparkled at the thought of such wealth. Enough to last a lifetime. The two swiftly made their way over and positioned themselves in front of Chen Shui and Chen Cece. Lin Yanran. Chen Cece's expression hardened upon recognizing her. Chen Ping had informed them about the events following the apocalypse, hinting that their family's demise had some direct or indirect connection to Lin Yanran and Chen Hao. Had it not been for these two, perhaps they would still be alive. Lin Yanran felt a surge of delight. After all, Chen Cece was a star. Though not exceptionally famous, she had risen to prominence in the past few years. To be acknowledged by such a celebrity brought her joy. However, she quickly frowned and asked, "Miss Chen, how do you know me?" With a dismissive smile. Chen Cece retorted, "How do I know you? Clearly, it's through my incompetent brother. Had he not shown us your photograph, would we have any reason to recognize you?" Chen Cece's disdainful demeanor irked Lin Yanran, causing her smile to falter. Chen Shui added curtly, "Lin Yanran, what are you doing here? The items in this mall aren't cheap." After a brief pause, she continued, "Since Chen Ping no longer funds your extravagant lifestyle, do you intend to shop here?" Lin Yanran felt a wave of anger, pondering why these two young ladies were so antagonistic towards her despite her not having wronged them. Yet, she pushed such thoughts aside. Focused solely on her goal of acquiring funds. She boldly addressed them, "Well, if Chen Ping no longer caters to my needs, that is his loss. Besides, who knows if he is intentionally neglecting me to garner my attention." She then added, "As for whether I can afford the items here, that is not your concern. I am here to speak with both of you." Qin Hao stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Ladies, we have some matters to discuss and would appreciate a moment of your time." Chen Shui, eyeing Qin Hao's blonde hair, scoffed, "So, you are the infamous Huang Mao? Qin Hao, right? I heard from Chen Ping that you and Lin Yanran are quite close." Even referring to you as her male friend, Lin Yanran clasped Qin Hao's arm and proudly stated to Chen Shui, "He is my boyfriend. What do you think? Quite manly, isn't he? He loves riding motorcycles." Chen Shui looked bemused. Lin Yanran was indeed attractive, with a hint of innocence. But how could she possibly have an interest in someone like this carefree Qin Hao? He reeked of delinquency. "Well, if you like him, that's your choice." Chen Shui replied coldly, her eyes filled with derision. Their essay saying, "A fool deserves a fool, and you two are quite the match." "What did you say? Are you looking for trouble?" Qin Hao's fists clenched in anger. How dare these women speak to them in such a manner? "What are you doing?" Chen Shui and Chen Cece's bodyguards advanced menacingly, their fierce gazes directed at Qin Hao and Lin Yanran. Each bodyguard, clad in suits and towering in stature, exuded an intimidating presence. Misunderstanding. Qin Hao exclaimed, startled, momentarily forgetting that these were not individuals he could afford to offend. "What do you want from us?" "I'm quite curious." Chen Cece smiled slightly, her arms crossed. Qin Hao then smiled at the two women, saying, "Let us discuss this privately. It concerns the reputation of your Chen family." Though they found Qin Hao and Lin Yanran detestable, Chen Cece and Chen Shui exchanged intrigued glances. Unable to suppress their curiosity about the implications of his words, they motioned for their bodyguards to step back and approach Qin Hao and Lin Yanran. Chen Cece spoke directly, "Go ahead, but don't try any tricks." Qin Hao promptly produced several photographs and handed them to the two women. "Take a look at what Chen Ping is currently up to. He is not only cozying up to Yanran's mother, but also seen with another woman named Xiaoxiao Ai. TSK, he is one of your family members. If this information gets out, it could tarnish the Chun family's reputation, don't you think?" He paused before continuing, "Surely, you wouldn't want your family's name to suffer any damage." Chen Shui inspected the photos and coldly chuckled. "And what do you propose?" Qin Hao replied with a smile. "Our demands are modest, a 200 million hush fee. I trust the Chun family can afford such an amount." "Fool." Unexpectedly, Chen Shui dismissed him nonchalantly. "What can these photos possibly signify? Do you think they would bring shame to the Chen family?" Chen Cece echoed her disdain. "If Chen Ping can have multiple partners, it only shows his capabilities. We should be proud. Moreover, these are hardly scandalous images. Do you not realize that wealthy second-generation individuals often have many beautiful companions?" After speaking, Chen Cece waved her hand at the bodyguards, ordering, "Hit them, and hit them hard." Chapter 37. What expressions will they wear? "You can't do this." Qin Hao exclaimed in disbelief, hurriedly crouching down as he noticed the bodyguards closing in, genuinely terrified. Lin Yanran interjected, "How can you resort to violence? This is against all principles. Hit them. What is it to you? Beat them to a pulp." Chen Cece commanded fiercely. The bodyguards immediately lunged at the two, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks without any mercy. Qin Hao, while enduring the blows, addressed Chen Shui and Chen Cece. "How can you treat me this way? Aren't you afraid I might expose these photographs online? That Gu Shui is already in her 30s. If this gets out, won't you feel embarrassed?" Chen Shui retorted with a cold laugh. "What of women being older? A woman older by 3 years is worth gold. Moreover, Chen Ping has severed ties with our family. Any shame is no longer our concern. Besides, what do these photographs even prove?" Soon, both Qin Hao and Lin Yanran found themselves on the ground, their faces bruised and battered. Chen Cece, recalling her own demise at their hands, approached and delivered 2 more kicks. Typically composed, Chen Shui could not restrain herself today, stepping forward to deliver a few forceful kicks before leading her companions away. After walking for a while, Chen Cixi curiously inquired of Chen Shui, elder sister, "What prompted you to act so violently just now?" Chen Shui replied, "I recalled Chen Ping's words about how I was beheaded by a monster during the apocalypse, which stirred my anger. It's all due to these 2 wretches. I needed to vent." Chen Cixi chuckled, "You're fortunate. Chen Ping claimed that I was pierced through by a creature akin to a mantis. You died instantly, while I must have endured great pain before succumbing. That thought infuriates me." Chen Shui covered her mouth and laughed, saying to Chen Cixi, "Cixi, do you truly believe in the arrival of an apocalyptic realm? That sounds utterly absurd." Chen Cixi awkwardly smiled. Primarily, Chen Ping spoke as if it were true. Regardless of its authenticity, I wish to express my frustrations. Indeed, I feel the same. Chen Shui laughed heartily and continued, "However, Lin Yanran and Qin Hao are truly despicable. To think they would attempt to extort 200 million from us over a few photographs. Do they believe our family's wealth comes from the wind? Exactly. They must be out of their minds for money." Chen Cixi concurred. After several minutes, Qin Hao and Lin Yanran slowly rose from the ground, enduring the pain. My face, it's all swollen." Lin Yanran quickly retrieved a compact mirror, examining her bruised complexion, her heart aching at the sight. Qin Hao grimaced, feeling pain throughout his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yanran, this is all your fault. I insisted the photographs lacked the necessary gravity. Yet you insisted on trying. If it had been a video of Chen Ping kissing your mother or engaging in something scandalous, they might have been terrified of it leaking and offered us money. But these silly pictures of casual outings are trivial. They will think nothing of them." Lin Yanran, exasperated, replied, "I merely wished to test the waters. Who knew they truly didn't care about the content? Besides, I don't want my mother to be taken advantage of by that scoundrel Chen Ping." At this point, Lin Yanran paused before continuing. "Yet, even if these photographs are insufficient to warrant payment, there was no necessity for those bodyguards to assault us." Qin Hao, equally bewildered, remarked, "Indeed, we have never provoked them. Have we? Why do I feel as though they regard us with animosity, as if we are their sworn enemies?" "Precisely, particularly Chen Cixi, who is a star. Doesn't she appear rather refined most of the time? Why did she resort to violence?" Lin Yanran felt a wave of frustration. They had not only failed to secure the money, but had also been beaten senseless. "Let us go. We should head to the hospital for treatment." Qin Hao, feeling utterly at a loss for words, agreed. As they walked, Lin Yanran asked, "Qin Hao, if my mother inquires about our state, what shall I say?" After pondering for a moment, Qin Hao suggested, "Just say we tripped while walking." Lin Yanran responded with a wry smile, "That one tea suffice, will it? It's impossible for both of us to fall simultaneously. Besides, could a mere fall lead to such injuries? It clearly looks like we were attacked." Qin Hao glanced at Lin Yanran, contemplating for a moment before his eyes lit up. "I've got it. Let us say we encountered some thugs who tried to bully you, and in my attempt to protect you, I bravely confronted them. Although we were both injured, my fearless assault frightened them into fleeing." He paused for effect, then added with a mischievous grin, "In this way, not only will your mother not question the origin of our injuries, but she will also regard me with greater esteem, further acknowledging me as her future son-in-law." Lin Yanran nodded. "Yes, let us go with that. You are indeed clever. How good." Before long, the two located a clinic to tend to their wounds. Meanwhile, after having beaten Qin Hao and Lin Yanran, Chen Cixi and Chen Shui felt elated as they continued their shopping. Chen Cixi pondered before asking Chen Shui, "Elder sister, how is it that Chen Ping is now with Xiao Ai? Didn't he claim to prefer Lin Yanran and like Gu Shui?" Chen Shui considered this and replied, "It seems our fourth brother has come to a realization. One must embrace youth's vigor. He seems intent on courting multiple women. Xiao Ai genuinely has affections for Chen Ping, and I support their union." Chen Cixi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Xiao Ai and Chen Ping grew up together, and our families have always maintained close ties. Our parents adore Xiao Ai. I hope Chen Ping chooses her." However, Chen Cixi soon paused and added, "Yet, if Chen Ping's claims about the apocalypse are true, then Gu Shui's character is questionable. Given their shared experiences of life and death, I find myself hoping they end up together." Chen Shui chuckled. "Is that really a dilemma? Nowadays, which capable man doesn't he have multiple wives? At worst, one of them could be a concubine for Chen Ping." Chen Cixi laughed. "Speaking of which, what about those photographs? Should we show them to our parents?" Chen Shui thought for a moment and nodded. "Let us show them. I'm quite curious to see their reactions upon viewing these photographs." Chapter 38. Just be responsible to me at that moment. Chen Ping, Gu Shui, and Xiao Ai were enjoying coffee in a cafe. Chen Ping smiled at Xiao Ai and asked, Xiao Ai, after we finish our coffee, where do you wish to go? Xiao Ai, intentionally sitting beside Chen Ping, felt a competitive spirit as she glanced at Gu Shui across the table. She then boldly linked her arm with Chen Ping's and said, of course, we should go watch a movie. I've heard there's a particularly good one we can see. Chen Ping turned to glance at his arm and felt a mix of bemusement. Surely, Xiao Ai must be doing this on purpose, for her proximity caused his arm to brush against her chest. He had previously focused all his thoughts on that wretched Lin Yanran, only to discover that Xiao Ai had blossomed beautifully. Was this truly the same little girl who used to cry at the slightest provocation? Fearful of being caught staring, Chen Ping quickly averted his gaze. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Xiao Ai had noticed his glance and felt a surge of joy. She believed that if she took the initiative, with Chen Ping no longer enamored with Lin Yanran, he would surely come to appreciate her instead, especially since Lin Yanran was now involved with someone else. As for the woman named Gu Shui before him, although she possessed a sensual and mature beauty, she was ultimately several years older than Chen Ping, who would surely not harbor any affection for her. The only reason Chen Ping allowed her to be his girlfriend must surely be for the sake of avenging Lin Yanran. With this thought, Xia Xiaoai felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart, believing that her long wait for Chen Ping over the years had not been in vain. Gu Shui, feeling somewhat shy, nonetheless thought that Xia Xiaoai and Chen Ping indeed made a well-matched pair, even though Chen Ping's recent actions had stirred her heart. Yet, she felt that a further development between herself and Chen Ping was unlikely. However, upon witnessing Xia Xiaoai intentionally pressing her chest against Chen Ping's arm, a twinge of jealousy unexpectedly surged within Gu Shui. She could not fathom why she would feel envious of a younger man. What was happening to her? Had she truly fallen for this Chen Xiao? After enjoying their coffee, Chen Ping instructed Xia Xiaoai to settle the bill, as his excuse was quite simple. He was merely accompanying her for a day, thus he would not bear the expenses. After Xia Xiaoai paid, she promptly purchased 3 movie tickets, resulting in Chen Ping sitting between 2 beautiful women. Following the movie, they strolled through the streets for a while before Xia Xiaoai led Chen Ping to dinner. Gu Shui could no longer contain herself and said to Chen Ping, I think I'll skip this. Why don't you and Miss Xia have dinner together? I'm not feeling well due to my period, so I'll head home to rest. Chen Ping, initially worried about Gu Shui's feelings, had intended to bring her along. However, upon hearing her words, he felt it would be inappropriate to insist further. After some thought, he replied, all right then, let me hail you a cab. You should go home and rest well. I'll come to find you tomorrow morning since we live close to each other. Gu Shui pursed her lips, smiling as she nodded. Okay, don't worry, I won't be upset. Just don't concern yourself with me. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Ping hailed a taxi for Gu Shui and watched her leave. Once Gu Shui had departed, Xia Xiaoai immediately linked her arm through Chen Ping's and teased, hee. Chen Ping Gage, it seems my boldness surpasses that of your girlfriend. She felt embarrassed and left the moment she saw me cling to you. Chen Ping chuckled, indeed. She is rather modest. Yet, to his surprise, the next second, Xia Xiaoai rolled her eyes at him, as if you know her well? You didn't even know Gu Shui before. Pausing briefly, Xia Xiaoai continued, so I surmise your relationship with Gu Shui is not serious. You merely wish to toy with her, right? It's quite simple. She is Lin Yanran's mother, and you only wish to provoke Lin Yanran for revenge. Am I correct? After all, you've suddenly discovered that Lin Yanran has a boyfriend, Qin Hao, which must have upset you. Chen Ping gently tapped Xia Xiaoai's forehead. You little rascal, don't make baseless assumptions. Let us go eat. I actually have something important to discuss with you. There were certain matters I couldn't mention in front of Gu Shui, and we need to talk privately. After saying this, Chen Ping strode ahead. Xia Xiaoai followed closely. Feeling a hint of confusion, Chen Ping seemed to exude a different aura in that moment. As someone trained in martial arts, she sensed a formidable presence from Chen Ping, one that emanated an aura of danger she had never felt before. Why had he suddenly become so serious? Watching Chen Ping's retreating figure, Xia Xiaoai couldn't help but smile sweetly, thinking, could it be that he intends to confess his feelings to me? If so, that would indeed be wonderful. What's wrong? Why are you standing there in a daze? Chen Ping turned around after taking a few steps, noticing Xia Xiaoai had not followed. Oh, nothing. Xia Xiaoai quickly caught up, walking alongside Chen Ping. Once seated, Xia Xiaoai ordered several dishes and 3 bottles of red wine. After the waiter opened the wine, she instructed him to leave. Upon seeing the 3 bottles, Chen Ping was taken aback and asked, Xiaoai, why did you order so much red wine? You don't intend to get me drunk and do something with me, do you? Xia Xiaoai, with her naturally lively and carefree demeanor, flashed a smile at Chen Ping. Don't worry, I'm not that desperate. After a moment, she added, however, if I accidentally get drunk and you do something to me, I might not blame you when I wake up the next day. You just need to take responsibility. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. It was the first time in her life she had spoken so boldly to a man in such an ambiguous manner. Chen Ping felt a sense of embarrassment, realizing she was clearly trying to entice him, an allure that was quite difficult to resist. You mischievous girl, stop thinking wildly. I have something important to discuss with you today. Chen Ping quickly redirected the conversation, then stated, Xiaowai, in 58 days, the apocalypse will arrive. The end of the world is coming. Initially, Xia Xiaowai thought Chen Ping was about to confess something significant, only to be met with his claim of an impending apocalypse. Her expression shifted to one of bewilderment, mouth agape, as she questioned her own sanity. She pinched her thigh to verify the reality of the situation and then exclaimed, Chen Pinggage, are you alright? Talking about an apocalypse is a bit far-fetched, don't you think? Chen Ping sighed. I knew you wouldn't believe me easily. However, we grew up together like siblings, and our families have such a close bond. I must clarify this with you so you can prepare in advance. Otherwise, if your parents cannot withstand the initial wave of beast-tide attacks, they could perish. Xia Xiaowai was perplexed by Chen Ping's state of mind and retorted, Chen Pinggage, what are you saying? Siblings? I don't want to be your sister. I want to be your woman, your bride. After a moment of contemplation, she added, do you think my measurements aren't large enough? My figure is quite decent after all. Some areas might still grow. Who knows? It could get even bigger. Chen Ping nearly fainted. He was discussing the impending apocalypse, yet she was fixated on romantic matters. Ahem, now is not the time to discuss your size or potential growth. Let us focus on the matter at hand. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said, Xiaowai, I hope you can believe everything I'm about to tell you. To his surprise, Xia Xiaowai pursed her lips and displayed an adorably mischievous expression. Chen Pinggage, if you're willing to kiss me, I'll believe everything you say. Even if you claim to be Qin Shi Huang, I would believe you and even transfer money to you immediately. After all, once we're married, my money is yours and yours is mine. It's all the same to us. Chen Ping felt overwhelmed. Xia Xiaowai was truly a romantic at heart. Moreover, it appeared that this girl seemed to heed his every word. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had once been equally compliant with Lin Yanran. With just a phone call from her, he would rush faster than a train. Xiaowai, please stop fooling around and listen to me, Chen Ping said with a wry smile, continuing his plea. Yet, Xia Xiaowai simply covered her ears with both hands, shaking her head vehemently. I want to listen. I want to listen. I've already said it. Unless you kiss me, I want to heed your words. I believe in you, but if you don't kiss me, I refuse to listen. At this juncture, Xia Xiaowai paused before adding, besides, with my beauty. If you don't kiss me, don't you realize how devastating that is for a girl? Chen Ping felt helpless. This girl was indeed impervious to reason. Moreover, he did not wish to see the Xia family and Xia Xiaowai perish at the hands of the beasts in the apocalyptic world. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ping decided to set aside his reservations. He felt indebted to Xia Xiaowai and could not turn a blind eye to her plight. With this thought, he turned around, cradled Xia Xiaowai's face in his hands, and leaned in to kiss her luscious lips. Xia Xiaowai's big, sparkling eyes widened in astonishment, her head buzzing, while her heart raced with exhilaration. Oh my goodness, Chen Ping actually kissed me? Does this mean I really have a chance with him? The realization filled her with delight, making everything feel surreal, as if she were in a dream. Noticing that Chen Ping seemed ready to pull away, Xia Xiaowai disregarded her embarrassment and, despite her flushed cheeks, cupped his face and kissed him back, savoring the sweetness of their first kiss. Finally, Chen Ping withdrew, breathing heavily. This girl was even more proactive than he was. Xia Xiaowai felt a rush of sweetness, like a fluttering deer in her chest. She lowered her head and softly said, Chen Ping, I will belong to you from now on. This is my first kiss, so you must take responsibility. Who knows, I might get pregnant in a few days. What should we name our baby? I wonder if it will be a boy or a girl. At that moment, Xia Xiaowai's adorable yet bashful demeanor was utterly enchanting. As she spoke, her shyness overtook her, prompting her to turn away and cover her face with her hands, exclaiming, Oh, how embarrassing. Chen Ping, feeling a bit bashful himself, thought the notion of pregnancy was utterly ludicrous. He chuckled awkwardly and replied, Xiaowai, you mustn't tell anyone about what just happened. I only kissed you to ensure you would listen to my story. You forced me into it. Xia Xiaowai felt a flush of embarrassment. He had stolen her first kiss yet claimed she had coerced him. How could he speak so defensively? Nevertheless, she shyly nodded in agreement. Okay, don't worry. I will listen to you, and I won't tell anyone. She added, especially, we can't let Gu Shui find out. Chen Ping reminded her, concerned that Xia Xiaowai might jeopardize his good fortune. I know you're just teasing me, but that doesn't matter as long as you like me. I'll gladly play the subordinate role. As long as I can be with you, I'm willing to do whatever you ask. Xia Xiaowai laughed heartily, unaware that her words deeply touched Chen Ping's heart. Xia Xiaowai was genuinely kind to him. In his past life, she had heard about Chen Ping's dangers and opened the door, only to be ambushed by a group of villains, leading to the tragic demise of the Xia family. Reflecting on this, Chen Ping felt a surge of emotions. Indeed, besides Gu Shui, Xia Xiaowai was another woman he needed to make amends with in this life. He shook his head to dispel his thoughts and turned to Xia Xiaowai, saying, Xiaowai, you want to get pregnant from kissing. Don't you understand that? Xia Xiaowai giggled. Who says I don't understand? I was just teasing you. Am I really that foolish? But since it was my first kiss, you must take responsibility, all right? Chen Ping sighed and nodded. All right, from now on, you must carefully listen to everything I say, understood? Xia Xiaowai earnestly nodded in response. Chen Ping then began. There are still 58 days until the apocalypse descends, and here's what will happen. Meanwhile, at the Chen household, Chen Shui and Chen Sisi tossed several photographs onto the coffee table and addressed Chen Tianhao and the others. Mom, Dad, third sister, take a look at these pictures. Chapter 40. I only believe in science. Chen Xiai picked up one of the photographs, gasped in surprise. Goodness, fourth brother has really changed. He is hugging two beautiful girls. One of them is Xiaowai, and the other looks quite stunning as well. It was evident that Chen Xiai had never seen Gu Shui before, mistaking her for someone younger, as the photo made her appear to be in her early 20s. Chen Shui chuckled softly before explaining. Xiai, the other woman, is Gu Shui, Lin Yanran's mother. She must be nearing 40. What? I can't believe it. This is Lin Yanran's mother? Chen Xiai exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Tianhao and Bai Rulan stared at the photographs, their expressions complex, unable to articulate their thoughts for some time. Chen Sisi observed them for a moment before quietly asking, Mom, Dad, what are your thoughts on this? Bai Rulan cast a discreet glance at Chen Tianhao before smiling and saying, This is a good thing. Chen Ping is now with Xiaowai. This girl is not only beautiful but also talented in various arts, excels academically, and comes from the Xia family. We've watched her grow up. We know her well, so this is undoubtedly a positive development. Chen Sisi quickly chimed in. Yes, this is definitely a good thing. It seems that Chen Ping has finally come to his senses and has feelings for Xiaowai. However, it was apparent that Chen Sisi's smile was tinged with awkwardness, and after speaking, she glanced at Chen Tianhao to gauge his reaction. Chen Tianhao took a deep breath, placed the photographs back on the coffee table, and said, Indeed. Chen Ping is hugging Xiaowai, but he is also embracing that woman. Can't you all see? He continued, visibly agitated. That woman is indeed attractive and appears quite youthful. But she is significantly older than Chen Ping and has already borne children. How can we maintain our family's dignity in light of this? Bai Rulan gently shook Chen Tianhao's arm, saying, Tianhao, isn't love supposed to transcend age? I believe true love shouldn't be constrained by such considerations. You're simply too concerned with appearances. He is my son, Chen Tianhao, the wealthiest man in Jiangqing. How could my son choose a maid? Moreover, if the age difference were only a few years, I would not voice any objections. However, such a significant disparity is absolutely unacceptable. Chen Tianhao evidently remains unable to come to terms with this matter, gritting his teeth and asserting that even if Chen Ping were to embrace 10 girls like Xiao Ai, he would remain indifferent, even admiring his prowess, as he anticipates the arrival of grandchildren. Nevertheless, Gu Shui is entirely out of the question. After pondering for a moment, Chen Tianhao added, Do not be deceived by their appearances. Gu Shui's daughter, Lin Yanran, is far from virtuous. And it is certain that Gu Shui is not a good person either. I perceive their intentions as a ploy to conspire against our son and swindle our family's wealth. They are not genuinely fond of him. She nodded in agreement, stating that she believed her father's perspective held some merit. Lin Yanran is indeed not a commendable character, and Gu Shui likely has ulterior motives. We cannot allow such a situation, akin to inviting wolves into our home, to transpire. Witnessing support for his viewpoint, Chen Tianhao exclaimed, Do you see? Ai comprehends the situation, yet you remain oblivious? As long as Chen Ping avoids associating with Gu Shui and chooses to be with Xiao Ai instead, I would not hesitate to summon him back. However, Gu Shui is absolutely unacceptable. Chen Sisi pouted and remarked, But father, although I have never met Gu Shui. When Chen Ping recounted the tales from the post-apocalyptic era, he did not portray Gu Shui as a villain. She shares a genuine emotional bond with Chen Ping. It is merely her daughter who is ill-natured. Chen Cece paused briefly before continuing, and furthermore, during our stay at the hotel that night, I sensed that Gu Shui possesses a rather upright worldview, unlike that of a fraud. Cece, my dear, you simply do not grasp the treachery of human nature. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Do you understand? Chen Tianhao wore an expression of exasperation as his gaze settled upon several photographs. Upon examining them, he remarked that these pictures were obviously taken surreptitiously. Your tracking of Chen Ping was indeed commendable. However, you could have merely returned with the phone to show us, rather than going through the trouble of developing the photographs. Chen Shui awkwardly chuckled and replied, Father, we did not trail Chen Ping. We were unaware of his whereabouts when he left in the morning. These photographs were taken by someone else. The situation is as follows. After hearing the origin of the photographs, Chen Tianhao's fists clenched in anger, indignantly stating that it was indeed Lin Yanran and Qin Hao who had taken them, displaying audacious gall to use such images to extort you, even demanding 200 million? Does he truly believe that the wealth of the Chen family is easily obtained? Bai Rule and vehemently added that Chen Shui and Cece acted correctly. They ought to ensure that those two rogues receive a thorough beating. During the apocalypse, they indirectly or directly caused the demise of our entire family. If it were the end of the world now, you should let the bodyguards deal with them today. Upon saying this, Bai Rule paused and continued, after all, killing during an apocalypse is not a crime. Chen Shi laughed bitterly, addressing her parents. Do you truly believe the story that Chen Ping recounted? Last night, I contemplated it and felt that surely he fabricated it to be with Gu Shui, concocting a tale to gain our acceptance of her. How could there possibly be an apocalypse and a new continent descending? I believe he has read too many novels. Chen Tianhao concurred, asserting that the lad must have been utterly enchanted by that older woman, fabricating tales to win her over. I refuse to buy into such nonsense. I only trust in science. Chen Shui interjected, yet I find Chen Ping's account to be quite convincing. Moreover, science has its limits. And perhaps what he spoke of holds truth. Should we not prepare ourselves? At that moment, Chen Cece's phone chimed, and upon checking, she discovered a text message from Chen Ping. Second sister, I know you are inclined to believe what I said about the apocalypse. Mom and Dad may not. But I possess a piece of evidence to prove my claims are genuine. I have truly been reborn. Tomorrow's lottery will see someone win a 10 billion prize. Surely, this will validate my words. Chapter 41. A golden opportunity. Chen Cece glanced at everyone and smiled slightly, addressing her parents that Chen Ping claims he can substantiate his statements, asserting he has truly been reborn and that someone will win a 10 billion lottery prize tomorrow night. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao scoffed, expressing disbelief, as he had never encountered anyone winning such a grand prize over the years. If someone did win 10 billion, he would suspect collusion among insiders. Chen Shui also chimed in, remarking that his words are increasingly absurd. However, she paused and turned to Chen Tianhao, stating, but what if Chen Ping is indeed telling the truth? Chen Tianhao coldly laughed, dismissing the notion that such what-ifs are plausible. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Xia Xiao AI, filled with sweet anticipation, finally finished listening to Chen Ping's story. After he concluded, she smiled at him and asked if he now believed her. Xia Xiao AI nodded and replied, Chen Ping, I believe whatever you say. Even if this is merely a tale of your imagination, I am willing to listen to you. After all, you have kissed me. I will heed your words from now on. Chen Ping was taken aback. This was not mere belief, but rather a manifestation of infatuation, clouded by love. Nonetheless, he felt satisfied as Xia Xiao AI's sentiments could help fortify the Xiao family's defenses. Xia Xiao AI regarded Chen Ping and continued, however, if what you said is true, then your relationship with Gu Shui appears quite touching, while Lin Yanran and Qin Hao seem utterly despicable. It seems I went too easy on Lin Yanran today. Chen Ping smiled and replied, well then, you should inform your parents about the impending apocalypse and reinforce the doors of your villa, creating a safe room or perhaps a secret chamber. We only need to endure the first 2 months, and after that, we will surely witness a turning point. Humanity will gain the strength to resist. All right, Chen Ping, let us raise a toast. Xia Xiao AI lifted her glass and then added, by the way, Chen Ping, since you have been reborn, if we alter certain events that were supposed to happen, could we potentially change history and prevent the apocalypse from occurring? For example, Chen Ping furrowed his brow. If it were indeed possible to change the future, preventing the apocalypse would be preferable. After all, he had witnessed too many tragic deaths firsthand. That feeling, while it may have desensitized him, was something he would rather never experience again. For instance, if you kissed me today and we embarked on a passionate romance, would that not alter the original course and thus shift history? Xia Xiao AI giggled, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Chen Ping, upon hearing her words, could only smile wryly, pondering why she could not think of anything else. It can only be said that I have retained memories from the past. Perhaps through this, we can avert certain crises and manage to survive in this apocalyptic world. At this point, Chen Ping paused briefly before continuing. However, some things are destined to occur and cannot be altered. For instance, according to my recollections, tomorrow someone will win the grand prize of 1 billion in the double chromosphere lottery. I never kissed you before, but today I have. If we adhere to your reasoning, wouldn't that mean tomorrow's jackpot would not be drawn? Let us see whether the grand prize will indeed be announced tomorrow. Very well, then let us dine first. Xia Xiao AI smiled and said. Chen Ping soon began to eat with Xia Xiao AI, and by the end of the meal, she was already feeling quite tipsy. Brother Chen Ping, I am truly so happy. You actually kissed me today. Xia Xiao AI's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her youthful smile illuminating her face as one hand rested on Chen Ping's thigh, leaning in closer as if about to kiss him again. The faint fragrance of youth wafted from her, causing Chen Ping's heart to flutter uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation, instead assisting Xia Xiao AI, saying, Let us go. You seem to have had enough to drink. I will help you to the hotel to rest, as it is getting late. If I do not return soon, Gu Shui might suspect something inappropriate has occurred. Oh dear. Brother Chen Ping, I still wish to drink. Xia Xiao AI stamped her foot, tipsy and insistent. Chen Ping, feeling exasperated, guided her to settle the bill, then secured a room before helping her onto the bed. Gazing at the beautiful girl sprawled on the bed, a faint smile crept across Chen Ping's lips. Upon closer inspection, she indeed appeared quite charming. It seemed that the affection he owed in this lifetime extended beyond merely Gu Shui. After shaking his head, Chen Ping removed her shoes and covered her with a blanket before stepping outside. Meanwhile, Gu Shui, alone at home, had already dined. Checking the time, she could not help but smile bitterly, thinking, what am I even contemplating? That rascal Chen Ping went out to dinner with a stunning beauty. That girl is younger and more attractive than I. I fear he may not return tonight. Just then, a phone call came through, and upon seeing the caller ID, Gu Shui was surprised to find it was Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran mentioned that she was out with friends and would not be returning home that night. Even though Gu Shui was concerned, she felt helpless, for before she could utter more than a few words, Lin Yanran hung up. Reflecting on Lin Yanran's attitude towards Chen Ping, Gu Shui sighed. Why did I have to give birth to such a daughter? This good boy Chen Ping does not fancy her. She instead prefers that Qin Hao. Gu Shui glanced at her phone, contemplating a brief rest before sleep, when a series of knocks echoed from the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to find Chen Ping standing there, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Seeing Chen Ping return sparked a wave of joy within her. Why, you're back? Gu Shui stammered, looking at Chen Ping in bewilderment. Chen Ping chuckled, it's quite late. Where else would I go? That summer young lady is so beautiful. What if you two drank too much and ended up in a hotel? Gu Shui replied. Her lips pursed. Haha, what about Lin Yanran and Qin Hao? Aren't they home? Chen Ping inquired as he looked inside. Yanran said she went out with friends and likely won't be back tonight. Gu Shui responded with a bitter smile. That girl is becoming increasingly reckless, often going out to drink and loiter in internet cafes. Chen Ping's heart raced upon realizing that Lin Yanran and Qin Hao would not return, presenting a splendid opportunity for him. With such thoughts, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, only by securing Gu Shui could he possess a trump card for the impending apocalypse, enabling him to be stronger than others. Will you not invite me in for a moment? Chen Ping asked with a gentle smile. It's so late. I was about to sleep. Gu Shui felt a surge of nervousness, recalling the events from the hotel the previous night, where she genuinely feared Chen Ping would take advantage of her. Had his parents not unexpectedly arrived, who knows what might have transpired between them? Are you not afraid being alone? Allow me to keep you company. Chen Ping disregarded her hesitation and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. This isn't very appropriate. Gu Shui gasped, startled. Chen Ping wrapped his arms around her waist and said, what could possibly be wrong? Do not forget, you are my girlfriend. I severed ties with my parents for you. Can you not keep me company? At this moment, Chen Ping paused, adding, furthermore, had my parents not barged in last night, you might very well have become my woman. Gu Shui's face flushed crimson, her heart racing as Chen Ping's masculine scent enveloped her. Chen Ping, this isn't right. We've only just met. What if Yanran and the others suddenly return? She protested, pushing against his chest in an attempt to find an excuse. Chen Ping merely smiled. Your argument holds some merit. Let us go to my room instead. Without waiting for Gu Shui's consent, he pulled her along. Chen Ping, have you drunk too much? You should return to rest. I am not prepared. Gu Shui stuttered, but Chen Ping had already taken her outside. Chen Ping casually closed the door, leading Gu Shui to the exterior of his rented room. Gu Shui, I did indeed drink quite a bit tonight, and in my eyes, you appear even more beautiful, Chen Ping declared, opening the door and ushering her inside, promptly shutting it behind them. Now, this is my home. You need not worry about Yanran returning, he said with a playful grin as he embraced Gu Shui's slender, alluring waist. Chen Ping, we have only known each other for a short time. This isn't right. Besides, I truly believe that Miss Ya has genuine feelings for you. You two are a perfect match, Gu Shui hurriedly exclaimed, her gaze reflecting her inner conflict. Though she could sense Chen Ping's sincerity, she remained convinced that his actions could jeopardize their promising futures. She did not wish to witness Chen Ping's potential future ruined because of her, even though his presence quickened her heartbeat and stirred her emotions. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Ping abruptly kissed her lips with fervor. Gu Shui was taken aback by the unexpected assault, her heart racing uncontrollably as her mind buzzed. Chen Ping was certainly not following the conventional script. Silly girl, she is she, and you are you. Understand? All I desire is to be with you. Chen Ping smiled slightly, then added, beautiful sister, shall we continue what we left unfinished last night? But, Gu Shui furrowed her brows, lowering her head in contemplation. What troubles you? Is it truly a dilemma? For your sake, I would cast aside even Chun Xiao's identity. Could it be that there is no place for me in your heart at all? Chen Ping held Gu Shui close, gazing earnestly into her eyes. He was convinced that, faced with such an advance, Gu Shui would surely waver. Indeed, after biting her crimson lip, it seemed she had made a resolute decision. She looked at Chen Ping and said earnestly, Chen Ping, if you truly desire it tonight, I can give myself to you. After a brief pause, Gu Shui continued, however, first, you must ensure safety measures. I fear pregnancy. Second, you cannot let Yanran and Qin Hao know, nor do I wish for your parents to find out. I am willing to be your girlfriend, and if you tire of me in the future, I will quietly leave without disturbing your life. It was evident that Gu Shui believed Chen Ping might simply want to take revenge on Lin Yanran. Or perhaps it was merely a fleeting affection for her. The disparity in their social standings made it apparent that they could not ultimately be together. Chen Ping was taken aback by Gu Shui's words, feeling a wave of emotion surge within him. He embraced her and pressed a gentle kiss on her red lips, saying, what nonsense are you speaking? I could never tire of you. Why don't you take a shower first? I'll go downstairs to buy an umbrella. Gu Shui's heart raced, her face flushed with embarrassment. Finally, she nodded shyly and said, all right, fine. After saying this, she bashfully made her way to the bathroom. Chen Ping, filled with excitement, hurried downstairs to procure the items. Upon returning with the supplies, he discovered that Gu Shui had yet to finish her shower. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Chen Ping felt a twinge of nervousness, for this was a momentous occasion for him. After a few minutes, Gu Shui emerged, her cheeks flushed, heading toward Chen Ping's room. Wait for me, I need a shower too. Chen Ping chuckled, delighting in the moment as he made his way to the bathroom. Not long after, Chen Ping entered the room to find Gu Shui already lying on the bed. He let out a heavy sigh of relief before lying down beside her. He could see that Gu Shui was equally anxious, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her breaths quickening, and she dared not look at him. As Chen Ping turned to face her, Gu Shui hesitated, pushing gently against his chest. Chen Ping, perhaps we should postpone this. I'm not quite ready. I feel a bit nervous. I think our differences are too great. You are so much younger than I am. It just feels inappropriate. Hearing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but chuckle. He playfully grasped her hand and said with a mischievous smile, beautiful lady, you're well aware of your age. How can you go back on your word? After a brief pause, he continued, I have prepared all the safety measures you mentioned. Now you tell me to wait for another day? Can you fathom the fire burning within me right now? One must not be fickle with their words. Then, please don't tell Yanran and the others. Gu Shui bit her alluring red lip, looking at Chen Ping with a pleading expression. Rest assured, I shall not disclose anything to them, unless you decide to tell them yourself. Chen Ping smiled and leaned down to kiss Gu Shui's neck. Gu Shui's delicate body quivered slightly, her heart racing even more. After so many years, she had never been touched by a man. And now she found herself in this moment with this young man. With her heart pounding, she thought of all the kindness Chen Ping had shown her in recent days. And she ultimately closed her eyes, considering it a way to repay him. After all, Chen Ping had spent so much on Lin Yanran, who had wronged him. Even if Chen Ping didn't harbor feelings for her and was merely seeking revenge, she would accept it. At worst, she could view it as atonement for Lin Yanran's misdeeds. Moreover, Chen Ping had truly captured her heart. Everything he did made her feel that it was worthwhile. Chen Ping appeared gentle and unhurried, savoring Gu Shue's beauty and relishing every inch of her skin, feeling her warmth. Finally, he leaned in to kiss her red lips, and they embraced, igniting the flames of passion within them both. Eventually, as time passed, Chen Ping sensed that the moment had arrived and took the final step. Gu Shue held Chen Ping close, her delicate brows furrowed, her cheeks flushed, and the entire experience felt surreal, as if she were dreaming. She found herself sharing a bed with a wealthy heir like Chen Xiao. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Lin Yanran frowned. In the afternoon, she and Qin Hao had returned home, and while Gu Shue was still out, they had secretly placed a miniature camera in an inconspicuous spot facing Gu Shue's bed, nestled among flowers in a vase to capture the scene. She had deliberately called to inform that she would not be returning home that night, intending to create an opportunity for Chen Ping and Gu Shue. In truth, their hotel room was located just a few hundred meters away from their apartment. The photos taken earlier that afternoon had proven insufficient, lacking in scale, resulting in them not acquiring any money but rather facing repercussions. Thus, to secure funds, they needed to obtain something more explicit, a video, which they could later use to extort money from Chen Ping. Lin Yanran was confident that the Chen family would not remain indifferent to protect their reputation. Of course, Lin Yanran agreed to Qin Hao's proposal to record the video for two reasons. Firstly, Qin Hao assured her that Gu Shue would remain oblivious to the recording, so she would not hold any grudges. Secondly, they planned to threaten the Chen family with the video only if they did not receive payment, knowing that the video would not be leaked. After Qin Hao's analysis, Lin Yanran had consented. At this moment, while Qin Hao was in the shower, Lin Yanran focused intently on the recording on her phone. Strange, my mom was supposed to be home already. Why hasn't she entered the room yet? Just then, Qin Hao emerged from the shower and, glancing at Lin Yanran, asked anxiously, "How's it going? Did you capture anything?" Lin Yanran shook her head with a wry smile. "Nothing at all. It seems my mom hasn't returned to her room yet. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps she's in the living room using her phone." Qin Hao lay down beside her, preparing to use his phone as well. In truth, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Although it seemed unfair to Chen Ping, he was curious about the outcome of the video. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Ping and Gu Shue had already ignited a passionate inferno between them. At last, Chen Ping lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, reflecting on everything that had transpired. In this moment, he finally felt like a man. Gu Shue, too, was staring at the ceiling, astonished that the wealthy Chen Xiao was experiencing this for the very first time. Although their initial encounter was slightly rushed, it nonetheless brought her a joy she had not felt in a long time. "Chen Ping, do you truly like me? At least right now, you genuinely care for me, don't you? If you like me now, that is enough." After several minutes of silence, Gu Shue softly inquired of Chen Ping. She sensed that a lasting relationship with him would be difficult. Thus, she preferred to cherish what they had experienced together. As long as each day was filled with the warmth of love and the beauty of their shared moments, it sufficed. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping reached out and placed a hand on Gu Shue's thigh, smiling slightly as he said, "Beauty, how could I not like you? I need to rest for a bit. We shall continue shortly." Hearing this, Gu Shue felt a rush of shyness and replied, "We're going again?" Chen Ping smiled and replied, "Of course, I must savor tonight properly. How could I not?" Gu Shue was momentarily speechless, feeling a mixture of shyness, sweetness, and nervousness. Her emotions were quite complex. Little did she anticipate that Chen Ping would engage her 3 times throughout the night. The morning session alone had lasted over an hour, leaving her feeling utterly exhausted, reluctant to rise from the bed. As she lay there, Gu Shue dozed off yet again, overwhelmed by fatigue. Chen Ping dressed and looked at the sleeping Gu Shue, admiring her beauty and alluring figure, reminiscing about their delightful time together, which filled him with contentment. After a while, a phone rang, startling Gu Shue awake. Chen Ping picked up the phone and frowned. "Lin Yanran is calling me?" Gu Shue gasped, hurriedly sitting up. "Oh no. It's past 9. Yanran must be worried. She probably called because she couldn't find me. My phone was left on the sofa at home." Hearing this, Chen Ping felt relieved. Thankfully, the phone had been left behind, sparing them from Lin Yanran potentially ruining their good fortune. Gu Shue hurriedly donned her clothes, flustered. "Should I answer the call?" Chen Ping glanced at her and then at the still ringing phone, asking. After pondering, Gu Shue replied, "You should answer it. But don't mention that I'm with you. Please don't let her know I'm in your room, and definitely don't bring up last night's events. I beg you." Chen Ping chuckled and answered the call. "Hello, Lin Yanran. What's the matter?" "Chen Ping, where is my mom? Where has she gone?" Lin Yanran's furious voice came through the line. Chen Ping glanced at Gu Shue, who had just finished dressing, her hands clasped together, pleading with him not to reveal anything. He smiled slightly and replied to Lin Yanran, "Oh, She's with me. What is the issue? Gu Shui is my girlfriend now. Isn't it reasonable for us to be together? Together? Where are you? What are you doing? Lin Yanran's anger intensified upon realizing they were together. Last night, she had watched the surveillance footage until 2 in the morning, only to fall asleep without realizing it. This morning, she woke up startled and replayed the footage, only to discover that her mother had not returned home all night. She could not help but suspect that Gu Shui had been called out by Chen Ping to go to a hotel. If that were the case, they would be at a significant loss. Not only would her mother have fallen into Chen Ping's grasp, but their surveillance would have captured nothing. At that moment, Lin Yanran felt an overwhelming urge to confront Chen Ping. Simultaneously, Gu Shui was at a loss for words. How could Chen Ping declare he was with her at such a moment? How would they explain that later? Chen Ping, unfazed, continued, "It's nothing. We were just heading to the market to buy some groceries. I just came over to find her this morning. We're out shopping. And your mom said she wanted to prepare something delicious for you at noon since you've been looking a bit thin." Upon hearing Chen Ping's explanation, Gu Shui felt a wave of relief. This way, she could easily follow up with her own words. After a moment, she raised her voice, pretending to ask Chen Ping. "Chen Ping, what do you think of this durian? Looks good, right? Let us buy one to take home." Sure. If you want it, let us buy it." Chen Ping responded in kind, then turned back to Lin Yanran. "All right, we need to buy some more things, so I'll hang up now." After hanging up, Gu Shui let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "Thank goodness you were clever. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain later. Let us wash our faces and hurry to the big supermarket outside the neighborhood to buy some groceries and fruit. We'll just pretend we came back from outside," Chen Ping suggested. The two quickly washed their faces and went downstairs to the supermarket, purchasing a variety of items, including a durian, before heading back with their bags. However, as soon as they entered the living room, Gu Shui was startled to find Lin Yanran and Chen Hao seated on the sofa, both appearing bruised. With Chen Hao's forehead wrapped in bandages, Gu Shui gasped, hurriedly placing the items in a corner before rushing over to Lin Yanran, asking, "Yanran, what happened to you? Did you get into a fight?" Lin Yanran had already prepared an excuse and replied, "Well, Mom, a few thugs tried to bully me on the street yesterday, and Chen Hao fought them off to protect me. We both resisted with all our might. I even got into a scuffle with them, and this is the result." She then added in a teasing tone, "Although we got beaten up, Chen Hao was very reliable in critical moments. He didn't abandon me and fought valiantly, injuring all 3 of them, which ultimately scared them away." Lin Yanran glanced at Chen Ping and remarked, "If it had been some pampered rich kid, they would have probably run off in fear or, worse, soiled themselves." Chen Ping couldn't help but chuckle quietly, finding the excuse absurd. While he might have believed they had gotten into a fight, the notion that Chen Hao single-handedly fought off 3 opponents was far-fetched. "Really? I never would have expected Chen Hao to be so brave, taking on 3 at once. That is hard to believe." Chen Ping laughed. Chen Hao replied, "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. For Yanran, I would be willing to risk it all." Chen Ping found this amusing. It was as if Chen Hao believed his own words. Gu Shui gazed at Lin Yanran with a pained expression. Although she found it hard to fully believe Lin Yanran's words, she still cautioned, "You must promise me not to wander outside late at night or venture into secluded places. It is perilous. Yanran, you are my only daughter. If anything were to happen to you, how would I continue living?" Chen Ping sighed inwardly. Gu Shui's affection for Lin Yanran was evident after raising her for so many years. However, Gu Shui remained oblivious to the true nature of Lin Yanran, who was far more malevolent than she perceived. In Gu Shui's eyes, Lin Yanran was merely a bit mischievous, someone who enjoyed going out. Yet, in the apocalypse, the malice and treachery she displayed were truly terrifying. Lin Yanran glanced at Gu Shui and handed her the phone, saying, "Mom, be honest with me. Were you not at home last night?" Gu Shui was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "No, I was at home. What's the matter?" Lin Yanran looked at her mother and forced a smile. "Mom, why are you lying to me? Did Chen Ping take you to a hotel?" Gu Shui felt an enormous sense of anxiety but feigned calmness. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just went out with Chen Ping to buy groceries." Lin Yanran responded, "But I called you several times after 1 o'clock last night, and you didn't answer. This morning, when I called you at 7 or 8, you said you had gone out early to buy groceries, which made sense. However, why didn't you answer my call at 1 in the morning?" Gu Shui was startled. She had not expected Lin Yanran to call her so late. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Having just agreed to be Chen Ping's girlfriend 2 days prior and spent the night with him, if Lin Yanran discovered the truth, it would be unfathomable. After all, even she felt that her relationship with Chen Ping was developing too quickly. Chen Ping chuckled and said, "Yanran, it's nothing to worry about. I took your mom out for a late-night snack last night. We went for barbecue and came back quite late. She forgot her phone on the sofa when she left with me. Gu Shuai nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, after I answered your call. Chen Ping asked me to go out for a late-night snack. I returned home quite late, completely forgetting my phone on the sofa. I took a shower and went straight to bed. That's a lie. You didn't return to your room last night. Lin Yanran realized Gu Shuai was deceiving her, and her anger intensified as she noticed her mother's evasive gaze. Was it possible that Chen Ping had truly been with her mother in an inappropriate manner last night? Chapter 45. May I enter? I did return. It was Chen Ping who brought me back, wasn't it, Chen Ping? Gu Shuai quickly glanced at Chen Ping, who nodded affirmatively. Yes, I brought her back. I rented a place in this community, and after dropping her off, I returned to my rented room. However, after saying this, Chen Ping felt puzzled. Lin Yanran had claimed her mother hadn't returned last night. How could she assert so confidently that Gu Shuai and Auntie returned to her room? Mom, why are you lying to me? You didn't come home last night. I can't believe you would deceive me. Lin Yanran was furious, glaring at Chen Ping. If something had indeed happened between them, and she had captured it on video, she could potentially leverage that for money. Now, without any video, the thought of her mother being with Chen Ping left her feeling utterly cheated, almost nauseous. Chen Ping immediately retorted, Lin Yanran, stop making baseless accusations. Your mother returned home last night. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. You know what? I checked the surveillance footage. She didn't come back at all last night. Lin Yanran, in her heightened agitation, inadvertently revealed the existence of the surveillance. Yanran, what are you saying? Chen Hao exclaimed, realizing the gravity of her words. Surveillance? What surveillance? Where is their surveillance? Chen Ping pressed, beginning to piece together that they had secretly installed cameras in Gu Shuai's room. He surmised that they intended to use the video to blackmail Chen's family for money. Now, Chen Ping understood why Chen Hao had supported Gu Shuai in her relationship with him after he had been expelled from the Chen family. It was all part of an elaborate scheme. He had suspected that Chen Hao had ulterior motives, and now the mention of surveillance clarified everything. No. Lin Yanran felt a pang of fear. Chen Hao quickly interjected, it's the elevator's surveillance. Yanran, you couldn't reach Annie on the phone today, right? We were worried and checked the footage from the property management. We discovered she hadn't returned, so. Yes, I meant the elevator's surveillance. Lin Yanran hurriedly chimed in, relieved that Chen Hao was quick-witted enough to avert suspicion. However, they remained unaware that Gu Shuai and Chen Ping had indeed returned home last night without going out. If they had genuinely checked the elevator footage, Lin Yanran's claim that Gu Shuai hadn't returned would have been impossible. Gu Shuai's expression darkened as she recalled Lin Yanran's earlier assertion that she had not returned to her room. She began to suspect that Lin Yanran had indeed installed a camera in her room. Oh, is that so? Just a moment ago, Yanran claimed she didn't see you return to your room. Perhaps she was referring to the surveillance you placed there? I think I should take a look to confirm. Chen Ping saw this as a perfect opportunity to sow discord between mother and daughter and to reveal Lin Yanran's true character to Gu Shuai. So he did not feign ignorance. Upon hearing Chen Ping's intentions, Lin Yanran panicked and quickly blocked his path, exclaiming, Chen Ping, you can't go to my mom's room. Chen Hao chimed in, Chen Ping, she's a woman. How can you, a man, enter her room? Chen Ping smiled and replied, what are you afraid of? Did you install a camera in Gu Shuai's room? Otherwise, why would you not want me to go in? Lin Yanran protested, Chen Ping, what nonsense are you talking? Why would I install a camera in my mom's room? Are you out of your mind? Stop making baseless accusations. Chen Hao quickly added, exactly. Chen Ping, you mustn't say such things. Yanran is not like that. She was only referring to the surveillance in the elevator. Gu Shuai stood there, biting her lip, her emotions swirling within her. She could hardly believe that her daughter would engage in such behavior. She desperately hoped she was overthinking it, wishing that Lin Yanran was only referring to the elevator footage. Yet, she distinctly remembered Lin Yanran stating that she had not seen her return to her room. Moreover, the frantic demeanor of Lin Yanran and Chen Hao, their reluctance to allow Chen Ping to search for a camera, only heightened her suspicion that everything might indeed be true. Could her daughter have intended to capture a video of her with Chen Ping? What was she planning to do with such footage? If such a video were to be leaked, would it not utterly ruin Gu Shuai's reputation? What are you afraid of? Since there is nothing to hide, why fear my entry? Chen Ping remained determined to go inside. However, Chen Hao interjected, Chen Ping, are you out of your mind? That is Auntie's room. Who knows what intimate garments might be lying on the bed? Although you are currently Auntie's boyfriend, and we have not held your inability to provide a betrothal gift against you, you should be content. How can you even think of rummaging through Auntie's room? What are your intentions? Unexpectedly, at that moment, Gu Shuai stepped forward and stated, Chen Ping, it is indeed inappropriate for you to go into my room. After all, there are certain things in a girl's room that are best left unseen. Yes, Auntie is right. Chen Ping lacks any sense of boundaries. Chen Hao thought to himself, relieved that Gu Shui could be so easily persuaded. However, what on earth was Chen Ping thinking? Did he believe he could waltz into my mother's room at will? Lin Yanran also breathed a sigh of relief, crossing her arms and casting a scornful glance at Chen Ping. Chen Ping was at a loss for words. How could Gu Shui endure this? Was she still going to shield her daughter? Their earlier panic clearly indicated that something was amiss. How could one fail to see that? Nevertheless, Chen Ping soon found solace in the thought that perhaps Gu Shui was merely trying to spare Lin Yanran from embarrassment, feigning ignorance, and playing the fool. You all let me go in and take a look. That should be acceptable, right? My room. And since it is inconvenient for Chen Ping to enter, I may as well go in, Gu Shui remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran and Chen Hao were utterly dumbfounded. If Gu Shui truly went in and found something, what then? Am I not allowed to search my own room? Gu Shui's face darkened, evidently irked. Of course. That is no problem at all. Lin Yanran and Chen Hao reluctantly stepped aside, their smiles awkward. Gu Shui strode confidently into the room, while Lin Yanran and Chen Hao exchanged glances, silently praying that Gu Shui would not discover the hidden camera. After all, the camera was small, a pinhole type, and well concealed. What if Gu Shui overlooked it? Chapter 46. You truly lack self-respect. Lin Yanran furrowed her brow, praying fervently that Gu Shui would not uncover the camera. She glanced at the grinning Chen Ping, her eyes brimming with malice. It was all his fault for making such reckless comments earlier. Otherwise, her mother would not have thought of this. How would she explain things to Gu Shui later? I was merely speculating. You wouldn't truly be so audacious as to install a camera in your mother's bedroom, would you? Chen Ping plopped down on the couch, casually peeling an apple with a fruit knife. As he slowly peeled the apple, he added, Yanran, you wouldn't be that malicious, would you? Could it be that your boyfriend, Chen Hao, had a hand in this? Tell Dad, if that is the case. He will handle him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran clenched her fists in anger, glaring at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, what nonsense are you spouting? You are not my father. Mine has long passed away. Dream on if you think you can take his place. Chen Hao quickly chimed in. Chen Ping, don't make baseless accusations. We did not install any cameras in Auntie's room. Stop slandering us. Naturally, that would be best. I hope there is nothing. Chen Ping smiled faintly, choosing to ignore the two. Just then, Gu Shui emerged from the room, her eyes ablaze with fury. She hurled the camera to the ground, crushing it beneath her foot several times, then turned and struck Lin Yanran across the face. Lin Yanran, you are utterly out of control. What on earth were you thinking? I am your mother, and you dared to install a camera in my room? Tears welled in Gu Shui's eyes as disappointment flooded her gaze. While searching for the camera, she had hoped she was merely overthinking. However, upon discovering the camera, she felt as if her entire world had crumbled. Was this truly the daughter she had raised? During her most impoverished times, she had always given Lin Yanran the last morsel of food, even if it was just an egg. Who would have thought she had nurtured such an ungrateful wretch? Chen Ping felt a surge of delight at the sight. However, he feigned anger, rising to his feet. Lin Yanran, what is wrong with you? She is your mother. How could you do such a thing? He paused before continuing. I was merely jesting. Yet I never imagined you would dare to act on it. Surely you do not intend to film your mother in compromising situations to sell online for profit? How could you stoop so low for money? Mom, you actually hit me. You have never done that before. Lin Yanran gazed at Gu Shui with feigned innocence, her eyes misty with tears. She covered her face, disbelief etched across her features. Yes, Gu Shui had always indulged her. How could she strike her now? Perhaps I loved you too much in the past and did not discipline you enough, which emboldened you to behave this way. Gu Shui's voice trembled with rage, her chest rising and falling. You must explain yourself today. Why was there such a thing in my bedroom? Was it that scoundrel Chen Hao who encouraged you to do this? Clearly, Gu Shui believed that while Lin Yanran might be playful, she could not be so wicked as to take such actions without provocation. It must have been Chen Hao's influence on her daughter. Chen Hao had been contemplating how to explain things if the camera were truly discovered. After some thought, he stepped forward and said, Auntie, what are you saying? You are misunderstanding both me and Yanran. Gu Shui could not help but chuckle bitterly, questioning misunderstanding. I found the camera, aimed directly at my bed. And you dare say it's a misunderstanding? Chen Hao then explained. Actually, we did not intend to film anything for the internet. Yanran and I were merely concerned for you. Concerned for me? How ridiculous. You express concern for me while installing such a device in my room? Gu Shui retorted coldly. Chen Hao, do I appear to be a fool to you? Chen Hao smiled wryly. Auntie, it's primarily because Chen Ping has been pursuing Yanran, and suddenly he claims to like you and has become your boyfriend. Yanran feared that Chen Ping harbored ulterior motives and might do something inappropriate to you. After a pause, Chen Hao continued. Thus, Yanran installed this device, thinking that if she discovered Chen Ping attempting to harm you, she could immediately call you or rush in to protect you. Lin Yanran gazed at Gu Shui with immense grievance. Yes, Mom, you have misunderstood me. You are my mother. How could I possibly film that kind of video to post online? I simply do not want Chen Ping to have you. Even if we are allowing him to be your boyfriend now, he is yet to provide a betrothal gift. And I will not permit him to lay a finger on you. After a moment, she added, moreover, who knows if he is merely using you to get back at me? We must observe him longer, Mom. Only time will reveal a person's true character. I installed the camera out of concern for you. Besides, you wear sleepwear to bed every night. There is nothing to capture. Chen Hao observed Gu Shui's silence and promptly urged her, Auntie, Yanran only wishes you well. She is genuinely concerned for you, fearing that Chen Ping may deceive you. You must ensure he does not take advantage of you. After all, he is the young master of the Chen family. And without at least a couple of 100 million in betrothal gifts, there is no discussion. You must not allow him to touch you. Indeed, mother. How could I ever cause you harm? Lin Yanran interjected, stepping forward to grasp Gu Shui's hand, pouting in a playful manner. I believe you could be friends with Chen Ping, but until we thoroughly understand him, and he provides us with a substantial betrothal gift, I do not wish for him to touch you. Gu Shui could not help but glance at Chen Ping, thinking to herself that it was too late for that. He had already made several advances the previous night. Particularly, that morning's encounter had lasted longer than usual, causing her heart to race upon reflection. Mother, what are you thinking about? Lin Yanran noticed Gu Shui seemingly lost in thought and gently shook her hand to regain her attention. Gu Shui snapped back to reality, awkwardly smiling. Oh, I see now. When did you install the cameras? Lin Yanran replied truthfully. They were installed yesterday afternoon. Rest assured, nothing inappropriate was recorded. And the cameras are linked to my phone, so only I can view them. I haven't shown Chen Hao anything, so you needn't worry. Mother, I only care for your well-being and would never do anything to harm you. After saying this, Lin Yanran paused, then quickly turned the tables. But wait, Mother, didn't you say you returned home to sleep last night? I did fall asleep later, but when I reviewed the surveillance footage today, you never returned. You didn't spend the night out with Chen Ping at a hotel, did you? If so, that would be quite unbecoming of you. How long have you known him? You cannot allow him to do such things to you. Chapter 47. He just harassed me. Gu Shui was caught off guard by this question, unsure how to respond. Chen Ping, surprised, quickly chimed in. Oh right. I distinctly remember helping you back last night. I must have mistakenly taken you to the wrong room. Gu Shui suddenly understood and rubbed her head. Yes, Yanran, I was a bit tipsy last night. Chen Ping was unaware of our respective rooms and inadvertently brought me to your room to sleep. I did come back last night. I merely slept in your room. Is that so? Lin Yanran frowned, skeptical. Gu Shui replied, of course, how could I deceive you? Now, I bought your favorite dishes, and I even brought durian. Chen Ping, could you please help me open the durian while I prepare dinner? After Gu Shui hurriedly took the vegetables to the kitchen, she sighed in relief. Grateful for Chen Ping's quick thinking, otherwise, they would have been caught. Lin Yanran pondered for a moment before shaking her head, convinced her mother wasn't that careless. It seemed implausible that after just agreeing to let Chen Ping be her boyfriend, she would engage in such activities with him. After Chen Ping peeled the durian, he jokingly offered Lin Yanran a piece, saying, Yanran, you must believe that I am genuinely sincere towards your mother. Once we are together, you should call me Dad, understand? Lin Yanran plopped down on the sofa, refusing to take the durian and coldly glared at Chen Ping, arms crossed. In your dreams, Chen Ping, I know you are not sincere. You must be trying to provoke me, right? Unless you come up with 200 or 300 million in betrothal gifts. Why should I believe you? Chen Hao also snorted in agreement. Indeed, Yanran is right. If he cannot provide the money, he can forget about ever being called Dad. So, Chen Ping, if you genuinely wish for Yanran to address you as such, you must find a way to gather the funds. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping casually continued eating the durian he had just handed to Lin Yanran, reclining with nonchalance. Well, if she doesn't call me Dad, that is fine. After all, she isn't even my daughter. I've no need for an ungrateful daughter. He paused for a moment, glancing at Gu Shui busy in the kitchen, admiring her alluring figure. If need be, I can always have another child with Gu Shui. She is quite ample, so perhaps she could bear me a son. You scoundrel! Lin Yanran hissed, her fists clenched in fury, her teeth grinding. Had she not been concerned about her mother overhearing, she would have lunged at Chen Ping right then and there. Seeing her infuriated yet powerless, Chen Ping felt a sense of satisfaction. He appeared utterly unfazed, gazing at Lin Yanran before stating, Yanran, your mother and I are in true love. She has sacrificed so much for you over the years, raising you to adulthood. She deserves to pursue love and happiness now, do you understand? As her daughter, you should not hinder her. You should support her instead. Chen Hao, gritting his teeth, was incensed. Chen Ping, who had contributed nothing, was audacious enough to pursue a woman like Gu Shui. It was utterly absurd. Lin Yanran clenched her jaw, staring fixedly at Chen Ping. Rest assured, if you cannot provide the money, I will not allow you to touch my mother. She may seek her happiness, but not with someone as impoverished as you, who cannot even offer a betrothal gift. How can you promise her happiness? Chen Ping, contemplating, chuckled. I'm young and physically capable. Those are my advantages. I'm going to strangle you. Lin Yanran exclaimed, taken aback by Chen Ping's audacity. Her patience had worn thin, and she lunged at him, unable to withstand it any longer. Seeing her charge, Chen Ping coldly smirked. Was she a fool? He had endured the apocalypse. Although his body wasn't what it used to be, his reflexes were far superior now. He leaned back, pretending to trip her as she approached. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yanran lost her balance and fell toward him. Chen Ping reached out to catch her, but inadvertently grabbed two round objects. Though not large, they were unmistakably noticeable. Lin Yanran looked down, her face flushing crimson, and yelled, Chen Ping, what are you doing? You beast! How dare you take advantage of me? Chen Ping, taken aback, realized the unexpected turn of events. Though he harbored resentment toward Lin Yanran, he seized the opportunity for revenge. Since he had already touched her, he might as well exert a little pressure. I didn't do it on purpose. You fell into me. He feigned innocence, while in reality, he had applied a bit more force. In a moment, he flipped her onto the sofa and swiftly dodged away, standing at a distance. Chen Ping, how dare you? Chen Hao seethed with rage. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yanran was his woman, and Chen Ping had just taken advantage of her. The thought of it ignited a fire within him, and he felt the urge to eliminate Chen Ping. However, after being injured yesterday, any sudden movements caused his facial muscles to ache. After a couple of exclamations, Chen Hao, overwhelmed by pain, had no choice but to close his mouth, revealing a visage of agony. What on earth is going on? Gu Shui, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the kitchen. However, she had clearly missed the preceding scene. Lin Yanran, both embarrassed and enraged, thought to herself that Chen Ping had acted with intent. If it were unintentional, he would have merely brushed against her, rather than grabbing her in such a manner. Rising from the sofa, she pointed an accusing finger at Chen Ping and exclaimed, Mom, Chen Ping is a beast. He actually assaulted me. Gu Shui could not believe that Chen Ping would commit such an act. Instead of expressing anger, she turned to Chen Ping and inquired, Chen Ping, what exactly happened? Lin Yanran, why are you slandering me? Chen Ping immediately retorted. I was sitting on the sofa when she suddenly lost her mind and claimed she would strangle me. As she stumbled toward me and fell, I instinctively pushed her away to prevent her from crashing into me. That's all there was to it. There was no assault involved. As he spoke, Chen Ping gestured with his hands to demonstrate the pushing motion. Upon hearing this, Gu Shui turned to Lin Yanran and said, Yanran, stop messing around. I know you hold a grudge against Chen Ping, but his character is quite commendable. Don't unjustly accuse a good person. Lin Yanran was left speechless, feeling a sense of injustice as she realized that her own mother did not believe her. In a fit of frustration, she stomped her feet and insisted, Mom, I'm not wronging him. He is bullying me on purpose. When he pushed me, I fell because of him. His hand was right here. She pointed to her chest. Feeling utterly disgusted, she had no affection for Chen Ping. He was merely a sycophant in her eyes. How could he dare to touch her in such a manner? Even an accidental brush would be unacceptable. Moreover, she was convinced that his actions were deliberate. Chen Hao chimed in. Indeed, Auntie, Chen Ping appears mild-mannered. Yet he harbors ill intentions. I witnessed the position of his hand, and it was precisely on Yanran's chest. Chen Ping, feeling wronged, protested. But I truly did not mean it. It was merely a reflex. I instinctively moved aside and let her fall onto the sofa. In that brief moment, I didn't even register it. As he finished speaking, he cast a scornful glance at Lin Yanran's chest, implying that she was flat, and he felt nothing of consequence. Lin Yanran, hearing this, was infuriated, her face turning pale as she stomped her foot and declared, Mom, look, he admits it. He acknowledges that he pushed me in that direction. Gu Shui's expression was slightly peculiar, yet she believed it was merely a coincidence. She responded to Lin Yanran, all right. He didn't do it on purpose. It was just a coincidence. Why did you have to rush at him? If you hadn't stumbled, would he have reflexively defended himself in that manner? But he. Lin Yanran began to protest, wanting to mention how Chen Ping had groped her. But she faltered mid-sentence, feeling too embarrassed and knowing that Chen Ping would surely deny it. Furthermore, Chen Hao had only seen Chen Ping supporting her as she fell and could not have noticed any subtle movements of Chen Ping's fingers. Thus, even if she spoke up, no one would believe her, and it would only serve to further humiliate her. Frustrated and feeling unheard, Lin Yanran could only let out a loud shout, clenching her fists and stomping the ground in an attempt to vent her inner turmoil. Chen Hao, too, wore a dark expression, feeling more wretched than if he had ingested something foul. However, he understood that it was best not to escalate matters with Chen Ping or his family for the time being, as it could jeopardize their opportunity to obtain money. Despite his dissatisfaction, Chen Hao sighed. All right, Yanran, Chen Ping must have acted accidentally. He didn't mean any harm. Come on, let's go downstairs to buy some drinks and celebrate our time together. Lin Yanran was left speechless, feeling disheartened that Chen Hao, at this moment, chose to defend Chen Ping rather than her. However, she had no choice but to follow Chen Hao outside. Once they were alone, Gu Shui turned to Chen Ping and asked, "Why did Yanran try to strangle you?" Chen Ping chuckled wryly and replied, "It's nothing much. She merely wanted a dowry. She claimed that if I didn't bring forth 2 or 3 billion as a bride price, what reason would she have to even consider me?" He paused before adding, "I merely stated that I was young and strong," but she exploded in response. "Is being young and vigorous a fault?" Gu Shui shot him a disapproving glance before returning to the kitchen. Chen Ping's mention of being young and strong unexpectedly reminded her of the events of the previous night, causing her heart to race. Meanwhile, Chen Hao and Lin Yanran had swiftly arrived at the foot of their apartment building. Lin Yanran, still unable to contain her anger, confronted Chen Hao. "Chen Hao, why did you defend Chen Ping earlier? I'm your girlfriend." He was clearly intentional in his actions. Moreover, Chen Hao interjected, "Who told you to rush at him? He probably just tripped over you." His hand was likely a reflexive gesture, and it just happened to land where it did. Fuming, Lin Yanran retorted, "Damn it, that little punk got off too easily. I just want to find someone to deal with him." Chen Hao clenched his fists, speaking with fierce intensity. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran hurriedly warned, "Chen Hao, don't act rashly. The Chen family has severed ties with him. But that could merely be for appearances. He is still the young master of the Chen family. Chen Tianhao has only one son. If you truly harm him, we will both face dire consequences. They will undoubtedly connect us to Chen Ping due to our past grievances." Chen Hao shot Lin Yanran an exasperated look and replied, "Of course, I'm just venting. I'm not foolish enough to actually kill Chen Ping. That would be suicidal." After a brief pause, he continued, "Regardless, we cannot afford to turn against Chen Ping just yet. Let him interact more with your mother as their relationship deepens. We might obtain some compromising photos or videos to use as leverage against the Chen family to extort money. Or, if Chen Ping reconciles with his family, we could still persuade him for the dowry. That makes sense. For now, we must endure this for the sake of money." Lin Yanran nodded in agreement. However, she soon furrowed her brow and expressed, "But the surveillance camera has been discovered and broken by my mom. It seems that our plan to install cameras has failed. Without that, obtaining any videos will be impossible." At the mention of this, Chen Hao's frustration boiled over. He glared at Lin Yanran and retorted, "This is your fault. If you hadn't let it slip, would Chen Ping have suspected that we installed cameras? If I hadn't quickly claimed it was for your concern over Chen Ping bullying your mother, we would still be in the dark." Lin Yanran awkwardly said, I didn't mean it in anger. I just blurted it out unintentionally. It wasn't deliberate." Chen Hao wore a look of helplessness. This Lin Yanran, despite her decent figure and appearance, truly left him speechless with her lack of intelligence. As they walked, Lin Yanran suddenly brightened, exclaiming, "Oh, Chen Hao, I've just thought of a brilliant plan. Haha, I believe I am quite clever. A scheme that can help us acquire the video. Chapter 49 should be able to prove it, right?" Chen Hao was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he looked at Lin Yanran and asked, "What do you have in mind?" Lin Yanran smiled and replied, "What are we going to buy?" "Drinks." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Let us secretly procure some substances and tamper with the drinks. Once Chen Ping and my mother consume them, they won't be able to control themselves. And then we can record the video, right? We could use that to blackmail the Chen family." At first, Chen Hao felt a flicker of excitement. It seems worth a try. However, he quickly shook his head, saying, "No, your plan is flawed. Wouldn't that just benefit that Chen Ping? Do you genuinely want your mother to be tarnished by that scoundrel?" Gu Shui's physique and beauty were perfect, even exuding more femininity than Lin Yanran. Had he not encountered Lin Yanran first and already been involved with her, he might have pursued Gu Shui. Thus, the thought of that useless Chen Ping having Gu Shui was something Chen Hao found hard to accept. "We don't have to go that far. As long as they don't take the final step, we could still record some footage beforehand, right? If they don't go all the way, I can accept that," Lin Yanran suggested after some contemplation. Chen Hao managed a wry smile, saying, "You truly are quite foolish. I only wanted to secretly record some video, but with your approach, won't your mother realize you drugged her drink? Wouldn't she be furious with you afterward? Wouldn't she resent both you and me for life? Is that what you want?" After hearing this, Lin Yanran felt that perhaps she had been too hasty for money. She pondered before asking, "So what should we do? The camera has been destroyed. Should we secretly install another one?" Chen Hao shook his head and replied, "Let us go buy drinks first. We can discuss other matters later. As long as Chen Ping is with your mother, we will surely seize an opportunity." At this moment, at the Xia family, Xia Xiaoai recounted to the family head, Xia Dakuai, and his wife, Luo Yulian, everything Chen Ping had told her about the impending arrival of a doomsday continent. Xia Dakuai listened with a strange expression. "Xiaoai, you can't possibly believe that, can you? Haha, such ridiculous claims, and he dares to say them?" Luo Yulian, sitting beside him, coldly remarked, "This Chen Ping. I once thought him to be decent, but he is becoming increasingly absurd. Our Xiaoai is so wonderful, yet he does not appreciate her, instead pursuing that so-called campus belle." Lin Yanran. She paused briefly before continuing, "What is so good about Lin Yanran? If our Xiaoai were in their school, that title would surely change hands." Xia Dakuai grew more agitated as he thought, "Indeed, this Chen Ping is truly blind. My daughter is so excellent, yet he does not fancy her, preferring that Lin Yanran, who is poor and academically lacking. I heard she is a child who lost her father at a young age, just a wild child. Compared to my daughter, she is not even worthy to carry her shoes. Why would Chen Ping like her?" Unexpectedly, Xia Xiaoai responded, "Dad, Chen Ping has turned over a new leaf. He no longer likes Lin Yanran. Moreover, I believe we still have a chance. Just yesterday, he hugged me. Had she not feared shocking her parents, she would have revealed that Chen Ping had kissed her. However, she found it too embarrassing to voice, so she swallowed her words. Really? That Chen Ping has changed? No longer likes Lin Yanran. And hugged you?" Xia Dakuai looked at Xia Xiaoai with a strange expression, clearly skeptical of her words. Xia Xiaoai quickly asserted, "Of course it's true. Now that he no longer likes Lin Yanran, it's primarily due to the Doomsday continent's arrival. Didn't I just tell you? Chen Ping was harmed by Lin Yanran and her boyfriend, who indirectly caused the deaths of his parents and sister. Thus, after his rebirth, he probably wishes to eliminate those two. How could he still like Lin Yanran? Xiaoai, how can you trust Chen Ping so much? According to him, wouldn't you also be dead after the Doomsday continent arrives? Wouldn't we all be?" Luo Yulian pondered before asking Xia Xiaoai, considering that she had previously shared everything Chen Ping had told her. Xia Dakuai added, "Xiaoai, don't blindly believe someone just because you like him. This Doomsday continent claim is utterly absurd. Given today's advanced technology, if such a continent were to appear, our nation could certainly handle it." Xia Xiaoai pouted, "Dad, Mom, if someone else were to say this, I might not believe them and would think they were a fraud. However, since it's Chen Ping saying it, it's most likely the truth because he would never deceive me about such matters." "Xiaoai, why do you think that?" Xia Dakuai furrowed his brows, looking at her. Xia Xiaoai sighed, "Rest assured, I, Xia Xiaoai, am not so infatuated that I lose my judgment regarding Chen Ping. The main reason is that he is the son of Jiangqing's richest man, a wealthy heir. He could easily enjoy a comfortable life every day. Why would he wish for a doomsday continent? If he were to fabricate such a lie, it would only bring him harm, with no benefit at all." Xia Dakuai, appearing somewhat rough around the edges, was surprisingly attentive. After hearing Xia Xiaoai's reasoning, he offered no rebuttal and instead began to consider the possibility. After all, Xia Xiaoai was correct. Chen Ping was indeed a super-rich heir who could enjoy a good life. Why would he spread such rumors? Such matters would truly be a thankless endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Dakuai addressed Xia Xiaoai, "Xiaoai, since Chen Ping is saying this, does he have any evidence to back it up? If he cannot provide any proof, I will not believe him." Xia Xiaoai's eyes brightened as she thought of something. "Oh, Dad, there is indeed evidence. Chen Ping mentioned that during tonight's double chromosphere lottery, someone is bound to win 10 billion. This should be able to prove it, right?" Chapter 50. Regardless, I will not agree. Luo Yulian coldly laughed at Xia Xiaoai's statement. "How is that possible? In all these years of the double chromosphere, I have never seen anyone win such a large sum. Moreover, is there even that much money left in the prize pool?" After contemplating for a moment, Xia Dakuai promptly retrieved his mobile phone to check, then turned to Luo Yulian and said, "Indeed, there is a bit over 1 billion. Could it be true?" Xia Xiaoai then addressed the two, "Dad, Mom, regardless of whether you believe in Chen Ping, I certainly do. I have faith that Chen Ping would never deceive me." Xia Dakuai remained silent for a few seconds before responding to Xia Xiaoai, "Xiaoai, it's not that I don't trust Chen Ping. It's just that this is too outrageous. Let's wait until tonight to see. If someone truly wins 10 billion, I will believe him. Dad, you are too good. I am confident that you will indeed believe Chen Ping then, and I also believe such a prize will be awarded. Xia Xiao AI exclaimed as she ran over, grasping Xia de Kuei's hand and playfully speaking. Luo Yulian, with an expression of disbelief, shot Xia de Kuei a glance and said, why do you always indulge our daughter in everything? I see that Xiao AI has been spoiled by you. Xia de Kuei chuckled. Well, she is my only precious daughter. If I do not cherish her, who will? Just like how my father treated me well. Xia Xiao AI replied cheerfully, pulling Xia de Kuei's hand. During lunch, Lin Yanran and Qin Hao pretended to flatter Gu Shui, even serving her food and pouring drinks. After finishing the meal, Gu Shui went to wash the dishes. Lin Yanran approached Gu Shui and softly advised, Mom, before Chen Ping gives you a betrothal gift, be sure not to let him win your heart, understood? Moreover, men are like this. They do not cherish things that come too easily. Gu Shui frowned, awkwardly smiling. Dear, Chen Ping has already been thrown out of his house. How could he afford a betrothal gift? Besides, you are asking for far too much. How could he manage that? After a pause, Gu Shui continued, furthermore, Chen Ping has already spent so much on you in the past, and recently, he has spent a considerable amount on me as well. Let us consider that as part of the betrothal gift. Lin Yanran rolled her eyes in disbelief. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? That amount is hardly significant. How can that be acceptable? Besides, he willingly spent that money to pursue me. It does not count as a betrothal gift. If he were not interested in my body, would he have spent so much on me? Moreover, for someone like him, a wealthy second generation, that is merely pocket change. A betrothal gift made up of pocket money? How degrading is that? After a moment of thought, Lin Yanran added, No, he is with you now. That makes it even more degrading. Gu Shui sighed internally and said to Lin Yanran, Yanran, your mother is getting on in years. Chen Ping is young and accomplished, and he is handsome. That he notices me is a blessing from heaven. Moreover, we owe him so much. I believe we should refrain from discussing betrothal gifts. I would never ask him for one, and I cannot bring myself to do so. Lin Yanran was utterly speechless, pondering her mother's outdated views. She responded, Mom, what are you thinking? What do you mean by getting on in years? You do not look old at all. When we go outside, everyone thinks we are sisters. Besides, your figure is so good that countless men must be captivated by you. Receiving a betrothal gift is only right. Lin Yanran paused before continuing. Furthermore, Mom, if you do not consider yourself, you should at least think of me and Qin Hao. We are definitely going to get married. But we do not even have a home. This small place we are renting is inadequate. If you do not let Chen's family provide some betrothal gifts, where will we live after our marriage? Gu Shui smiled wryly and replied, Yanran, your conditions are not poor. I have advised you long ago. If you are seeking a partner, choose someone with a house. Qin Hao has nothing. He is merely a drifter, and you know he has no car or home. Since he lacks these, why are you still with him? I think you two are not suited for each other. It would be best to part ways soon. After contemplating, Gu Shui added, furthermore, you and Qin Hao have no house or car. Why should Chen Ping provide you with money for those? You both have the capability to work hard together to afford a down payment and pay off a mortgage. If you both strive together, purchasing a modest second-hand apartment in an older community is entirely feasible. Lin Yanran was extremely speechless, gritting her teeth and declaring, Mom, I have struggled alongside you since childhood. I have seen how you have toiled for our family and endured hardships. I do not wish to live that life of poverty anymore. I refuse to continue suffering. Do you understand? Gu Shui helplessly replied, Yanran, there are many things you did not have at birth, and they are simply not meant to be. Your father passed away early, and I lack the means. It is already commendable that I managed to raise you. From here on, we should work hard together to improve our lives instead of always dreaming of easy gains. Do you understand? All right. I cannot reason with you. Regardless, if you do not let Chen Ping give us 2 or 3 billion as a betrothal gift, and do not arrange for us to have a big villa, I will firmly oppose your union, Gu Shui stated resolutely. Lin Yanran retorted angrily. If he does not provide a betrothal gift, and you still wish to marry him, then I will not recognize you as my mother. You are right. We should strive, but right now, you need to work hard to reconcile with Chen Ping and win over his parents. Then we will enjoy a life of luxury from that point onward. After a brief pause, Lin Yanran continued, I can agree to your marriage with him, but the betrothal gift must be provided. With that, Lin Yanran turned and left, calling out to Qin Hao to join her for a shopping outing. Gu Shui sighed upon hearing the door close, never imagining that her daughter would change so dramatically. Previously, she thought her daughter was merely a bit playful. However, since Chen Ping's arrival, she realized her daughter's values had become so distorted. How had she raised such a child? Chapter 51. It's better to pamper you. Lin Yanran quickly descended the stairs with Qin Hao. Chen Hao immediately inquired, given your demeanor. I assume your mother has not agreed to the matter of asking Chen Ping for a betrothal gift? Lin Yanran pouted. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. My mother lacks confidence and believes she is unworthy of Chen Ping. It leaves me speechless. I recall a time when a wealthy boss was quite taken with her at work and attempted to make advances, but she quit her job. After a pause, Lin Yanran continued. In fact, my mother appears very youthful, and her figure is exceptionally well maintained. With Chen Ping's wealth, what is wrong with him giving 2 or 3 billion? Is that too much? Yet, she thinks it is acceptable to forego the betrothal gift and insists that the money Chen Ping previously spent on us should suffice. How infuriating is that? Are we so cheap? Chen Hao clenched his teeth, equally speechless, and after some contemplation, he asked, did you not urge her to consider us? Where will we live after we get married? She should think not only of herself, but also of us. Lin Yanran rolled her eyes at Chen Hao and said, do you think I have not said anything? I mentioned earlier that my mother encourages us to strive for ourselves, suggesting we make a modest down payment on a second-hand home and gradually pay off the mortgage. Isn't that exasperating? Chen Hao was equally speechless, gritting his teeth and saying, what kind of mindset does your mother have? With such a wealthy benefactor and a lucrative opportunity at hand, why doesn't she give it a try? Even a couple of 100 million is mere pocket change for the Chen family, yet it could transform our lives. The more Chen Hao pondered, the more infuriated he became, ultimately declaring, honestly, apart from being somewhat attractive, your mother seems quite foolish. If only she were aligned with us. We could easily devise a plan to extract funds from the Chen family. But her lack of cooperation complicates matters. Lin Yanran could only express her helplessness, saying, well, let's take it slow, there will surely be a way. Chen Ping sat leisurely on the sofa, enjoying a slice of watermelon. The disdainful expression Lin Yanran wore as she emerged from the kitchen brought him a sense of delight. As long as Lin Yanran and Chen Hao were unhappy, Chen Ping felt a sense of satisfaction. It could be said that these two troublesome individuals were the source of his joy. Gu Shui came out, taking a seat next to Chen Ping, and sighed. Just now, Yanran mentioned the betrothal gifts and asked me to get them from you. Chen Ping glanced at Gu Shui and smiled. What did you tell her? Gu Shui replied with a wry smile. What else could I say? You've already spent so much on her and me. How could I possibly ask for more? Moreover, I believe that matters of the heart cannot be measured by money. As long as I am with the one I love, even hardships become sweet. Mutual understanding is what brings happiness. Chen Ping chuckled. The more than 800,000 I transferred to you that night can count as your betrothal gift, all right? Gu Shui felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and replied, isn't that a bit excessive? Honestly, you don't need to give me so much. Chen Ping smiled. You are now my woman, Gu Shui. Giving you a few 100,000 is but a trifle. Just remember, don't tell your daughter about my 20 million. We wouldn't want those two getting any ideas. Gu Shui laughed. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to disclose such matters. At this point, Gu Shui paused before continuing. That Chen Hao is unreliable. He is merely an idle drifter, spending his days gaming and hanging out with delinquents. I cannot even bring myself to mention the more than 800,000 you gave me to Yanran. If they found out, they might try to swindle me. And it wouldn't be long before they squander it all. Chen Ping smiled slightly, appreciating Gu Shui's sound judgment and beauty. It was during this post-apocalyptic time, as he gradually got to know her, that he discovered her virtues. This was also why he was unconcerned about her being older than himself. He instinctively wrapped an arm around Gu Shui's shoulders and said, Shui, I find myself increasingly fond of you. A woman like you is truly the finest in the world. Upon hearing such words, Gu Shui felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. However, she shot Chen Ping a teasing glance and said, oh really? And what about Miss Xia? I think Xia Xiao AI is quite attractive, has a good character, and even offered you a substantial sum of money knowing your needs. She's so young. Isn't she a worthy contender? Chen Ping furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. To be honest, she is indeed quite admirable. If you don't mind, why not take the lead while she follows? As he made this remark, he intended it as a jest to gauge Gu Shui's reaction, somewhat apprehensive that she might take offense. To his surprise, Gu Shui replied without hesitation, how can that be? She is the daughter of the Xia family, an esteemed young lady. If anyone were to take the lead, it should be her. As long as I can be with you, I am content to play the supporting role. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback and teasingly asked, is that truly the case? You are so generous? Gu Shui laughed and said, why would I deceive you? I am significantly older than you and lack formal education, just an ordinary woman. Compared to Miss Xia, I feel I fall short in every aspect. As long as I can be with you, I am fulfilled. Besides, many of those wealthy second-generation individuals have multiple partners. If you choose to take on several, I only wish to remain by your side. As long as you do not disdain me, I will be quite content. Chen Ping did not expect such sincerity from Gu Shui, and he could not help but kiss her passionately before saying, "Rest assured, I could never disdain you. I would only cherish and pamper you." Gu Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she glanced anxiously towards the door, playfully reprimanding, "You rascal. How can you kiss me just like that? What if Yanran and Qin Hao come back?" Chen Ping boldly replied, "What is there to fear? We are at least in a relationship now. If she forbids me from sleeping with you, would she also prevent me from kissing you? Is it not normal for couples to kiss?" Gu Shui rolled her eyes at him and insisted, "That still won't do. It would be inappropriate for them to see." After saying this, Gu Shui wore a worried expression and continued, "Chen Ping, I can see that Miss Xia genuinely loves you and is determined to be with you. However, even if I am willing to be the supporting role, she likely would not agree. After all, such a proud young lady from a wealthy family would surely not want to share the same man with someone like me." Chapter 52. Are they still alive? What do you mean by someone like me? What kind of woman am I? Chen Ping feigned anger and said, "From now on, you must not belittle yourself, understood? I intend for you to take the lead, so what of it? Why? Why must you insist on me taking the lead?" Gu Shui responded with a touch of helplessness, unable to comprehend Chen Ping's determination. Although his words were pleasing to hear, did he truly believe she was more exceptional than Xia Xiaoai? After all, they had only known each other for a few days, whereas Chen Ping had clearly known Xia Xiaoai for many years. Did he genuinely think she was more important than Xia? Unexpectedly, Chen Ping playfully pinched a certain part of Gu Shui's anatomy, grinning mischievously, "Because you are well endowed. It feels like you are about to burst. If you do not take the lead, who will?" Gu Shui, caught off guard by Chen Ping's sudden advance, let out a surprised gasp, her face flushing with embarrassment. Chen Ping had a knack for such unexpected gestures, leaving her blushing and flustered, which made her feel quite helpless. He was truly a little troublemaker. "Chen Ping, this is my home. In the future, you must refrain from such actions here. What if Yanran and the others come across us? That would be quite inappropriate, understand?" Gu Shui sternly warned Chen Ping, fearing that he might frequently engage in such intimate actions. "Can I kiss you for a little while longer?" Chen Ping pondered, gazing at Gu Shui's alluring red lips. His desires stirred once more. Gu Shui blushed and quickly replied, "The door isn't even locked. That won't do. I'll lock it right now." Unexpectedly, Chen Ping dashed forward and swiftly locked the door, showcasing a speed that was quite extraordinary. Gu Shui was taken aback. This young man seemed to constantly indulge in such antics. By the time she regained her composure, Chen Ping had already rushed over to sit beside her, one arm draping over her shoulder as he smiled, and said, "Now, you can rest assured and allow me to kiss you, can't you? Is it really that enjoyable?" A faint blush crept onto Gu Shui's cheeks, as memories of the passionate encounter from the previous night flooded her mind, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. This fellow truly made her experience the sweetness of love. Chen Ping smiled nonchalantly, holding Gu Shui close. "Of course it's enjoyable. If it weren't, would I be so fond of kissing you?" After saying this, one of his hands rested on Gu Shui's thigh, while the other continued to embrace her, pulling her in for another kiss. This kiss lasted even longer than the previous one, to the point where Gu Shui couldn't help but feel her mind spiraling with thoughts. She hurriedly pushed Chen Ping away and said, "All right, that's enough. You dragged me along that day, and now I have no job." Chen Ping immediately responded with seriousness, "What job are you looking for? There are only 56 days left until the end of the world descends. At that time, survival will be the priority. Who will still think about work?" After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Don't worry. By then, both your awakening and my summoning abilities will be quite formidable, and the pets we summon will grow stronger. Together, we will have nothing to fear." Upon hearing this, Gu Shui furrowed her brow with concern and said, "Chen Ping, will the end of the world really come? Your words make me genuinely anxious. I hope it doesn't arrive. Things are quite peaceful now, and I find it quite pleasant. Will the Xia kingdom not intervene when the end of the world arrives? What about the military?" Chen Ping sighed. It came so suddenly that many cities initially resembled hell, with countless casualties. It was only later that the Xia military intervened, barely managing to establish a few city fortifications and safety zones. However, the apocalyptic beasts that followed grew increasingly powerful, making it difficult to cope. Fortunately, some individuals began to awaken, gaining the ability to summon pets, allowing humanity to gradually mount a resistance. The first 2 months of the apocalypse are the most arduous and perilous. If we can endure that, and some people awaken their abilities, things will improve significantly. At that point, those safety zones will be much safer and less likely to fall. As he concluded, Chen Ping offered a bittersweet smile, expressing helplessness. However, as for what happens afterward, I cannot say whether humanity will achieve victory, I am uncertain, as you and I both perished in the end. Gu Shui listened with a worried expression and pondered before saying, but you have been reborn, right? Now that you have returned, can't we do something? After a moment of thought, she asked, by the way, what about Yanran and Chen Hao? Were they still alive when you died? A cold sneer welled up within Chen Ping. Of course, they were alive, for it was these two scoundrels who had caused his demise, especially Chen Hao, who had stabbed him multiple times. Nevertheless, he concealed his inner fury well, merely smiling and assuring her, don't worry, they were alive and doing quite well. Hearing this, Gu Shui finally felt relieved. After considering her next words, she grasped Chen Ping's arm and said, Chen Ping, since you are aware of the situation, if the arrival of the end of the world cannot be changed, perhaps you could do something to ensure the people of the Xia Kingdom are informed early, allowing everyone to prepare in advance. With proper preparation, maybe fewer people will perish in the beginning, right? Chen Ping nodded earnestly, realizing that far too many innocent lives had been lost to the beasts, especially among children and the elderly, which was truly tragic. Thus, he felt that perhaps he should indeed take action. After some contemplation, he said, if we speak out now, not many will believe us. If too many people begin to believe, it will only cause panic. We should wait a bit longer to address this. I think we should first create a safe house. Prepare food and some weapons. Once we endure the first 2 months, things will improve significantly. Oh, I hope your rebirth can alter the descent of the end of the world. If it could be avoided entirely, that would be wonderful. Gu Shui sighed at this thought. At that moment, Chen Ping's phone rang. He picked it up and, upon glancing at the screen, displayed a peculiar expression. Chapter 53. That was quite a ruthless move. Who is it? Gu Shui glanced over and saw that Chen Ping's phone displayed a call from his second sister. She chuckled softly and stood up. Heading back to her room, Chen Ping answered the call and walked to the window before asking, second sister, what is the matter? Chen Cece replied, Chen Ping, were you with Gu Shui and Xia Xiao AI yesterday? Were you all holding hands while shopping? What on earth are you up to? The key point is, Xia AI isn't even angry. Chen Ping chuckled before responding, second sister, how did you find out? Chen Cece explained, you didn't realize that Lin Yanran and Chen Hao took candid photos of you? Those two scoundrels actually threatened us with the pictures, demanding several billion or else they would post them online. That level of intimidation is nothing. Those two fools. At this point, Chen Cece paused before continuing. The eldest sister and I had our bodyguards give them a good beating, to dare harm me before the apocalypse. If it weren't for the fact that we aren't in the apocalypse yet, I would have had them killed. Hearing this, Chen Ping felt a warm sensation in his heart. At least his elder and second sisters believed him. He smiled and asked, you believe me now? Chen Cece shyly replied, well, I'm not entirely convinced yet, but your story sounds so real. I just feel uneasy, so I vented my frustrations first. Besides, they dared to extort us. So they had it coming, didn't they? All right, I understand. Chen Ping replied softly, careful not to speak too loudly, fearing Gu Shui might overhear. Okay, I'll get back to my business now. Chen Cece quickly hung up the call. Chen Ping approached the door, opened it, and looked at Gu Shui, saying, beautiful Gu Shui, let us go out for a stroll. After all, there won't be many leisurely days ahead. Let us relax for the next couple of days. I have a lot to take care of afterward, and I fear I won't have time for proper shopping with you. Gu Shui walked over, sighed, and expressed her concerns. Chen Ping, your words only make me more anxious. I really can't bear to imagine such a scenario. After contemplating, Chen Ping suggested, if you have nothing else to do, you might as well watch some apocalyptic films over the next few days, like the zombie movies from the Korean film industry. It might help you adapt. All right. Gu Shui was uncertain whether Chen Ping was speaking the truth. She genuinely hoped he was merely teasing her. Yet, what if it were real? Chen Ping accompanied Gu Shui for an afternoon of shopping, encouraging her to indulge in delicacies she had previously dared not try. As time slipped away, Gu Shui eventually returned home in the evening, while Chen Ping made his way back to his rented apartment. He then placed a call to his dearest friend, Lin Shui. Hey, Chen Xiao, what prompted you to call me? Lin Shui, a scion of an inconsequential family, shared a bond with Chen Ping that was exceptionally close. Although Lin Shui was not particularly academically gifted, he was known for his honesty and loyalty, always regarding Chen Ping as an elder brother. Chen Ping responded, Lin Pongzi, come over. I have something important to discuss with you in person. Sure, Chen Lauda. Where should I meet you? Just send me the address, and I'll be there shortly. Lin Pongzi readily agreed, and promptly ended the call. Soon after, Chen Ping sent the address. Upon seeing it, Lin Pongzi furrowed his brows in confusion, exclaiming, what is going on? Isn't this an old residential area? Are you sure this is the right place? After contemplating for a moment, he decided to message Chen Ping on WeChat to confirm the location. However, The response he received was simply to come over. With a sense of resignation, Lin Pengzi drove to the neighborhood Chen Ping mentioned and arrived at the entrance of his apartment. He knocked on the door, and only after Chen Ping opened it did he realize he had indeed come to the right place. After inviting Lin Pengzi inside, Chen Ping closed the door behind them. Looking around, Lin Pengzi remarked, "Chen Xiao, what is the situation here? Is this truly where you reside? Are you certain you live here? Or is it a friend of yours?" With a wry smile, Chen Ping explained, "I was kicked out by my father, and he froze my bank account. Although he didn't explicitly sever ties, I told Lin Yanran that our relationship was over. You must keep this a secret, understand?" "What? How could this happen? You were expelled due to Lin Yanran?" Lin Pengzi exclaimed, taken aback as he sat on the sofa. "I've told you before. That woman Lin Yanran is not worth your affection. I warned you not to pursue her, while Xiao Ai would have been a much better choice. Why do you insist on liking Lin Yanran?" Hearing this, Chen Ping felt a wave of emotions. Indeed, in his previous life, Lin Pengzi had cautioned him. Yet he had failed to see Lin Yanran's true nature, giving selflessly and mistaking it for love. Reflecting on it now, it seemed utterly ridiculous. He chuckled and assured Lin Pengzi, "Don't worry, my expulsion from the Chun family is not solely due to Lin Yanran. I've come to understand that she already has a boyfriend, her so-called male best friend. Thus, I will no longer pursue her." At this point, Chen Ping paused before continuing. "I now have someone I truly like, and she is far more beautiful than Lin Yanran. Is that true?" Lin Pengzi regarded Chen Ping with skepticism. "It's hard to believe. Just a few days ago, you were infatuated with Lin Yanran. Now you claim you have someone else. You must be jesting." Chen Ping simply smiled, "I'm not joking." "Then who is she? I hope it's Xiao Ai. Come on, confess." Lin Pengzi urged eagerly. To his surprise, Chen Ping replied with a smile, "It's Lin Yanran's mother." Lin Pengzi's jaw dropped in astonishment, his expression frozen in disbelief as he struggled to process this revelation. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure and incredulously asked, "Are you certain it's Lin Yanran's mother? Have you met this woman before? How did you suddenly end up with her?" Chen Ping looked earnestly at Lin Pengzi and asserted, "Pengzi, my feelings for Gu Shui are genuine. You must believe me." Lin Pengzi nearly burst out laughing, his expression contorting with amusement as he remarked, "I can't believe it. You're quite the rogue, aren't you? Let me guess. You discovered that Lin Yanran has a boyfriend, leading to your disappointment and subsequent pursuit of her mother for revenge? That's quite a clever move, my friend." Chen Ping gave Lin Pengzi a playful tap on the head and replied, "Don't be ridiculous. I sincerely like Gu Shui. She is now my girlfriend. And when you meet her, you must address her as sister-in-law, understand?" Lin Pengzi was nearly speechless, astonished as he exclaimed, "Old man, you can't be serious. You truly have feelings for that woman?" After a brief pause, Lin Pengzi continued, his expression becoming peculiar, "I never noticed you had a preference for older women. After all, she is Lin Yanran's mother, significantly older than you." Chen Ping smiled slightly, a sense of pride emanating from him. "Huh, but she doesn't look a day older. And her figure is exceptional." Soon realizing he was veering off topic, he refocused, "I called you to discuss something important. Don't let me get sidetracked. The apocalypse is approaching. The end of the world is nigh." Lin Pengzi was momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, he responded, "Old man, you must be joking. How could that be possible? With today's advanced technology, we would know if something were amiss." He paused again before continuing, "You're just trying to play around with me. So, why did you move to this place? Are you truly living here?" Chen Ping nodded, "My parents disapprove of my relationship with Gu Shui, so they kicked me out. They believe that Gu Shui is after our family's wealth, so they thought that by expelling me and freezing my bank account, she would leave me. However, they don't truly understand Gu Shui or the bond we share." Lin Shui looked puzzled and remarked, "But Gu Shui is much older than you. She is Lin Yanran's mother. If your parents were to agree, that would be absurd. I've heard Lin Yanran's family is quite poor, so perhaps she views you as an easy target. It's possible that Gu Shui is after your money as well." Chen Ping, feeling exasperated, glanced at Lin Shui and asserted, "Lin Shui, I'm serious. Let me share this with you. I have been reborn. Here is how it happened." Quickly, Chen Ping recounted his rebirth to Lin Shui, sharing numerous details about the impending apocalypse. Naturally, he also spoke of his relationship with Gu Shui. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui furrowed his brow. "Old man, the things you just said feel almost too real. Although I can't ascertain their truth, did you summon me for a reason?" Chen Ping chuckled. "Tonight's lottery will yield a grand prize of 1 billion. This is something I know from my past life, and it serves as proof of my claims." He paused momentarily before continuing, "I assent that villa on Lingyun Mountain, just outside the city, your family's property? If you believe me, I want to transform it into a safe haven, stockpiling food and weapons to create a completely secure place. When the apocalypse descends, We could hide there for over 2 months. Lin Shui, after listening, could not help but stroke his chin and remarked, that location is indeed a formidable fortress. Defensible yet challenging to assault, with its perilous terrain. It is not far from this city, and if what you say holds true, transforming it into a safe haven would be quite advantageous. However, Lin Shui furrowed his brow. Although we seldom visit the villa, would my parents truly believe all this? The estate is vast, and converting it into a secure refuge would undoubtedly require a significant investment. Chen Ping produced a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table. There are 20 million yuan on this card. You should take it for now. Purchase provisions, and procure cold weapons as much as possible. I can guide you on how to establish the safe house shortly. We only need to endure there for 2 months, as the chaos in the Great Xia will intensify initially due to a lack of preparedness. After 2 months, as the military establishes safe zones and urban fortifications, things will improve considerably. Lin Shui, observing Chen Ping's earnest demeanor, contemplated briefly before responding, very well. I will take the bank card. Leave these matters to me. 20 million should suffice. After a moment of thought, Chen Ping retreated to the room and returned with a blueprint, explaining to Lin Shui, for precaution, we need to set up a mechanism here. This section will serve as a storage room, and we must create an underground passage here. Lin Shui examined the blueprint, nodding slowly. Since Chen Ping was financing the endeavor and his parents were not currently residing there, he could discreetly enlist help to initiate the project. Even if discovered, he could claim the safe house was already completed, proceeding with a preemptive strategy. After discussing for a while longer, Lin Shui departed. Chen Ping entrusted Lin Shui with this task because he was a close brother and also because the Lin family was engaged in the food industry. Moreover, the Lin family was selling unopened swords online, making Lin Shui the ideal candidate for these responsibilities. Chen Ping also emphasized the need for swift action. As only a little over 50 days remained, the construction of the safe house had to be completed within a month, leaving Chen Ping sufficient time to disseminate the information later. He was determined to prevent a repetition of past events. If he could alert others about the impending chaos on the continent, it would allow the Great Xia to prepare in advance, potentially saving many lives. The reliability of Pongzi gave him reassurance, and with confidence in his friend, Chen Ping smiled before returning to his room to rest. Meanwhile, at the Chen residence, Chen Tianhao and others, though skeptical about the arrival of the apocalyptic continent, found themselves intrigued after showering and checking the time. The results of the lottery were due to be announced. Unable to resist his curiosity, he took out his phone to search. The results startled Chen Tianhao, who sat up abruptly, his face pale with alarm. "Darling, what's wrong?" Bai Ruolin inquired, concerned. Chen Tianhao gulped before exclaiming, "Ruolin, could it be that Chen Ping was not deceiving us? Is it possible he truly has been reborn? Look, someone won 1 billion yuan in the lottery tonight." Bai Ruolin took the phone from Chen Tianhao and gasped in astonishment. "Incredible! Someone really won such a grand prize tonight. My heavens! Could it be that everything Chen Ping said is true?" Just then, Chen Cici's voice echoed from outside the door. "Dad, Mom, are you asleep?" Chen Tianhao opened the door to find all 3 daughters standing there. Without waiting for him to speak, Chen Shui exclaimed, "Dad, you have to see this. This is unbelievable. Someone actually won 1 billion yuan. Does this mean Chen Ping really has been reborn? It seems the arrival of the apocalyptic continent might actually be true." As she spoke, she handed her phone to Chen Tianhao. Reluctantly, he began to believe Chen Ping's words. After all, such a monumental win had never occurred before. If Chen Ping had merely been guessing, he could not have been so accurate. Chen Tianhao regarded his daughters and said, "I've seen it. This could merely be a coincidence." "A coincidence?" Chen Shui replied with a wry smile. "Dad, while I also find this hard to believe, do you truly think this is just a coincidence? How could it be so fortuitous?" Chen Xiai added, "Dad, I too was skeptical of Chen Ping's claims, but now I believe him. We must prepare. If what he says is true, we could be in grave danger." Bai Ruolin approached Chen Tianhao and suggested, "Darling, perhaps we should stock up on food and weapons." Chen Ping mentioned procuring silent weapons. "I suspect some beasts of the apocalypse are sensitive to sound, and noise could attract more threats." Though Chen Tianhao found the situation absurd, he ultimately conceded, "Fine, regardless of whether it's true, I'll ensure we have ample supplies of food and weapons. Even if the apocalypse does not arrive, it won't hurt to be prepared." Relieved by her husband's acquiescence, the daughters breathed easier. "I must go to the shooting range tomorrow to practice," Chen Shui declared resolutely. "I want to go too," Chen Cici said without hesitation, fearing the potential horrors of the future. "I'm joining you," Chen Xiai chimed in. To their surprise, Bai Ruolin expressed her agreement as well. Chen Tianhao, exasperated yet understanding, nodded. "All right, let's get some rest. According to Chen Ping, we still have over 50 days. There's no need to rush, we can reassess in a while. The sisters returned to their rooms, and by Lin, still worried, said, I can't shake my concerns. After all, Chen Ping mentioned surviving for several months, but we haven't even made it through 2. Embracing her, Chen Tianhao reassured her, my dear, if Chen Ping speaks the truth and has indeed been reborn, we are now better prepared than before. This is a chance to change history. Perhaps the apocalypse will not come to pass. He paused before continuing. Moreover, with our preparations, if we can endure the first 2 months, the situation should improve significantly. By Lin nodded, ultimately expressing a wish that the apocalypse would not come, for even contemplating it was terrifying. Meanwhile, at the Xia residence, Xia Dakuai, the head of the family, glanced at his phone and was taken aback. He immediately sat upright, handing the phone to Luo Yulian beside him. Dear, look, it's true. Someone won 1 billion yuan, which means everything Chen Ping said is indeed accurate. Luo Yulian glanced at her phone, startled. My heavens, could it truly be real? What should we do? Xia Dakuai immediately responded. What do you mean, what should we do? Tomorrow, we must find a way to properly enhance our villa area. And we also need to prepare weapons, as well as food. Indeed, we must accumulate as much food as possible. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yulian suggested, Darling, we are not very knowledgeable about certain matters regarding the later stages of the apocalypse. Perhaps we should consult Chen Ping and ask him what we should do? Xia Dakuai asserted. Previously, Chen Ping and Xiao AI advised us to fortify our home and stock up on supplies. Additionally, we should prepare some silent weapons. At this point, Xia Dakuai paused before continuing. It seems that Chen Ping is reliable. At least he has informed us of this matter. After considering, Luo Yulian added, I must notify my relatives to prepare some food and gather more weapons like bows and axes. Xia Dakuai sighed. Alas, though they may not believe us. They are family. It is best to send a text to inform them. If they truly refuse to believe, there is little we can do. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Xia Xiaoai exclaimed, Dad, did you see? Someone really won 1 billion. I knew brother Chen Ping would not deceive me. Xia Dakuai opened the door and said to Xia Xiaoai, I am aware, he indeed did not deceive you. However, I wish he had. He wouldn't lie to me. Humph. How could you wish that he would? Xia Xiaoai retorted defiantly. Xia Dakuai chuckled wryly. Oh, my dear girl, if he were lying to you, then the apocalypse would not descend, and that would indeed be a good thing. Oh, you have a point. Xia Xiaoai pondered before saying, So now you believe me, right? Xia Dakuai sighed again. Yes, invite Chen Ping over to our home tomorrow. I wish to meet him. All right. I will go find him first thing in the morning and bring him over. With her thoughts solely on Chen Ping, Xia Xiaoai left in a cheerful leap after confirming he had not deceived her. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Xia Dakuai felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This girl seemed unperturbed by the impending apocalypse, her thoughts consumed by Chen Ping. It appears our daughter is determined to marry no one but Chen Ping. He sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Qin Hao checked the surveillance footage on his phone, his heart leaping with joy. Haha, splendid, simply splendid. Lin Yanran, observing Qin Hao's excitement, inquired, What is going on? Qin Hao smirked. You see, it was fortunate I was clever enough to buy extra cameras. While you were busy installing one in your mother's room, I secretly placed one in a concealed spot in your living room. To my surprise, it captured some rather explosive footage. Lin Yanran stared at him in disbelief. Angered. Qin Hao, how could you do this? You didn't even tell me. After all, if he had indeed captured Chen Ping and Gu Shui engaging in intimate activities in the living room, that would mean Qin Hao had seen it all. The thought sent a shiver down Lin Yanran's spine. She found Qin Hao's actions outrageous, feeling he should have at least informed her about the additional camera. Qin Hao retorted, If I had told you, you might have inadvertently exposed it. If it weren't for your slip of the tongue, would Chen Ping and your mother have known? He paused and continued. The footage only shows your mother and Chen Ping kissing for a long while and a bit of thigh touching. Nothing else happened. Although Qin Hao claimed this, he felt a twinge of disappointment. If it were him, he would have escalated the situation. Chen Ping, it seemed, had remarkable self-control. After reviewing the video, Lin Yanran recorded it and said, If this footage is exposed, it would certainly embarrass the Chen family. This time, the scale is much larger than before. They should be willing to pay several billion to keep it quiet. Qin Hao nodded. Indeed, this time it's a video. And the quality is quite clear. The Chen family will likely pay up to save face. Wait, Qin Hao, did you hear that? The audio, though faint, seems to include Chen Ping mentioning something about the apocalypse. Lin Yanran remarked after examining the video. Qin Hao looked closely and replied, What apocalypse? Perhaps Chen Ping wants to take your mother to watch some disaster film. Clearly, Chen Hao did not believe in the apocalypse's arrival. The recorded audio was too unclear for him to take seriously. He continued, "We just need to save the most sensational parts of the footage and use it to extort the Chen family. Let us make a backup, just in case they try to back out." "All right. Haha. Chen Hao, you are quite clever." Lin Yanran giggled, setting her phone aside before playfully climbing onto Chen Hao, wrapping her arms around him and kissing him eagerly. "Yanran, our good days are just around the corner." Chen Hao embraced her, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At that moment, there was a knock on Chen Ping's door. He approached and opened it, pulling Gu Shui inside and closing the door behind them, grinning mischievously. "What is up, darling? Missing me?" Gu Shui hurriedly produced her phone. "Chen Ping, stop joking. Look, someone really won $1 billion. You were right. It seems the apocalypse is indeed real." Chen Ping could only smile wryly at her. "Of course it's real. Do you think I would deceive you?" "Ah." Gu Shui sighed anxiously. "What should we do? I just watched 2 apocalypse movies, and they were terrifying." Chen Ping chuckled. "No need to worry. Last time we were completely unprepared, but this time I will be ready. As long as we survive the first 2 months when the first wave of deadly beasts arrives, we will awaken our powers, enabling us to combat them." He paused and added, "Moreover, you will summon something quite formidable." Hearing this, Gu Shui felt a slight relief. "So, how many days until the apocalypse arrives?" Previously, Gu Shui had harbored doubts about Chen Ping's claims, but now that she witnessed the billion-dollar winner, she was convinced. Chen Ping smiled. "When you open your eyes tomorrow, there will be 55 days left. Do not worry. I have already sent my good friends to prepare. I will take you to our secure shelter when the time comes. And everything will be fine. Is there anything I can do to help?" Gu Shui asked. Her face filled with urgency, as the thought of only 50 days left unsettled her. Chen Ping embraced Gu Shui and said, "If you wish to assist me, it is certainly possible. However, it would entail you sharing my bed tonight. What do you think? Lin Yanran should not be returning home this evening, correct?" Gu Shui shot Chen Ping a disapproving glance, then replied, "Indeed, Yanran will not be back tonight. Yet, at such a late hour. How can you still be preoccupied with such thoughts?" Chen Ping chuckled and remarked, "There are still over 50 days left, so your anxiety is futile. Moreover, let me tell you, if you spend more nights with me, I will awaken more formidable summoning abilities, allowing us to summon more powerful companions to combat those fierce beasts and survive in this impending apocalypse." Gu Shui's expression grew peculiar, as she wondered if Chen Ping's intentions were purely to lure her into his bed, for his claims seemed rather absurd. "Are you speaking the truth or jesting?" Gu Shui gazed at Chen Ping with a hint of skepticism. Chen Ping smiled slightly and replied, "If it is true, then splendid. If false, you would not be at a loss, would you? We shall simply indulge ourselves before the world descends into chaos. Right?" With that, Chen Ping took Gu Shui by the hand and led her toward his room. Gu Shui's heart raced, recalling how Chen Ping had playfully tormented her for a couple of hours that morning, igniting a mix of tension and anticipation within her. After all, the sensations she had long been deprived of evoked a sense of longing. Chen Ping had, over the years, been the man who made her heart flutter and her pulse quicken. Ah, what the heck? The apocalypse is approaching swiftly. Who knows how much longer we can last? Let us seize the moment. Gu Shui thought to herself, subsequently opening her heart and following Chen Ping into the room without any further resistance. However, after walking for a while, she could not help but voice her concerns. I haven't taken a shower yet, and I didn't bring my pajamas." Chen Ping merely smiled and replied, "I will join you in the shower. There is no need to fetch your sleepwear. I can hardly wait. After our shower, you can wear my pajamas. Or perhaps, you might prefer to sleep without any clothes tonight." Upon hearing this, Gu Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted, Why are you so impatient? I'm not refusing you." Chapter 57. A consideration not to be dismissed. Chen Ping erupted into laughter. "Ha! Gu Shui, you're so stunning. How could I not be eager?" He then lifted her chin with a finger, a smile gracing his lips. "And who could forget how you tantalized me last night?" Gu Shui had initially been reluctant to let Chen Ping accompany her to the bathroom, but to her surprise, as soon as she entered, he pushed the door open and walked in. "Ah, why did you come in?" she exclaimed, startled and a tad embarrassed. Chen Ping closed the door behind him and wrapped his arms around her waist, saying, "Did I not say we would shower together? I can assist you." Though Gu Shui felt a wave of shyness, she ultimately allowed Chen Ping to gently remove her clothing, and soon they found themselves embracing in the shower, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate. After nearly 2 hours, they finally emerged. As Gu Shui approached the bed, she collapsed onto it, feeling her legs weaken and her body nearly devoid of strength. She had not anticipated Chen Ping's youthful vigor and energy would leave her so drained. Chen Ping lay down beside her, content to hold the beautiful woman in his arms. Not long after they settled in, Chen Ping glanced at his phone for a moment before drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Pengzi checked his phone and gasped, "My goodness." The boss was not lying. 10 billion was indeed drawn tonight. Could it all be true? After some contemplation, Lin Pengzi decided to refrain from informing his parents, as they might not believe him. After all, Chen Ping had given him 20 million, and he still had several 100,000 on his card, likely sufficient to renovate that villa. It seemed he would need to take action tomorrow. Following the design plans, he intended to hire the best security company, and the walls needed renovations as well. Lin Pengzi pulled out the blueprints Chen Ping had provided and began to study them. The next morning, upon waking, Chen Ping discovered that Gu Shui was no longer in the room. He chuckled to himself, surmising that she likely left early to avoid Lin Yanran returning home too soon and discovering she had not returned the previous night. Just as he finished dressing, his phone rang. It was a call from his second sister. Seeing it was Chen Cece, he furrowed his brow and answered, "Sister, what is it?" Chen Cece responded, "Chen Ping, the lottery indeed drew a 10 billion jackpot last night. Mom and Dad know, and they seem to be starting to believe you. Dad even mentioned preparing some weapons." Chen Ping smiled and replied, "You may prepare as you wish, it matters not to me. I have already sent Pengzi to renovate the villa outside the city, crafting a safe haven for us at the hilltop, where it will be more secure." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Lin Pengzi is quite reliable. When the apocalypse approaches, you and Mom and Dad can come to the villa. I will ensure Pengzi has enough food stock for us for half a year." How large is that villa? How extensive will the renovations be? It must require a substantial amount of money, right? I have quite a bit left. Do you need me to transfer some to you? Chen Cece inquired, evidently starting to believe Chen Ping's words. Chen Ping felt a warmth in his heart, grateful that his sister trusted him. He smiled, "I currently have little money left. I have given it all to Pengzi. How about you send me a bank card with a few 100,000? That would suffice." To his surprise, Chen Cece replied, "Dad has already unblocked your bank card. I will transfer you some money shortly. After all, the impending apocalypse makes food our priority." With that, she ended the call. Soon enough, Chen Ping received a text message notifying him of a 2 million transfer. Looking at the amount, he could not help but smile, noting how his sister had once been quite frugal when it came to giving him money. Now, with the apocalypse approaching, she was surprisingly generous. At that moment, Chen Ping's phone rang again. This time it was the lovely Xia Xiaowai, and he promptly answered. "Hello, beautiful. What can I do for you?" Chen Ping inquired. Xia Xiaowai responded eagerly. "Chen Ping, where are you? I want to see you. Hee, my dad would like to meet you. Shall I pick you up?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Ping replied, "All right, I will send you the address of my community. I will come down shortly. You can wait for me at the main entrance." Before long, Chen Ping descended the stairs. As he exited the community, a vibrant young woman in a short skirt had parked a red Ferrari nearby, eagerly awaiting his arrival. This residential complex is rather dilapidated, and the sudden appearance of such an exquisite sports car undoubtedly drew the attention of many. From a distance, Chen Ping caught sight of Xia Xiaowai, and his eyes lit up. He realized how foolish he had been to have once favored Lin Yanran, that despicable woman. Xia Xiaowai's figure and appearance were certainly commendable. Moreover, she genuinely harbored feelings for him. Why had he once rejected her? Just yesterday, Gu Shui had consented to him seeking other women and even expressed her willingness to play the role of a concubine. Given Xia Xiaowai's unwavering affection, it was worth contemplating. After all, in his previous life, he had perished without ever having a romantic encounter, which felt exceedingly unjust. In this life, he certainly could not let such an opportunity slip away. With this thought, Chen Ping felt a surge of delight, eager to experience the thrill of being adored by two women. However, just as he was about to approach Xia Xiaowai, 3 ruffians with yellow hair stepped forward, encircling her. "Hey there, cutie, you're quite a sight. Driving a sports car? How about taking your big brother for a spin?" One of the yellow-haired men, evidently the leader, grinned. "Get lost." Xia Xiaowai shot them a disdainful glance, her eyes brimming with contempt. She had come out today without her bodyguards, simply intending to pick up Chen Ping and leave, never expecting to be interrupted by a group of street thugs. The leader, sporting a scar across his face, felt humiliated by her dismissive tone. He coldly retorted, "Little girl, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Come on, let's have some fun." With that, he reached out to grab Xia Xiaowai's arm. However, the scar-faced man could not have anticipated that Xia Xiaowai was no pushover. Having trained in Taekwondo and Sanda, she was not lacking in skill. She deftly evaded his attack and retaliated with a swift side kick, sending him flying several meters away. "You dare to strike me? You too, come at me together." The scarred man, shocked by Xia Xiaowai's prowess, shouted to his companions. The two henchmen rushed forward, throwing punches at Xia Xiaowai. Unfortunately for them, they were no match for her and were quickly dispatched to the ground, groaning in pain. With you three fools. Do you truly think you can lay a finger on me? Do you believe I am easy to bully? Xia Xiaowai clapped her hands, exuding confidence. However, she soon noticed Chen Ping watching from a distance, causing her to feel a bit embarrassed. The three men exchanged glances and, after throwing a parting insult, fled the scene. When Chen Ping approached, Xia Xiaowai shyly said, "Brother Chen Ping, you don't think I'm too fierce, do you? I'm not usually like this. I just reacted out of instinct." Seeing her adorable demeanor, Chen Ping smiled gently, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Not at all. I find you quite endearing. Besides, a girl should have the ability to protect herself." Xia Xiaowai's heart fluttered with delight, her cheeks flushing as she replied, "Brother Chen Ping, do you really think so? Of course would I lie to you. Come on," Chen Ping said, getting into the car. Xia Xiaowai, filled with sweetness, followed suit. Many men witnessing this scene felt envious. After all, how could they not be jealous of a beautiful heiress being courted by this young man? As she drove, Xia Xiaowai remarked, "Brother Chen Ping, I realize you are truly a good man. That night when I was drunk, you took me to the hotel and didn't act inappropriately. Hee. I find myself liking you more and more." To her surprise, Chen Ping glanced at her and replied, "Xiaowai, I too find myself growing fonder of you." Xia Xiaowai's eyes widened, her smile radiating sweetness, and a hint of blush graced her cheeks. She bit her lip and said, "Then, does that mean you and Guxue are not serious? You were only with her to make Lin Yanran jealous, right?" Chen Ping frowned and replied, "Xiaowai, I'm sorry, but my feelings for Guxue are genuine. I have shared some of my experiences with her in the apocalypse with you, and since those events were real, so too are my feelings for her. Do you understand?" After a pause, he continued earnestly, "If this bothers you, there's nothing I can do. However, if you are willing to accept it, you could be my girlfriend. I promise that you two will always be treated equally as good sisters. What do you think?" Xia Xiaowai was taken aback to learn that Chen Ping's feelings for Guxue were sincere, stirring a sense of anger within her. She had never considered sharing a man with another woman. She parked the car by the roadside, remaining silent for several moments before looking at Chen Ping and saying, "In the apocalypse, I died, and we were not together, right?" Chen Ping nodded. "Yes, you died before me." Unexpectedly, Xia Xiaowai's expression grew resolute. "Then this time, I cannot miss the opportunity. At least, Brother Chen Ping, you have kissed me and expressed your feelings. So if I let this chance slip by and something happens to me, I would regret it even more." Chen Ping had anticipated that Xia Xiaowai might be upset, but her determination touched his heart. He placed a hand on her thigh and said with utmost seriousness, "Rest assured, Xiaowai, in this life, I will not let you die. I will protect you and care for Guxue as well as for you." Xia Xiaowai glanced down, realizing Chen Ping's hand was on her thigh, her heart racing like a wild deer. She nodded and replied, "All right, Brother Chen Ping, I am willing. As long as you like me, that is enough. Moreover, if what you said is true, Guxue is a good woman and indeed worthy of love." With a playful tone, Xia Xiaowai added, "But could you please move your hand? I fear it might distract me while driving. Your hand on my thigh makes me a bit nervous." Chen Ping quickly withdrew his hand, embarrassed. "Ah, I apologize. I didn't mean to. It was just a reflex." Xia Xiaowai shot him a teasing glance and continued driving, saying, "I don't care whether it was intentional or not. You kissed me last night and touched me just now. From now on, I am your girlfriend. And you are my boyfriend." After contemplating for a moment, Xia Xiaowai added, "Moreover, as long as you, Chen Ping Gij, desire it, I am not averse to other matters. After all, with the apocalypse approaching, we might as well indulge ourselves before the end of the world." Chen Ping felt a surge of delight in his heart. This Xia Xiaowai truly was bold in her affections. It is worth noting that although Xia Xiaowai had always possessed a somewhat carefree personality, she had never before expressed such audacious sentiments. Evidently, she was aware of the impending doom and had grown bolder, wishing to savor every moment with him to avoid any regrets. "Ahem, let's discuss this another day for now. Let us first see what your father wishes to speak with me about," Chen Ping said with an awkward smile. He continued, "Furthermore, this matter requires your parents' consent. If they were to discover my relationship with Guxue, they might not approve. After all, you are the young lady of a second-tier family. I doubt your parents would be agreeable. Rest assured, I am the master of my own heart. I care not for their approval." Xia Xiaowai declared with a hint of defiance. Chapter 59. A clear conscience before long. The car arrived at a villa district. After driving in and coming to a halt, Chen Ping and Xia Xiaowai alighted from the vehicle. Suddenly, Chen Ping remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh no, I've forgotten to prepare a gift for Uncle. Shall we go out for a bit so I can purchase something?" Xia Xiaoai rolled her eyes at him and replied, "We played together as children, and our families live so close. Why act so distant?" She paused for a moment before continuing, "Moreover, with you here as my boyfriend. That is the finest gift of all, hee. Chen Ping nearly fainted. Xia Xiaoai had a knack for uttering the most unexpected things. After a moment of thought, he turned to her and said, "Xiaoai, perhaps we should keep our relationship from uncle for now? If he were to learn that I have a girlfriend in Gushui, he surely would not approve." To his surprise, Xia Xiaoai stepped closer and linked her arm with his, saying, "No way. You've only just agreed to be my boyfriend. I cannot possibly contain my excitement. How can you expect me to keep quiet?" With a raised eyebrow, she added, "It's simple. Just don't mention your relationship with Gushui, and everything will be fine. Besides, my father doesn't know, and when the time comes and I am visibly pregnant, he will have no choice but to accept it, right?" Chen Ping was taken aback. This girl was far too quick-witted, already contemplating matters of pregnancy. Yet, this also indicated that Xia Xiaoai truly cared for him, and such a woman was certainly deserving of his love and protection. As for Lin Yanran and Qin Hao, their fate would be sealed once the apocalypse arrived. Could it be? Is that not young Master Chen? Our young lady is actually holding his arm. Several maids gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Indeed, it is young Master Chen. How curious. Did he not previously show disinterest in our young lady? How is it that she is now holding his arm? Have they become a couple? They exchanged incredulous glances. Xia Dakuai and Luo Yulian were on the phone with some relatives, informing them about the impending apocalypse, urging them to prepare food and fortify their homes, or to seek refuge in remote caves to hide. However, many dismissed their warnings as madness, hanging up in disbelief. Upon one such call being terminated, Luo Yulian stomped her foot in frustration and said to Xia Dakuai, "Dakuai, what should we do? My sister and the others do not believe me. It's infuriating." Xia Dakuai replied, "I have spoken to several people as well, and they do not believe me either." Then, with a sigh, he declared, "It matters not. We have informed them, and if they choose not to believe, that is their decision." Unexpectedly, at that moment, the two spotted Xia Xiaoai entering alongside Chen Ping. Arm in arm. Xiaoai, Luo Yulian was taken aback, astonished to see her daughter and Chen Ping together in such a manner, suggesting a close relationship. Xia Xiaoai smiled slightly and addressed Luo Yulian, "Mom, Chen Ping is now my boyfriend. Is it not perfectly natural for me to hold his hand? Why do you look so surprised? Chen Ping is already your boyfriend?" Xia Dakuai could not help but express his astonishment. Hadn't his daughter previously pursued Chen Ping while he seemed indifferent? Yet now, their relationship appeared to have blossomed. "Of course. Would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, just ask Chen Ping Gij." "Right, Chen Ping Gij?" Xia Xiaoai beamed at him. Chen Ping smiled faintly and replied, "Ahem, uncle, Auntie. What Xiaoai said is indeed true." Hearing Chen Ping's affirmation, Xia Xiaoai's heart soared with joy, and her smile grew even more radiant. Observing his daughter's happiness, Xia Dakuai felt a genuine sense of joy for her. "Haha, excellent. Chen Ping, please have a seat." Luo Yulian promptly invited Chen Ping to take a seat before preparing tea for him. After all, he was the son of Jiangcheng's wealthiest man, Chen Tianhao. If Xia Xiaoai could marry him, it would be a splendid match. Xia Dakuai furrowed his brow and inquired of Chen Ping, "Chen Ping, I heard you were previously fond of that Lin Yanran girl. Did you not say you considered our Xiaoai as a sister? How is it that you suddenly have affections for her now?" Chen Ping could only manage a wry smile before explaining, "In the past, I was blind. I thought Lin Yanran to be a kind-hearted and innocent girl. It was only after experiencing the apocalypse that I realized her previous acts of kindness were merely a performance. All for my wealth." Xia Dakuai's expression grew serious as he remarked, "So, the arrival of the apocalypse is indeed true?" Chen Ping nodded in affirmation, "Yes. 1 month prior to its arrival, there will be certain anomalies. One evening, the moon will appear extraordinarily large, 3 or 4 times the size of a normal full moon." "Very well. Based on your words, I believe you. It seems I must indeed prepare some food and weapons," Xia Dakuai mused. He continued, "In any case, it is better to be prepared. This villa also requires some modifications." Contemplating for a moment, Chen Ping asked, "Did you just contact your relatives to inform them?" Xia Dakuai nodded. "Indeed, but they mostly dismissed my warnings, either thinking I was joking or questioning my sanity." He paused briefly before stating, "Regardless, I have informed those I needed to. As for their disbelief, there is little I can do. At least I can say I have a clear conscience." Chen Ping nodded and looked at Xia Dakuai and Luo Yulian. "If you manage to fortify this place before the apocalypse arrives, you may stay here. However, the servants and bodyguards cannot be trusted easily. It would be prudent to provide them with some money to dismiss them so they can return home. Moreover, regarding your relatives, If the apocalypse were to arrive, they would undoubtedly recall the calls made to you, knowing that your household possesses provisions. I advise you not to open the door indiscriminately, even to your relatives. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoai furrowed her brows and inquired of Chen Ping, is it truly that severe? Chapter 60. The scope has expanded this time. Chen Ping nodded solemnly, stating, indeed, during the apocalypse, particularly in the initial phase, food will rapidly become scarce. And there may even be interruptions in water and electricity. Many individuals will descend into madness for sustenance. Hence one must never trust others blindly. I understand. Xia Dakuai frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation. After pondering, Xia Xiaoai asked Chen Ping, what about you? What are your plans? Chen Ping glanced at the group before responding. I have instructed Lin Shuai to prepare food, living supplies, and some weapons, along with generators, at their villa outside the city. We merely need to endure for 2 months. At this juncture, Chen Ping paused, then turned to Xia Dakuai, saying, Uncle, if you trust me, you can seek refuge in the safe house I had Lin Shuai construct. It is designed according to my specifications, divided into several zones for enhanced safety. However, it is up to you. You could also stockpile some food and weapons here as provisions for your relatives when they come seeking you. The items you leave behind could serve as a chance for them to survive. After contemplating, Xia Dakuai nodded in agreement. No problem, Chen Ping. I trust you. If there is anything I can assist with, I am willing to help. Chen Ping smiled. You can consult Lin Shuai to see if he needs any assistance. I have instructed him to complete the safe house within a month, which should not pose a significant issue. Very well. After all, you have experienced the apocalypse. I trust you, and being by your side should ensure our safety. Xia Dakuai stated directly. After some thought, Luo Yulian addressed Chen Ping. Chen Ping, from what you say, the apocalypse is indeed perilous. If it should come and both Dakuai and I meet unfortunate fates, I hope you can look after Xiaoai. After all, she is our only daughter. Chen Ping nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Xiaoai is my girlfriend, and I will certainly protect her. Of course, I will do my utmost to keep you safe as well. Xia Xiaoai felt deeply moved by Luo Yulian's words. Mom, you need not worry. I believe you will be fine. Xia Dakuai pondered again before asking Chen Ping, should we disseminate news of the impending apocalypse? If we keep it to ourselves, many will be caught unprepared when it arrives, potentially leading to numerous casualties. Chen Ping nodded. Indeed, prior to my rebirth, many perished due to their unpreparedness. Once Lin Pengzi has completed the safe house and stocked it with provisions, I will broadcast this information. It is too early to spread the news now. There will be few believers. However, as the apocalypse approaches, many anomalies will occur, and at that time, I can disseminate the news, and people will be more inclined to believe me. Luo Yulian sighed deeply. If this is indeed true, Chen Ping, your revelation will surely save many lives. You shall be hailed as a hero in our great Xia. Chen Ping managed a wry smile. Heroism is not my aspiration in this life. I merely wish to protect my parents and those I cherish, ensuring my own survival. That is sufficient. Indeed, we must find a way to survive and refrain from seeking heroics. Xia Xiaoai promptly asserted. Afterward, she addressed Xia Dakuai. Mom and Dad, we should prepare more provisions and seek refuge in the safe house crafted by Brother Chen Ping. He mentioned that if we can withstand 2 months, a turning point will arrive. Absolutely. I will arrange for a feast of your favorite dishes. Let us enjoy a few drinks together at noon, Xia Dakuai said with a smile. I've lost the desire to go to the office these days. Let us relish our time shopping and enjoying life. In the future, there may be no chance to do so. At noon, Xia Dakuai prepared a sumptuous feast, and together with Chen Ping, they enjoyed several drinks, all in high spirits. In the afternoon, Chen Ping and Xia Xiaoai ventured out to shop. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Lin Yanran and Qin Hao, those 2 troublemakers, had returned with the previously recorded video to the Chun family villa. They attempted to enter but were intercepted by bodyguards, who denied them entry, leaving them exasperated. With no other option, they awaited across the street. After nearly an hour, they spotted Chen Sisi and Chen Shui emerging cheerfully, accompanied by several bodyguards. The 2 hastily crossed the street to follow them. Miss Chun, second miss, wait. Lin Yanran gasped, calling out to the figures ahead. Chen Sisi turned, her expression one of exasperation, and remarked to Chen Shui, Sister, how are these 2 back again? Haven't we dealt with them sufficiently? Their injuries from our last encounter haven't even healed yet, and they dare to return? Chen Shui's expression darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, Let us not rush, let us see what they want. Logically, after our previous confrontation, they should be more subdued. Why would they dare approach us again? Just as Chen Shui finished speaking, the panting pair reached them. Chen Sisi immediately frowned. Do you 2 have something to say? Qin Hao grinned maliciously, addressing them. I have something intriguing to show you. If you thought the last video was too tame, this one is far more scandalous. Take a look at what I have. If you don't offer me 3 billion, I will release these videos and bring shame upon your family. Chen Xixi's lips twitched slightly, observing the smug demeanor of her adversary, realizing they were indeed prepared this time. She quickly pulled Chen Shui aside, whispering, "Sister, what should we do? If he claims this video is more scandalous, could it be footage of Chen Ping and that woman engaged in intimate activities? If such a video were to be released, it would spell real trouble." Chen Shui's expression darkened. Surely that cannot be the case? Even if Chen Ping has feelings for Gu Shui, how long have they been together? It is improbable that they would engage in such activities. Chen Sisi pondered for a moment before stating, "Sister, this time it appears to be serious. Last time, Chen Ping took that Gu Shui to a hotel. Had we not arrived in time, they might have gone further." She paused before continuing. Now that Gu Shui has agreed to be Chen Ping's girlfriend, considering her appealing physique and age, it is conceivable that such encounters could indeed transpire. Chen Shui, upon hearing Chen Sisi's analysis, felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She could not help but grit her teeth and exclaim, "How careless can Chen Ping be? I specifically instructed you to inform him about the threats we received when they presented that photograph. How could he still be oblivious enough to get caught on video like that?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Sisi speculated, "Sister, do you think Chen Ping might have colluded with Gu Shui, along with Qin Hao and Lin Yanran? Perhaps Chen Ping, having been expelled and lacking funds, intentionally allowed them to record the video to extort money from our Chen family?" Unexpectedly, Chen Shui shot a disapproving glance at Chen Sisi and replied, "What are you thinking, girl? If the apocalypse is indeed real, then the tales Chen Ping shared with us are also true. Given that, he would undoubtedly want to eliminate Lin Yanran and Qin Hao rather than conspire with them to deceive us." Pausing momentarily, Chen Shui continued, "Besides, Father has already unblocked Chen Ping's card, and you even transferred money to him. He is not known for being extravagant with his spending. Is it really worth it? This loss reflects not only on our family, but also on Chen Ping himself." Observing the two sisters whispering together, Lin Yanran turned to Qin Hao and inquired, "Qin Hao, what are they discussing? Do we stand a chance? They aren't planning to strike us again, are they?" With an air of confidence, Qin Hao smiled and assured her, "Fear not, Yanran. I am certain they are presently deliberating on how much money to transfer to us. There is no cause for alarm. Just wait a few moments. The advantage lies with me." After reflecting on the matter, Chen Sisi addressed Chen Shui, "If Chen Ping is not complicit, then it must be that these two rascals have secretly filmed him. It is truly disgusting." Chen Shui responded, "Let's first view that video. If it is indeed a clandestine recording, we will be able to discern it. A genuine video will not exhibit any movement. The image will be static." Chen Sisi agreed with Chen Shui's reasoning, and together they approached Lin Yanran and Qin Hao. "Well, ladies, shall we take a look at the video?" Qin Hao observed the two beautiful women with amusement. They were indeed stunning, a cool, aloof CEO and a charming, somewhat famous singer. If only such beauties could one day be his, he mused. Compared to Lin Yanran, they were on entirely different levels. Regrettably, Qin Hao understood the chasm that lay between him and the likes of Chen Shui and Chen Sisi. Such women were merely a fantasy for him. Crossing her arms and feeling quite irked, Chen Sisi remarked, "Of course, we must watch the video. Who knows if you are trying to deceive us?" "Haha, very well. Enjoy." Qin Hao chuckled and handed his phone to Chen Shui. Thus, Chen Shui and Chen Sisi moved aside with the phone to examine the footage. The video revealed Chen Ping's hand resting on Gu Shui's thigh, followed by an embrace that quickly escalated into a kiss. It was evident that the video had indeed been surreptitiously recorded, and while there was no nudity, the nature of Chen Ping's actions and gestures left little to the imagination. Furthermore, their kiss exuded a palpable passion. "Sister, regarding this video, it is neither overly explicit nor entirely tame. While they are still clothed, it is certainly suggestive." Chen Sisi commented, her brows furrowing as she turned to Chen Shui. "Should we consider giving them money? Chen Ping has been so careless, kissing in the living room like that." The video was brief, lasting only a few seconds, clearly a mere snippet of a longer segment. What more explicit content might lie beyond was unknown. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Shui said, "I wonder if there is more explicit footage. If not, I believe we need not offer them any money. A kiss is trivial. It merely demonstrates Chen Ping's appeal. Moreover, Gu Shui appears quite alluring, and her age is indiscernible. Even if that video were to be released, it might not bring us disgrace. Some might even envy Chen Ping for dating such a stunning partner." Chen Sisi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, elder sister, your words resonate with me. The thought of those two having harmed our family fills me with rage. How could we possibly give them money? I would rather burn it than hand it over to those scoundrels." Chen Shui concurred exactly. Unless they can produce more compromising footage, perhaps of a more scandalous nature, I see no reason to pay them. We shall ascertain whether they possess any further incriminating material shortly. After their discussion, they returned to Qin Hao and Lin Yanran. Upon seeing the sisters approach, Qin Hao grinned and asked, "So, ladies, have you reached a decision? Our demands are modest. Chen Shui, as the beautiful CEO of your company, a few $100 million should be a mere phone call away, correct? Once the funds are transferred, we assure you that the video will remain undistributed, and we will delete it." Chen Shui did not immediately accept or reject the offer. Instead, she smiled slightly and said, "I wish to see the subsequent footage. If there exists anything more scandalous, I might consider giving you $1 billion. $1 billion. Lin Yanran and Qin Hao were taken aback, their hearts racing with excitement. The Chen family was indeed wealthy to suggest such an amount. However, the segment they had just edited was the most provocative. What more could they possibly reveal? Realizing they had nothing more substantial, Qin Hao's enthusiasm waned as he replied, "Is that all? How much are you willing to pay? Is that all?" Chen Shui was momentarily taken aback, yet secretly pleased. It seemed Chen Ping had not engaged in anything more inappropriate with Gu Shui in the living room. With a gentle smile, Chen Shui extended her right hand, displaying it openly. "I can offer you this much." Upon seeing her gesture, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. $5 million. Lin Yanran felt a surge of joy but masked it, crossing her arms and feigning calmness. "While $5 million is a tad insufficient, we can accept it given your apparent sincerity." Unexpectedly, Chen Shui coldly chuckled. "What do you take me for? I'm at 5 cents. Lin Yanran and Qin Hao exchanged incredulous glances, both questioning their own hearing. Qin Hao's smile froze as he stared at Chen Shui in disbelief. "Miss Chen, you must be joking. 5 cents? Surely, I did not mishear you. 5 cents. Are you trying to brush us off?" Lin Yanran added, her teeth clenched. "You, a prominent heiress of the Chen family and a CEO of several companies, think you can silence us with 5 cents? You truly underestimate us." Chen Shui directly pulled out 5 yuan and tossed it onto the ground, looking down condescendingly as she said, "Your video is worth no more than this. Even 5 yuan is a courtesy. What more do you want?" After a brief pause, Chen Shui continued, "I originally thought you could present a genuinely provocative video. But to my surprise, you only have a few affectionate moments to offer and expect us to pay? What are you thinking?" Chen Cc chimed in, "Indeed. We have severed ties with Chen Ping. If you wish to distribute such a video, then by all means, go ahead. We won't mind. Besides, the beauty in it is quite stunning, fair-skinned and lovely, which only reflects Chen Ping's capabilities. Do you understand? Let us go, sister. I can't be bothered with these 2 money-hungry lunatics." Chen Cc laughed and turned to leave. Chen Shui sneered slightly and departed with a few bodyguards. "You too. Just wait. I will release it," Lin Yanran exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. However, Chen Shui and Chen Cc did not look back, which clearly demonstrated their stance. "What should we do, Qin Hao? They only offered us 5 yuan. It's infuriating." Lin Yanran glared at the 5 yuan on the ground, her teeth clenched. For her, this was nothing short of an insult. Previously, Chen Ping would spend thousands or even tens of thousands on a handbag. How could 5 yuan not be a humiliation? Qin Hao sighed. "I didn't expect the content to be so tame. It seems that unless we truly capture a video of your mother and Chen Ping in an intimate act, they won't pay us." After some contemplation, he added, "Moreover, we only intended to use the video as leverage. In truth, releasing it wouldn't serve much purpose, and it would only bring disgrace to your mother." Lin Yanran felt speechless. Although she wished that Chen Ping and Gu Shui had not engaged in such acts, her desire for money led her to hope that they had done so in the video. Otherwise, they might have already secured the funds. Unfortunately, Chen Ping had not committed any egregious acts, and thus they could not acquire the money. Perhaps next time, since your mother and Chen Ping are already so close. Who knows when they might lose control and actually engage in such acts in the living room. At that time, we can approach the Chen family again. Qin Hao contemplated for a moment before speaking. Meanwhile, Chen Cc and Chen Shui reached a secluded corner, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Chen Cc remarked, "Chen Ping is far too careless. I should call him and remind him to be cautious, and also inform him that there is a camera opposite their sofa." Chen Shui nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's essential to inform Chen Ping. He must be vigilant in the future. We cannot allow Lin Yanran and Qin Hao to capture anything inappropriate. If they do, it would be a significant embarrassment for our family." Chen Cc quickly called Chen Ping and relayed the situation. Upon hearing it, Chen Ping's expression darkened. "All right, second sister, I understand. I hadn't anticipated that Qin Hao and Lin Yanran had installed surveillance in the living room. Clearly, they set up more than one camera last time. After saying this, Chen Ping hung up the phone. What is going on? Are Qin Hao and Lin Yanran causing trouble again? Xia Xiao AI inquired curiously. Chen Ping frowned and explained. I was at Gu Shue's house, kissing her in the living room. And didn't he expect Qin Hao and Lin Yanran to secretly install a camera to capture the video and threaten my sister for 2 or 300 million? Upon hearing this, Xia Xiao AI clenched her fists in indignation. How despicable. I can't believe they would stoop so low. After a moment, she realized she seemed to have missed the point. Recovering, she took Chen Ping's hand and said, Chen Ping, did you just say you kissed Gu Shui in the living room? Has your relationship progressed to that level? Chen Ping chuckled. Didn't you say you were willing to be my woman alongside her? Why are you unhappy now? Xia Xiao AI smiled and replied. It's just that hearing about you kissing her makes me a bit uncomfortable. How about you kiss me too? Otherwise, I feel like I'm missing out. Chen Ping felt speechless, glancing around. All right, we're in public. Stop fooling around. I'll call Gu Shui and let her know. He paused, adding, Gu Shui is a good woman. This is a perfect opportunity to stir things up between her and Lin Yanran. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiao AI laughed, sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the intriguing. Quickly, Chen Ping called Gu Shui and explained the situation to her. All right, I understand. Gu Shui remained silent for a moment before hanging up. Afterward, she walked to the opposite side of the sofa, carefully searching until she indeed found a pinhole camera the same size as the previous days. Glaring at the camera, she clenched her teeth, forcefully throwing it to the ground and crushing it underfoot, her expression darkening. At that moment, Qin Hao and Lin Yanran returned home. Mom, what's wrong? You look unwell. Lin Yanran approached, sensing the tense atmosphere and awkwardly smiling. However, the next moment, Gu Shui slapped her across the face. What did you just do? You must know very well. Lin Yanran, holding her face in shock, stammered. Mom, what are you talking about? Why did you hit me? To her surprise, Gu Shui pointed to the camera on the floor. What do you see here? There's another one. Qin Hao quickly stepped forward, grabbing Lin Yanran and explaining to Gu Shui, Auntie, you misunderstand. This was indeed installed that day. We simply forgot to take it down. Besides, it's in the living room. It's not a big deal, right? If a thief were to come in, it could capture that too. Lin Yanran, with tears in her eyes, added, Yes, Mom, we installed it outside to prevent theft. Why are you hitting me? You've been acting irrationally lately. Gu Shui, however, coldly smiled, disappointment filling her eyes. Yanran, even now, you still refuse to tell me the truth? You think I don't know about you using the video to extort money from the Chen family's young lady? Lin Yanran was taken aback, realizing Gu Shui was aware of the situation. Her expression darkened as she retorted, Mom, who told you about this? I think they are the ones lacking shame, daring to confront you. She paused and continued, Moreover, Mom, if you had behaved yourself and not kissed Chen Ping, would we have captured that video? If you hadn't kissed Chen Ping, we wouldn't have sought money from the Chen family, would we? Lin Yanran grew more animated, beginning to blame Gu Shui. Chen Ping was merely a lapdog for me. His so-called affection for you was likely just a ruse to provoke or retaliate against me. Did you really believe it? Qin Hao immediately began to persuade Gu Shui, saying, Indeed, Auntie, Chen Ping likely has ulterior motives this time. You must not be swayed by his sweet words. Instead, why not seize this opportunity to secure a substantial sum of money, sufficient for a lifetime? At this point, Qin Hao paused and continued, Yes, I admit our methods may not be entirely honorable, but Yanran and I are doing this for your sake, for your future with Yanran. Gu Shui could not help but find the situation somewhat amusing, responding with a cold laugh, For my benefit? Is that why you would resort to secretly filming me? Money is something everyone desires, but even if we crave wealth, we cannot earn it through such disgraceful means. Do you understand? To her surprise, Lin Yanran raised her head defiantly, her eyes ablaze with anger. Mom, stop pretending to be morally superior. Your education is hardly impressive, and in this day and age, without knowledge or connections, how can one earn a living? Have I not spent all these years living in these shabby, inexpensive rentals with you? As she spoke, Lin Yanran sneered, her gaze filled with disdain. If wealth could be attained solely through hard work, we would have been living a good life long ago. This is a golden opportunity, and we must seize it. Do you understand? If we manage this well, we will never have to worry again. And we could live in a grand villa. Do you comprehend? Gu Shui smiled faintly. Yanran, I truly did not expect you to have changed so much. I would rather live in poverty than earn money through illegitimate means. Do you understand? Lin Yanran gazed coldly at Gu Shui before breaking into a maniacal laugh. Mom, if you don't think of yourself, at least think of me and Qin Hao. If you don't want to live well, I do. I refuse to live in hardship. Gu Shui retorted with a cold smile. Have I ever mistreated you? Yes, my education may not be high, but I have supported you in your studies with all my might. Stop daydreaming about becoming rich overnight. If you wish to be wealthy, can you not rely on your own efforts? Yet Lin Yanran persisted, her excitement mounting as she addressed Gu Shui. This is an opportunity we cannot miss, Mom. Besides, since you've already gotten involved with Chen Ping, why not cooperate a little? Let us secretly film some more daring videos. Rest assured, those videos will not be released. We would merely use them to threaten the Chen family. Lin Yanran remained undeterred, her determination unwavering. Smack! Gu Shui could no longer contain her anger and slapped Lin Yanran, then turned to her, stating firmly, absolutely not. You can rest assured, I will not agree to this, nor will I cooperate. Lin Yanran covered her face. Disbelief etched across her features, before coldly retorting, you hit me again? Haha, Mom, you don't love me at all. If you truly cared, you would help us entice Chen Ping into filming those videos. You clearly do not love me. If that is the case, I shall sever our mother-daughter relationship. With that, Lin Yanran stormed out. Yanran. Chen Hao immediately called after her, then turned to Gu Shui, saying, Auntie, how can you do this? Yanran is your daughter. I advise you to think this through. We do this only to ensure a better life for everyone. After finishing his words, Chen Hao hurried after Lin Yanran. Gu Shui's eyes reddened as she sank onto the sofa, feeling somewhat dazed. Could it be that she was truly in the wrong? No, she refused to believe so. She was convinced that Chen Hao had led her daughter astray. Her daughter had not always been like this. She had been obedient throughout elementary, middle, and high school. Sitting on the sofa, Gu Shui rubbed her temples and let out a deep sigh. After a while, Chen Ping and Xia Xiao AI returned. Xia Xiao AI had brought back a variety of fruits, intending to visit Gu Shui. After all, since she had decided to share Chen Ping with Gu Shui, she felt it necessary to build a good rapport with her. At least from what Chen Ping had shared about the apocalypse, it was merely Lin Yanran who was to blame, not Gu Shui. To their surprise, upon reaching the door, Chen Ping and Xia Xiao AI sensed something amiss. For the door was ajar. They stepped inside, and Chen Ping closed the door behind them, glancing at the damaged camera on the floor. He began to suspect what had transpired. Approaching Gu Shui, he sat down and took her hand, asking, Gu Shui, what's wrong? Are you all right? It was evident that Gu Shui was distressed, her eyes brimming with tears and a hint of despair in her gaze. Gu Shui, are you okay? If it had been before, Xia Xiao AI would have referred to Gu Shui as Auntie. But now that she understood the relationship between Chen Ping and Gu Shui and felt a sense of kinship towards her, she addressed her as sister. Chen Ping, I just slapped Yanran. She insisted that I engage in those activities with you so they could record videos to blackmail your parents for money. I refused. And I even hit her. Yanran said she would sever our mother-daughter relationship. Chen Ping, did I truly err? Gu Shui looked at Chen Ping, her confidence shaken. For her relationship with Lin Yanran had never been so strained. Unbeknownst to Gu Shui, Chen Ping had only mentioned to her the cruel realities of the apocalypse and the untrustworthiness of Chen Hao, along with the mutual care and affection that had developed between himself and Gu Shui during those trying times. He had not revealed to her that Lin Yanran had indirectly caused the demise of his parents or the peril that faced him and Gu Shui. Chen Ping embraced Lin Yanran's shoulders and said, Silly girl, you did the right thing. Yanran has clearly fallen in with Chen Hao and those ruffians, leading her astray. He paused before continuing, Do not worry, perhaps in time, she will come to her senses and return. Besides, this is not your fault. How could she even consider filming such videos with you? It is utterly outrageous. You are her mother. Xia Xiao AI was equally shocked that Lin Yanran would go to such lengths for money, clenching her fists in anger. This Lin Yanran is truly despicable. Gu Shui, you are her mother. Who would go so far as to put their mother in such a position for money? If those videos were to be leaked online, how would you ever hold your head up again? After speaking, Xia Xiao AI sat beside Gu Shui, offering her comfort. Gu Shui, a daughter like that is not worth keeping. Just consider that you never bore her. Gu Shui furrowed her brows, feeling a warmth in her heart at Xia Xiao AI's affectionate demeanor. After reflecting for a moment, she sensed something was amiss and asked Xia Xiao AI, Did you just call me sister? Xia Xiao AI smiled. You are a bit older than I am, so of course, I should call you sister. She paused before adding, From now on, we are both women of Chen Ping. He said we should refer to each other as sisters. But do not think that just because I call you sister, you are the elder. We stand on equal footing, regardless of age, understood? Gu Shui was taken aback to discover that this young lady, who hailed from a wealthy family, did not look down upon her. In fact, she was willing to share Chen Ping with her and even referred to her as a sister. Feeling a bit bashful, Gu Shui nodded and said, As long as you, Xiao AI, do not disdain me, I am content. I lack education and skills, and cannot compare to Miss Xia. Xia Xiao AI immediately adopted a serious expression and replied, Why do you call me Miss Xia? You should refer to me as Xiao Ai Mei Mei, understood? Otherwise, it seems you are being too distant. Xiao Ai Mei Mei. Gu Shui shyly called out, realizing that Chen Ping must have shared their relationship with Xiao Ai. This was a clear indication that Chen Ping was serious about her and not merely playing around, which eased some of Gu Shui's initial concerns. Isn't that right? Xiao Ai cheerfully remarked. Sister Gu Shui, lighten up. If the eldest daughter is not promising, one can always practice with the younger version. Since your daughter is ungrateful and a wolf in sheep's clothing, if she refuses to acknowledge you as her mother, then perhaps you and Chen Ping should have more children. Chen Ping has good genes and is quite handsome. With your ample figure, who knows, you might even have sons. In that case, raise a few well, and it will surely vex your ungrateful daughter. Upon hearing this, Gu Shui's face turned crimson, and she couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Ai's words. Xiao Ai, what nonsense are you talking about? How long have I been with Chen Ping? I have no such intentions. However, Chen Ping nodded in agreement, stating, I believe Xiao Ai has a point. If the eldest daughter fails, we should focus on the younger ones. In the future, we should nurture our children well so that they possess the right values. After saying this, Chen Ping turned to Xiao Ai and added, and you too. You must bear a few children for me. Xiao Ai blushed instantly, recalling that the last kiss she shared with Chen Ping was indeed her first. Could he really be suggesting that they should have children together? After contemplating for a moment, she replied, well, I can't really think about that right now. Didn't you say the apocalypse is coming soon? So even if we are together, we must be careful not to get pregnant. If I become a pregnant woman and encounter a fierce beast, I would be even slower and become a burden. Upon hearing this, Gu Shui's expression grew serious as she turned to Chen Ping and said, indeed, Chen Ping, when the apocalypse arrives, who knows how many lives will be lost? It is uncertain whether we can survive, let alone think about having children. Perhaps we should refrain from such thoughts for now. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Yes? We should take things one step at a time. All right, Sister Gu Shui, from now on, we are good sisters. Come on, let's go out shopping together. Since the apocalypse hasn't arrived yet, let's enjoy every day. I will treat both of you to some delicious food. How does that sound? Xiao Ai, with her cheerful disposition, showed no concern for the future. Come on, Gu Shui, I think Xiao Ai is right. Let's not dwell on too much, and instead, focus on having fun, all right? Chen Ping urged as he took Gu Shui's hand. Soon, the three of them ventured out together. After a delightful shopping spree, as dusk fell, they found a lovely hotel where Xiao Ai ordered an extravagant feast. That evening, they enjoyed drinks together and later sang songs for a while. After having a few drinks, Gu Shui felt much lighter and more liberated. Xiao Ai, Chen Ping, I haven't felt this happy in a long time. Thank you for helping me release my emotions. Gu Shui smiled and continued, I've come to realize that Lin Yanran is not a child anymore. There are things she must decide for herself. Like her affection for Qin Hao, when I told her not to be with him, she utterly disregarded my words. I must prioritize living for myself. Gu Shui, if you can think this way, then that is indeed wise. Yes, one must live for oneself. If someone is worthy of love, one can devote oneself wholeheartedly. However, for those who are unworthy, there is truly no need. Chen Ping smiled, knowing that Gu Shui's perspective was gradually shifting. Perhaps when Lin Yanran faced adversity, she would not be as heartbroken. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lin Yanran and Qin Hao, who were out shopping with a group of ruffians, spotted Chen Ping, Gu Shui, and Xiao Ai emerging from a bar. Yanran, isn't that woman your relative? I can't be mistaken, can I? She is so young and beautiful. And that man, isn't he Xiao Ai? Why is Chen Ping with them, embracing them? One young woman, Lin Yanran's close friend Tan Xiao, was taken aback upon seeing Chen Ping with two beautiful women. Could it be that Chen Ping is genuinely with your relative? Another young man remarked in astonishment, this relative of yours, the cleaning lady, looked different in the dim light of the bar. I didn't realize she had such an attractive figure. She hardly resembles a cleaning lady and seems barely older than you. Who is that other girl? She seems quite fashionable. Tan Xiao observed Xiao Ai with narrowed eyes. Dining here must cost quite a bit, right? Chen Ping is now treating other women to singing and drinking, yet he no longer invites you? Tan Xiao said this while secretly glancing at Lin Yanran. Although on the surface they appeared to be good friends, Tan Xiao harbored some jealousy towards Lin Yanran, believing she was undeserving of Chen Ping's attention given her own looks and figure. However, now she questioned whether Lin Yanran's family was truly wealthy. As ever since the altercation between Chen Ping and Lin Yanran, it seemed Chen Ping had entirely ignored her. In recent days, whenever they suggested treating Lin Yanran to lavish meals or outings to bars, she had found various excuses to decline, which felt quite unusual. Lin Yanran clenched her fists, her expression dark. How could Chen Ping, who claimed to only like Gu Shui, be seen embracing other women? What was even more perplexing was that Gu Shui did not seem angry at all. She appeared to be enjoying herself. Humph, pretending to be high-minded. Yet coming to places like this with Chen Ping at night, Lin Yanran gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. Could it be that Chen Ping truly had no intention of remaining her devoted admirer? She found it hard to believe that all those past affections had been mere illusions. Yanran, how about we go to the bar to sing? It's been ages since we last sang together, Tan Xiao tentatively suggested. Your family is so wealthy. Why not treat us to a fun night out? Lin Yanran, momentarily taken aback, was at a loss for words. Qin Hao hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Yanran's family opposes our relationship. They believe I am not worthy of her, which is why they have restricted her spending and even frozen one of her cards, giving her only 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Lin Yanran did not anticipate that Qin Hao would react so swiftly. She hurriedly smiled awkwardly and said, Indeed. However, I like Qin Hao, and I wish to be with him. I firmly believe that my parents will eventually accept Qin Hao. Really? I was wondering why it seemed you had become poorer recently. Tan Xiao chuckled awkwardly, her suspicions regarding Lin Yanran's family circumstances deepening. It appeared that Lin Yanran's family was not particularly affluent, and her previous expenditures were indeed supported by Chen Ping. Now that Chen Ping was no longer playing the role of Lin Yanran's admirer, she had evidently returned to her original state. Another girl sighed, This is disastrous. It's been ages since I visited a bar. I want to have some fun. Unfortunately, Yanran's card is frozen now. If Chen Ping doesn't pick up the tab for her, the days ahead will be truly arduous. After saying this, the girl approached Lin Yanran and asked, Yanran, is it possible that Chen Ping is merely trying to provoke you? He might know you frequent this place, so he intentionally came here with 2 women in tow. I suspect he may still have feelings for you. Why not ask him to treat you? Tan Xiao immediately chimed in. Yes, Yanran, why not give it a try? It might work. Lin Yanran glanced at Qin Hao, pulled him aside, and said, Qin Hao, shall we give it a shot? After a moment of contemplation, she added, I feel that Chen Ping used to treat me so well, and his sudden change in behavior could be an attempt to provoke me. After pondering, Qin Hao frowned and replied, That seems unlikely. If you hope to extract money from him, it will be challenging, especially since he is already aware of our relationship. After saying this, Qin Hao suddenly recalled something. He turned to Tan Xiao and the others and stated, Tan Xiao, you all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Yanran and I have some matters to attend to, so we will take our leave. Qin Hao promptly took Lin Yanran away, as her earlier remarks had sparked an intriguing idea in his mind. Perhaps this approach might yield some financial gain from Chen Ping or his family. Upon witnessing the 2 leave, Tan Xiao felt somewhat speechless and mockingly remarked, Look at that. It seems our Lin Yanran has lost her charm. Didn't she claim she could completely manage Chen Ping before? Clearly, she still hasn't figured it out. Another girl added, Indeed, I think she is being a bit naive. She doesn't fancy a wealthy second generation like Chen Ping, but prefers this Qin Hao fellow. If it were me, with a man like Chen Ping who would willingly spend hundreds of thousands on me, I would marry him without hesitation. Who would turn down the opportunity to enter a wealthy family? Tan Xiao nodded in agreement, right? I used to think Lin Yanran could handle Chen Ping. But now he is surrounded by others and has no interest in her. With his wealth, would he really lack for women? If it were me, I certainly wouldn't be with Qin Hao. I'd be with Chen Ping, ensuring I had money to spend every day. Exactly. Lin Yanran can't even afford to take us out for karaoke anymore. Her situation is truly dire. Another girl chimed in. All right, let's go find a place for some milk tea. Another mischievous one suggested. At this moment, Qin Hao had led Lin Yanran into an alley. Lin Yanran shook off Qin Hao's hold and said, Qin Hao, was that really necessary? You just dragged me away like that. People might think I've truly become destitute. Let me ask you something. You mentioned that Chen Ping might be with my mother just to provoke me, right? Qin Hao looked at Lin Yanran with utmost seriousness and inquired, How confident are you about this? After contemplating, Lin Yanran replied, Regardless, Chen Ping definitely likes me. I used to have him at my beck and call, so perhaps I took my jokes too far on my birthday, and he got angry. Moreover, he knows I'm with you, which might have upset him. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Are you certain? Wasn't he quite infatuated with you before? Of course. I am certain. Otherwise, why would he willingly spend so much money on me? Lin Yanran responded promptly. However, after a moment of thought, she frowned and added, But my mother is quite beautiful, and the way Chen Ping kissed her the other day seemed serious. So I'm not entirely sure if he was just trying to provoke me. Chapter 66, A bit of injustice to you. Of course, with a mother as stunning as yours, any man would take it seriously while kissing her. Anyone would. Qin Hao silently cursed to himself. He had never seen Lin Yanran's mother, Gu Shui, until recently. and he was taken aback by her striking appearance. He glanced at Lin Yanran and said, "Since he is so fond of you, we have a plan. I believe you should test him to see if he is genuinely trying to provoke you. If you find out that he is, we can secretly record it. When your mother learns of this, do you think Chen Ping will have a chance to maintain her favor?" Lin Yanran was taken aback and her eyes brightened. "Yes? Qin Hao, that plan is quite clever. If Chen Ping is merely trying to provoke me, I certainly don't want my mother to be the victim. I must seize this opportunity to expose Chen Ping's true nature and reveal his hypocritical facade." The thought of being reprimanded by Gu Shui due to Chen Ping filled Lin Yanran with a desire for revenge against his deceptive nature. However, after a moment of reflection, Lin Yanran frowned and said, "But Qin Hao, while this would indeed be satisfying, wouldn't it mean our chances of extracting money from Chen Ping would vanish? If he is not with my mother, we would have no opportunity to capture such footage." Qin Hao coldly smirked, "Are you foolish? Your mother will not cooperate with us. She is not thinking of our future and might even believe Chen Ping genuinely cares for her. Do you think we could capture such footage after 2 failed attempts?" With a pause, Qin Hao continued, "It appears the only way to obtain some explosive footage is to get personally involved." "Get personally involved? What do you mean?" Lin Yanran frowned, puzzled. Qin Hao then explained, "Since you mentioned that Chen Ping must have seen us together and got angry, retaliating against you, it seems we can pretend to break up. You should tell him that you and I have separated, and he will surely be delighted." Lin Yanran was taken aback and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Then what?" Qin Hao smirked mischievously and replied, "It's quite simple. We will look for an opportunity for you to tell him you like him. At that point, he will undoubtedly admit that he was only with your mother to provoke you. You can then take the chance to record it, ensuring he won't incriminate himself. So, that would enable us to obtain funds. This would merely destroy his relationship with my mother. Would he still give us money?" Lin Yanran's brow furrowed in confusion, unsure of Qin Hao's true intentions. Qin Hao continued, "What are you so anxious about? This recording is merely one step in our plan. When the time comes, you will take him to a hotel, feign an interest in intimacy, and at most, you can remove your clothing and pretend to lie on the bed, allowing him to enjoy a moment of temptation without permitting him to go all the way. We will seize the opportunity to install a hidden camera beforehand. When the moment arrives, if you act convincingly, the video will be ours. I can then burst in and extort him for money, or else threaten to accuse him of assaulting you." At this juncture, Qin Hao paused before continuing, "We can also extract a sum from Chen Ping. He can surely borrow a few million from that Miss Xiao or his friends without issue. We could then secure a hefty sum from him. Additionally, we could present the video to his parents, demanding payment, or else we will release it online. Rest assured, I will ensure your face is blurred in the video, and thus we will acquire the funds we need." Upon hearing this opportunity, Lin Yanran genuinely believed they could indeed secure money, while simultaneously sabotaging the relationship between Chen Ping and Gu Shui. This plan appeared quite promising. Not only could they obtain funds, but she could also share the earlier recorded conversation with her mother, ensuring her mother would no longer favor Chen Ping, thus eliminating his advantage over her. Lin Yanran pondered, stroking her chin, and remarked, "However, I can't help but feel that I will be the one at a loss here. Won't that wretched Chen Ping take advantage of me?" The mere thought of undressing and allowing Chen Ping to see her body, even if it was merely a pretense, made Lin Yanran feel it was too much of a concession to him. Yet, Qin Hao grasped Lin Yanran's hand and said, "Yanran, I understand that this may seem unfair to you, but as long as you do not allow him to truly take advantage of you, it will be fine." He then gazed at her with earnest affection and added, "For the sake of our future, for our child to live in a splendid villa from birth, could you endure this hardship for a while?" Lin Yanran looked into Qin Hao's serious and heartfelt expression and ultimately resolved to nod in agreement, saying, "All right, for you, for our child, and to prevent my mother from being deceived by that scoundrel Chen Ping, I will agree." Qin Hao embraced Lin Yanran and exclaimed, "Yanran, you are truly wonderful. For our promising future, let us strive together." Lin Yanran nodded, "Rest assured, I will do my best. Since my mother is not cooperating, I shall take it upon myself this time. I refuse to believe that with my looks, that fellow Chen Ping would not fall for me. Of course, as long as you dress enticingly and tempt him a little, Chen Ping will undoubtedly bite. Who knows, he might even become infatuated." Qin Hao laughed heartily, already envisioning that when the money was secured, it would all be in his hands. He also intended to seek out additional women, retaining Lin Yanran if she complied, and discarding her if she did not. With money in his grasp, what woman could he not attract? The thought filled Qin Hao's heart with delight. After a moment of reflection, he turned to Lin Yanran and said, "By the way, if you want to get close to Chen Ping later, you must devise an excuse to convince him that we have genuinely broken up." "What kind of excuse should I use?" Lin Yanran frowned, unsure of how to approach the matter. Chen Hao thought for a moment, and his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "It's simple. Just tell him you discovered I was at a hotel with your close friend, Tan Xiao. You can berate me as a scoundrel or something. The key is for him to believe it." Lin Yanran considered this and nodded in agreement. Well, if that is the case. It does seem a bit unfair to you. Chapter 67. You cannot abandon me. Chen Hao chuckled. How is it unfair to me? The one truly at a disadvantage is you. The thought of you being taken advantage of by Chen Ping unsettles me. But for the sake of exposing his hypocritical facade and securing our future happiness, we must proceed with this plan. Lin Yanran nodded. All right, let us proceed with this. However, Lin Yanran furrowed her brow and said, but I just had a falling out with my mother, and returning now might not be wise. How can I approach Chen Ping? Ideally, it should be when we are alone together. Chen Hao smiled. No need to rush. Let us first acquire a recording device and camera. Once we have everything arranged and the hotel booked, you can approach Chen Ping. Yes, you are right. Let us do just that. Lin Yanran agreed. And the two quickly departed. At that moment, Chen Ping, embracing two beautiful women, had arrived outside his apartment complex. Xia Xiao AI frowned slightly and asked Chen Ping, "Where do you live now?" Chen Ping smiled bashfully and replied, "I am currently renting a place right next to Gu Shui. We are neighbors now." But Lin Yanran and Chen Hao are still unaware of this. After pondering for a moment, Xia Xiao AI exclaimed, "Then I shall come over to your place and see what kind of apartment you have." Since the beautiful woman suggested it, Chen Ping felt compelled to agree. Nodding with a smile, "All right then." Soon, the three of them entered together and arrived at the 6th floor. "I won't go in. I shall head back to shower and sleep as I had a bit too much to drink tonight," Gu Shui said with a smile, walking towards her door. Indeed, the events of the day concerning Lin Yanran had dampened Gu Shui's spirits, and she had consumed quite a bit of alcohol that evening to release her feelings. Chen Ping nodded. "All right, if you need anything, remember to call me." As Gu Shui turned around and entered her house, she flashed Chen Ping a warm smile. "Okay, I got it." Afterward, Xia Xiao AI waited for Chen Ping to open the door before following him inside. Once inside, Chen Ping closed the door, turned on the lights, and walked over to brew tea for Xia Xiao AI, saying, "Xiao AI, I fear you might not be accustomed to this old and rundown community." After placing the brewed tea on the coffee table, he invited, "Xiao AI, come drink some tea." Xia Xiao AI rolled her eyes at Chen Ping and replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think this lady is that kind of person? As long as I am with you, I feel happy no matter where I am. Besides, now that you are willing to be my boyfriend, I feel like the happiest woman in the world." Chen Ping chuckled and teased, "Shouldn't it be the happiest girl? What woman are you talking about? You are still a girl." Xia Xiao AI's cheeks flushed, and as she gazed at Chen Ping's handsome face, her heart raced a little. After a moment of contemplation, she shyly said, "Well, I want to be your woman. Is that all right?" Chen Ping was taken aback, feeling both delighted and a bit nervous since they had only just confirmed their relationship. He shyly responded, "We have only recently confirmed our relationship. Isn't that a bit premature? Moreover, your parents are unaware of my relationship with Gu Shui. If they find out, they might not approve of you being with me." Xia Xiai, upon hearing those words, disregarded everything else and boldly approached Chen Ping, suddenly straddling his thigh. With her hands resting on his shoulders, she declared, "Then we must hasten to turn the raw rice into cooked rice, lest my parents oppose our union in the future. Once we have made that leap, it will be too late for them to disagree." "Xiai, isn't this a bit premature? Are you certain? Shouldn't we consider this further?" Chen Ping replied, his heart unprepared for such a swift turn of events. The current atmosphere, coupled with Xia Xiai's daring actions, stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within him. Xia Xiai and Gu Shui represented two distinct types of beauty. Gu Shui exuded a mature allure, characterized by her voluptuous figure, while Xia Xiai radiated the vibrant vitality of youth, evoking a sense of blossoming innocence. This juxtaposition became all the more enticing under the influence of alcohol. "What's wrong? Don't you like me? Don't you wish to be with me?" Xia Xiai asked, her cheeks flushed. It was her first time being so close to Chen Ping, and the intimate atmosphere left her heart racing, prompting a flurry of thoughts. "Of course I want to. I just fear you may regret it later," Chen Ping responded candidly. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiai smiled faintly and leaned in to kiss him. Chen Ping, taken by her kiss, could no longer hold back and began to kiss her back passionately. After a moment, they both found it hard to resist the growing desire. Xia Xiai, feeling a bit shy, suggested, "Chen Ping, let us go to your room. I feel a bit embarrassed here." Chen Ping embraced her and replied, "All right, let us head to my room." With that, they exchanged gentle kisses as they retreated toward the bedroom. Upon reaching the bedside, Chen Ping playfully pushed Xia Xiai onto the bed, no longer able to contain himself, and leapt onto her. With a bashful face and rapid breaths, Xia Xiai exclaimed, Chen Ping, this is my first time, so please be gentle. Rest assured, I will be very gentle. Chen Ping assured her with a soft smile as he began to act. After a while, Xia Xiai clutched the sheets tightly, her brow furrowing. At that moment, she transitioned from a girl to a woman, becoming Chen Ping's woman. They remained entwined for quite some time before finally concluding their passionate encounter. Now lying on the bed, Xia Xiai felt utterly exhausted, as if her body had turned to jelly. She glanced at Chen Ping beside her and felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. With a smile, she said, Chen Ping, from now on, I am your woman, and you mustn't abandon me. Chen Ping embraced the lovely yet slightly seductive Xia Xiai and tenderly kissed her brow, reassuring her, do not worry, Xiai, I will not let you down. And I will take responsibility for you. Chapter 68. We must not shortchange him. Xia Xiai felt immeasurably happy, although the apartment was somewhat dilapidated. Being with the one she loved and becoming Chen Ping's woman filled her with immense satisfaction. Chen Ping, holding Xia Xiai, felt a mix of emotions. Both Gu Shui and Xia Xiai were women he had wronged in his previous life. In this lifetime, he finally had the chance to make amends. When Xia Xiai was deceived, believing Chen Ping was opening the door, and subsequently fell victim to harm, the pain struck Chen Ping deeply. After all, it was Xia Xiai's affection and concern for him that drove her to take that risk. Had it not been for that, perhaps she would have survived. After a while, Xia Xiai seemed to recall something and asked Chen Ping, Chen Ping, you must not be a novice, right? After all that we just did, I'm beginning to wonder if I might die from the exertion. Chen Ping replied honestly, yes, I have been with Gu Shui before. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiai pouted slightly and playfully said, Humph, it seems I arrived too late. I've truly been shortchanged. After saying this, she leaned up to kiss Chen Ping's cheek and added, however, I am already very happy to be Chen Ping's woman. I feel so fortunate right now. Chen Ping smiled and said, you are my woman now, so drop the Chen Ping brother and just call me Chen Ping. I'll call you Xiai. Yes, all right. I will listen to you. Xia Xiai beamed with happiness, snuggling against Chen Ping with her head resting on his shoulder. Before long, perhaps due to fatigue, she fell asleep. The following morning, Gu Shui had just risen when the door swung open. Lin Yanran returned, her face darkened, clearly displeased. Gu Shui observed her and took a seat on the sofa, asking, didn't you sever ties with me? Why are you back? Out of money. Lin Yanran, biting her lip, looked distressed as she said, Mom, I realize my mistakes now. Qin Hao is a scoundrel and deserves nothing but ill fate. Woe is me. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and she approached the sofa, pretending to cry. Gu Shui was taken aback, her concern for Lin Yanran prompting her to ask, what happened? I thought you were getting along well yesterday. Unexpectedly, Lin Yanran responded, getting along? Qin Hao, that jerk, professed his love for me. Yet he betrayed me by being with my best friend, Tan Xiao. If I hadn't caught them in the act, I would have remained oblivious. What? He did that. Gu Shui was also incensed, feeling it was utterly unfair for Lin Yanran. Given that Lin Yanran often spent nights out with Qin Hao, Gu Shui had suspected their relationship had progressed. After all, Lin Yanran was an adult, and she could not impose restrictions on her. However, Gu Shui had never imagined that someone as beautiful and bright as Lin Yanran, a university student, would be involved with Qin Hao, who had barely completed middle school and was now a social drifter. In Gu Shui's eyes, a man like Qin Hao was utterly unworthy of Lin Yanran. Had Lin Yanran not been blinded by infatuation, Gu Shui would have vehemently opposed their relationship. To make matters worse, Qin Hao not only failed to cherish Gu Shui's daughter, but also entangled himself with Lin Yanran's friend, Tan Xiao. Witnessing Lin Yanran's sorrowful expression, Gu Shui gently said, Yanran, please don't cry. I've told you before that Qin Hao is not a good person. You never listened to me, but now you see the truth, don't you? Such a person is not worth your sacrifices. As she spoke, Gu Shui paused momentarily before continuing. In fact, this situation is not so bad. It allows you to discern this unreliable fellow sooner, which is beneficial for you. Otherwise, if you were to marry him and only then realize the kind of man he truly is, the harm to you would be far greater. Lin Yanran glanced at Gu Shui and then threw herself into her mother's embrace. Mom, I understand my mistake now. I will never contact Qin Hao again. That scoundrel is truly not a good person. Boo-hoo. Gu Shui felt a wave of emotion, since Lin Yanran had recognized her error and expressed regret. She quickly forgave her daughter in her heart. Gu Shui believed that Lin Yanran's true nature remained innocent and kind-hearted. The inappropriate actions she had taken previously were undoubtedly incited by that rascal Qin Hao. As long as Lin Yanran ceased her associations with him and turned over a new leaf, she would still be a good child. All right. You should have realized this long ago. From now on, focus on your studies, understand? Gu Shui stated casually. After saying this, she suddenly sensed something amiss and furrowed her brow. Wait, I almost forgot. School has yet to commence, and the apocalypse is approaching. Forget about studying. It will be a miracle if we survive. Lin Yanran was taken aback by these words, looking at Gu Shui with a puzzled expression. Mom, what are you talking about? What apocalypse? Gu Shui regarded Lin Yanran seriously and said, Yanran, the end of the world is imminent. In about 50 days, the apocalypse will descend upon us. I was bound to tell you this eventually. Chen Ping mentioned that the first 2 months will be the most perilous. If we can endure those, we will be much safer. Humanity will then possess considerable resistance. Lin Yanran was dumbfounded, unable to believe Gu Shui's words. Mom, are you all right? How could such a thing happen? Are you joking? Gu Shui insisted. I am telling you the truth. Chen Ping informed me. But do not worry. He said he would have his friends build a safe house and stockpile provisions. When the time comes, I will ensure that we both are taken there. We will certainly be safe. Lin Yanran rolled her eyes, exasperated. Mom, why do you believe everything Chen Ping says? He is deceiving you. Why is it that you dismiss everything I say, yet believe him without question? At this point, Lin Yanran paused, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, Mom. You wouldn't have gotten involved with Chen Ping, would you? Have you two done anything inappropriate? Gu Shui was startled, hastily denying. No, what are you talking about? I've only known him for a few days. Don't jump to conclusions. At most, let him kiss me once. Lin Yanran immediately warned Mom. You must not let that guy Chen Ping have his way with you. I can see he has ulterior motives. If he wishes to pursue anything further, you must not agree unless he offers you a dowry of 200 or 300 million, understand? We cannot let him take advantage of you. Chapter 69. I don't care whether you are interested or not. Gu Shui shot Lin Yanran a disapproving glance. Yanran, what nonsense are you speaking? I believe that feelings should be mutual. When emotions are genuine, engaging in such matters should naturally follow. After a brief pause, she continued. How could I resort to such tactics to coerce Chen Ping into providing a dowry? If I did, how would I be any different from those materialistic women? Lin Yanran felt speechless. It seemed Chen Hao was right. Convincing Gu Shui to extract money from Chen Ping was evidently futile. It appeared that if she wished to secure funds, she would have to rely on herself. All right, as long as you are happy, Mom. After all, this is your affair, and I shall not meddle. Lin Yanran feigned a smile, while secretly resolving to record her conversations with Chen Ping, so Gu Shui would understand what kind of man he truly was. She wanted Gu Shui to realize that Chen Ping did not genuinely like her. He was merely using her to provoke Lin Yanran. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Gu Shui approached and opened it to find Chen Ping and Xia Xiaoai standing there. Upon noticing that Xia Xiaoai was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, Gu Shui quickly surmised that the young lady had likely spent the night at Chen Ping's home. Chen Ping was about to invite Gu Shui out for breakfast when he noticed Lin Yanran inside, causing him to furrow his brow. Lin Yanran walked over, offering an awkward smile upon seeing Chen Ping. Chen Ping turned to Gu Shui and asked, Gu Shui, why is Yanran here? Has she returned? Gu Shui sighed. She has broken up with Chen Hao. A breakup? That is impossible. Chen Ping was taken aback. He knew Lin Yanran all too well. Even during the apocalypse, when Chen Hao openly bullied other women in front of her, Lin Yanran, despite feeling discomfort, had never left him. They had even had a few minor quarrels, during which Chen Hao had struck Lin Yanran. Therefore, when Gu Shui announced that Lin Yanran had broken up with Chen Hao, Chen Ping sensed something was amiss and began to suspect that the two were up to some scheme. Lin Yanran stepped forward, looking aggrieved. Chen Ping, don't say that. I regret it so much. That scoundrel Chen Hao is truly not a good person. I must have been blind to have ever liked him. Gu Shui chuckled awkwardly and explained to Chen Ping. Chen Hao, that scoundrel, actually had an affair with Yanran's good friend, Tan Xiao, behind her back and was caught by Tan Xiao. With a sigh, Gu Shui added, well, it's good that they have broken up. At least it has allowed our Yanran to see Chen Hao's true colors. Xia Xiaoai crossed her arms, relishing the moment. Haha, Chen Ping is such a good man. You didn't appreciate him before, yet you preferred that blonde-haired fool. Now you reap what you sow. After saying this, Xia Xiaoai linked her arm with Chen Ping's and continued. But thank goodness you didn't like Chen Ping. If not, how could my amazing brother Chen Ping be with me? Thank you, beautiful Lin, for giving me this opportunity. Noticing Gu Shui's discontented expression, Chen Ping quickly interjected, Xiaoai, enough. Yanran is also a victim. She was deceived by Chen Hao. Hearing Chen Ping defend her, Lin Yanran felt a surge of joy. Clearly, Chen Ping had not moved on from her. Otherwise, he would not have spoken up for her. Now that he knew she had broken up with Chen Hao, he must be quite pleased. With this realization, Lin Yanran felt confident that her forthcoming plans would proceed smoothly. Yes, Miss Ya, I am also a victim. Please don't say any more. Rest assured, I will never contact that Qin Hao again, Lin Yanran declared, her expression innocent. After a moment's thought, she could not help but ask, by the way, Miss Ya, do you and Chen Ping need to speak with my mom about something? Chen Ping smiled and replied, it's nothing. We were just planning to invite her out for breakfast and maybe do some shopping together. Great. It has been a while since I last went shopping. Let us go together. Lin Yanran responded with a smile. Gu Shui immediately smiled and said, all right. Remember this. Do not maintain any contact with that Qin Hao in the future. Even if he comes to apologize, do not forgive him. A person like him is not worth your dedication. Okay, Mom, I understand. Lin Yanran replied cheerfully, appearing quite obedient at that moment. Chen Ping could tell that Lin Yanran was merely pretending, but since Gu Shui was unaware, he felt it inappropriate to expose her act. He could only smile and say, all right, let us go out together. Chen Ping was curious to see what this woman was truly up to, what her intentions were. Soon, the four of them went out for a meal. Although Xia Xiaowai was not fond of Lin Yanran, she chose to treat her as if she were invisible, casually finding a breakfast shop to grab a bite. After finishing their meal, Xia Xiaowai had to leave due to prior commitments. Once Xia Xiaowai departed, Lin Yanran aimed to send Gu Shui away as well. While walking ahead, she inquired, Mom, since you lost your job, aren't you going to look for another one? Unexpectedly, Gu Shui let out a bitter smile and replied, what job is there to find? The apocalypse is about to arrive. We should live one day at a time. Lin Yanran was left speechless and retorted, Mom, what are you thinking? Look around. Isn't everything just like before? How could there possibly be an apocalypse? After saying this, Lin Yanran shot Chen Ping a glare and added, Chen Ping, stop frightening my mom with your nonsense, all right? Chen Ping smiled slightly and replied, understood. At that moment, a bald man accompanied by several young men with dyed yellow hair approached. The yellow-haired man looked at Lin Yanran and Gu Shui, swallowing hard, and exclaimed, wow, these two beauties are quite something. One is sexy and the other is cute. Especially the older one, she looks so mature. Hey ladies, how about joining us for some fun at a bar? Don't worry, I'm loaded and will treat you well. Gu Shui was startled. These individuals were clearly up to no good. As she awkwardly chuckled and said, Sir, we do not enjoy such places, so we won't be joining you. You all go ahead and have fun. Lin Yanran added, can't you see what you look like? I'm not interested, got it? Hey, little girl. You've got quite the attitude. Apologies, but today I'm taking you with me. Interest or not, you must comply, the bald man said, reaching out to grab Lin Yanran. However, in the next moment, Chen Ping seized the bald man's arm. His piercing gaze was reminiscent of someone who had witnessed much bloodshed. Such an intense stare caused the bald man to feel a chill run down his spine. Get lost, Chen Ping uttered, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority, leaving no room for negotiation. The bald man shook his head, questioning whether this was all an illusion. He knew that someone who had not been through bloodshed could hardly possess such a gaze. Yet, with three companions at his side, he believed the young man before him was merely a figment of his imagination. Kid, are you looking for death? The bald man sneered, throwing a punch with his other hand. Yet, in the next instant, Chen Ping's speed surpassed his, delivering a swift kick to the man's groin. Ah! The bald man immediately doubled over, agony etched across his face. You dare, he stammered, reeling from the pain and astonished that the young man had struck such a sensitive area. Get him, all of you, the bald man commanded his companions, realizing he had underestimated Chen Ping. At the side, Lin Yanran was taken aback and pulled Gu Shui, urging, Mom, let us leave quickly. We should head back. Gu Shui, however, refused to budge, insisting, no, we should call the police. What about Chen Ping? Mom, if we stay here, Chen Ping won't have a chance to escape. If we leave, he'll find an opportunity to run. Lin Yanran argued. At that moment, the three thugs had already approached Chen Ping, fists clenched and ready to fight. Just you three? Chen Ping scoffed inwardly. Despite their numbers, he had emerged from countless battles and had not forgotten the fighting techniques he had mastered. With nimble steps and swift movements, he evaded their attacks, retaliating with punches and kicks, targeting joints and vital points. Bang, bang, bang. Remarkably, the three thugs were quickly subdued, sprawled on the ground. Unbelievable, he is so strong. Lin Yanran could hardly believe her eyes, astonished at Chen Ping's prowess. Let us go. Chen Ping called out to the two, and they seized the opportunity to escape. The three thugs struggled to rise, and by the time they managed to stand, Chen Ping and the others had vanished. Damn it, you three useless fools can't even handle a young man. The bald man grumbled in pain, still on the ground. Hurry, take me to the hospital. Chen Ping, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Lin Yanran gasped, looking at him breathlessly. When the bald man had attempted to abduct her, Chen Ping had been the first to step forward. To her, it was evident that he cared for her, demonstrating his bravery in standing up for her. Otherwise, how could he have mustered such courage? Now that Chen Ping knew about her breakup with Qin Hao, he must be pleased. By the way, Chen Ping, where are you staying? Lin Yanran inquired curiously. Didn't your mother kick you out? Do you have a place to live now? Chen Ping furrowed his brow, unsure if he should reveal this information, as he remained cautious of Lin Yanran. Unexpectedly, Gu Shui interjected with a smile. He lives right next door. The landlord next door rented the place to Chen Ping. Oh, so that's why you came to find my mom so early. You live next door. Lin Yanran laughed. Then after a moment's thought, she spontaneously apologized, saying, Chen Ping, I was indeed too headstrong before and may have done some things that hurt you. I truly apologize. Many of my actions were influenced by Qin Hao, and I hope you can forgive me. Chen Ping scoffed inwardly at the notion of forgiveness. He would never grant it to those two despicable individuals. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, smiling gently as he replied, Rest assured, what's in the past is in the past. I only wish to enjoy each day to the fullest now. All right, I'll go buy some groceries over there. You two can head back first. I'll be back shortly. Gu Shui chimed, pleased to see her daughter seemingly turning over a new leaf. She planned to buy some of Lin Yanran's favorite ingredients to prepare a meal for her later. Sure, Mom, we'll head back then. Lin Yanran smiled gently as she walked into the residential complex. Before long, the two entered the elevator. Chen Ping glanced at Lin Yanran and asked, Lin Yanran, what exactly are you up to? Just speak plainly. Lin Yanran, however, feigned innocence, replying, Chen Ping, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Lin Yanran approached Chen Ping's door and stated directly, Chen Ping, I would like to see the apartment you rented. May I come in? Chen Ping assessed her for a moment, then walked to the door and opened it, saying, Sure, but if you're considering installing a camera in my home, I advise against it, understand? Once inside, Lin Yanran pretended to observe her surroundings and then said, Rest assured, I was merely misled by Qin Hao in the past. Chen Ping, I never anticipated that Qin Hao would be such a person. After speaking, Lin Yanran moved to the doorway, closed the door behind her, and deliberately stepped closer to Chen Ping, forcing him to retreat against the wall. She stepped forward again and said, Chen Ping, I was truly in the wrong before. I know you still love me, don't you? As she spoke, Lin Yanran slipped her hand into her pocket and discreetly pressed the recording device, continuing, Chen Ping, you are with my mother just to provoke her, right? I understand my mistakes. Can you forgive me? Don't you like me? I am willing to be with you. At this point, Lin Yanran paused before adding, Chen Ping, break up with my mother, and I can be with you. Let's return to how we once were, shall we? Chen Ping had been observing Lin Yanran closely and sensed something amiss when he saw her hand enter her pocket. He quickly realized that she seemed intent on extracting a confession from him. It was clear to him that Lin Yanran could not genuinely harbor feelings for him. If not for his reincarnation, he might have fallen for her deception. However, her current words struck him as insincere beyond measure. Yanran, what are you saying? I have genuine feelings for your mother. I am fond of Gu Shui. Chen Ping stated earnestly, please keep your distance. Do not approach me. Lin Yanran was taken aback. What was happening? How could Chen Ping possibly not have feelings for her? She found it hard to believe that, even after her bold confession, he could remain steadfast. After all, in the past, a few kind words from her could keep him elated for an entire day. Chapter 71. Deliberately testing him, the corners of Lin Yanran's mouth twitched slightly. She could not believe that Chen Ping could resist her allure. To ensure her plan proceeded smoothly, she insisted, Are you afraid my mother will find out? Do not worry. She wants to know I'm in your home. After a brief pause, Lin Yanran pressed Chen Ping further. Just be honest with me. Do you still love me? If you tell me, I can be with you. Isn't that what you have always desired? Yet, Chen Ping pushed her away, saying, Lin Yanran, what are you thinking? I do not like you at all. I am currently interested in Gu Shui. You should start calling me Dad. Lin Yanran could not accept this. She refused to believe that Chen Ping no longer held any affection for her. She lunged forward, embracing him. That's impossible, Chen Ping. You must still love me. Say it. If you still have feelings for me, I can give you my body. I'll strip for you. How about that? In her desperation to provoke Chen Ping into uttering words that would anger Gu Shui, Lin Yanran was clearly willing to go to great lengths. After all, if she could obtain money from Chen Ping, she and Qin Hao would never have to worry again. However, Chen Ping, who had already discerned Lin Yanran's ulterior motives, was not unaware of her intentions. He forcefully pushed her away and declared, Lin Yanran, are you out of your mind? I see that you are desperate for money and have come to me with this nonsense. You won't get a penny from me. After a brief pause, Chen Ping added seriously, let me make this clear. You would do well to recognize your place. My affections lie with your mother, not you. If you continue to disturb me, I won't hesitate to inform her. Lin Yanran was momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that this would fail. Despite Chen Ping's numerous words, she had yet to capture even a single statement she could record. Chen Ping, what is wrong with you? Were all those things you did for me in the past just lies? Lin Yanran questioned, still struggling to trust her judgment. If Chen Ping truly no longer liked her, her plans to take him to a hotel and secretly record videos would inevitably fall apart. Lin Yanran was unwilling to accept this. She believed herself to be far more youthful and attractive than Gu Shui. Given Chen Ping's past affections for her, how could he possibly reject her now? Chen Ping coldly replied, was I blind before? I now realize that your mother is far superior. She is much more alluring than you. Chen Ping, I refuse to believe this. Come on, if you agree to be with me, I will let you kiss me right now. What do you say? Lin Yanran approached him once more. Get lost. Lin Yanran, I never expected you to be this kind of woman. I've already said I don't like you. Why are you saying all this to me? Chen Ping retorted sharply. Hearing a sound as if someone was opening the door, Chen Ping felt a surge of joy and hastily opened the door, pushing Lin Yanran outside while deliberately raising his voice. Leave, Lin Yanran. Get out. I've told you I don't like you. Why are you clinging to me? Indeed, Gu Shui from the neighboring apartment was at the door, returning from grocery shopping. Initially in good spirits, her expression darkened upon seeing Chen Ping push Lin Yanran out while saying such things. She immediately inquired, Chen Ping, Yanran, what are you doing? Lin Yanran, startled, awkwardly chuckled, Mom, it's nothing. I just wanted to see Chen Ping's apartment and his room. However, Chen Ping's earlier words indicated to Gu Shui that the situation was far more complicated than what Lin Yanran had claimed. She furrowed her brow and looked at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, is what Yanran said true? Chen Ping replied, how could that be? She's just talking nonsense. After speaking, Chen Ping noticed Lin Yanran, in her nervousness, had placed a hand in her pocket. He immediately questioned, are you hiding something in your pocket? Lin Yanran, what are you up to? Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran's anxiety intensified, and she hurriedly denied, no, nothing. However, Chen Ping remained unconvinced, stepping forward to forcefully pull her hand out, and despite her vigorous resistance, he retrieved a recording device from her pocket. What is this? Lin Yanran, so you brought a recording device with you? Chen Ping glared at her in anger. No, that's not. Lin Yanran exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Chen Ping handed the recording device to Gu Shui, who examined it before playing back a recording. Suddenly, the words Lin Yanran had just spoken to Chen Ping were played back, including those she used to entice him. Gu Shui was taken aback, her mind buzzing, and she dropped the vegetables in her hand, glaring at Lin Yanran. Yanran, what are you doing? You know Chen Ping has feelings for me. You know he is my boyfriend, yet you still tried to seduce him and said those things? How could you behave like this? Chen Ping scoffed internally. This was a clear case of being caught red-handed. He was curious to see how Lin Yanran would defend herself. However, Chen Ping underestimated Lin Yanran's cunning nature. After biting her lip, she immediately addressed Gu Shui. Mom, you misunderstood. It's not what it seems. I was just worried about you being with Chen Ping. I feared he might deceive your feelings. Upon saying this, Lin Yanran smiled and continued. How could I possibly seduce him? I was merely trying to test him to see if he truly cares for you. After all, I wouldn't want you to be deceived. Afterward, Lin Yanran shrugged and added casually, clearly, Chen Ping genuinely likes you. He has passed my test, and I am reassured. Gu Shui was taken aback and chuckled. You startled me. I thought you really did something inappropriate with Chen Ping. So, you were just testing him out of concern for me. Chen Ping was speechless, not expecting Lin Yanran to be so sly, and now Gu Shui believed her. Lin Yanran then approached Chen Ping with a smile. Chen Ping, well done. You've passed my test, and I can now trust you with my mom. You must not let her down. Chen Ping could only smile in agreement. You startled me, girl. I thought you were testing me for yourself. The way you were acting, I thought you were going to place my hand on your chest. It really shocked me. That's not true. Don't say such things. Lin Yanran hurriedly replied. Chen Ping's words made Gu Shui frown slightly. After all, the words in that recording were indeed infuriating and felt quite excessive. Gu Shui was now uncertain whether Lin Yanran had genuinely tested Chen Ping or not. She shook her head, trying to dismiss her thoughts. After all, Lin Yanran had never liked Chen Ping. It was unlikely that she would suddenly want to pursue him now that Qin Hao had rejected her. Regardless, Lin Yanran had once been so infatuated with Qin Hao that even though they were no longer together, she couldn't have quickly moved on from the pain of heartbreak. After opening the door, Gu Shui went inside with the vegetables to prepare a meal. though Lin Yanran felt quite displeased. She could only wear a smile at the table during lunch. Darling, the dishes you made are truly delightful. I absolutely love them. Chen Ping affectionately served Gu Shui a chicken leg, deliberately speaking intimately in front of Lin Yanran. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yanran felt a twinge of discomfort. I was worried that as a young master from a wealthy family, you might not be accustomed to our home-cooked meals. As long as you enjoy it. That's all that matters. Gu Shui glanced at Chen Ping, her gaze filled with affection. Lin Yanran could only lower her head to eat, feeling increasingly unsettled as she observed their flirtation. After a while, Gu Shui turned to Lin Yanran. Yanran, given that you were testing Chen Ping for me today, I want to hold it against you. However, in the future, do not use recording devices or cameras like that again, understand? Lin Yanran smiled. Mom, don't worry. I definitely won tea. After finishing their meal, Lin Yanran stated, Mom, I'm going out for a walk. Okay, be careful and come back early. Gu Shui nodded and went to wash the dishes. After Lin Yanran left, she quickly found Chen Hao in a park. How did it go? Did you get the recording? Chen Hao immediately inquired. Lin Yanran's expression darkened. I did record it, but unfortunately, that Chen Ping fellow claimed he doesn't like me and only likes my mom. I got quite a bit of recording, but it was all in vain. She paused and continued. The most infuriating part is that Chen Ping discovered the recorder, snatched it away, and my mom found out. If I hadn't cleverly claimed I was testing his sincerity, it would have blown my cover. Chen Hao furrowed his brow. Strange. Didn't Chen Ping like you before? Why doesn't he like you now? If he genuinely doesn't, then we can't call him to the hotel, and we won't be able to film the video. Lin Yanran bit her lip. I find it strange too. This morning, 4 thugs tried to bully my mom and me, and Chen Ping rushed out to protect us. It's odd. I thought he was useless, but it turns out he can fight. Those thugs were no match for him. Chen Hao felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it. After pondering, he said to Lin Yanran, I suspect the reason Chen Ping said he doesn't like you is that you revealed a flaw, or maybe he accidentally found the recorder in your pocket. Or perhaps because you just broke up with me and immediately sought him out, he probably doesn't believe you and thinks you're deceiving him. Lin Yanran frowned. That's impossible. I told him that if he says he likes me, I would let him kiss me, yet he still wouldn't admit it. I genuinely don't know what to do. Damn it, this Chen Ping is truly difficult. He seems to have become smarter all of a sudden. Chen Hao clenched his fists, feeling increasingly frustrated as he encountered obstacles with Chen Ping, as if everything he attempted was met with resistance. Lin Yanran sighed helplessly. What should we do? I only have a few hundred yuan left in my account. I can't even afford to hang out with Tan Xiao and the others. It would be so embarrassing to not have money to pay the bill. Chen Hao also felt speechless and finally said, What about the bags Chen Ping bought you? Why do you need so many bags? They are all designer brands. You could sell a couple of them for a decent amount of money, even secondhand. Lin Yanran sighed. All right, it seems we have no other choice for now, but our plan has fallen through. What should we do? Lin Yanran sighed again and said to Chen Hao, when will our pretend breakup end? Otherwise, I will have to sneak around just to see you. Chen Hao thought for a moment and replied, There's no rush. Chen Ping might just be worried about your mom finding out, which is why he said that. What if he comes looking for you in a few days? So, let us keep up the act for now. After thinking for a while, Chen Hao's eyes lit up. I have an idea. If Chen Ping doesn't reach out to you in a few days, it means he genuinely likes your mom, and our plan won't work. Then we'll need to resort to another method, which is sure to succeed. Lin Yanran's eyes brightened. What method? Chen Hao smiled and said, Let us pretend to orchestrate a kidnapping plot. After all, we have parted ways, haven't we? I shall enlist a few friends, kidnap you, and then have your mother pay a ransom for your release. He paused momentarily before continuing. If your mother lacks the funds, she will certainly turn to Chen Ping. Given his affection for her, he will undoubtedly find a way, even if he must borrow money from that young lady of the Xiao family. Once we acquire the money, everything will be resolved. Lin Yanran, upon hearing this, felt a wave of concern wash over her. Chen Hao, this doesn't seem right. What if they decide to report us to the authorities? Rest assured, Chen Hao replied with a mischievous grin. We shall claim that if they dare to alert the police, we will carry out the act. Your mother loves you dearly. She would never risk your life. He chuckled, adding, Of course, we will discuss this further later. Let's first see if Chen Ping comes looking for you. At that moment, Chen Ping was escorting Gu Shui out the door, enthusiastically declaring, Come, I will take you to an enjoyable place. Gu Shui, taken aback, curiously inquired, Really? Where are we going? Chen Ping replied with a smile, I will take you shooting. We will practice archery and marksmanship. Such skills may prove invaluable when the apocalypse arrives. Before long, they arrived at a shooting range. Unbeknownst to Chen Ping, he was greeted by 3 familiar faces upon his arrival, his eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. Eldest sister, second sister, Third sister, what brings you here? He exclaimed, approaching them with a smile. Chen Shui set down her bow and arrow, explaining, did you not mention that the apocalypse is imminent? We thought it wise to practice with some silent weapons. Chen Ping chuckled and replied, I brought Gu Shui here for the same purpose. The three sisters greeted Gu Shui, who felt a bit awkward yet smiled as she approached them. Internally, she was rather anxious, fearing they might accuse her of being shameless or trying to seduce their brother. To her surprise, Chen Shui looked at Gu Shui and smiled, saying, no wonder Chen Ping is so fond of you. You are indeed quite attractive. And your figure is commendable. You do not appear aged at all. Chen Sisi folded her arms and, after appraising Gu Shui, said slowly, they say a person is judged by their attire, and you were already beautiful, but with Chen Ping's gift of lovely clothing, you exude even more grace. She paused before continuing, however, I find myself uncertain of how to address you. Should I call you aunt or sister? Chen Xiai interjected with a smile, meeting you for the first time. It is evident you are quite lovely. No wonder Chen Ping would leave home for you. Gu Shui laughed awkwardly and reassured them, please do not mind me. You may address me however you wish. I am unperturbed. She then glanced at Chen Ping and boldly stated, Chen Ping and I share mutual affection. I understand it may take time for you to accept me, but rest assured, I am not the type to cling desperately. If one day Chen Ping no longer loves me, I will willingly depart. Unless he chooses to leave me, I will remain by his side, for I truly love him. Hearing this, Chen Shui's eyes brightened slightly. Gu Shui's words compelled her to regard her with newfound respect. Chen Ping took Gu Shui's hand and reassured her, do not worry. I will never abandon you. You are so gentle, considerate, and understanding. How could I bear to leave you? He paused and turned to Chen Sisi, saying, sister. Let us refer to Gu Shui as Sister Shui for now. It feels more fitting. Very well, we understand. You seem quite protective of her, Chen Sisi chuckled. By the way, where is Xiao Ai? What is the status of your relationship with her? Chen Ping nodded. Yes, Xiao Ai and I are together. She is my girlfriend. Chen Xiai expressed mild surprise. Xiao Ai knows about you and Gu Shui? Does she not mind? Chen Ping affirmed. Do not fret. We have clarified everything. The two sisters get along well. Wow, you are quite impressive. Xiao Ai is a wealthy heiress, and who would have thought she would share you with another woman? Chen Shui teased, lightly punching Chen Ping on the chest. It seems you have become quite capable. You could not manage one woman before. Yet now you have charmed two exquisite beauties. Chen Sisi blurted out, indeed, either of them is far superior to that Lin Yanran. Realizing her faux pas, Chen Sisi quickly clarified, I did not mean it that way. I meant to say you are very exceptional. Gu Shui forced a smile, saying, my daughter is indeed disappointing. She has learned bad habits from Qin Hao, but she has since turned over a new leaf. Turned over a new leaf? Can she truly change? Chen Shui thought of Lin Yanran's past actions during the apocalypse and felt a surge of anger. Such a person is inherently wicked. How could she possibly change? Fearing Chen Shui might speak out of turn, Chen Ping quickly interjected, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Let us practice archery. With that, Chen Ping led Gu Shui to the side for archery practice. Once they had departed, Chen Xiai turned to Chen Shui and asked, eldest sister, do you truly believe that Lin Yanran can change? Chen Shui replied coldly, not a chance. A person like that cannot possibly change. She paused before continuing. However, since Chen Ping asked us to refrain from further discussion, he must have withheld certain truths from Gu Shui. We should be mindful of our words in the future. Chen Sisi nodded in agreement. Yes, it would be inappropriate for Chen Ping to divulge everything Lin Yanran has done during the apocalypse to Gu Shui. After all, those revelations might be too much for her to accept, even to the point of disbelief regarding her daughter's actions. Chen Shui concurred, I understand. Let us continue practicing archery. In the morning, Chen Ping guided Gu Shui in archery practice, and in the afternoon, they transitioned to shooting practice, honing their skills with pistols and sniper rifles. With his memories from a previous life, Chen Ping mastered these skills swiftly and with precision. Gu Shui, however, struggled considerably. As they prepared to leave, Chen Ping procured a VIP membership, depositing 200,000 into the account and handing the card to Gu Shui, encouraging her to practice whenever she had the time. Though Gu Shui was not fond of such activities, the prospect of an impending apocalypse prompted her to nod earnestly in agreement. That evening, upon returning home, Gu Shui found Lin Yanran absent and worried that she might engage in reckless behavior. She decided to call her. As a result, she mentioned she was out playing with a few classmates and wouldn't be returning that evening. After Gu Shui hung up the phone, she chuckled helplessly and remarked, this girl, off to have fun with her classmates, won't be back tonight. Let us not wait for her to have dinner. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping felt a surge of joy and said to Gu Shui, if she is not coming back, then splendid. I'll take you to a restaurant where we can truly enjoy ourselves. Gu Shui shot him a disapproving look and replied, that would be such a waste. How about I prepare something for you at home instead? Chen Ping, with a wry smile, responded, sister, the world is on the brink of collapse. Is it truly necessary to be so frugal? Gu Shui paused, then turned to Chen Ping, saying, wait a minute, didn't your father unfreeze your bank card? You transferred 200,000 for VIP this afternoon, didn't he? After contemplating for a moment, Chen Ping smiled and said, I am the son of a wealthy family. Borrowing a bit of money from friends is quite reasonable, isn't it? Chapter 74, is it in hand? Gu Shui found herself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, the world of the affluent was beyond her comprehension. For someone like her, hundreds of thousands or even millions represented a lifetime of hard-earned money. Yet for Chen Ping, it seemed that borrowing from a wealthy friend could be effortlessly achieved. Moreover, those rich heirs were likely unaware of Chen Ping's expulsion from the Chen family. It would probably be quite simple for him to ask them for money. Soon, the two arrived at a well-decorated restaurant where Chen Ping promptly ordered 2 bottles of red wine, costing several tens of thousands, and a selection of exquisite dishes for them to indulge in. The thought that a single meal for the two of them would amount to over 100,000 made Gu Shui's heart ache slightly. However, considering that the world was about to end, she reasoned that she might not have much time left to live. So she decided to cast her worries aside and began to feast heartily with Chen Ping. After leaving the restaurant, Gu Shui, rubbing her stomach, exclaimed, I feel so full. It's my first time eating such expensive dishes and drinking such fine wine. Chen Ping chuckled and asked, well, how was the taste? Gu Shui grinned and replied, delicious. Of course. Before long, they returned to their apartment floor. Chen Ping wrapped his arm around Gu Shui, pulling her toward his door, stating, come on. Let's south go to my place and enjoy ourselves this evening. Having consumed quite a bit of wine, Gu Shui felt a flutter in her heart at the masculine aura emanating from Chen Ping. However, after a moment of contemplation, she shyly suggested, let me grab a nightgown first. I'll take a shower. Chen Ping, with a playful grin, responded, sounds good. Make sure it's a sexy one. Gu Shui shot him a flirtatious glare. You are incorrigible. Chen Ping waited outside her door, and after a while, Gu Shui emerged with a bag, carrying her clothes. Upon arriving at Chen Ping's home, she smiled and said, I'll leave a couple of outfits and a nightgown here. That way, I won't have to keep going back and forth for a change after showering. It's more convenient. Chen Ping, embracing her from behind, gently kissed her earlobe and said, darling, you're so thoughtful. It seems you've tasted the sweetness of this arrangement. Gu Shui shivered slightly at his words, her expression shifting as she turned to him with a playful glare. What nonsense are you talking about? I just think it's less likely for Yanran to discover anything this way. Chen Ping chuckled. What are you afraid of? You don't need to be so secretive. We are a couple now, after all. Besides, your daughter and that Qin Hao have probably been together for a while, right? At the mention of Qin Hao, Gu Shui's expression darkened, and she quickly retorted, enough. Don't bring up that scoundrel Qin Hao. He is truly despicable. Chen Ping pondered for a moment before asking, what if, in some time, Yanran reconciles with Qin Hao? Would you agree to that? I suspect your disapproval wouldn't matter. Gu Shui's lips twitched slightly as she clenched her teeth. Yanran probably won't reconcile with him. If she were to go back to that guy, it would break my heart. I was just making a point. It shouldn't come to that. Chen Ping had already surmised that Lin Yanran's relationship with Qin Hao was a mere facade of a breakup. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ventured out that night without returning. Nevertheless, this was for the best. Only when Gu Shui had completely given up on Lin Yanran would she be better prepared to face the inevitable. Otherwise, Chen Ping feared Gu Shui would struggle to accept Lin Yanran's demise. Let us go, darling. It's time for a shower, Chen Ping said with a gentle smile, leading Gu Shui toward the bathroom. Soon after, they emerged from the shower. Gazing at Gu Shui in her alluring nightgown, with her fair skin and captivating figure, Chen Ping couldn't help but swallow hard before moving closer to embrace her and pressing his lips against hers. That evening, Chen Ping and Gu Shui spent a considerable time together, culminating in an intimate encounter. Once it concluded, Gu Shui, her cheeks flushed, lay in Chen Ping's embrace, her heart brimming with happiness. It wasn't long before she drifted off to sleep. The following morning, as Chen Ping awoke, he discovered Gu Shui had already changed her clothes and was in the kitchen preparing breakfast for him. He smiled with delight. After dressing, he returned to his room and called Lin Shui. Lin Fatty, how is it going? Chen Ping inquired. Lin Fatty replied with a chuckle, don't worry, construction is underway. As for the weapons you mentioned, I have everything ready. Once the safe house is modified, we can transport them. Chen Ping smiled. Good, leave this to you. Just ensure the weapons are stored according to the layout I provided. Only you and I should know the locations, and the same goes for the food. It should be stored in several places as indicated on my plans for added security. Lin Shui reassured him. The renovation of the safe house will take at least another 20 days. When will you come to check it out? After a moment's thought, Lin Shui asked Chen Ping, how about you? Chen Ping responded, the fewer people who know about this, the better. If others find out, it could lead to complications. So I want to come to check until it's completed. Just let me know when it's done, and I'll come by. All right, boss. By the way, didn't you say you were with Lin Yanran's mother, that Gu Shui? Lin Fatty teased. How far have you two progressed? Have you sealed the deal yet? Chen Ping chuckled, proudly stating, of course. Just look at me. I'm quite handsome, after all. How could I not succeed? Lin Fatty scoffed, really? You're not pulling my leg, are you? You pursued Lin Yanran for so long without even a kiss. And now you've slept with Gu Shui after just a few days? Believe it or not, I have to go. I'm off to have breakfast. We'll chat again in a few days, Chen Ping said before hanging up and stepping outside. Chen Ping, I'll take care of you. Let us have noodles for breakfast today. Upon seeing Chen Ping emerge, Gu Shui placed 2 bowls of noodles on the table and bestowed a gentle smile upon him. Chen Ping, upon hearing her words, smiled and remarked, indeed, your noodles must be delicious. In the following days, Gu Shui occasionally practiced shooting alone, while at other times, Chen Ping accompanied her. As days passed, Lin Yanran and Chen Hao grew increasingly anxious, having yet to witness Chen Ping confess his feelings to Lin Yanran. After all, they had grown accustomed to a life of luxury supported by Chen Ping. Now, they found themselves forced to save every penny, a situation that left them quite dissatisfied. Yanran, I believe we must implement that plan, the one to kidnap you, Chen Hao declared after some contemplation. Lin Yanran frowned and replied, but is that truly safe? Chen Hao, I'm a bit frightened. Biting her crimson lip, she continued, perhaps we should reconsider? Chen Ping seems genuinely fond of my mother. Maybe we should wait. Perhaps the Chen family expelled him in a moment of anger. Once they cooled down, they might accept my mother. At this point, Lin Yanran paused before elaborating. Consider this, the Chen family is the wealthiest in Jiangxing. When their son marries, they will likely provide us with a substantial dowry, right? If that happens, we would be wealthy. Although it may seem unfair to benefit Chen Ping, if it leads us to riches, we can tolerate it. However, Chen Hao was growing impatient. He responded, Yanran, your idea may have merit, but who knows if the Chen family will change their minds or even accept your mother? What if they refuse? Or worse, what if they take years to accept her? He let out a cold laugh. Are you willing to wait that long? It may not yield the results we desire. I cannot endure this life of poverty any longer. I can't even afford a decent meal at a bar anymore. Living so frugally is pointless. Moreover, if it comes to that, I would have to call that scoundrel Chen Ping father. Just the thought of it disgusts me. Seeing Chen Hao's resolve, Lin Yanran nodded but quickly added, but if we proceed with this plan, it is still kidnapping. Even if the Chen family does not report us to the authorities right away and pays you, what happens afterward? Once you release me, they will surely contact the police. How will you escape? And how much money do you think is appropriate? Chen Hao clenched his teeth, realizing the complexity of the situation. Initially, they could use Lin Yanran's life as leverage for money. However, if the exchange occurred, and Lin Yanran returned safely only for the Chen family to report them, evading capture would be difficult. He pondered and said, I want at least 200 to 300 million. After all, we are already committing this act. We might as well ask for a substantial amount. Lin Yanran smiled wryly. Chen Hao, 200 to 300 million is no small sum. Unless they transfer it to your account, they could freeze your assets afterward, making it hard for you to access the money. Therefore, it must be cash. Have you noticed that kidnappers on television always demand cash? Chen Hao acknowledged the validity of her point but frowned. However, let's not even discuss 200 to 300 million. Even 20 to 30 million in cash is substantial. Carrying such a large sum is impractical. Once we receive the money, I plan to take 2 of my brothers and leave Jiangxing for a while. After a few days, you can come find me, and we can escape together. What do you think? Lin Yanran considered this and gravely responded, I would love to escape with you. But we cannot carry that much money. Suddenly, she recalled, wasn't the Chen family involved in an auction for a very expensive diamond necklace? The Ocean Heart. Valued at 400 million, correct? Chen Hao's eyes brightened, and he smiled. Let's have Chen Ping place that necklace in a suitcase along with 2 million in cash. Once we escape, we can use the cash and later sell the necklace on the black market. This way, we will have money and can easily relocate. You are right. If the Chen family transfers money, they could report us afterward, and we might lose everything. Lin Yanran's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes. I almost forgot. This was a huge deal at the time. If we acquire the Ocean Heart, we will strike it rich and conveniently move our assets. After a moment, she added, Chen Ping is quite close to his sister. It's just a necklace. I believe my mother, upon learning of my kidnapping, would plead with Chen Ping, and in turn, he could ask his sister for assistance. Chen Hao chuckled. Haha, indeed, you are spot on. Let us proceed with this plan. We must be meticulous in our preparations, selecting a transaction location close to the city gates. Additionally, we should have a vehicle ready. Once we have the money, we will leave immediately. Tomorrow, I will contact Zhou Xing and Qin Fei, and the three of us will execute the plan. The next day, Qin Hao gathered Zhou Xing and Qin Fei to discuss their scheme. Qin Fei was Qin Hao's cousin, and they had a close relationship, often engaging in mischief together. Zhou Xing frequently accompanied them, and upon hearing about the potential for acquiring the 400 million ocean heart, both were electrified and quickly agreed to collaborate on the details. One morning, Gu Shui had barely risen when she received a call from an unknown number. After the conversation, she stood in shock, repeatedly affirming the caller's demands. Once the call ended, she rushed to the next room, knocking on Chen Ping's door. Chen Ping, what should we do? Yanran has been kidnapped. They said we must not report to the police, or they will kill her. What are we to do? Gu Shui looked at Chen Ping with urgency. Her first encounter with such a dire situation rendering her utterly discomposed. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping furrowed his brow. Lin Yanran had been kidnapped? This was no trivial matter, and such an occurrence had not transpired in his previous life. It seemed that his reincarnation had indeed altered the course of events. After contemplating, he instructed Gu Shui, do not panic. The more anxious you are, the more chaotic things will become. Please sit down and tell me everything the kidnappers communicated. The kidnappers demanded preparation of 2 million in cash and the ocean heart, threatening that if we contacted the authorities, they would execute their threat. They mentioned they would call again around 4 or 5 in the afternoon to continue communication. After Gu Shui finished anxiously recounting the details, she looked at Chen Ping with confusion and asked, I was so distressed earlier, unsure of what to do, and I could only agree blindly. By the way, what exactly is the ocean heart? Chen Ping's expression darkened as he replied, it seems this is the work of someone familiar. They specifically requested the ocean heart. As Chen Ping paused momentarily, he proceeded to explain. The heart of the ocean is an exquisitely designed diamond necklace, featuring a remarkably large diamond that my sister acquired at an auction last year for a staggering 400 million. Upon hearing such a hefty sum, Gu Shui was left astounded. It seemed excessively extravagant. Chen Ping then addressed Gu Shui. The fact that the other party desires the heart of the ocean indicates something significant. It reveals their awareness of our relationship and their knowledge that my family possesses this item. Otherwise, how could it be so fortuitous? You are merely an ordinary person, previously earning a few thousand. Why would they kidnap Yanran and demand such an exorbitant ransom? Gu Shui nodded in agreement, her mind settling as Chen Ping's analysis resonated with her. If that is the case, the other party must be quite familiar with my current circumstances. However, we've only been together for about 10 days. How could they possibly know, especially since we haven't been out much lately? Chen Ping coldly chuckled. It's quite simple. The kidnapper must be someone who is well acquainted with Yanran and is intimately aware of our situation, meaning they frequently associate with her. In his heart, Chen Ping speculated a possibility. Could this kidnapping be a collaborative scheme between Lin Yanran and Qin Hao to extort money? If so, might this present an opportune moment to eliminate Qin Hao? Gu Shui, upon receiving Chen Ping's hint, suddenly realized. It must be that scoundrel, Qin Hao. He has always sought to extort our family through us, demanding a bride price or hush money. Now that everything has come to light, and Yanran has ended their relationship, he has resorted to kidnapping her to make a quick profit. Chen Ping nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, regardless of whether it is that rogue Qin Hao, they will not easily resort to violence without securing the money first. He then paused to inquire. The person who called you, it couldn't have been Qin Hao, could it? Gu Shui affirmed. It was not Qin Hao. Chen Ping responded. In that case, if Qin Hao were involved, he must have accomplices. He cannot be acting alone. Gu Shui looked at Chen Ping, pleading. Chen Ping, could we possibly refrain from alerting the authorities? I believe Qin Hao, driven mad by greed, may act out of spite now that he and Yanran have separated. He could genuinely harm her, so we should prioritize rescuing Yanran, don't you think? Chen Ping coldly smiled inwardly. How could he possibly alert the police when such an action would jeopardize his chance to eliminate the threat? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, no problem, I will handle this. You can count on me. The 2 million in cash and the necklace will be prepared by my sister. Gu Shui expressed her concern, her delicate brows furrowing. Chen Ping, will your sister agree? That necklace is worth 400 million, and besides, haven't you severed ties with her? Unexpectedly, Chen Ping smiled and reassured her. Rest easy, my sister and I share a close bond. If I ask her, she will surely comply. Chen Ping, you are too kind to me. I owe you so much, Gu Shui said, her heart swelling with gratitude. Chen Ping understood that after this incident involving Qin Hao and Lin Yanran, Gu Shui must have been utterly captivated by him. From this point forward, he was certain she would be wholly devoted to him. Silly girl, you are my woman, and Yanran is your daughter, which makes her my daughter as well. How could I not lend a hand in such a time of need? Chen Ping leaned in and pecked Gu Shui on the lips before saying, all right, I will go find my sister now. You stay at home, and if the kidnapper calls, simply agree to whatever demands they make. However, he mentioned he would call around 4 or 5 o'clock, so he likely won't call before then. As Chen Ping contemplated, he added, I suspect there may already be their people lurking at our community entrance. If we were to alert the authorities, they would undoubtedly catch wind of it. Gu Shui, startled, nodded. Okay, I understand. I will follow your lead. Soon, Chen Ping left the house. After closing the door, he first called Fatty, followed by a call to Chen Shui. Once he finished his calls, he leisurely stepped outside and hailed a cab, heading directly to the plaza beneath Chen Shui's company. By the time he arrived, Fatty was already waiting, grinning as he approached and handed a prepared bag to Chen Ping. Bro, inside are 2 handguns and several boxes of ammunition. What do you need these for? Chen Ping smiled faintly and replied, that's not your concern. It should be a good thing. Both Qin Hao and Lin Yanran are not virtuous individuals, and should the apocalypse arrive, they might commit acts that threaten our lives. If we can eliminate them before that happens, it would be for the best. Huh, you're absolutely right. Fatty laughed heartily before turning to leave. Chen Ping carried the bag and made his way inside. Shortly after, in a reception room, Chen Shui brought in a suitcase. Placing it aside, 2 million in cash and the heart of the ocean are all inside. What do you need this for? You mentioned on the phone it was a good thing? Chen Ping smiled and recounted the details of Lin Yanran's kidnapping to Chen Shui, concluding, I suspect that Qin Hao is involved in this kidnapping. I asked Fatty to prepare a handgun, and unexpectedly, he brought me 2. I only need 1 for Gu Shui. They will never suspect she has a gun, and she has practiced shooting for several days, so she should be competent with it. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's eyes brightened. I see. You intend to use this as a means to eliminate him, correct? Chen Ping nodded, giving her a thumbs up. As expected of my elder sister, you are indeed astute. If we alert the police, it may only serve to raise suspicions. Instead, we should seize this opportunity to see if we can eliminate Qin Hao. However, Chen Ping furrowed his brow. But I worry Gu Shui might hesitate to pull the trigger. If they manage to get away with the money, you cannot blame me, sister. Chen Shui smiled wryly before addressing Chen Ping. You impudent boy, what are you saying? Both Qin Hao and Lin Yanran are no good. If the apocalypse arrives, they would be the cause of our demise. Having the chance to eliminate Qin Hao is a tremendous opportunity. A mere necklace worth a few hundred million pales in comparison. Pausing, Chen Shui added with concern, Chen Ping, you must prioritize your safety. If this plan succeeds, splendid. If not, do not force it. Your life is the most important, understood? You have no idea how many of them there might be. Chen Ping smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, sister. I can handle this. Now, I shall take my leave. Be careful. Chen Shui nodded, though a flicker of worry lingered in her heart. Yet, she understood that Chen Ping's actions were motivated by a desire to eliminate potential threats for the safety of their family. Thus, in such circumstances, she felt compelled to lend her support. Chen Ping, with his suitcase in tow, swiftly hailed a cab and returned to the residential complex where Gu Shui resided. As Chen Ping had surmised, across the street in a cafe, a young man donning sunglasses was intently observing the scene. Upon witnessing Chen Ping enter with his suitcase, the young man discreetly snapped a photograph and forwarded it to Qin Hao. Brother Hao, is this the person? I saw him enter with a suitcase. It must contain money. Qin Hao, glancing at the photo while embracing Lin Yanran at the hotel, felt a surge of excitement. Yes, that's him. This lad is Chen Ping. Haha, it seems they haven't reported us, and they must have prepared cash and jewelry. The young man, Qin Fei, felt a thrill at this news. Haha. In just over an hour, we can call them, right? Where are you? I'll come over shortly. Let us meet outside the unfinished building near the city gate. Qin Hao, grinning, ended the call. At that moment, Chen Ping had already returned to the room. Hearing the knock on the door, Gu Shui was momentarily startled. But upon peering through the peephole and recognizing Chen Ping, she breathed a sigh of relief. Once inside, Chen Ping sank into the sofa and said to Gu Shui, it's done. As Gu Shui opened the suitcase and beheld the cash and a magnificent necklace encased in a transparent box, she was deeply moved. Chen Ping had actually sought out his sister on her behalf. Thankfully, his sister was understanding and had entrusted such a valuable item to him. Closing the suitcase, Gu Shui turned to Chen Ping and said, thank you, Chen Ping. I truly don't know how to repay you. Chen Ping merely smiled. then retrieved a handgun from his pocket, loading it with bullets, and presented it to Gu Shui. This is for you. Seeing that Chen Ping had prepared a gun, Gu Shui felt a twinge of anxiety. This is for me? What about you? Chen Ping offered a wry smile. I initially intended to bring 2 guns, but I reconsidered. You should carry one. Regardless of whether they are Qin Hao's men or not, they will undoubtedly search me. Even if I brought a gun, it would be useless. He paused for a moment before earnestly stating, however, you are different. As a woman, they may hesitate to act recklessly. When the time comes, wear a looser dress and stockings, concealing the gun within the thigh-high stocking. This will provide a measure of safety. Since you are wearing a dress without pockets, they will easily see that you have no place to hide a gun. Surely, Qin Hao wouldn't dare to ask you to remove your dress for a search. This is an opportunity. Gu Shui nodded in agreement. It seems that is the only way forward, but I am somewhat worried about you. Chen Ping laughed softly. My dear, you are my woman, and Yanran is your daughter. Hence she is my daughter too. It is my duty to rescue her, even if it involves danger. Besides, with you armed, Qin Hao and his crew may not have firearms. At a crucial moment, you could protect me. Chen Ping surmised that Qin Hao and his associates were likely running low on funds, which was why they devised such a scheme. Since they were short on cash, they probably lacked firearms as well, though they might possess knives, which are inexpensive. Moreover, Lin Yanran being their ally would ensure their cooperation, leading them to believe they had no need for firearms given their numerical advantage. Glancing at the time, Chen Ping smiled and embraced Gu Shui. My dear, shall we indulge in a moment of intimacy? Gu Shui blushed and shot him a playful glare. What are you saying in broad daylight? Besides, they might call any moment now. Chen Ping chuckled. Isn't this a bit tense? Let us consider it a way to relax. Don't worry. They mentioned calling around 4 to 5 o'clock, so they will likely call around 4:30. Not too early, nor too late. We still have about 2 hours. Gu Shui felt bashful and hesitantly agreed. All right, fine. Chen Ping laughed again. Besides, you will need to change into a dress soon. I can assist you with that. Gu Shui found herself both amused and exasperated by Chen Ping's lightheartedness during such a serious moment. Yet, she could not deny that without Chen Ping's presence, she would be utterly lost. His presence provided her with an overwhelming sense of security and reassurance. Chen Ping leaned in, wrapping his arms around her waist, and kissed her, while his other hand was not idle. As time gradually passed, they spent over an hour in each other's embrace before concluding their intimate moment. Throughout, Gu Shui felt a flutter of nervousness, fearing that the kidnappers might call unexpectedly, but fortunately, they did not. Gu Shui changed into a flowing dress paired with black stockings before emerging from the room. Checking the time, she noted that precisely at 4:35 in the afternoon, an unfamiliar call came through. Taking a deep breath, she answered. Hello? Mom, help me. Woo-woo, came Lin Yanran's voice from the other end. Gu Shui's heart raced with urgency. Don't act recklessly. Don't harm my daughter. I have the money and the heart of the ocean you demanded ready. If you release my daughter, I will give you the money. Haha, excellent. As long as you cooperate, we will not harm your daughter. Make your way to the South City Gate, and once you arrive, call me back. I will provide you with further instructions. The caller hung up abruptly. Chapter 78. I demand a search quickly. Chen Ping and Gu Shui ventured out, hailing a taxi to the South City Gate. This location was close to a dilapidated, unfinished building where Qin Hao and his crew stood at a vantage point, observing the two. Qin Fei smirked and said to Qin Hao, Brother Hao, Chen Ping has followed. Should we let Gu Shui go alone? Didn't you say that Chen Ping is quite formidable? Qin Hao chuckled coldly. What is there to fear? We have a hostage and knives. Even if he arrives, he won't dare to act recklessly. After a pause, he continued, Soon, we'll don masks, and Chen Ping won't recognize us. Faced with ruthless criminals, he might tremble in fear. Lin Yanran added, Exactly. With my mom nearby, she will surely prevent Chen Ping from acting out of line for my safety. This is the perfect chance to teach him a lesson. Qin Hao sneered. You're absolutely right, Yanran. This Chen Ping made me drink urine last time, and has beaten both you and me, causing us endless trouble. Now that he is here, we can finally settle the score. Once we acquire the goods, we'll retreat to the neighboring city for a while. After some time, you can find us, and we'll escape together. The thought of a bright future filled Lin Yanran's eyes with hope. Yes, Brother Hao, then life will be much easier for us. It's just a pity that my mom has worked hard her entire life and won't be able to enjoy it. Haha. If she chooses to live a life of poverty with Chen Ping, that is her own doing. She cannot blame anyone else. Qin Hao smiled and remarked, Moreover, as you mentioned, the Chen family has only one son. Who knows? One day he might come to his senses and reconcile with your mother. In that case, she will naturally live a good life, so there is no need for you to worry about that. We simply need to focus on living our own lives well. Lin Yanran nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, you are right." At that moment, Chen Fei's phone rang. Chen Hao promptly instructed everyone, "Put on your masks and tie Yanran to this chair. Proceed with the original plan immediately." Once all three had donned their masks, Chen Fei answered the call, saying, "So, have you arrived? Remember, we are watching you from the shadows. If you dare to call the police, we will take immediate action." Gu Shui replied, "Rest assured. We haven't called the police. It's just me and my boyfriend who have come. Where are you?" "Excellent." Chen Fei chuckled, then said, "Cross the street and walk 200 meters ahead. There is a dilapidated unfinished building. Enter the third building after you come in, then go up to the 8th floor. We will be waiting for you there." After hanging up, Gu Shui informed Chen Ping of the situation. Chen Ping nodded and walked with Gu Shui across the street, then proceeded forward for 200 meters until they reached the exterior of the unfinished building. The location was rather remote, with a sparse surrounding area. The adversaries must have been observing them from a vantage point for some time. "Do not fear, I am here," Chen Ping said with a smile. He added, "Moreover, they have no idea that you have been practicing shooting all along, nor do they know your marksmanship. Besides, rest assured, they are merely robbers. Even if you were to shoot them, the Chen family can handle this matter." Gu Shui nodded and followed Chen Ping inside, though she felt a bit anxious. Soon, the two ascended the stairs to the 8th floor. Lin Yanran, loosely tied to a chair with a cloth gagging her mouth, whimpered upon seeing Gu Shui and Chen Ping arrive, her disheveled hair suggesting she was pleading for help. Behind her stood 3 robbers. One held a knife against Lin Yanran's neck, while the others wielded large knives. "Release my daughter. I have brought the items. I can give them to you," Gu Shui shouted at the 3 men in front. Chen Hao remained silent, concerned that Gu Shui and the others might recognize him and report him to the authorities. Instead, he exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Fei. Chen Fei instantly understood and said, "How do we know your box isn't empty? Bring it over and let us see before we proceed." Another robber, Zhou Xing, added, "Wait, what if they brought weapons? I need to search them." After saying this, Zhou Xing approached Chen Ping. Chen Ping pretended to be frightened and hastily said, "Big brother, rest assured, we definitely haven't brought weapons. You outnumber us. We wouldn't dare to call the police, let alone bring weapons. Besides, it's just 400,200,000. Is it really worth it? You take the money. Release the person, and we will leave." "Haha, I think it's safer to search." Zhou Xing immediately patted down Chen Ping's body, and, finding no weapons, felt reassured. Soon, Zhou Xing approached Gu Shui. Chen Ping quickly interjected, "Big brother, she's just a woman, wearing only a dress, with no pockets. Do you really need to search her?" Zhou Xing, noticing Gu Shui's beauty, swallowed hard and replied, "Of course, what if she has some weapon?" Lin Yanran, observing this, kicked Chen Hao, who was standing nearby with a knife to her neck, in frustration. Chen Hao came to his senses and quickly said, "All right, Zhou, let it go." After speaking, Chen Hao felt speechless, realizing he had spoken. Chen Ping coldly chuckled and said, "Chen Hao, I didn't expect it was you. I thought your figure seemed familiar. Turns out you were this scoundrel." Chen Hao sneered coldly and said to Chen Ping, "Kid, so what if you know it's me? We 3 have weapons. What can you do to me?" He paused, then continued, "Kneel and apologize, or I will stab Lin Yanran." Chen Ping coldly laughed, stepped back a few paces with the suitcase, and said, "Why don't you try? If you dare, I will throw this suitcase down right here." "Fine. Open it, and let us see first." Chen Hao's lips twitched slightly before he relented, saying, "You too. Go check if the money is real." Chen Ping laid the suitcase flat, slowly unzipping it, and then opened it. Instantly, red bills appeared before their eyes, especially Chen Fei and Zhou Xing, who had never seen such a large sum of money. Their eyes widened in amazement. Furthermore, the box contained a diamond necklace adorned with dozens of diamonds. The largest blue diamond glistening impressively, clearly something extraordinary. My goodness, so much money. Chen Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. Seizing the moment, Chen Ping suddenly stood up and sprang into action. Chen Fei had not anticipated Chen Ping would resist, even with weapons in hand. Thus, caught off guard, Chen Ping kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. The knife in Chen Fei's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. At that moment, Zhou Xing, seeing this, charged at Chen Ping with his knife. Chen Ping dodged skillfully, displaying impressive agility. "Stop, or I will kill her," Chen Hao shouted as he saw Chen Ping daring to resist. However, Chen Ping seemed unconcerned, knowing that Chen Hao would not harm Lin Yanran. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Ping kicked Zhou Xing's knife away, and Zhou Xing grappled with Chen Ping as they fought on the ground. "Damn it, I see you are seeking death." Chen Hao, witnessing the struggle, could no longer hold back. Clenching his knife, he strode toward Chen Ping. In truth, Chen Ping was deliberately feigning weakness, engaging with Zhou Xing, while his gaze occasionally flickered toward Qin Hao, anticipating that this would be the moment Qin Hao would come to assist. Sure enough, as Chen Ping had predicted, Qin Hao charged at him with the knife, intending to stab Chen Ping repeatedly. After all, Chen Ping had made his days quite unbearable, and he could no longer tolerate it. No, Gu Shui cried out in alarm. However, Qin Hao paid her no mind. To him, she was merely a woman and posed no threat. Raising his knife, he aimed to stab Chen Ping, while Gu Shui, witnessing this scene, was terrified and quickly reached into her dress to retrieve her handgun, realizing that Qin Hao not only kidnapped her daughter, but also intended to kill Chen Ping. She gritted her teeth and aimed at Qin Hao. Lin Yanran initially felt a surge of delight upon witnessing Chen Ping about to be struck by Qin Hao's dagger. She thought that not only would Chen Ping be killed, but it would also bring her a certain satisfaction to stab him a few times. However, her elation turned to panic when she saw Gu Shui draw a handgun from her skirt and aim it at Qin Hao. Lin Yanran was utterly alarmed. She intended to shout a warning, but her mouth was gagged for the sake of the act, rendering her voiceless. The sound of gunfire rang out repeatedly, leaving Lin Yanran in shock as Gu Shui fired 3 shots, all of which struck Qin Hao, one of them hitting his heart with pinpoint accuracy. Qin Hao turned to face Gu Shui, his expression one of disbelief and resentment as he collapsed. Qin Fei, who had just picked up a watermelon knife from the ground, stood frozen in fear upon hearing the gunshots. Stop! Stop! Gu Shui shouted, causing the scuffle between Chen Ping and Zhou Xing to cease. Qin Hao, brother Hao, what? What happened to you? Zhou Xing and Qin Fei rushed over to check on Qin Hao, only to discover that he was already dead. Chen Ping approached, seizing Gu Shui's handgun and advancing toward Qin Fei and Zhou Xing. Please, don't kill us. We were all acting under Qin Hao's orders. Qin Fei exclaimed. Meanwhile, Gu Shui hurried to untie Lin Yanran. Chen Ping, regarding the 2 men before him, fired 2 shots, each aimed directly at their heads. Both Gu Shui and Lin Yanran, who were in the midst of the untying process, were startled by the sudden gunfire. Gu Shui, trembling with fear, crouched down. Upon realizing that Chen Ping had killed the 2 men, Gu Shui was taken aback. After all, the threat they posed was now negligible. Nevertheless, Chen Ping's decisive actions astonished her. Lin Yanran, with tear-filled eyes and a red gaze, emitted muffled sounds of distress. Gu Shui, noticing Lin Yanran's intense reaction, snapped back to reality and removed the cloth from her mouth before continuing to untie her. Mom, are you out of your mind? How could you kill Qin Hao? You. How could you do that? Lin Yanran finally found her voice, scolding her. As Gu Shui finished untying Lin Yanran, she was taken aback by her words. Lin Yanran rushed forward, kneeling before Qin Hao and weeping. Qin Hao, how could you die like this? What am I to do now that you are gone? Gu Shui, in shock, hurried over to Lin Yanran, saying, Yanran, what is happening? They kidnapped you, and Qin Hao was about to kill Chen Ping. I had no choice but to shoot him. He deserved it. Why are you defending him? Mom, Qin Hao was just joking with you. We only wanted to make some money. He wouldn't hurt me, boo-hoo. Qin Hao, Lin Yanran cried out, her sobs heart-wrenching. At that moment, a group of police officers burst in, accompanied by Chen Shui. Sister, what are you doing here? Chen Ping asked, astonished by her swift arrival. I placed a tracking device in the suitcase's handle. I called the police as soon as you arrived at this unfinished building, Chen Shui replied with a faint smile. She reassured Chen Ping, don't worry, I have explained everything to them. You acted in self-defense. One of the female officers approached Chen Ping and Gu Shui, stating, Mr. Chen Ping and Miss Gu Shui, we will need you to accompany us to the station shortly to take a statement. Chen Ping nodded in agreement, no problem. Please remove the bodies of the 3 robbers. The female officer, evidently the leader, commanded the others with a wave of her hand. Officer, they acted with intent. It was deliberate. Lin Yanran exclaimed, watching in disbelief as Qin Hao's body was taken away. Moments later, she rushed over to the female officer, pleading, you must understand. I need to speak. The officer glanced at her and replied, you will also need to come with us. Chen Ping smiled gently at Lin Yanran, saying, Yanran, we acted to save you, and you know what you should and shouldn't say? You wouldn't want to end up in trouble, would you? Lin Yanran found herself at a loss. If she were to claim she was in cahoots with Qin Hao and the others, Chen Ping and Gu Shui could argue self-defense. But what about her? Would she also be apprehended? Deep down, she realized that things were not as straightforward as they seemed. How could her mother have obtained a handgun? Qin Hao's death was undoubtedly linked to Chen Ping. At that moment, Lin Yanran felt an overwhelming urge to confront Chen Ping. Yet she understood that there were certain truths she could not voice. Chapter 80. Why did you shoot him? With reddened eyes and a heavy heart, Lin Yanran felt helpless. Qin Hao was dead, and she could not speak recklessly, for if she were to perish, who would avenge Qin Hao? Chen Ping soon closed the suitcase and handed it to Chen Shui. Sister, everything is intact. Chen Shui nodded with a smile. Yes. Gu Shui looked at Chen Shui and said, Thank you, Miss Chen. Chen Shui playfully replied, Oh, there's no need to mention it. What can I do when my brother is so fond of you that he came to plead with me? Lin Yanran shot a fierce glare at Gu Shui before leaving with the police. Indeed, Chen Ping and his companions were merely taken in for questioning and made a statement before being allowed to leave. As Chen Ping had anticipated, Lin Yanran was forthright, stating that Qin Hao had kidnapped her and they had fired in self-defense. However, once outside, Lin Yanran shot a venomous glare at Gu Shui, asking Mom, Why did you shoot? You knew it was Qin Hao, why did you kill him? Why? While she was indifferent to the fates of Qin Fei and Zhou Xing, the loss of Qin Hao filled her with bitterness. She knew Chen Ping must have procured the gun, otherwise, Qin Hao would still be alive. Yet, she could not come to terms with Gu Shui having shot Qin Hao. Gu Shui sighed, You ask me? I want to know why you conspired with Qin Hao to deceive me. Do you know how worried I was when I found out you were kidnapped? At this point, Gu Shui paused and continued. Qin Hao got what he deserved. If it weren't for your scheme to extort money, do you think he would have died? I love Chen Ping. He is my man, and Qin Hao intended to kill him. In that situation, I had no choice but to pull the trigger. Yanran, wake up. Qin Hao is already with your friend. Why do you still defend him? As Gu Shui reached out to grasp Lin Yanran's arm in an attempt to comfort her, Lin Yanran shrugged off Gu Shui's hand and retorted, Mom, Qin Hao and I have not broken up. Tan Xiao is not with Qin Hao. What are you thinking? We were merely acting for you. Otherwise, how could there be a story to tell? As Lin Yanran gazed resentfully at Gu Shui, she remarked, Heh, Chen Ping is your man, and you should consider him. But have you ever thought that I am your daughter? If you had cooperated with us and helped us film some videos to threaten the Chen family, would Qin Hao and I have resorted to such measures? Ultimately, if it weren't for you, Qin Hao would still be alive. It is you and Chen Ping, who have caused his demise. Gu Shui was taken aback, realizing that Lin Yanran had been deceiving her all along. With a self-deprecating smile, she confronted Lin Yanran. So, your temptation of Chen Ping last time was genuine. Not merely a test of his love for me, was it? Lin Yanran chuckled, Of course. It seems you are not entirely foolish. I originally thought Chen Ping still loved me, and that your reluctance to assist us in filming was simply to provoke me. I figured I could sacrifice myself to make him taste sweetness and seize the opportunity to gather some footage. Who would have thought that Chen Ping, that scoundrel, would be so stubborn? Even when I offered myself to him, he refused. Gu Shui could no longer endure the conversation and slapped Lin Yanran across the face, exclaiming, Shut your mouth. How could I have raised such a daughter? You and Qin Hao are truly despicable. Lin Yanran, instead of retaliating with anger, merely laughed coldly, stating, Very well, I sever our ties. From now on, you shall have no daughter in me, nor I a mother in you. If it weren't for you, would I be this way? Would Qin Hao have ended up like this? After saying this, Lin Yanran turned and walked away. Gu Shui felt an overwhelming sadness, wanting to chase after her, but as she reached out, she found herself collapsing to the ground. Chen Ping observed from the sidelines, breathing a sigh of relief. In his past life, he, along with Gu Shui, his parents, and sister, had all perished, directly or indirectly due to Qin Hao and Lin Yanran. The true perpetrator was undeniably Qin Hao, as many events stemmed from his actions. Now that Qin Hao was dead, he believed that many things would create a butterfly effect, potentially allowing himself and his family to survive. As for Lin Yanran, she had often been incited by Qin Hao during the apocalypse. With his demise, she would likely not stir up too much trouble alone. Of course, if the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. After a while, Gu Shui stood up. Chen Ping embraced her, saying, My dear, this is not your fault. You acted to protect me when you fired that shot. Moreover, if Lin Yanran hadn't deceived you into believing she had broken up with Qin Hao, you might not have even fired. Gu Shui wiped her tears and looked at Chen Ping, asking, Chen Ping, is this really not my fault? Am I truly blameless? Chen Ping nodded, affirming, My dear, this is not your fault at all. Qin Hao was merely seeking his own demise. As for Yanran, she is likely still angry. After all, Qin Hao's death will undoubtedly sadden her. In time, she may come to realize her mistakes. Gu Shui found Chen Ping's reasoning sound, and after his soothing words, she nodded. I hope so. The couple soon returned home. Chen Ping, fearing that Gu Shui might be emotionally affected by the memories, suggested she stay with him for a few days. Once they sat on the sofa, Chen Ping turned to Gu Shui and said, Shui, there is something I must tell you. Once the apocalypse arrives, do not trust anyone who is not completely reliable. Do not let your compassion blind you. Some may turn against you. Furthermore, When we take action, we must always retain a measure of caution. He paused momentarily before continuing. During the early days of the apocalypse, our priority must be to survive, ensuring our own safety first. Do you understand? Gu Shui considered his words carefully before nodding earnestly. Yes, I will do my best to adapt. At least now that we know the apocalypse is coming, we can prepare in advance, which puts us ahead of others. After a moment, she added, I will listen to you. I trust you. Chen Ping smiled and added, also, my parents, sister, and friends like Lin Shui and Xia Xiaoai are all trustworthy. Chapter 81. They accept you. Gu Shui nodded, and with Chen Ping's comforting words, her spirits lifted considerably. That night, Chen Ping held Gu Shui as they slept. The following morning, concerned that Gu Shui might be upset due to Lin Yanran's situation, he called Xia Xiaoai over early. Upon learning the details, Xia Xiaoai felt a surge of joy inside but masked it, instead advising Gu Shui, Sister Gu Shui, there is no need to be angry. Everyone has their own path to follow. Besides, given the circumstances yesterday, you had to shoot to protect Chen Ping. I heard your marksmanship is quite impressive. She paused before continuing. Chen Hao deserved his fate. He resorted to despicable tactics. Your daughter is foolish to have liked someone like him. In truth, your killing Chen Hao is a blessing for her. She may be sad for a while, but eventually, she could find a much better partner than being with him. Chen Ping nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, if Yanran had stayed with Chen Hao, trouble was inevitable. If Chen Hao truly cared for Yanran, he would never have resorted to kidnapping her, even for a charade. Gu Shui concurred, I understand now. Your reasoning is sound. I hope Yanran can come to her senses soon. Meanwhile, at the Chen residence, Chen Sisi, Chen Xiai, and Chen Tianhao had also learned of Chen Hao's demise. Chen Tianhao clenched his fists, exclaiming, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. As Chen Ping previously stated, Chen Hao is no good. We all perished because of him during the apocalypse, and he was responsible for Chen Ping's death. Now that he is gone, surely the past will not repeat itself. Chen Sisi's eyes lit up, indeed. Chen Ping is quite clever. He used Gu Shui's hand to eliminate Chen Hao. How satisfying. Chen Xiai was equally thrilled, if that is the case. Will everything not be completely altered? Could it be that the apocalypse will not come at all? If the apocalypse does not arrive, that would be splendid. Chen Shui sighed and replied, I would prefer that, but Chen Ping's estimate is precarious. We have merely killed Chen Hao, at most. We will not die because of him during the apocalypse. She paused before adding, however, a minor change like this is unlikely to prevent the apocalypse from occurring. Chen Sisi contemplated before saying, Chen Ping mentioned that in 15 days, the moon will be 3 to 4 times larger than usual. We shall see then if that is the case. If so, the apocalypse may still come. Chen Tianhao pondered for a moment before stating, Lin Yanran was so infatuated with Chen Hao. Now that he is dead, especially at the hands of Gu Shui, I wonder if she will harbor resentment towards her mother. Bai Rulin, who was nearby, nodded in agreement. I believe she will indeed resent her. Chen Tianhao smiled and remarked, this Gu Shui is not only beautiful, but also possesses a discerning nature. She is indeed quite different from her daughter. She does not covet our family's wealth, nor does she harbor intentions to extort us on her daughter's behalf. After a brief pause, Chen Tianhao continued, CC, why don't you call Chen Ping and inquire about the situation over there? Then tell him that I am willing to accept Gu Shui as our Chun family's daughter-in-law. Let him bring her back to live with us. Upon hearing this, Chen Sisi felt a surge of joy in her heart and immediately replied, Dad, have you come to a decision? Chen Tianhao sighed, alas, the end of the world is approaching. Although Chen Hao has passed away, we cannot predict how long we will survive in this impending apocalypse. It is better to spend some quality time with my son. He paused again before adding, thus, maintaining appearances seems less significant. Bai Rulin shot Chen Tianhao a glance, saying, you stubborn old man, it's good that you understand. Chen Tianhao was left speechless, wondering when he had become the stubborn one. After a while, Chen Sisi went out to make the call. Upon learning that Lin Yanran had actually severed ties with Gu Shui and left home, Chen Sisi felt even more elated and promptly conveyed Chen Tianhao's words to Chen Ping. At that moment, Chen Ping was practicing shooting with Xia Xiaoai and Gu Shui. Once he hung up the phone, he called the two over and cheerfully announced to Gu Shui, I have good news for you. Haha. My dad said he is willing to accept you as his daughter-in-law, and you can move back to the Chen family with me. Xia Xiaoai chimed in excitedly, that's wonderful. Sister Gu Shui, your in-laws are ready to welcome you. Gu Shui was taken aback, not expecting the Chen family to accept her so swiftly. After all, Chen Tianhao and the others had previously thought she was considerably older than Chen Ping, which had led to their disapproval of their relationship. Gu Shui gazed at Chen Ping in disbelief. Really? They are willing to accept me? Chen Ping nodded. Yes, I believe my elder sister recognized your discernment and good character. So she must have spoken highly of you to my dad, prompting him to change his mind. Gu Shui exhaled deeply. That's fantastic. Honestly, I do not care about wealth as long as I am with you. However, gaining your parents' approval would certainly be a bonus. Chen Ping chuckled and added, let's head back this afternoon. Oh, shall I? You should come with us too. You will be part of our family now, and it's been a while since you visited. Xia Xiaoi eagerly nodded. Sure, let's go together this afternoon. After contemplating, Gu Shui suggested, perhaps we should skip shooting practice for now. It's my first time visiting your family, and I should buy a gift. Let's go choose something. After saying this, Gu Shui frowned, pondering what would be appropriate given the Chen family's wealth. Remembering the necklace worth 400 million she had seen yesterday, she felt overwhelmed. She could not afford extravagant gifts, yet feared that inexpensive items would not meet their expectations. Chen Ping interjected, there's no need to buy anything. I feel they lack nothing. Your presence alone is sufficient. Gu Shui hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? Chen Ping reassured her. There is nothing wrong with it. Just trust me. With a grin, Gu Shui acquiesced. All right, then I shall go as I am. Xia Xiaoi laughed. Hee hee. I will also go along. After finishing their shooting practice, the trio enjoyed lunch, then drove back to the community together. After taking a shower and changing clothes, they packed their belongings and headed to the Chen residence. Upon arriving at the Chen villa, Gu Shui stepped out and gazed at the several luxurious villas, exclaiming, these are all magnificent villas. Your family must be incredibly wealthy. Xia Xiaoi covered her mouth and chuckled. This is nothing. They own numerous companies and assets. Xiaoi. Gu Shui. Long time no see. Chen Shui and Chen Cc were taking a stroll in the yard when they noticed the three approaching. Chen Cc smiled and stepped forward. Gu Shui felt a bit shy and greeted them with a slight smile. Miss Chen, Miss Cc, hello? Chen Shui rolled her eyes at Gu Shui, saying, you are being overly formal. Since my dad has said so, we are now family. You can call me Chen Shui, or even big sister. Ahem, even though you are a bit older than me, if you marry Chen Ping, you must call me big sister. Chen Cc added playfully, right? I will be your second sister from now on. Don't worry. All three of us sisters will dote on our little brother, so as his wife, you will naturally be cherished. Gu Shui pondered for a moment. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she replied, greetings, big sister and second sister. And don't forget about your third sister. Not far away, Chen Xiaoi, who had been listening, approached with a cheerful smile, dressed beautifully like a little princess. Gu Shui responded, greetings, third sister. Haha, good. Chen Xiaoi laughed heartily and nodded. Xia Xiaoi tilted her head and asked Chen Ping, what about me? Chen Ping wrapped his arm around Xia Xiaoi's waist and replied, you should follow their example and call them big sister, second sister, and third sister. Hee hee, okay. Big sister, second sister, third sister. Xiao Ai will also be your sister-in-law from now on. Xia Xiaoi said with a sweet smile. Very well, look at you, child. You seem to be incredibly happy now. Chen Shui teased, linking her arm with Xia Xiaoi's. Dad has instructed the chef to prepare an abundance of delicacies for dinner. Xiao Ai, you should stay with us tonight. We have plenty of rooms in Chen Ping's house. Chen Cc chimed in cheerfully. Xia Xiaoi responded, sounds great. I won't be shy about it. I will bring some clothes over another day and stay here often. Chen Ping chuckled, that is certainly no problem. With that, Chen Ping paused before addressing the two lovely ladies. Come along, Gu Shui, Xiao Ai, let us head to my villa to choose rooms. Soon, they arrived at Chen Ping's villa and ascended to the second floor. There were several rooms, and after a moment of contemplation, Chen Ping suggested, how about this? Instead of choosing, you can stay next to my room. This way, it will be convenient for me to visit you or vice versa. All right, Gu Shui. You can choose first. I have no preference. Xia Xiaoi smiled. Gu Shui felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly replied, you should choose Xiao Ai. I am fine with any room. Chen Ping shook his head. You too, please stop being so polite. If you keep this up, we'll never settle on anything. Then I will take the left room, and Gu Shui can have the one on the right. Xia Xiaoi decided after thinking for a moment. Gu Shui nodded, finally opening the door to the right room with her suitcase in hand. Chen Ping entered, addressing Gu Shui. This place has everything, except for shampoo and shower gel. We can go buy some later. Gu Shui gazed at the spacious room and large bed, feeling a surge of emotions. Is this the true life of the wealthy? Such a grand villa and exquisite room were beyond her previous imagination. However, the thought of the impending apocalypse in just over 40 days filled her with trepidation. All right, now that you've settled in, let us head downstairs to meet Mom and Dad, Chen Cc said after Gu Shui had organized her belongings. The group soon arrived at another villa, where they encountered Chen Tianhao and Bai Rulin. Upon seeing a dressed-up Gu Shui, Chen Tianhao and Bai Rulin couldn't help but be impressed. At that moment, Gu Shui appeared even more graceful than before, her figure and beauty making her seem only a few years older than Chen Ping, evoking a breathtaking aura. Of course, Xia Xiaoai was also a beauty in her own right, embodying a charming and sweet style, with an equally impressive figure. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Gu Shui approached nervously. Chen Tianhao nodded and spoke slowly. Since you and Chen Ping are together and share mutual affection, I have no objections. From what I've learned about you, you are a decent person, so from now on, we are all family. There is no need for formality. Hearing this, Gu Shui felt a wave of emotion and quickly replied, Okay, I understand. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Xia Xiaoai also smiled. Haha, please, take a seat and relax. Chen Tianhao laughed heartily. I've prepared plenty of delicious food. Let us enjoy a few drinks together as a family tonight. Xia Xiaoai chimed in, Uncle Chen. Are you aware that Chen Ping and I are together? Chen Tianhao chuckled. Of course I know. Cici is quite the blabbermouth. Do you think she wouldn't tell me? Chen Cici blushed and shot a glare at Chen Tianhao. I thought you didn't know. From now on, I'm Chen Ping's girlfriend. Xia Xiaoai giggled, then added, No, we will definitely be together forever. Like Gu Shui, I'll be your daughter-in-law too. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianhao asked Xia Xiaoai, By the way, do your parents know? Do they approve? Xia Xiaoai pouted and replied, My parents naturally know and approve of my relationship with Chen Ping. But I haven't yet dared to tell them about Chen Ping and Gu Shui. I'll discuss that later. After all, my life is my own to decide. And their opposition won't matter. Chen Tianhao laughed heartily. Haha, it seems your parents are at a loss with you. Xia Xiaoai raised her head defiantly. There is no way around it. For my happiness, I must stick to my beliefs. My love is my own to govern. Chapter 83. Truly a son of Xia. Cheers. At the dining table, Bai Rulin appeared exceedingly joyful. Previously, she had no daughter-in-law. And now Chen Ping had brought back two, a double joy indeed. Although Gu Shui was slightly older, she didn't appear aged and was incredibly beautiful. Most importantly, Gu Shui exuded a subtly affluent aura, coupled with a commendable worldview, which made Bai Rulin quite pleased with her. As for Xia Xiaoai, she was the daughter-in-law they had anticipated for Chen Ping, and now she had become his partner, which was simply splendid news. Cheers. Chen Tianhao cheerfully clinked glasses with everyone, then downed his glass of red wine in one go. After sitting down, Bai Rulin turned to Xia Xiaoai and Gu Shui. Xiaoai, you and Gu Shui must put in the effort. I'm eagerly awaiting my grandchildren. Chen Cici chimed in with a smile. Yes, you two must work hard together. Gu Shui couldn't help but blush, feeling shy as she remarked, I can't think about that right now. The apocalypse is about to arrive. If I were to become pregnant and a monstrous beast were to chase me, I wouldn't be able to run. Xia Xiaoai gasped at this, nodding in agreement. Yes, I think you're overthinking it, Gu Shui. If one were to become pregnant during the apocalypse, it would be nearly impossible to resist. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression grew solemn. Chen Tianhao, a former soldier, was particularly concerned for the safety of Xia. He looked at Chen Ping and said, Chen Ping, if what you say is true, you have been reborn. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't be with Gu Shui and Xiaoai. He paused before continuing. However, now that you are with both of them, many things have changed. Could this shift lead to a change in the arrival of the apocalypse, preventing it from occurring? Bai Rulin sighed. Indeed, it would be wonderful if it didn't come. Chen Ping smiled wryly. I too hope that the apocalypse never arrives. But we must be prepared nonetheless. Looking at everyone, Chen Ping continued. In 15 days, based on my previous life's experience, the moon will be exceptionally large and round that night, appearing 3 to 4 times its usual size. Experts cannot explain this phenomenon. However, the high-ranking officials in Xia did not take it seriously. Chen Shui interjected, so we can wait for 15 days to see if the giant moon appears. If it does, it indicates that the apocalypse is unlikely to change. If it doesn't, that would be a tremendous blessing. Chen Ping nodded yes. Perhaps we can use this to judge. If I remember correctly, 10 days after the moon, there will be a swarm of bats in the sky above our city. At that time, some thought it was an omen of an earthquake, but it wasn't. The next day, the bats simply flew away. Chen Tianhao acknowledged, Chen Ping. I heard you had Lin Shui begin preparing safe houses. Chen Ping confirmed, indeed. The villa on the mountain outside the city is quite suitable for conversion into a safe house and for refuge. As long as we prepare ample food and water, along with a few generators, we can safely endure the first 2 months inside. In those initial 2 months, the first wave of monstrous beasts descended from the apocalyptic realm, catching people off guard and resulting in many casualties. Some smaller nations were left with hardly any survivors. Pausing for a moment, Chen Ping continued. Although the Dixia military reacted swiftly and established many safety fortifications, many lives were still lost. Chen Tianhao, with a grave expression, looked at Chen Ping and asked, "Are you suggesting that the situation will improve after 2 months?" Chen Ping nodded slowly. 2 months later, not only had numerous fortresses been established, but humanity had also begun to awaken the ability to summon pets for combat. Although the law of the jungle prevailed, there remained a semblance of resistance. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao remarked, "If everyone had prepared in advance, certainly fewer lives would have been lost." Chen Ping agreed, stating, "Of course, Gu Shui and I have decided that 1 month before the apocalypse, we will broadcast this information through a live stream, regardless of whether people believe it. If even if you do, it may save some lives. Indeed, you are my son, Chen Tianhao, with the spirit of Dixia within you. This is what it means to be a son of Dixia." Chen Tianhao expressed his admiration for Chen Ping's thoughts, recognizing that Chen Ping was not merely concerned for his own survival, but also wished to save others as much as possible. Chen Ping nodded, adding, "However, once the apocalypse arrives, some individuals may reveal their darker natures. Those who are bloodthirsty are not to be trusted. Everyone must exercise caution." Chen Tianhao acknowledged this with a nod. By rule and interjected, "All right, everyone, let's eat something first. Otherwise, the dishes will get cold. For now, let us cherish each day." Chen Ping advised everyone, "Make sure to exercise and learn survival skills. It may enhance your chances of survival." After saying this, Chen Ping discreetly glanced at Gu Shui. Noticing her frown, he understood well that although Lin Yanran's actions had disappointed Gu Shui and Lin Yanran had threatened to sever ties, she was still Gu Shui's biological daughter, raised by her. Unless Lin Yanran were to perish, Gu Shui would inevitably worry for her safety. No one understood Gu Shui better than Chen Ping. That evening, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Xia Xiaoai's face was flushed, and she appeared somewhat dazed. Chen Ping supported her back to her room. Once he helped her onto the bed, he looked at Xia Xiaoai, dressed in a short skirt, and couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of her alluring thighs. "I can still drink," Xia Xiaoai mumbled, her lips appearing incredibly seductive. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, Chen Ping felt his heart race as he approached her, closed the door, and returned to kiss Xia Xiaoai. Chapter 84, True Feelings. Xia Xiaoai emitted a muffled sound as Chen Ping kissed her. She soon found her breath quickening, and her cheeks flushed even deeper. Chen Ping, captivated by Xia Xiaoai, embraced her passionately. Exhausted, Xia Xiaoai quickly fell asleep, and Chen Ping held her close as they both drifted off. The next morning, Xia Xiaoai felt a slight dizziness. Upon opening her eyes and discovering Chen Ping beside her, she was initially startled. However, fragments of the previous night's memories quickly surfaced in her mind, revealing that Chen Ping had taken advantage of her drowsiness. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. How could he have done such a thing while she was in a hazy state? Yet, the sensations from that moment were undeniably delightful. A sweet smile crept across her lips as she gazed at Chen Ping's sleeping face. She playfully placed a finger on his nose, gently tapping it, saying, "Humph, you little rascal, how dare you take advantage of me when I was not fully aware." Such mischief. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping awoke at that moment, and upon seeing Xia Xiaoai's adorable expression, he smiled and said, "Xiaoai, you're awake?" "Ah." Xia Xiaoai froze, her cheeks turning crimson as she hastily lay back down, pulling the blanket over herself, and retorted, "Humph, you naughty boy. You kept me up for so long last night, and now my legs feel a bit weak." She added playfully, "Humph, you must never do that again while I'm in a daze." However, Chen Ping flipped over, pinning her beneath him, and with a sly smile, he asked, "So, are you awake now? Does that mean we can do that again?" Xia Xiaoai's face reddened further as she shyly protested, "No way. Not again. It's too early for such things. Who says we can't do it early in the morning?" Chen Ping mischievously grinned before kissing her once more. And thus, Xia Xiaoai found herself once again swept away by Chen Ping's fervor. After they concluded their playful escapade, they showered together and changed into fresh clothes before heading downstairs. Upon arrival, they discovered Gu Shui had prepared breakfast. Gu Shui smiled gently. "I noticed you two seemed to be sleeping in, so I came down to cook. I found plenty of ingredients in the kitchen and made breakfast for you. Come and eat." Xia Xiaoai rushed over, taking Gu Shui's hand, exclaiming, "Sister Gu Shui, you are simply wonderful and so thoughtful. However, in the future, please let the chef handle such matters. After all, you are to be the matriarch of the Chen family." Gu Shui chuckled, "It's no trouble. I was idle anyway. I just wanted you to taste my cooking." After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, if I do nothing, I worry I might become useless." Xia Xiaoai responded with a smile, "You don't have to do nothing. You can accompany us shopping, play billiards, or enjoy other activities. And don't forget, You should also exercise more to enhance your well-being. Chen Ping nodded. Let us eat first. After breakfast, we can head to the shooting range to practice archery. My parents are going too, so we can all go together. After finishing breakfast, they all headed to practice archery. Days flew by, and Chen Ping's life was quite comfortable. He would occasionally visit Xia Xiaoai and then Gu Shui, relishing the sweetness of being with two exceptional women. One evening, Chen Ping returned to Gu Shui's room. Gu Shui frowned and said, Chen Ping, it seems Yanran still refuses to forgive me. She is still angry. She has blocked me on WeChat, and my calls go unanswered. She must have added me to her blacklist. Chen Ping sighed. Well, there's little I can do. It appears she has a deep affection for Qin Hao and truly resents you now. Perhaps you must consider that you never had this daughter. After saying this, Chen Ping embraced Gu Shui's waist, speaking intimately. My dear, you should live for yourself, you know? You sacrificed so much for Yanran in your first half of life. Yet she does not appreciate it. In fact, she has not considered you at all and even attempted to extort us by filming our private moments. A daughter like this is beyond saving. Gu Shui, upon hearing these words, could not help but sigh. She then shook her head and said, you are absolutely right. She has truly disappointed me. I never imagined she would become like this. After a brief pause, Gu Shui continued, however, regardless of whether she acknowledges me or not, she is still my daughter. I cannot bear the thought of her being slain by ferocious beasts when the apocalypse arrives. I wish to inform her that the end times are indeed real. Even if she cannot forgive me, it is better for her to be prepared. After saying this, Gu Shui turned to Chen Ping and added, I had previously informed her and Qin Hao about the apocalypse, but she simply would not believe my words. Chen Ping smiled wryly and reassured her, do not worry. In a few days, when the moon appears that night, many will certainly feel something unusual. At that time, we will broadcast the information that a multitude of bats will emerge 10 days hence. I believe that once what we say is validated, the news will spread swiftly. When Yanran learns of it, she will naturally come to believe your earlier words. Gu Shui's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she agreed, yes, I understand. After a moment, she added, now that I feel somewhat better, shall we perhaps take a bath? Gu Shui glanced at Chen Ping, revealing a hint of shyness. This fellow always made her feel what true joy was, and he understood her so well. Over the past few days, he had showered her with gifts, demonstrating immense kindness. She realized that her fondness for Chen Ping was growing. Initially, Gu Shui had thought that due to their age difference, conflicts would arise, and they would not get along. To her surprise, their personalities meshed remarkably well. At first, she had believed that Chen Ping might be with her merely to spite Lin Yanran, given his past as her devoted admirer. However, she now recognized that Chen Ping was genuinely serious and sincere towards her. In no time, Chen Ping took Gu Shui to bathe. However, to Gu Shui's astonishment, Chen Ping began to act playfully in the bathroom, thoroughly teasing her. Days passed swiftly, and only a month remained until the apocalypse was to arrive. Chen Ping sat on the balcony, engaged in a phone call with his friend Lin Shui. Lin Shui cheerfully assured him, do not worry, boss. It's all taken care of. The safe house has been completely remodeled according to your specifications and is ready. Tomorrow, I will begin moving things in. Chen Ping nodded and informed him, tonight at midnight, the moon will swell to 3 or 4 times its usual size, illuminating the night like day. If it appears, it will signify that the apocalypse is indeed approaching. Lin Shui's face fell as he exclaimed, oh my! Isn't Qin Hao already dead? I sincerely hope this does not come to pass. I would rather be busy this month than face any apocalypse. Lin Shui, momentarily speechless, suggested ending the call due to the late hour, thanking Chen Ping for his hard work and promising to visit the next day. After hanging up, Chen Ping descended to the garden of the villa, where Chen Sisi and others were enjoying tea. Summer Xia Ai was absent, having gone home to be with her parents. Mom and Dad, Summer Xia Ai explained. Chen Ping mentioned that around midnight tonight, the moon will be unusually large and round. Though it looks normal now, by evening it will appear 3 or 4 times its usual size, making the night as bright as day. After taking a sip of tea, she turned to Summer de Kuei and Luo Yulian. Summer de Kuei remarked, you said Qin Hao is dead, right? If that is the case, does that not give us a chance to survive during the apocalypse? Summer Xia Ai nodded. Without that scoundrel Qin Hao and Lin Yanran, the situation should be manageable. Brother Chen Ping said we can seek refuge in the safe house that Lin Shui has prepared, which is stocked with enough supplies for us to live comfortably for several months. Summer de Kuei replied, indeed, let us hope that with Qin Hao's demise, the future is altered and the apocalypse does not come. In their hearts, everyone from the Xia family, Lin family, and Chen Ping's circle prayed fervently. If the enormous round moon did not appear, it would indicate that the future had indeed changed, alleviating their worries. Yet, as Chen Ping gazed at the sky, a foreboding sensation gripped him. He felt that it was improbable for his rebirth or Qin Hao's death to significantly alter the impending apocalypse. The only change he could control was being with Gu Shui and ensuring they were prepared to survive. Time slipped away, and at midnight, the moon in the sky grew larger and larger. Chen Sisi stood up, incredulous, exclaiming, "It has appeared. It is so much larger than before and continues to swell." It seems Chen Ping was indeed telling the truth. This means we have only 1 month left until the apocalypse. As the surroundings brightened, Chen Tianhao frowned, his expression grave. "Chen Ping, it appears the apocalypse is truly approaching," he stated. "Tomorrow, you should broadcast live. By the way, isn't TCC a big star? Your Douyin account has quite a following. You should also go live and inform everyone that the apocalypse is imminent, so they can prepare supplies and fortify their homes." Chen Shi AI hesitated. "Dad, will we not be accused of spreading rumors? Isn't that inappropriate?" Chen Tianhao replied resolutely, "Regardless of whether others believe us or not, we must do our utmost to spread the word. I am confident that some will take it seriously." Chen Ping nodded yes. "Gu Shui and I will also find a room to broadcast from. If there are multiple live streams, it will lend more credibility to our warnings." Gu Shui agreed. "When we announce that a multitude of bats will appear in several cities in 10 days, along with a surge of rats and snakes, even if many do not initially believe us, once what we say is validated, they will inevitably start to trust our words." Chen Ping reflected, "Indeed, at the very least, those who believe us will have 20 days to prepare food." With a sigh, they acknowledged that the situation had indeed come to pass. As they looked around at the brightened surroundings, the Xia family collectively sighed. It seemed Chen Ping's words were true. In the afternoon, Lin Shui relayed Chen Ping's information to his parents. Lin Shui's father, Lin Zhongtian, dismissed his son's claims as nonsense and could not fathom anyone believing such absurdity. Upon learning that Lin Shui had collaborated with Chen Ping to convert the vast estate into a safe house, he was even more incensed, perceiving his son as foolishly reckless. Nevertheless, Lin Shui sought to validate his assertions by bringing them outside to witness the event. When the moon swelled to 3 or 4 times its usual size, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime, Lin Zhongtian was utterly astonished. At that moment, he was completely convinced. His wife, Zhuge Huayu, however, turned pale with fright. Could it be? Is this truly happening? Is the apocalypse really upon us? My heavens, husband, are we in danger? Lin Zhongtian replied gravely. Do not panic. If Chen Ping's words bear truth, and he claims to be a time traveler, we should follow his guidance to ensure our safety. After speaking, he turned to Lin Shui, saying, Lin Shui, the window glass must be reinforced and of high quality. Also, what about the walls and food supplies? How much have we prepared? Noticing his father's anxious demeanor, Lin Shui couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, weren't you just saying that I was being foolish? Why the sudden concern? Lin Zhongtian retorted, the apocalypse is imminent. How can I not be anxious? Besides, I had no idea you were speaking the truth. With confidence, Lin Shui assured him. Rest easy, both Chen Ping and I are well prepared on all fronts. You need not worry. At this point, Lin Shui paused and added, by the way, Chen Ping mentioned he would come by tomorrow to check things out. You should accompany us. It will ease your minds. If you have any additional concerns, feel free to voice them. All right, we shall go together tomorrow. The elderly couple exchanged glances and promptly agreed. Chapter 86. The Thrill of Spending Well, Parents. This aligns closely with my expectations. Certain matters are not easily altered. Chen Ping sighed, addressing the concerned Chen Tianhao and Bai Ruolin. Even if we cannot avert the apocalypse, what we can change is ourselves. Only by transforming ourselves can we increase our chances of survival. Indeed, Chen Tianhao responded, let us rest well. We shall discuss everything else tomorrow. Observing Chen Ping, it was evident that he had undergone a profound transformation. In the face of the impending apocalypse, he was the most composed among them. Even as a veteran, Chen Tianhao found a semblance of security in Chen Ping's demeanor, despite being unable to articulate why. There was an authenticity to his calmness that felt genuine. Soon, everyone returned to their respective villas. Chen Ping followed Gu Shui into her room. Upon noticing his presence, Gu Shui remarked, You're not planning to sleep with me again tonight, are you? With a playful grin, Chen Ping replied, Since Xiao AI has gone home. If I don't sleep with you, who else would I sleep with? Gu Shui shyly countered, But you have your own room. Chen Ping wrapped his arms around her, stating, My room feels empty without you. Do you wish for me to endure a solitary night? Being embraced by Chen Ping and hearing such words made Gu Shui feel sweeter than honey. Earlier that day, Bai Ruolin had even gifted Gu Shui a family heirloom bracelet, signifying her approval. Over time, Gu Shui discovered a camaraderie with Bai Ruolin, likely due to their similar ages, which made them feel as if they were close sisters. Stop it. You're not planning to tease me again, are you? Gu Shui blushed, unable to suppress her words. She realized that Chen Ping's embrace was not merely affectionate. His hands were also exploring her body, causing her heart to race. Ah, you know me well. With the apocalypse looming, we ought to savor every moment, Chen Ping declared before leaning in to kiss her alluring red lips. What is happening? Why does it seem as bright as day? At that moment, in a grand villa, a bald man was preoccupied with Lin Yanran while gazing at the moon in astonishment. This was a sight he had never encountered before. Typically, such extraordinary astronomical phenomena would be announced in advance, yet no such warnings had surfaced, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. The bald man appeared to be in his 40s, his corpulent physique giving off an oily impression. He stood tall, around 6 feet, but his considerable weight made him appear less than appealing. Lin Yanran, in contrast, looked diminutive beside him. In the glaring light, she hesitantly suggested, Tiger Yi, let us not linger on the balcony. It's too bright here. It would be unwise for others to see us. Shall we go inside? Indeed, this man was none other than Zhao Sanhu, known as Tiger Yi, a notorious figure in the underground world. Despite his size, he was a lecherous man, fond of playing with women. Many had fallen victim to his predatory gaze, and his ruthless nature was well known. A scar marred his face, indicating he was not a man to be trifled with. In his villa complex, several women resided, drawn by his wealth and influence. After the death of Qin Hao, Lin Yanran, feeling despondent and having severed ties with Gu Shui, found herself lost. After aimlessly wandering for several days, she ended up at the Tianlong bar, where she called upon Tan Xiao and others, indulging in extravagant spending that amounted to hundreds of thousands. Unfortunately, she was unable to settle the bill. In her drunken stupor, she boldly challenged anyone to end her life. Upon learning of her antics, Zhao Sanhu had her brought to his residence. Once there, he examined Lin Yanran closely and smiled, finding her quite appealing, with an alluring figure and a captivating face. Particularly, her defiant gaze amused him. He commanded that she be taken to his room, dismissing his men. Subsequently, Zhao Sanhu took advantage of Lin Yanran, teaching her a harsh lesson. Exhausted and bruised, she eventually fell asleep. When she awoke the following morning, Lin Yanran looked at the aging, unattractive man beside her and felt a wave of nausea. The memory of the previous night's violation left her speechless. However, she understood that she had little recourse against him, with dozens of men roaming his villa at all times. Escape was not an option as long as he chose to keep her captive. Her heart brimmed with hatred, directed at Chen Ping and Gu Shui. If they had cooperated, they could have secured ample funds from the Chen family, preventing Qin Hao's demise and her subsequent humiliation at the hands of this old man. Thus, she vowed to devise a plan for revenge against Qin Hao. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yanran dressed herself and pretended to leave, inquiring if the expenses incurred the previous night could be waived. To her astonishment, Zhao Sanhu expressed a keen interest in her, inviting Lin Yanran to remain as his woman and promising her a villa in her name. Additionally, he presented her with a bank card containing 50 million. I have never been so generous with other women, my dear. As long as you choose to be with me, everything you desire will be yours. After hearing this, Lin Yanran could no longer contain herself. She accepted the bank card and smiled at him, saying, very well, if that is the case, let us conclude this. Zhao Sanhu laughed heartily and then pushed Lin Yanran onto the bed, indulging in her once more. In the following days, Zhao Sanhu took Lin Yanran shopping, treating her exceptionally well. Although Lin Yanran felt a deep aversion towards this unattractive, rotund man, the thrill of spending money was undeniably exhilarating. Each time she spent, her vanity found satisfaction. Chapter 87. Help me kill someone, haha. Darling, don't be shy. I adore this thrilling sensation. Zhao Sanhu disregarded Lin Yanran's suggestions and continued to ravish her on the balcony. After their escapade, he finally went inside to dress. Exhausted, Lin Yanran rose and searched for a dress on the bed. After a moment's thought, she intentionally asked Zhao Sanhu, Brother Hu, there's nothing you cannot accomplish in Jiangqing, is there? Zhao Sanhu chuckled, Of course, I am the underground emperor of Jiangqing. Who would dare provoke me? Then, noticing a change in Lin Yanran's demeanor, he furrowed his brow and asked, What's wrong, my dear? You wouldn't happen to have a request, would you? Through the days of winning her over, Zhao Sanhu had noticed Lin Yanran becoming increasingly feminine and, once defiant, now submissive to his authority. Consequently, among his many women, Lin Yanran had become his favorite. Lin Yanran then asked, Could you have your men assist me in eliminating someone? Kill someone? Zhao Sanhu frowned. This is no trivial matter. My subordinates often engage in fights or break others' legs, but murder is something we should avoid if possible. After a brief pause, he continued, however, for your sake, I might consider it. Who do you wish to be rid of? Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran's spirits lifted, and she embraced his arm, saying, Chen Ping. Chen Ping? You mean the Chen Ping from the Chen family, the wealthy tycoon? Zhao Sanhu was taken aback. Lin Yanran nodded. Yes, that scoundrel pursued me, acting like my devoted admirer. Unfortunately, I do not fancy him, so he humiliated me. Brother Hu, please help me eliminate him. I've heard you're quite formidable yourself. Yet Zhao Sanhu replied, Are you out of your mind? Chen Ping is the son of Chen Tianhao. If you want me to kill him, I'd be courting death. He paused again and added, Let me inform you, there are many martial artists in this world, trained from a young age. A martial artist can contend with 20 or 30 ordinary people. Lin Yanran gasped. Is it akin to the martial arts depicted in films? Zhao Sanhu nodded yes. You could say that. They are categorized based on their strength into low-level, mid-level, and high-level martial artists. I have such fighters, but we cannot compare with the Chen family. I am not entirely sure how many martial artists they possess, but I know that Chen Tianhao's strength is quite formidable. It would be wise to avoid provoking them. Afterward, Zhao Sanhu embraced Lin Yanran and sheepishly said, Sweetheart, if you had someone else in mind, I could assist you. However, to offend the Chen family, that is a risk I'm not willing to take. Lin Yanran furrowed her brow, but suddenly had a realization, stating, It's fine, Brother Hu. Killing him wouldn't be an issue. Chen Ping has severed ties with his family. He is no longer a member of the Chen family. So even if you were to kill him, it wouldn't provoke them, I assure you. Zhao Sanhu stared at her, bewildered. Is that truly the case? Lin Yanran raised a hand in assurance. Of course, I'm not lying. It's the truth. Chen Ping has indeed cut ties with the Chen family. Impossible. Chen Tianhao's only son is his pride and joy. How could he sever ties with him? Zhao Sanhu clearly remained skeptical. Lin Yanran continued, Brother Hu, it happened because Chen Ping fell for an older woman, one nearly the same age as his mother. In a fit of rage, to save face, the Chen family expelled him. Seriously? That scoundrel is with an older woman? Zhao Sanhu exclaimed in astonishment. What a peculiar taste. Why not pursue a younger woman? Recalling Lin Yanran's description of Chen Ping as her admirer, Zhao Sanhu felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. He had managed to win over a woman coveted by the son of Jiangqing's wealthiest family, which only heightened his sense of accomplishment. This feeling was extraordinarily gratifying. Lin Yanran, however, dared not reveal the identity of the woman, only awkwardly stating, The woman is merely older. She is not unattractive. However, I still hesitate to act against him, she added. Zhao Sanhu chuckled awkwardly before continuing. While you say he has severed ties with the Chen family, if I were to kill him, Chen Tianhao might still intervene. Moreover, it's possible that Chen Tianhao merely spoke in anger, and at some point, he might forgive his son. I cannot take such a risk. Lin Yanran felt a wave of frustration. Was not Zhao Sanhu known for his ruthless nature? Why was he hesitant to assist her in this matter? This left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Zhao Sanhu glanced outside and deliberately changed the subject. Strange. Today's moon is extraordinarily bright. It's almost like daylight in my room. At that moment, Lin Yanran suddenly recalled something and said, By the way, Brother Hu, I remember Chen Ping mentioning that an apocalyptic realm would descend, and the end times are near. This bizarre moon, could it be that he spoke the truth? Zhao Sanhu sat on the edge of the bed, crossing his legs, and scoffed. What nonsense. You can't possibly believe such absurdity, can you? If an apocalypse were truly imminent, we would know soon enough. And besides, are we to believe an entire realm will descend? The distance from our blue planet to discovery seems to be nearly upon us. Do you understand? Lin Yanran, though skeptical of such absurdity, furrowed her brow as she glanced outside and remarked, However, the moon tonight does appear rather peculiar. Chapter 88. A notification. Zhao Sanhu gazed out and suggested, Let us address this tomorrow. The hour is late, and we should retire for the night. Lin Yanran, feeling equally helpless, contemplated for a moment before reclining beside Zhao Sanhu. The following morning, Chen Ping and his companions opened Douyin, and indeed, the platform was flooded with videos of the strange moon from the previous night. Some individuals found the moon enchanting, capturing beautiful photographs, while others felt unsettled but remained silent. The official announcement stated that experts deemed it merely a rare astronomical phenomenon, urging the public to remain calm. Despite this reassurance, many sensed an underlying issue. If it were truly just a unique astronomical event, why had it gone unpredicted? Were such occurrences truly beyond foretelling? At that moment, Chen Ping, accompanied by Chen Tianhao and by Rulin, drove towards a manor situated on a great mountain outside the city. Upon arrival, they discovered that the Lin family and the Xia family had also arrived early. Haha, long time no see, Brother Chen, exclaimed Xia Dakuai upon spotting Chen Tianhao and the others. Although he noticed Gu Shui, a striking beauty unfamiliar to him, he dismissed it, assuming she was merely a relative of the Chen family. Chen Tianhao responded with a smile, indeed. The events of last night have led me to believe that the arrival of the end times continent may be a reality. We must keep the matter of the safe house confidential. Only those whom we can fully trust should dwell within. Lin Zhongtian nodded in agreement, stating, "It is essential that untrustworthy individuals are not permitted to avert unnecessary complications." Chen Tianhao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lin family head, for your diligent efforts this past month." Lin Zhongtian replied modestly, "Oh, I truly had little involvement. It was Lin Shui who followed the designs provided by Chen Ping, hiring individuals and supervising the work. Come, let us proceed inside." As they entered the manor, the exterior appeared unremarkable, with ordinary walls and an iron gate. However, once inside, they found a completely transformed interior. The glass was bulletproof and specially reinforced. Rest assured, both entry gates have been fortified and equipped with hydraulic locks. Lin Shui explained as they walked. Upon opening one of the doors, they entered a corridor leading to a grand hall. The hall was tastefully decorated, featuring sofas, air conditioning, and a television. Rooms flanked both sides, each spacious enough to accommodate 2 beds. After inspecting the living quarters, Lin Shui guided them to another iron door, which revealed a vast space filled with numerous refrigerators and freezers. These will be stocked with dumplings, chicken, pork, and steak, providing ample provisions. There is also a kitchen where we can prepare meals, he smilingly elaborated. As for the restrooms, each bathroom contains a private toilet. And we have a dedicated storage area for drinking water, sufficient for 1 to 2 years, Lin Shui assured them. As he continued his presentation, they noted the inclusion of common medications such as antipyretics and antibiotics, indicating thorough preparation. Chen Ping interjected, "Do not worry. I have also requested Lin Shui to acquire a significant supply of cold weapons. Firearms, including handguns and sniper rifles, will be equipped with silencers to avoid attracting the attention of particularly perceptive beasts." Chen Tianhao scrutinized the arrangements, feeling increasingly satisfied with Chen Ping's planning. At that moment, Chen Ping added, "By the way, Lin Shui, we need to prepare additional surveillance cameras with independent wiring. Furthermore, procuring extra walkie-talkies and drones could prove useful." It was then that Chen Tianhao realized how much his son had matured, observing him with newfound respect. After touring the estate, they returned home. Before leaving, Chen Tianhao informed Lin Zhongtian and the others about the impending events in 9 days, suggesting that they might use a live broadcast to raise awareness about the approaching end times continent. Upon returning to the Chen residence, Chen Ping and his companions had lunch and then each retreated to a separate room, where they opened Douyin and initiated a live stream. "Wow, Chen Cici is live," exclaimed one viewer. "Indeed, our Cici grows more radiant by the day. Cici, I adore you." Another chimed in, "Cici, when will you release a new album?" As a celebrity, Chen Cici's stream quickly attracted over 10,000 viewers, with gifts flying in from all directions. However, she remained unhurried, waiting for more viewers to join. After performing 2 songs and surpassing 100,000 viewers, she paused the music, her expression turning serious. "Hello, my beloved fans. I regret to inform you of something that may be difficult for you to accept," Chen Cici stated gravely. "What is going on? Why does Cici look so serious?" Viewers wondered, could it be that Cici is retiring? She has always been so charming. Why the sudden change in demeanor? The audience began to speculate, some growing anxious. Unexpectedly, Chen Cici declared with utmost sincerity, "My dear friends, the end times continent is set to arrive in 29 days. I trust you all witnessed the extraordinary moon last night. It is one of the signs of the impending arrival." "What? This must be a joke. Cici is surely teasing us," one fan exclaimed. Another added, "Haha. She is definitely joking. I understand now. Her next album must be titled End Times Continent." Chapter 89. Integrity brings peace of mind clearly. The viewers in the live stream found it hard to believe Chen Cici's words, convinced that she was merely jesting. Many speculated that her next album would be called End Times Continent or something similar. Chen Cici had not anticipated such a reaction. She continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, what I am saying is true. I understand that you may find it hard to believe, but as a celebrity, I dare to make this statement based on certain evidence." At this point, Chen Cici paused momentarily before continuing. "In 9 days, both Jiangcheng and the nearby Hongcheng, as well as Longcheng, will witness the emergence of enormous bats, significantly larger than usual, which will fly above the cities." Upon hearing this, the crowd was left dumbfounded, and the live stream exploded with comments. "Oh my heavens, Cici. Are you joking? This can't be real, can it? After all, Cece's personality does not seem like that of someone who enjoys making jokes. Moreover, she is a star. If she speaks nonsense, what will become of her career? Many fans expressed various opinions, with some even beginning to secretly record the stream. However, in the face of these comments, Chen Cece remained unfazed and continued. Additionally, Tianhai City, Luocheng, Xingyao City, and several other cities will also experience anomalies. Some will see a surge in rats, while others will be plagued by numerous snakes. At that moment, a phone call came in. It was Chen Cece's manager. Cece, what are you doing? You finally have a chance to live stream, and you say such things? Are you trying to ruin yourself? With statements like these, I can't protect you, the manager said angrily over the phone. Spreading such rumors is unacceptable. If it were a regular person, it might be easier to manage. But Chen Cece is a star. After gaining a little fame, to say such things now would jeopardize her future. Nonetheless, Chen Cece chuckled and replied, what I am saying is true, Xiajia. You should also start reinforcing your home, prepare plenty of food, and ideally, don't go out for the next 2 months. It would be best to find a safe place to hide, like a cave. On the other end of the line, Xiajia was utterly dumbfounded, wondering if Chen Cece was experiencing some mental issue. Just as she was about to respond, she realized that Chen Cece had already hung up. Xiajia was left speechless. At that moment, she re-entered Chen Cece's live stream, where Chen Cece was still speaking. I hope everyone believes me. My fans, I love you all. It is precisely because I care for you that I am sharing this information in advance. This is all true. The end of the world is approaching. In just 9 days, if what I say proves accurate, I hope you all prepare adequately, stock up on food and weapons for self-defense. After 2 months, things will improve. By the way, there are still 29 days until the end of the world arrives, Chen Cece continued. Chen Ping, who rarely posts content and has few fans, entered his stream only to find a handful of viewers, with some dismissing him as nonsensical. He quickly exited, realizing his small following was of no use. Thus, he soon found himself in Chen Cece's live stream, where the audience was lively and swelling. His heart leapt. Indeed, being a celebrity made a difference in attracting fans. He quickly moved to his elder sister's stream, which, although not as chaotic as Chen Cece's, still had a significant number of viewers. After all, Chen Shui was a beauty, and even casual content attracted hundreds of thousands of followers. Moreover, her status as a beautiful CEO drew even more attention. Although her fanbase was smaller than Chen Cece's, she still boasted nearly 1 million followers. In her stream, over 40,000 viewers were watching simultaneously. Among these viewers were numerous businessmen and entrepreneurs. Chen Shui, like Chen Cece, shared similar content, urging everyone to prepare and informing them about which cities would experience anomalies in 9 days. No way, the beautiful CEO Chen Shui rarely live streams. One viewer remarked, yes, I've been following her for so long and have never seen her go live before. Now, on her first stream, she is delivering such explosive content? Isn't she worried about being banned by the platform? Another added, what is going on with Chen Shui today? She is usually so rational. Why is she saying such things? Don't you know? Jiangxing's wealthiest person is also live streaming, Chen Shui's father. He is discussing the arrival of the end of the world too. Could this be real? Brothers, better safe than sorry. If we can gather more supplies, we should, another viewer chimed in, concerned. Chen Shui's live stream was in complete chaos, with all sorts of comments flooding in. In particular, many were shocked, having just come from Chen Tianhao's stream, which also had thousands of viewers in disbelief. Chen Ping smiled slightly, confident that this would create quite a stir. Additionally, the heads of the Lin family and the Xia family were also streaming. Xia Zioi's stream had several thousand viewers, as the attendance for a beautiful woman's stream was naturally high. However, after about an hour, the live streams of Chen Shui, Chen Cece, and Chen Tianhao were swiftly banned, even facing a 3-day suspension. That evening, Chen Cece sipped red wine at the dining table with her family. She reflected, regardless of the outcome, we have done our best, even though we have been banned. Many people learned of this matter today. Chen Shui agreed. Yes, the key is that many will capture screenshots of our stream, and many will share it. As it spreads from 10 to 100, more people will soon be aware. Chen Ping nodded with a smile. This wave of publicity is sufficient. I know many may not believe us initially, but after 9 days, once our claims are validated, a significant portion will trust our words. Chen Tianhao also nodded seriously. What Chen Ping said is true. Regardless, we have acted with integrity. Chapter 90. You should just give up on her. Well, my stream hardly had anyone. Just over 1,000 viewers. Still, I did my best. Gu Shui said with a shy smile, then added. Chen Ping laughed. Haha. Perhaps because you haven't streamed much before. But you are a beauty, so having this many viewers is quite good. I only had a few, and I decided not to stream. Uft. She couldn't help but laugh at Chen Ping's few viewers. Chen Ping, you really are lacking. Only a few? I have over 10,000. Chen Ping replied, what can I say? You're a beauty. You know that beautiful people always attract more attention. But most of your followers are probably just lecherous. Just then, Xia Xiaowai cheerfully walked in. Chen Ping glanced at her and chuckled. Why did you arrive so late? We have already begun our meal. You could have come earlier. Chen Tianhao added with a smile. Indeed, had you informed us of your arrival, we could have waited for you. Xia Xiaowai chuckled lightly and replied, did you not just begin eating a short while ago? My timing is quite perfect. A servant promptly brought forth bowls and chopsticks, and Xia Xiaowai poured herself a glass of red wine, beginning to sip it. Having consumed a considerable amount of wine, Xia Xiaowai decided not to return home that night and stayed at Chen Ping's residence. Chen Ping then entered Xia Xiaowai's room, and they engaged in some indescribable activities. The days flew by, and before long, 9 days had passed. Chen Ping instructed everyone to refrain from venturing outside, urging them to keep their doors closed and simply enjoy wine and delicacies at home. Haha. Didn't Chen Sisi and Chen Shui mention that numerous bats would swarm Jiangxing today? Why have we not seen a single one? Within the luxurious estate of Zhao Sanhu, Lin Yanran wore a cold smile, fully aware of the live broadcast featuring Chen Sisi and the others. After all, the event had garnered significant attention, even trending due to the unique statuses of Chen Tianhao, Chen Shui, and Chen Sisi. However, this matter was soon forgotten by many. Naturally, some individuals unconsciously stocked up on extra food to store in their refrigerators. Do you really believe the nonsense they spouted? Zhao Sanhu laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Lin Yanran's waist. Come, let me take you shopping. I spotted a lovely handbag the other day that would suit you perfectly. Lin Yanran's eyes sparkled at his words. Tiger brother, really? You are too kind to me. The two soon strolled out together. However, as they stepped outside the villa and prepared to drive away, they noticed a dark mass in the sky, an unknown entity heading their way. Oh no, bats. Goodness. Why do they all appear to be the size of geese? As the creatures drew closer, Lin Yanran was left dumbfounded. Numerous bats descended, seemingly intent on attacking the humans below. Terrified, Lin Yanran hurriedly retreated with Zhao Sanhu into the villa, closing all the windows. Zhao Sanhu stood behind the glass door, gazing at the thick swarm of bats outside. Heavens, is this real? Could the apocalypse truly be upon us? Lin Yanran was equally frightened. How could this be? Tiger brother, what do we do? Is the end really near? Zhao Sanhu's expression darkened significantly. If what Chen Sisi and the others said is true, that would be terrifying. We need supplies and weapons. Tomorrow, I will arrange for weapons to be procured and stock up on supplies for our villa. Fear not. There is nothing to be afraid of. With truth on my side, I embody truth itself. Clenching his fist, Zhao Sanhu felt a surge of confidence. Their villa was indeed stocked with some weapons, but he deemed it insufficient. Given that the apocalypse was imminent, he resolved to acquire more weapons and sturdy equipment. Hearing this, Lin Yanran playfully pouted at Zhao Sanhu. Tiger brother, you must protect me. Zhao Sanhu reassured her, rest assured, with me around. What is there to fear when the end comes? I possess firearms and weapons, and I am a warrior. With a cold smile, Zhao Sanhu added, the apocalypse may signal the end for ordinary people, but for me, Zhao Sanhu, it could very well be my chance to rise. Lin Yanran, upon hearing this, smiled brightly at him. Tiger brother, you are truly remarkable. I find myself increasingly admiring you. Meanwhile, other cities began to exhibit frightening phenomena, mirroring the accounts shared in Chen Sisi's live broadcast. Is it truly happening? Although the following day, the bats dispersed, and some rats or snakes vanished or were killed. By then, everyone was convinced that the apocalypse was merely 20 days away. Instantly, crowds surged into the streets to purchase supplies, while some sought refuge in caves. The authorities attempted to calm the public's anxiety, only to find that no one believed them. One day, while Chen Ping was out shopping with Gu Shui and Xia Xiaowai, Gu Shui finally spotted a familiar figure ahead. Yanran. Chen Ping. That woman looks like Yanran. Who is the pudgy man beside her? For days, Gu Shui had been unable to contact Lin Yanran, and her concern had grown. Upon seeing Lin Yanran embraced by a hefty man, followed by a group of unsavory characters, Gu Shui's emotions became complex. Chen Ping observed the scene and furrowed his brow. It appears to be Zhao Sanhu, the shadowy owner of the bar you used to work at. This man is known as the Underground Emperor, ruthless and merciless. He likely has 7 or 8 women, each bestowed with a villa and funds, reducing them all to mere playthings. Upon hearing this, Gu Shui took several steps back, her eyes reddening with disappointment. No, Yanran. How could she? How could she follow such a man? Gu Shui watched as they entered a large mall, shaking her head in disbelief. Chen Ping sighed and addressed Gu Shui. Gu Shui, Yanran is no longer the Yanran you once knew. She has changed. Money is all that matters to her now. Truly, I think it is best for you to let her go. A pang of sorrow struck Gu Shui, yet she understood that Zhao Sanhu was the underground emperor. From Chen Ping's tone, it was clear that he was formidable and dangerous. She could not possibly ask Chen Ping to confront him for Lin Yanran's sake. Moreover, Lin Yanran was likely complicit in this situation, and asking Chen Ping for help would only complicate matters further.